Warning, this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back, this is Veritaserum by Severitus 812, JessalynMichele, Book 3 of Harry Potter and 7 Years of Chaos. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy, and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags, and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's get started. Summary. Does Snape really think that Harry is worried about another madman after him? He can handle himself, thanks. Changes in the gang and at Hogwarts are running rampant as Snape tries to deal with a ward who he believes may be struggling with more than just his copious amounts of past trauma. Harry wants everyone to leave him alone and let him find Sirius Black for a friendly chat. Susan fantasizes about what she'll do if she even so much as sees one hair of Sirius Black's head near her best friend. Hermione and Theo just want to read. Alone. Together. And Remus Lupin wonders what on earth happened to James' son to create the chaotic child he now meets. Welcome back to Year 3. A small note, as far as I can tell, this fic jumps straight in at Chapter 2, so not mistakes here with skipping Chapter 1. Chapter 2, A Peaceful Summer. Severus Snape was in his potions lab, experimenting with a new potion he had collaborated on with a peer. They were planning on using venom from a basilisk to create a cure for the Muggle disease cancer. The other potioneer, Wayne Ramsey, a potions master in the States that Severus had studied for his masters with, felt confident that his research on the disease, combined with Severus' potioneer skills and supply of the venom, could create a cure that would eradicate the disease altogether. Cancer is caused when cells divide uncontrollably and spread into surrounding tissues. Imagine if we could alter the venom to target and kill only those cancerous cells. Once the cells were eradicated, then it would just be a matter of fixing damage already caused by the cells. It would be a miracle. Severus thought that if they were able to create the potion, then the only problem remaining would be to find more basilisk venom for future batches. Though the one basilisk Potter had given him, and refused to liquefy into his own assets, held enough potion for many failed batches and hundreds of successful ones, it would eventually run out, and they would be back at square one. And Severus certainly would not count on Potter encountering another 60-foot-long basilisk to procure more. Severus supposed that was a bridge they would cross if the potion was even successful. Creating a mixture that would alter the venom to target specific human cells without creating a mixture that was toxic on its own was proving to be quite a challenge. But Severus was nothing if not determined. Crash! Severus sighed, determined, yet his creative muses were undeniably being held hostage by his soon-to-be teenaged ward. Harry, he called as he left his lab in search of the demon. Are you all right? Fine, you don't need to come in here, Potter called back quickly. Which Severus knew meant he absolutely needed to go to the kitchen, where it sounded as if Potter currently was. He stepped in the doorway and stopped at the mess in front of him. What in Merlin's name are you doing, child? He demanded. Every counter in the kitchen was covered in baking sheets, batter, and an outrageous amount of flour. Potter himself had what looked like chocolate batter down the front of his shirt, and was currently attempting to mop up more of it by hand. I said you didn't need to come in, Potter huffed, standing up and stepping backwards into what Severus is relatively confident is egg yolk. That is not an answer, Severus said tightly. Where is Mavis? Dunno, Potter said airily as he rinsed the washcloth off in the sink. Told him I wanted to try baking, didn't I? He got mad at me and stomped off, probably cleaning the bathroom again. Severus took a deep breath and counted to 10 very slowly in his mind. He reminded himself that so far Potter had been an ideal housemate. He was polite, respected Severus' privacy, kept his flu calls quiet, informed Severus where he was going before he left the house, and was usually quiet. Why are you baking? He asked when he felt much less irritated with the boy. I'm practicing, Potter smiled. Neville's birthday is in a month, right? So I thought, hey Harry, you should do something wicked because Neville is wicked. But I couldn't think of anything until Mavis was making muffins this morning and bam. Potter clapped his hands together, apparently for dramatic effect. I knew I should make him a cake. It would mean way more coming from me than Mavis, right? Because I'm Neville's friend. Yeah. Severus gaped at Potter as he beamed up at him after his rant. This was perhaps the most Potter has said the entire summer so far. The fact that he said it all so quickly Severus could barely understand him just added to Severus' current surprise. How much sugar have you eaten? He asked. A Potter hopped up on sweets would likely be a problem. Severus glanced around their destroyed kitchen and corrected himself, more of a problem. None, Potter laughed. Just a good day, isn't it, sir? Severus, he corrected him. He'd been trying for the last 2 weeks since their return to Spinner's End for Potter to refer to him as Severus in their home. Of course, he'd also been trying to get Potter to decorate his room, as he had the rest of the house, with no progress being made there either. He stared suspiciously at Potter, and tried to pin down the child's current mood. Potter had been visibly on edge the first couple of days of the holidays, and had been less so once Severus outlined clear rules expectations of him. Tilda. Harry, I would like to talk to you about something, he'd said during dinner on their second night home. Potter tensed up immediately and glanced behind himself towards the kitchen door. Okay, he said slowly, talk about what? Severus ignored Potter's obvious anxiety and kept his tone conversational. I believe living together will be much easier on you if we have some sort of rules established. Potter crossed his arms, tucking his fists underneath them, and Severus saw how tightly coiled his muscles now were. What kind of rules? He asked, his jaw clenching with agitation. Severus hesitated. Perhaps rules is not the right word to use here. I simply believe we should have some expectations for each other during the holidays. When he saw Potter relax slightly, he patted himself on the back for, once again, correctly identifying the child's source of anxiety. Okay, what expectations? Severus thought for a moment of reasonable requests to make of a pubescent boy who had been independent his entire life. Firstly, I would appreciate it if you informed me before you left the house, he said carefully. You are free to flew to your friends' homes, and I would be happy to side along you if you would rather. I would likely become stressed if you were abruptly missing from our home with no prior explanation. I will of course give you the same courtesy. Potter relaxed more, uncrossing his arms. I can go see my friends, he said hesitantly, whenever I want. Of course, Severus assured him. You are not a prisoner in our home. You are welcome to go wherever you please within reason. I would simply like you to inform me first, is that acceptable? Yeah, Potter nodded happily, that's acceptable. Severus could not wait to inform Narcissa of how easy handling his new ward was. I would also like you to complete your summer homework, perhaps allowing me to look it over once you are finished. And Severus tried to think of any other role expectations that he would like to make clear. And do not enter my potions lab without implicit permission directly beforehand, as I typically have unstable potions brewing that can react volatility to the slightest disturbance. Potter was nodding along eagerly. And I will give you the same privacy that I would appreciate we could agree to not enter each other's private bedrooms without permission. He suddenly remembered Potter's commonly occurring nightmares, anxiety, rages, and panic attacks. Unless the owner of the bedroom is in distress, he tacked on hastily. Sounds brill, Potter said. So can I go to Ron's to play Quidditch tomorrow, sir? He said he's leaving next week on a trip to Egypt, so if I don't go now then I might not get to go at all. You do not require permission, Severus stressed. He himself had been an independent teenager, both by necessity and through personal choice, and he did not want Potter to see Severus as someone who was attempting to restrict his movements. You may just inform me, preferably the night before if you have that much notice, and as long as you are not traveling to bars or some other place you do not belong, I will simply say be safe, see you when you return. Potter hesitated, his eyes tracking Severus' movements nervously, as if worried that this was somehow a trick. I'm going to Ron tomorrow, he all but whispered, watching Severus' hands through his eyelashes. We aren't going to a bar, we're going to play Quidditch with the twins at his house. Be safe, I shall see you when you return, Severus had said calmly before taking a sip of his water. Since Potter returned from the Weasley home, his cheeks red and his hair in complete disarray, and saw that there was nothing awaiting him aside from Severus asking about his day, he had relaxed completely in his presence, though he had never been quite this perky. Why are you looking at me like that? Potter laughed. I bought a cookbook. He gestured to the mess in the room. This will all be edible when I'm done. Maybe. Potter laughed again and Severus attempted to quit staring at him so warily. If Potter was relaxed enough here to make an outrageous mess and ramble about baking, why should Severus complain? It was a good sign. It meant that Potter was trusting him and acting more his age than he typically did. Very well, Severus said slowly. Although you apparently need reminded that you are a wizard. He sent a pointed look at the washcloth in Potter's hand. Oh yeah, Potter laughed again. He scrunched his nose up and then smiled at Severus as the mess on the floor disappeared. Tada, he cried. Magic. Severus slowly backed out of the kitchen doorway. Potter was a menace when he was in a mood and apparently a menace when he was. He wondered if Lucius would trade him teenagers for a few days. Surely Draco was much simpler to handle than Potter is. "I will be in my labs," he called. "I'll bring you a cupcake when they're done. I'm gonna make raspberry, they're your favorite, right?" Severus sighed and lightly tapped his head on the wall. "Thank you, Harry." No, he would not trade Potter for Draco. He doubted whether Draco, in 13 years of spending time together, had ever noticed his preference in pastry flavors. Potter was a menace, but Severus was quite fond of the brat. Severus rose quite early the next morning, eager to use the extra time reading through old potions manuals, research for his current experiments. He quietly crept past Potter's closed door and made his way to the kitchen. He checked the time and saw that it was barely 5 a.m. He would have at least 2 hours to work before attending breakfast with Potter. Severus made himself a cappuccino, thankful again for Potter's ridiculous purchase, as they have both become accustomed to the convenience in the last few weeks. He sat at the table, enjoying the tranquility of the morning. The few hours before sunrise were Severus' favorite. It was dark, soothing, and promised an entire day with the possibility of peace. He summoned his books with a lazy flick of his wand, and slowly worked through the more recent ones, making notes as he went. He was midway through a promising chapter on mutating blood cells with a modified transfiguration base potion when Potter came bursting through the back door. "You're awake," Potter said, surprised. Severus checked the time and was startled to see that it was already 7:15. He tasted his cappuccino and was disgusted to discover that the drink was now cold. "I am," he said, turning back to Potter. "As are you, apparently." Potter's cheeks were flushed and he clutched his broomstick in his hand. "I didn't hear you go out. Have you been flying long?" Potter shrugged, moving to the counter to make himself a drink. "Been flying for a while," he said cheerily. "I'm not sure what time I went out." Severus watched him skeptically. He had risen at 5, and he was sure that, no matter how immersed in his research he had been, he would have heard Potter leave the house. "Is it not difficult to fly in the dark?" Severus asked, keeping his tone light as he tried to ascertain how long Potter had been outside. "A bit," Potter said, sitting across from him with his mug, "but I'm trying to come up with a way to make myself see in the dark. Listen, I thought of it last night. Luna said that a lot of animals can see at night. She calls them nocturnal, isn't that brill? And so I figured if we can transfigure cat ears onto people, then why can't I transfigure my eyes into ones more like an animal, right? So while I was flying I just focused real hard on making myself see in the dark, but it hasn't worked yet." Potter held his arm up to show Severus a shallow scrape running down his forearm. "See," he said, barely taking a breath. "I'm still flying into tree branches." Severus took in Potter's flushed cheeks, his excited eyes, and his bright smile. "Are you feeling all right?" he asked slowly. "You must not have slept much if you were out flying before I had even risen." Potter waved his hand dismissively before taking a deep drink out of his mug. "Feelings," he scoffed. "Just couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the stuff I want to do today, and I figured I might as well get started. And one of the things on your incredibly important to-do list was attempting to perform dangerous and untested magic on yourself while 50 feet in the air," Severus asked dryly. "Yep." Severus slowly counted to 10 as he stared incredulously at Potter, who was calmly sipping his drink. "That is incredibly dangerous," he said. "Attempting human transfiguration alone is dangerous enough. Doing it in the air, on a broomstick, borders suicidal." Potter laughed at that. "I'm not trying to kill myself," he said mockingly, as if it were not a constant fear of Severus since a mere 6 months ago. "I just had the idea and wanted to try it out." Severus was interrupted from finding a way to scold Potter, without causing him to recede from his cheerful mood, by the arrival of a darkly muttering Mavis. "Oh, is Master Potter not making himself breakfast?" Mavis said, with his eyes wide. Mavis thought since Master doesn't trust him to make his friend a cake, that maybe Master doesn't trust Mavis to make breakfast either. "Dramatic," Potter mumbled. "I told you I was sorry," he said in a clearer voice. "I just had the idea yesterday and needed to try it out. I'm sure you're a much better baker than I am." Mavis huffed and started loudly pulling pans out of cabinets. Of course Mavis is a better baker. Mavis is an elf and Master is a madman. He glared over his shoulder at Potter and added, "A madman who needs to be eating breakfast." "Can't." Potter jumped to his feet and put his mug in the sink before grabbing his broom. "I need to get a shower, I stink." "You should eat something," said Severus. "I will, after I get a shower." Severus watched as Potter practically skipped out of the kitchen. "Master is having no appreciation for Mavis," the elf muttered. Severus sighed and grabbed his stack of books. He would clearly get more work done in his lab this morning. Mr. Snoop is not eating breakfast from Mavis either, because Mr. Snoop is a bad influence on Master, Mavis shouted as Severus snuck away. Severus was fond of Potter, and Merlin knows that Mavis makes his life much easier, but Severus remembers summers spent in absolute silence, where he was able to work for days at a time, uninterrupted, and feels a faint twinge of annoyance knowing those days are over. He got set up in his lab, his research books stacked nicely, when he was interrupted again by Potter knocking on his door. "Enter." "Hello again," Potter smiled, his hair soaking wet from his shower. "Just wanted to tell you I'm going to Diagon Alley to meet up with Susan." "Thank you," Severus said. "I will see you when you return. Be safe." "I'll do my best," Potter laughed, closing the door behind him gently. Severus shook his head at Potter's newfound sunny disposition. Perhaps if he remains in this mood, they may actually have a peaceful, if slightly irksome, summer together. Severus spent the morning, and most of the afternoon, locked in his lab working on the background research required for a potion this complex. He took a short break around noon to grab a quick lunch. A still angry Mavis informed him that Potter was still gone, and Master didn't bother to eat Mavis' breakfast. Severus quickly retreated, uninterested in listening to a mad elf's ramblings. Potter was likely stuffing himself with junk from the vendors in Diagon Alley. He was irritated to find out that although the venom would require a transfigurative base, the potion itself would need to be medicinal if it were to be administered to Muggles eventually. While Wixen could handle Muggle medicines, though typically requiring much higher dosages due to the magic that causes their metabolism to burn much faster, Muggles could not tolerate potions. It had the same result as feeding them slow-acting poison. Eventually, their organs would shut down and they would die from it. He slammed his notebook closed, harder than may have been necessary, and went to clear his mind. Potter looked up from where he was sprawled on the floor, a mess of parchments surrounding him, when Severus walked in the room. "All done for today then?" he asked. "Probably," Severus huffed, still thinking over how to make a transfigurative potion base medicinal enough to adjust for Muggles, but without losing its properties. "Wanna go flying?" "What?" Severus pulled himself from his swirling thoughts at Potter's absurd offer. "Yeah, flying," Potter said, sitting up with a grin. "It's good to clear your head, you know, and it's nice out and I can show you this cool trick I've been." "Okay, fine," Severus agreed, more to shut up Potter's excited ramble than any desire to fly. "I suppose my broom has been relocated to the shed." "Yes," Potter jumped up and was bouncing on the balls of his feet eagerly. "Come on, let's go." Severus was incredibly bemused at Potter's energy. He must have made multiple trips to Fortescue's while he was with Miss Bones. Severus followed as Potter practically sprinted out the back door. Potter quickly snatched the brooms and handed Severus his old and rarely used comet. "Come on, watch this." Potter jumped on his nimbus and immediately took off to the air. Severus rose slowly in the air, keeping an eye on the foolish brat. They floated around for an hour or so. Severus mostly watched Potter as he rolled, dove, spun, and showed off his athletic ability. Severus was lucky to remain seated on his broomstick. He had no idea how Potter managed to make it look so effortless. "Okay, this is the one that Ron told me about. Watch," Potter shouted. Severus watched as Potter rose dangerously high in the sky, at least triple Severus' own position, before angling his broom directly at the ground and zooming towards certain death. "Harry," Severus yelled, trying to speed towards the stupid brat. Potter just laughed and pulled hard on his broom handle, straightening himself at the last moment, but rolling off his broom and hitting the ground for his troubles. "Ow," Potter laughed, "I'm still working on it." "You are an idiot," Severus said, gritting his teeth so hard he thought he may have chipped a molar. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Potter picked his head up from the ground and looked surprised at the acid in Severus' tone. "What I do?" he asked, bewildered. "Almost broke your foolish neck," Severus said, landing gracefully next to Potter, who was still laying on the ground, now propped up on one elbow. "I'm going to get this done, then you won't be saying that," Potter laughed. "Practiced all night, did I? And once I didn't even fall at the end." "All night?" Severus eyed Potter carefully. He didn't appear sleep-deprived. He had energy in spades, his eyes were bright, and Severus had never known him to be in such high spirits. Are you not sleeping well? He asked cautiously. Merlin forbid Potter believe he was asking about his feelings and shut down. Potter just laughed and jumped to his feet. Dunno, I just don't really need to sleep. I'm too excited. Do you think this is how everyone feels on summer breaks? Oh. Severus was relieved that Potter himself had found the fitting explanation for his behavior. Last summer Potter had bounced between his friends' homes, never once finding the stability that the Muggle mind healer Severus a few months ago had said was so important for a child. This summer Potter had a home, one he owned himself in fact, and was becoming comfortable in his safety, security, and stability. Severus wished he hadn't obliviated the mind healer. The man had seemed as if he believed Severus was incapable of providing Potter with these feelings very quickly, and yet here they were. I am unsure, Severus hummed, though I am pleased that you seem to be having a good break. The best, Potter beamed at him, and once I figure out this move it'll be even better. I would prefer it if you practiced it during the daylight, Severus stressed, still shaken by the image of Potter speeding to certain death at the ground. Potter gave him a cheeky smile and shrugged, effectively communicating what he thought of Severus' suggestion. Severus sighed. Have you completed your homework, brat? Potter suddenly looked cagey and shifted around nervously. No, sir, he mumbled. Severus, he corrected the obstinate child. Come, let's take a break from flirting with death. You can work on your homework and then we can eat dinner before Mavis revolts against us. Okay, Potter agreeably grabbed his broomstick and bounced alongside Severus. So here's what Susan and I did today. Severus listened to Potter prattle on about adventures in Diagon Alley. Apparently Potter had convinced Susan Bones to follow him into Nocturne Alley, an image that had Severus groaning out loud as he imagined the many various problems that the boy who lived and the niece of the head of the DMLE could encounter in Nocturne Alley. So what do you think, can we? Severus shook his head and glanced at Potter. Apologies, I was caught up with how badly Amelia Bones would curse me if she knew Miss Bones was wandering around Nocturne Alley with you. Can you do what? Potter huffed but didn't lose his smile. Can we get a dog, please? Did you hear me say that I think the one we found was starving? I bought a huge steak from Tom for it, but what it really needs is a home. Though Severus could hear the empathy oozing from Potter at the description of a starving, homeless dog, he himself had a strong dislike of dogs, most four-legged animals really. He barely tolerated the cats that roamed Hogwarts. Absolutely not, Severus said. We already have one annoying owl, one irritating elf, and a moody teenager in our home. We hardly have space for a mangy dog. It would also be unable to return to school with us in September, as dogs are not officially allowed pets. Ron has a disgusting rat, Potter pointed out, and it's not on the official list either. A rat is much simpler to hide than a dog, Severus said logically. If I check the rulebook, and it doesn't specifically not allow dogs then, can I go back and try to find him? Severus glanced down and saw that Potter was staring up at him with ridiculously pleading eyes. Check the rulebook and we will discuss it, brat, Severus growled, unwillingly conceding to the pout. Please have a firm outline of what pets are and are not allowed at Hogwarts, Severus pleaded silently. Bastard, Potter smiled up at him. He placed a gentle hand on Potter's shoulder as they entered their home, and was internally discouraged to feel Potter tensing up beneath him. Not that relaxed then. I'm gonna go work on my essays, Potter said, ducking away from Severus' hand quickly. Severus nodded in acknowledgement as he moved to the sitting room, summoning his temporarily abandoned research after he settled in an armchair. He summoned a quill as he quickly scrawled down a possible equation that could assist him in changing the properties of the transfiguration base to a medicinal base when Severus Harry, hello. Son of a bitch. At this rate Severus would not be able to even get past the research portion to begin experimenting until Potter moved out. Severus moved in front of the newly lit flue, kneeling down to see that the person interrupting his research was none other than the Minister of Magic. Severus, oh thank Merlin you're home, the minister cried, looking harried. Severus supposed that one of the few official perks of being Harry Potter's guardian was his newfound first-name basis with the Minister of Magic. Cornelius, Severus said cordially, how can I help you? Is Harry there? Fudge asked quickly. He is, Severus said. Would you like me to fetch him? No, Fudge looked uneasy. I need to tell you that is you should be aware. Severus waited with as patient of a face as he possibly could. It would do him no favors to snarl at the minister to get on with it. Fudge took a deep breath and looked right at Severus. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. And just like that, Severus, summer visions of research, experiments, quiet evenings with Potter, and general peace disappeared. Chapter 3: Insanity and Illnesses. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. How? Severus asked tersely, swallowing down his shudder of revulsion at the mere thought. How could a madman such as Black escape from an impenetrable force such as Azkaban? The Dementors alone made the island a place of true nightmares and horrors. We aren't sure yet. He slipped out somehow last night, and they've combed every inch of the island today. He's definitely gone, Fudge said, but we think we know where he's headed. Severus closed his eyes and said it just as Fudge did. He's after Potter. He's looking for Harry. Fudge looked startled at Severus. Accurate guess. How did you know? Lucky guess, Severus said shortly. Why else would the Minister of Magic be fluing Severus with the news? Where else would Black be headed besides directly for Severus, personal magnet for all things dangerous and chaotic? I don't want you to unnecessarily panic, Severus, Fudge said, in what was undoubtedly meant to be a reassuring tone. We have the entire DMLE on the case, and I will personally assign protective detail to you and Harry both until Black is caught. I'm sure we'll find him quickly, and this will all just be a bad memory. Severus nodded, uncomprehending of the minister's words, as he created his own plans. Do you have a preference? What? Severus shook his head and refocused on the current conversation. Apologies, Minister, I got lost in thought for a moment. Preference for what? For a protective detail, Fudge said with an understanding look. If not, I'll just give you my best people. Kingsley Shacklebolt would be more than happy to volunteer. No, Severus said quickly, that won't be necessary. Severus hesitated as he considered the price of sacrificing his own already dwindling privacy with Potter's safety. Not necessary just yet, he corrected himself. My wards should prevent anyone from breaching our home, and I'm sure that Black will be caught quickly. Fudge nodded, seemingly relieved that Severus believed in the competency of the ministry. Which he absolutely did not. What he did firmly believe was that Sirius Black is an incompetent, brash, moronic fool who would not be able to evade capture for longer than a day. 2 max. No need to panic, I'm sure we'll get this wrapped up quickly, Fudge said with a strained smile. I'll keep you updated, he added before disconnecting abruptly. Severus stood up quickly and murmured, Hominem Revelio. He was reassured to see proof that Potter was the only other human presence in Severus' home. He doubted whether Black could penetrate even the most simple of Severus, multiple wards, but with the Daily Prophet sharing news of Severus' guardianship, one could never be too sure. The Daily Prophet shared news of Severus' guardianship. And Lily and James held their wedding at a beach, not 20 miles from Cokesworth, in order to make the drive more tolerable for Lily's parents. A wedding that Black had attended as the best man. Son of a bitch. Severus needed to get Potter out of Cokesworth. He was hit with a sudden stroke of genius. Why not get Potter out of the country entirely? Let Black reveal himself in the United Kingdom, only for Potter to be an ocean away in Italy. Zabini Villa, Severus called, now placing his own head in his flue. Mother, Blaze, Zabini yelled, upon seeing Severus' head appear in the fire of the sitting room where the boy was sprawled lazily on a sofa. Professor Snape would like to speak to you. How do you know it is not you that I wish to speak with? Severus asked. Is it? No, Severus admitted. Fetch your mother if she is not too busy. Too busy to speak with the proctor of my dearest Meraviglia? Never. Severus internally grimaced at the pet name he'd been dubbed with. The protector of the incredibly powerful, connected, and dangerous Italian Contessa's dearest marvel was as much of a threat as it was a soft sentiment. The Contessa gracefully situated herself in an antique chair, perfectly situated to accommodate flue calls. Severus made a mental note to do the same in his sitting room. Though he would never ooze the same effortless grace that the Italian royalty before him does, it would be convenient to no longer kneel on his hard floors. Contessa, Severus said, bowing his head respectfully, I apologize for the unannounced call. Nonsense, dearest Severus. I presume this is in regards to the recent escape of Sirius Black. Severus worked to keep the surprise off his face that the Contessa was already aware of the prison break. Clearly he did not succeed, because the Contessa laughed lightly. "Friends in high places, dear," she said. "Is my Meraviglia in danger?" "He is," Severus said bluntly. "Black sold Potter's parents to the Dark Lord 12 years ago, and Minister Fudge believes that he left Azkaban to finish the job. The British minister is an idiota, but in this case perhaps he is not wrong," the Contessa said thoughtfully. Severus believed that only someone with an incredible amount of magical power and political strength could get away with casually referring to the British Minister of Magic as an idiot. So the Contessa and Potter primarily. "Black has always had a recklessly violent streak," Severus told her. "If he finds Potter, he will undoubtedly attack him." "Oh, that'll be grand," Blaise chuckled, now out of Severus' sight. "He'll go the same way as Lockhart if Harry catches him." Severus immediately cleared both his mind and his face at Blaise's flippant observation that Potter was responsible for Lockhart's death. "Amati, perhaps you should go to your room and reflect on the wisdom of saying such unfounded remarks about our familiar and ally, yes." "Yes, mother, apologies, Professor," Blaise said sulkily. The Contessa flicked her wand behind her before turning back to Severus. "My Amati is many things, and a shameless snoop is one of them," she said pleasantly. "Now, how can I help you to protect our bambino?" "I had the thought that perhaps if Potter were not in the country, he would be much more difficult for Black to find," Severus said. "My guardianship of him was rather publicized, and Black likely has a general idea of where my home is located, so I thought—" "You thought that my Meraviglia would be safe in Italy, with his familiar, yes," the Contessa cut in smoothly with a charming smile. "Brillante, when shall I expect him?" Severus released the breath he hadn't been aware he'd been holding. He had hoped that the Contessa would accept Potter until Black was caught. He hadn't quite factored in that she would consider it a given, as she claims herself the child's familiar. "I haven't spoken to Potter about it yet," Severus admitted. "I wanted to ensure it was acceptable to you before I broached it with him." "Wonderful, then I shall hear from you, once you convince my Meraviglia of the many credible reasons to come stay with his familiar, yes." "Of course," Severus agreed. "I will go speak with Potter now and send you a message afterwards." "I look forward to seeing your fascinante fox soon, Severus," the Contessa said with another tinkling laugh before Severus disconnected from the flue. "Excellent, now all that remains is convincing Potter to temporarily relocate to Italy for part of his summer." Severus knocked on Potter's door frame, the door itself being left wide open. "What's up?" Potter mumbled distractedly, surrounded by wild stacks of parchment and books strewn across his bed. "Harry, I need to speak with you. It is rather important." Potter looked up at him, a quill in his mouth, and instantly looked wary. "Okay," he said hesitantly, "but just so you know, it was Mavis." Severus was temporarily distracted from his current goal by the inadvertent admission of wrongdoing. "What was Mavis?" he asked, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Oh," Potter flicked his eyes around his still blandly undecorated room. "Nothing, sorry, what's up?" Severus gave him another suspicious look, before reminding himself that a murderer after his ward was more important than whatever teenage mischief Potter had managed to get into. "How would you like to spend the remainder of the summer in Italy with Blaise and his mother?" Severus mentally crossed his fingers that Potter, for once in his entire life, would agree without argument. "No thanks," Potter muttered, turning back to his parchments. Severus sighed. Of course Potter would not agree easily. He tried a different tactic. "The Contessa has wrote to me that she wants to take you to the Italian Council and introduce you to powerful Wixen. I believe she even mentioned that there were Fae on the Council who may have new magic that they would be willing to teach you." Which, as outrageous as it was not a lie. The Contessa had wrote that very thing to Severus at the end of the school year, in an attempt to steal Potter from him for the holidays. Severus had not mentioned it to Potter before now in his own petty attempt to keep the child with him, instead of traipsing foreign countries. He felt no guilt, though, as he was certain that Blaise Zabini would have brought it up to Potter before now. Potter glanced up, and was now giving Severus his own suspicious look. "Are you trying to kick me out?" he asked. "If you need time alone, or want to have a friend over," Potter grinned and waggled his brows in a suggestive manner, "I can make myself scarce. I could even stay the night with Draco, but I don't want to leave for the whole summer." "What, Harry, no Merlin?" Severus sputtered at the suggestive implication as Potter turned his attention back down to his parchments. I just believe that sitting in this dreary house all summer is no proper vacation for you. Italy would have much more entertainment to offer a teenage boy. It's not dreary anymore, is it? Potter scoffed lightly. Surely you would enjoy the possibility of creating even more incredibly powerful political allies in Italy, Severus said, hopping to appeal to Potter's ambition. Potter finally set down his quill and looked up at Severus, now giving him his complete attention. Why are you trying to get rid of me? Severus sighed. Potter was much too cunning to attempt this without being blunt. I am not trying to get rid of you, he assured him, and I am certainly not trying to kick you out of your own home. He hesitated before deciding to just explain himself, praying that Potter did not explode and destroy the entire house. The minister called me. He informed me that Sirius Black escaped Azkaban last night, and he has sufficient reason to believe that Black is now looking for you. Potter blinked at him a few times before saying, So Black is dangerous, Severus said tersely. It would be safer if you were out of the country while they commence a manhunt for him. Potter quirked his lips up to the side, entirely unconcerned with this news. Maybe Black's after you, he said, widening his eyes in an attempt to look innocent. Maybe you should go to Italy for the rest of the summer. This is not a game, Potter, Severus snapped, irritated at Potter's blasé affect. Black was mad before he went to Azkaban. 12 years of being exposed to the effects of the Dementors will have done him no favors. He will try and find you, and he will try and kill you. Potter gave him an amused smile. He can try. Mr. Malfoy told me about what he did, sold my parents out to Voldemort, didn't he? I hope he finds me. I'd like to talk with him about that. I will go to Italy with you, Severus countered with quickly, ignoring Potter's thinly veiled death threat towards a dangerous killer. We could go together and come back when Black is caught. So Sirius Black could beat you in a duel? Potter asked with a smirk. I thought you said you were the best. I suppose that just boasting. Severus scoffed, unwillingly stepping directly into Potter's trap. Sirius Black couldn't kill me when I was 16, and he had a transformed werewolf on his side. He certainly couldn't do it now. Potter gave him a bright smile and picked his quill back up. Brill, sounds like we're staying then. Severus attempted to barter, threaten, and though he would never admit it, even beg Potter to reconsider. After 30 minutes, he slammed Potter's door behind him as he snarled, Then you can explain to the Contessa why you won't be making an appearance in her home this summer. He heard Potter's mockingly cheerful laugh as he stormed down the stairs. Don't be ridiculous, it's called a villa, Potter yelled. I'm going to Diagon Alley with Susan. Severus scrambled to his feet and threw his lab door open to stare at Potter incredulously. Are you mad? He asked him. Harry, you cannot leave right now, there is an escaped inmate after you. Surely Potter did not forget the conversation they had just the night before. Potter had his bag across his shoulder and he looked surprised at Severus' reasonable, if perhaps a bit sharply spoken, explanation. So, I think you're just working yourself up, he said. Ooh, I'll take my sword with me if you want. Potter looked ridiculously like an eager puppy at the idea of carrying around Lucius' blatant bribery of a gift with him to Diagon Alley. I am not working myself up, and you are not carrying around a sword, Severus grit, already feeling his first migraine of the day building. Why don't you have Miss Bones come here? Because we need to study in the library, Potter said slowly, and we told her aunt, the head of the DMLE, that we'd get lunch with her today. Severus quickly considered his options. He could attempt to force Potter to stay home, though the brat would probably just leave anyway. If he went back on his own damned words from the beginning of the summer, it may hurt the fragile trust Potter had in him. However, if he allowed Potter to leave, he would be at risk with Black on the loose. It was a quick decision of which Severus valued more Potter's mental health, which seemed to stabilize itself since becoming established at Spinner's End, or Potter's physical safety. Amelia will not allow her niece to be unprotected with Potter. If there were any person who would take Potter's safety as seriously as Severus, it was Amelia Bones. Very well, Severus acquiesced at his own reassuring thoughts. Be safe, you foolish brat. I would appreciate you returning home before dark tonight. I would rather take no chances until Black is captured. Brill, thank you, sir. Potter had all but lunged for the flu as Severus corrected him. Severus had been on pins and needles the remainder of the day. He told himself that Amelia would keep Potter safe, but Amelia was not aware of Potter's penchant for chaos, was she? Potter stole Nicholas Flamel's stone. He had broken a girl's wand for insulting him. He nearly tore apart the Slytherin common room in a fit of rage. he drove a sword through the mouth of a basilisk, and he had used that same sword to end the life of his professor who threatened his friends. If there was trouble to be found, Potter would find it. Which made Severus, relief at Potter's return home that night so strong it may as well have been palpable. "How was your day?" Severus asked calmly, subtly eyeing the boy for any possible injuries. "Brill," Potter said brightly, bouncing on his feet in the way that Severus has begrudgingly become accustomed to. "Got a lot done, did I?" Severus gave him an amused look. Potter was glancing around the room quickly, in a hyperactive way that made him believe the child had likely been indulging in junk food all day with his friend. "Let me guess," he said, "you aren't hungry?" "Nope," Potter smiled as he popped his pronunciation. "Gonna go study, good night." Severus shook his head. Clearly Potter had not accomplished much homework today if he still needed to study. He was pleased that he must have been acting like a typical teenager. If anyone deserved an opportunity to act their age, it was Potter. The next few days followed the similar pattern. Potter woke up, informed Severus he was leaving to spend the day with the Bones, and returned home after dinner, but before dark. Each night he immediately rushed off to complete his homework. "Perhaps you and Miss Bones should spend more time actually studying, and less time plotting mayhem," Severus suggested after the third night in a row of Potter frantically rushing to his room to work on essays. "Probably," Potter agreed easily with a laugh. "We'll do our best." Severus shook his head at him, relieved that Potter was having a normal holiday despite the very abnormal circumstances. On the fourth morning of Potter rushing out of the house, the moment sun broke, Severus felt comfortable enough with the protection Amelia was providing him to once again work on his research. He was fed up with rifling through old texts and convoluted journals. He would simply begin his own experiments with combining the bases today. Perhaps he was complicating it more than it needed. If he slowly added the transfigurative base potion to the medicinal one, there had to be a way to combine the properties of both while neutralizing the less desirable side effects. One of those less desirable effects being a painful death to any muggle who drank it. Severus inhaled the fumes of his lab, soaking in the rich scent of the burning embers beneath the cauldron. There was no smell in the world more grounding to him. As he measured, poured, tested, and continuously restarted the same process, Severus wondered if he should offer to let Potter work on this stage of the research with him. The boy was an adequate brewer, and this research would be a mere dream instead of a reality had it not been for Potter's donation of the basilisk. He grimaced as he considered the chaos that would occur in his lab if Potter were allowed in during his current perky state. In the air the child was graceful and nearly elegant. During a duel Potter was quick and lithe, and his every movement had a purpose. But now, Potter's extra energy, combined with the mild growth spurts Severus had been pleased to notice, has turned Potter into the exact wrong type of person to be allowed in a lab. It was painful to even imagine the child tripping and knocking over a cauldron filled with the temperamental brews. Perhaps he would wait to offer until Potter settled down and lost some of this rampant wild energy. He thought he was perhaps finally making some headway as the mixture he had just made, his 20-second test run of the day, emitted silver steam instead of the dark brown fumes the previous ones had. He was frantically writing down the differences in this batch when his insides turned to ice. Amelia Bones, Silver Lemur, drifted through his walls and stopped in front of him. "Potter!" Severus had already leapt to his feet, his wand clutched tightly in his hand, before the lemur even opened its mouth. "Severus, I wondered if you and your ward would like to have dinner with us this week. We can come to you if you would prefer, given the current difficulties. Let me know what day works best for you both." Severus stared at the spot where the lemur disappeared, attempting to comprehend the casual and carefully worded message from Amelia. He was relieved once he realized it was not a summons to St. Mungo's or the ministry or any other place that would mean Potter had been hurt. Though he was bemused to discover it almost sounded as if Amelia was not with Potter. Why would she offer to come to their home if she has had no difficulties having Potter with her the past few days? The more he considered Amelia's message, the quicker his bemusement changed into a cold anger. Stupid, reckless, inconsiderate brat. Severus cleared his mind of his rages against Potter in order to summon his own patroness. "If you wouldn't mind asking my ward what day works best for him, I can rearrange my schedule to fit his and give you a day." He counted slowly, focusing on his breathing as he waited for Amelia's response. He was reassured to see that it was nearly dark out, If Potter stuck to his own schedule, he should be returning shortly. Severus closed his eyes as Amelia's lemur returned with the confirmation of his fear. I haven't seen your ward in about a week. Before the incident happened anyway, the lemur relayed in Amelia's worried voice. Should I plan on seeing him today? Severus thought there was likely not a curse in the world that did not run quickly through his mind. Apologies, I must have my days mixed up. My ward is with one of their other friends. I will send you an acceptable day as soon as possible. Severus sat stiffly on the sofa, staring intently at the fireplace, mentally counting down the time until Potter's customary return. If the boy was even a second late, then Severus would go find him, wherever the hell he may be. When the minute hand fell into the 5-minute window that Potter typically arrived at, Severus found himself incredibly relieved to see green flames burst to life as Potter stumbled out of the fireplace. I'm home, Potter yelled, incorrectly assuming Severus was in his lab, as had been his own habit recently. Where have you been? Potter jumped and spun around, momentarily looking incredibly guilty before he cleared his face masterfully. Hello, didn't see you there. How's your research going? He asked brightly. Wonderful, Severus drawled. I was able to get almost half a step closer to figuring out the equation I will need when I had an incredibly informative Patronus message. Oh yeah, what kind of information? The specific formula for the cure to cancer. Potter was smiling, but Severus could detect the nervous undertone to his nonsense. He should be nervous, Severus though harshly. Potter had so little self-preservation skills that his cunningness and ambition alone must have carried him through to Slytherin. Madame Bones sent me a message today, Severus said calmly, watching the colour drain from Potter's face. She said that she wanted to know if we would be interested in having dinner with her and Susan one night this week. Oh, Potter laughed. Yeah, she mentioned that before and I told her I'd have to ask you since I know you're really busy. Severus tracked Potter as he began inching backwards towards the doorway. Did you? He hummed. Because Amelia is quite certain she has not seen you at all this week, which I told her would be quite impossible considering she has been overseeing your personal safety for the last 4 days. Potter stumbled and looked up at Severus. I had something to do. I forgot to go see Susan. Do not lie to me, Severus hissed, furious that the child would stand there and lie straight to his face. You forgot for the last 4 days in a row. Where were you? The longer Potter stared silently at him, the more confident Severus was in his own instinctual guess. You've been looking for Sirius Black. Listen please, Potter pleaded, his eyes newly sparking with some form of agitation as he took a few steps closer to Severus. I can find him, Snape, really I can. Look. Severus watched as Potter pulled stacks and stacks of parchments and newspaper clippings out of his bag. See, look, I made a list of all the places I would probably be, like Diagon Alley in Surrey and downtown London. And then I tried to figure out how fast Black could be travelling if he doesn't have a broom, so I tried to do the math. Potter waved a sheet with numbers scrawled across it in his face. And I decided to go to those places to look for him, but what if he's disguised, right? Just because he doesn't have his wand doesn't mean he doesn't own a wand, right? Or maybe he doesn't need one, makes sense, right? So any time I was anywhere and a muggle was giving me an odd look, I told my magic to remove their disguise so I could see if it was Black or not. Smart, right? So I marked off the places I've checked. Potter thrust a handful of parchments in Severus' arms. And now I'm making a new list based on if he does have a broom, and even though that list is way longer, I can still do it, Snape. I can find him. Severus stared at Potter with what he was sure was entirely unconcealed shock. Harry, you sound mad, he said softly. You've been travelling to various locations on your own and using magic on muggles. You could be arrested. Potter didn't even appear concerned. He laughed at the thought. I won't be arrested. Nobody even knows it was me, do they? And if they did, I don't think they could even catch me to arrest me. I'm not mad, I know what I'm doing. Once upon a time, Severus would have sneered at such arrogant words coming from Potter's mouth. But the way he said it, his eyes bright and his chest heaving from his excitement, he didn't sound arrogant. He sounded as if he truly believed in his own invincibility. Have you taken anything? Severus asked. He grimaced when he clarified, alcohol, muggle drugs, or any illicit potions. That's ridiculous, Potter scoffed. I'm not on drugs, I have to do this. You get it right, do you want to help me? We could find him together. Ooh, and you can apparate us so we can check way more places, way quicker. Potter grabbed one of the many parchments that had fallen to the floor and began digging in his bag as he rambled. Okay, so we should check countries that don't have extrication laws set up with us, because if you were a fugitive, wouldn't you go there first? That's what Hermione said anyway. She said, "Don't worry, Harry, I'm sure he went somewhere where there aren't extrication laws." And I honestly don't know what that means, but if Hermione thinks he might be there, then we should check. Then we should check places that are bright and sunny and warm, because everyone says Azkaban is dark and cold and gloomy. And where is my quill? Severus had never been struck dumb quite as badly, as he was listening to Potter rave on like a lunatic, as he upended his bag in search of a quill. What the fuck? Severus flicked his wand at Potter, who looked up as the spell made contact with him, and grabbed the parchment that appeared quickly out of the air. Current diagnoses. None. End of report. Severus wished that there was a drug or potion listed. Potter's sneaking elixir of euphoria, or muggle amphetamines, would be better than this blank sheet of parchment. There is no charm in the world to diagnose madness. What's that? Potter asked, fearlessly snatching the form out of Severus' very surprised hand. What's a current diagnosis? Potter furrowed his brow momentarily before pointing accusingly at Severus. I told you I'm not on drugs, I'm fine. He is absolutely not fine. When is the last time you slept? Severus asked gently. Potter hadn't been sleeping well at the beginning of last week. Had the insomnia continued to the point of driving Potter mad from a lack of sleep? He appeared energetic, but Severus truly had no other reasonable explanation ready for Potter's current behavior. Last night, Potter said quickly. How long did you sleep last night? Why does it matter? Potter kicked over a stack of parchments on the floor. I'm not tired, I'm fine. Harry, you don't sound fine. Severus spoke very softly to this version of Potter that he wasn't sure how to handle. You sound insane. Are you feeling stressed over the situation with Black? Severus could have cursed himself for the phrasing. He knew better. But Potter's rambling madness had him severely wrong-footed. Potter immediately snatched his papers out of Severus' arms with a narrow-eyed look of disdain. I am not insane, and I am not feeling anything, he sneered. You are stressed, I am fine. Potter turned on his heel and stormed through the doorway. Severus listened as he stomped up the stairs and slammed his bedroom door shut behind him. Severus put up a privacy charm before quickly summoning his patroness. Amelia, if the minister is still amenable, I believe that an aura for Potter's protection would be an excellent decision. Severus had absolutely no idea what was going on with Potter, but he was entirely certain that the chaotic brat would certainly attempt to sneak off again. And this time, Severus would ensure that he had a protective detail trailing him. Discreetly, of course. Merlin forbid Potter believes Severus is concerned for his well-being. Severus had thought that a summer break with a perkily cheerful Potter was irksome. He wished he could go back to such a simple time. Potter had maintained an irritated, frenzied energy for several days after Severus confronted him about his activities. Thankfully, Potter seemed to have given up, albeit likely only temporarily, on his mad hunt for Black. Instead, he apparently was focused on making Severus as miserable as possible. Severus wasn't sure if this was purposeful, or a happy coincidence on Potter's part. Potter rose before the sun and went out back every morning to fly. Severus had set a ward to alert him when the back door was open, and twice since their confrontation 3 days ago, Potter had been out back before 5 o'clock. Potter was channeling his frenzied energy and attempting riskier and riskier stunts on his broom. Severus began to fear that Black was a secondary threat to Potter behind the child himself. There is no activity on our end. We have no new leads. HP has remained within the wards, though you may consider raising the wards skyward, as he seems determined to graze against the uppermost limits on his broom. Yes. After 4 days of watching Potter spend his entire day spiraling across the yard on his broom, after watching Potter heal himself of his third broken arm, and after receiving a note from Shacklebolt implying he was not caring properly for Potter, Severus had enough. He could not spend another day holding his breath as Potter raced towards the ground, nor another afternoon attempting small talk, while Potter raced through lunch before flinging himself back outside. Harry, why don't you visit Luna tomorrow? Severus suggested at dinner that evening. She would undoubtedly enjoy the company. It would be more work for Shacklebolt to trail Potter to the Lovegood, but after his note this morning, Severus wasn't feeling very charitable. Can't, Potter said shortly, taking quick bites of his meal. I'm way behind on homework, aren't I? Plus my project, plus all the other stuff I have to get done. Luna'll be here in a couple weeks anyway for the party. What project? Severus asked conversationally, keeping his eyes on his own meal in an effort to lull Potter into a conversation. "Please do not say hunting Sirius Black. Not that you probably care anymore, but I still have to make those charmed notebooks before Nev's birthday, and I'm painting my bedroom." Severus glanced up hopefully at the mention of the notebooks. He had quite forgotten, in the mess that Sirius Black has created, that Potter requested his help with creating notebooks that 9 children could communicate through. The fact that Potter and his gang got the idea from the Dark Lord's diary was disturbing, but a healthy enough project for Potter to focus his energy on. He was also relieved that Potter was finally decorating his bedroom. It would add a sense of stability to the erratic child's life. "I would be delighted to help you with your project," Severus said honestly, though not too eagerly to be suspicious to the cunning child. "We could do it tomorrow." "Oh, you're not too busy with your research, and setting the police to follow me to help." "Shacklebolt is hardly the police," Severus said, maintaining his casual tone despite his shock. "Kingsley Shacklebolt is an expert in the field at concealment." "Supposedly. Or a Shacklebolt is here at the minister's request," Severus said, twisting the truth. "As Black has still not been captured, it is apparently prudent to the minister for his mate Harry Potter to be protected." "If you'd let me go find Black, then we wouldn't need protected," Potter muttered so quietly that Severus was able to take a drink in a well-timed effort to pretend he hadn't heard him. He had been avoiding the topic since their disagreement earlier in the week, and he was not keen on rehashing it now. "Regardless of Shacklebolt assignment here, I am not too busy with my research to help you. I told you I would and I will. Would you like to begin after breakfast tomorrow?" "Sure, if you have time," Potter shrugged. Severus had planned on spending another day at the table, half a mind on his research, and the other half on Potter's death-defying tactics outside the kitchen window. This project would be an excellent distraction for the both of them. "I can always find time when needed," he said, giving Potter a small smile. Potter smiled back, and Severus felt as if though a tentative truce had been made. Severus sat at the kitchen table the next morning, patiently waiting for Potter to come downstairs. He had been surprised and pleased that Potter had not went outside before the sun was up and instead was still in his room when Severus rose at 6. "Master Potter is still sleeping?" Mavis asked, quietly creeping into the kitchen. Mavis was thinking Master Potter was never going to be sleeping again. Severus hummed in agreement. This was the latest that Potter has slept in the last week and a half. "He was bound to crash eventually," Severus said. "I am going to attempt to get caught up on work before he wakes up. Will you come get me when he does?" "If Mr. Snoop eats his weird pastry, then Mavis will be getting him as soon as Master wakes up," the elf said, eyeing the empty place setting in front of Severus slyly. Severus thought that Potter's elf would be much more tolerable if it had not adopted Potter's own bargaining economy system. "Yes, I will take a weird pastry with me to my lab if you agree to inform me once Potter wakes up." Mavis eagerly thrust a plate of multiple Chelsea buns in Severus' hand and ushered him out with promises of a big lunch. Hopefully Potter's appetite would improve with the extra sleep he was now catching up on. And in the meantime, Severus would work on outlining the research he had compiled so far for Wayne to pursue and compile with his own research. "I will continue altering the standard equations in an attempt to find the correct one for the base. I look forward to studying the materials you have compiled." Severus Snape. Severus checked the time after finishing collecting his portion of their research, and had it bundled and prepared for Sevi to deliver to Wayne tomorrow morning. He was startled to see that it was already 11:30. "Mavis is a snaky meddling." "You said you would come get me when Potter woke up," Severus snapped harshly at the elf in the kitchen. "We had a deal, Mavis." "Mavis is sure Mr. Snoop is not talking to Mavis about breaking a deal," the elf muttered, aggressively kneading dough on the kitchen counter. "Mavis is being a good elf and is letting Master Potter sleep because Master Potter is needing his rest, and Mavis is keeping his deal because Mavis is not a liar." "Potter is still asleep?" Severus asked, double-checking the time. It was unlikely that he'd incorrectly cast a simple spell such as Tempest, but much more unlikely that Potter had slept for 13 hours. "Master is still sleeping, and if Snoop is knowing what is good for Master, he will be letting him sleep," Mavis grumbled. "Master is needing sleep so that Master is not crazy anymore." Mavis' hands suddenly fluttered above the dough as the little elf looked up at Severus. "Mavis is not meaning to say such a bad thing about Master Potter. Mavis is not meaning it," he squealed. Of course not, Severus quickly assured him. Potter would have a conniption fit if the elf give himself a black eye on Severus. Watch. You are quite right, Potter needs to sleep. I'll just go check on him, shall I? Severus crept quietly up the stairs. If Potter was still asleep, he did not want to wake him. Merlin knows the child has plenty of sleep to make up for. Harry, he said softly, opening Potter's door and sticking his head inside. Are you asleep? Potter was curled on his side, burrowed beneath his quilt, and only identifiable by his hair. Potter didn't respond, so Severus quietly walked up beside the bed and saw that he was indeed still asleep. This is what happens when you refuse to sleep for so long, you foolish child, Severus murmured. He spotted Potter's stack of notebooks on the dresser as he made to quietly retreat from the room. He snagged them and thought perhaps Potter would be pleased if he could find the correct combination of charms while he was resting. It would give him something to do while Potter slept anyway. Severus went to check on Potter around 3, frustrated with his lack of progress on the project, and officially concerned that perhaps Potter was ill instead of just tired. Harry's, he knocked before opening the door. Are you awake? Yeah, Potter said softly from his bed. What are you doing? Severus flicked on the lights. Are you unwell? Think so, Potter said quietly. Severus stepped up beside his bed and eyed him critically. Potter was laying on his side, staring off towards his closet door. His skin looked to be a normal color, and his eyes, which were unobscured by the glasses on his nightstand, seemed clear. Would you like a potion? I can grab a pep-up potion, Severus offered. No, I'm tired, I just want to sleep. All right, well, I'll just have Mavis bring you some soup. You may feel better after eating. Kay, Potter murmured, closing his eyes. Severus hesitated before closing the door behind him. He could freely admit that while medicinal research is an area of high interest to him, dealing with actual sick patients has never been something he had the patience for. He would send a potion up with Mavis and check on Potter before retiring for the evening. Potter would likely feel better soon. Wixen had hardier immune systems than Muggles. They were able to recover quicker from any minor illnesses. Call for me if you need anything, he offered quietly, closing the door behind him. By the third day of Potter lethargically laying in his bed, eating the bare minimum and speaking even less, Severus had to admit that perhaps Potter did not have a summer flu. Harry, what specific symptoms do you have? Severus asked that morning after Potter refused to get out of bed. I dunno what you mean, Potter groaned, rolling onto his back away from the light Severus conjured for the dark room. Do you feel hot? Does your stomach hurt? What exactly is causing you to feel sick? Severus explained. I'm tired and my head hurts, said Potter. Go away. I cannot go away while you are sick, Severus sighed. Would you like a pain-relieving potion? It's not that kind of hurting, it's like... Potter gave him a wary look. Never mind, I just have a headache. This is what you get for calling him mad last week. If you can describe it to me, I may have a potion to fix it, Severus said, hopping to cajole him into speaking. Potter blinked up towards the ceiling as he quietly explained. It's like there's too many thoughts, and I can't get them to be quiet, and it's making my head hurt. Severus grimaced in understanding. I do not believe a pain reliever will help in this case, he said carefully. Harry, I believe you are depressed, which is common and is not a weakness or an insult. You would feel better if you got up and ate a real meal. He looked at Potter's tangled locks and perhaps a shower. No, Potter said shortly, rolling to face the wall away from Severus. I'm going back to sleep. Severus sighed as he left Potter's room. He would get Potter out of bed tomorrow. After the 5th day of trying to coax Potter out of bed, with no results, Severus began a new approach. Outright bribery. If you would like, I could accompany you and Miss Bones to Diagon Alley today. Potter grunted, laying on his back and staring at the ceiling, not even deigning to reply at Severus' suggestion. You said that you would like to duel this summer. We could do that today. Yeah, maybe later. Severus tried to think of anything that Potter may find interesting. There is a shop in Nocturne Alley you may be interested in. I believe Borgin has a much-envied wall of weapons. Severus would sorely regret it if Potter took him up on this offer, though if it got the child out of bed, it would be worth it. I'm sick, Potter whispered. Not today. Potter sounded sick, but Severus knew it was a sickness of the mind, not body. It is a nice day out. Perhaps you would like to go risk your life on your death trap of a broomstick. It would make you feel better, Harry, Severus said softly. "I'm too tired," Potter mumbled. Severus took a deep breath before pulling out what he hoped would be his trump card. "If you would still like to adopt that dog, I am willing to speak with Hagrid about keeping it on the grounds when we return to school. We could go find it today." "I don't want to," Potter said, rolling to his side and facing away from Severus. Severus tried patience, he had tried bribes, he had tried being gentle, and now he was out of patience. "You cannot stay in your bed forever, Potter," he said sharply. "You have to get up, you need to shower, you need to eat. Get up." "I don't feel good, all right. Is that what you want from me? To know I'm weak, just go away," Potter yelled, his voice strained and dull. Severus shouldn't have been surprised when he was shoved from Potter's room, and had the door slammed shut in his face, without Potter even lifting his head from his pillow. But Potter's magical strength was both impressive and startling, even when the child himself was clearly suffering. Severus took several steadying breaths and counted slowly as he considered the best course of action to take. Potter is ill and requires treatment, much like any other sick child. Which left him with minimal choices. St. Mungo's would give Potter a cheering charm and plaster the information across the front page of the paper by the next morning, which would be unacceptable. Severus decided that his past time to seek out the Muggle mind healer he had consulted with after Potter's guardianship was approved. The man had offered acceptable advice once before, surely he could do it again. He would just go tomorrow, get advice on how to handle a Potter who is clearly depressed for any one of many possible reasons, then return home and begin putting Potter together again. He looked at Potter's door as he hesitated. Make an appointment first, find someone to come watch Potter second. "Severus, how are you? How is Mr. Potter?" Narcissa immediately asked with a bright smile upon answering his flu call the very next morning. "He isn't still hunting for my cousin, is he?" "How did you know about that?" Severus sputtered, caught off guard by the greeting. Narcissa's smile sharpened slightly as her grey eyes glittered. "He asked Lucius for copies of the laws regarding what happens if you kill someone who is trying to kill you," Narcissa laughed. "He also asked about the legalities of using an unforgivable if it was silent, wandless, and impossible to trace. It wasn't difficult to piece together. And yet you refrained from informing me that my ward was spending his days combing the streets for a detached lunatic," Severus asked tightly. Narcissa looked surprised at Severus' agitation. "Apologies, Severus, we believed that you were likely assisting him, given your history with Sirius. You truly believed I would allow Potter to seek out a confrontation with Black. What we believe is that Harry is much more of a threat to Sirius than he is to Harry," Narcissa said with a sly smile. "I shudder to imagine the justice Harry will attempt to extract if they meet." Severus did not believe that Narcissa shuddered at the thought. Narcissa looked entirely too amused at the thought, as if Potter confronting a murderer would be comical instead of horrifying. "Yes, a delightful image, thank you, Narcissa," Severus drawled, returning to the conversation. "Apologies, darling," she said, her small smile still firmly in place. "Was there something else I can do for you, aside from expediting your impending grey hairs?" Severus snorted at the jab. He was already well aware that if he lived to see Potter become an adult, he would only do so with a copious amount of grey hair and chronic migraines. "Yes, actually," he said. "I have an important appointment this afternoon, and I was hoping you would be available to come stay with Potter during my absence." Severus had carefully considered his choices for an appropriate Potter sitter. Shacklebolt, who was stationed outside their home, would likely send Potter into a panic if he believed he were being left alone with a cop. Amelia may believe Severus to be an unfit guardian if she saw the state Potter was in. Lucius was bound so tightly to Potter socially and politically that he would hardly force the child to eat or interact with him while Severus was gone. Which left Narcissa as the only other local friend Severus could trust. Narcissa was gentle, with children, yet firm as a mother. She would ensure Potter was safe, and would find a way to force him to eat and talk without Potter even realizing he had done so. "Of course," Narcissa agreed immediately. "I would be delighted. Perhaps Draco will accompany me. The boys could fly or gossip or whatever it is teenagers get up to these days." "Perhaps not," Severus said hesitantly. Potter would not take kindly to his friends seeing him in his current state. "Potter is ill," he prevaricated. "Oh, and what terrible illness dares to plague the son of a potions master?" "Potter is not my son," Severus scowled, and the kind of illness that there are no potions to cure him of. Ah, Narcissa suddenly looked entirely too familiar with Severus' vague description. James' mother was a black, I forget sometimes. Severus' knees were beginning to ache from his position on the floor, and he had no patience for Narcissa's arbitrary commentary on Potter's paternal line. Your point, Sissa. The black madness, Narcissa said patiently, as if explaining something incredibly complex to a child. It is rather hereditary. Potter is not mad, Severus hissed, insulted by the very implication he had been worrying over since the beginning of Potter's episode. He's just got a lot going on. Of course, darling, my mistake, Narcissa said with a polite smile. What time will you be expecting me? Severus mentally calculated the time it would take him to apparate to London and travel, without magic, to the mind healer's office. Will 2 o'clock work for you? Perfectly, Narcissa said agreeably. Is the password still Sevi? Yes, Severus said shortly. And don't you dare call Potter mad or any variety of the word while you are here, he added. You must be feeling incredibly brave to insinuate that I would dare hurt that poor child's feelings while I am a guest in his home, Narcissa said, her tone suddenly cool and her eyes hard. Apologies, he said quickly, reconsidering his own words. Of course you wouldn't. I am suffering from a lack of sleep, forgive my slight. Narcissa inclined her head slightly at him, replacing her cold mask with a slighter warmer, and much more socially polite one. Of course, darling, you're simply worried about your ward. I will allow you time to go check on him and rest before I arrive at 2. Severus gave her a genuine thanks before disconnecting. Narcissa may be excellent with children, and a socially perfect lady for the House of Malfoy, but Severus oftentimes forgot that she was also a black, and as she said, their madness was quite hereditary. By 2:30 that afternoon, Severus had left Shacklebolt and Narcissa in charge of Potter's safety, and was now seated on a sofa preparing to discover how to fix the broken child. Tell me what is going on in your life, Mr. Snape. Severus took a steadying breath before he began explaining. I recently became the guardian on the orphaned son of my close friend from school. Harry is my student, which is how we became acquainted, and I am worried that he may be ill and I am unsure how to assist him. Would you like to tell me about him? Would I be here if that was not my plan? Severus thought acerbically. Severus explained Potter's entire history, editing in the cases where magic was involved. He now regrets having obliviated the mind healer after the first time he sought his advice. Telling Potter's history was both time-consuming and quite depressing. I believe he is now depressed, Severus said after explaining Potter's current behavior. He has had depressive episodes before, understandably considering what he has been through, though they have never lasted this long nor have they ever caused him to develop this lethargic disinterest in life. The Muggle hummed thoughtfully. And this has been going on for 5 days, you said? Yes. Tell me more about the argument you had with Harry about him sneaking out before this started. Do you believe that our disagreement, for it was not an argument, may have triggered Harry's current state? The Muggle chuckled. Some depressive episodes have what you are referring to as triggers, but most of them, Mr. Snape, can be caused by nothing at all aside from the chemicals in our brains. So Harry is mad, Severus said, slumping in his seat knowing the Muggle would never remember his appearance after he left, which left him free to be as informal as he would like. Mad, insane, and crazy are all derogatory ways of referring to someone with mental illness, the Muggle said. His tone was still gentle, yet there was a sharpness as he spoke now. Referring to Harry as mad is untrue and unhelpful. He is just as ill as a person suffering from the flu would be. What is wrong with him? Severus asked, desperation unwittingly lacing his tone. How do I help him? It's impossible for me to definitively diagnose your ward without speaking with him, the Muggle said softly once again. Severus truly did not have time for this. He needed to know what was wrong with Harry in order to heal him. He fingered the wand in his pocket and silently placed a light compulsion charm on the Muggle. I would like your best guess then, he said curtly. La folie circulaire, the Muggle immediately responded. The French called it circular insanity. Today it is referred to as manic depressive illness. Manic depressive illness, Severus repeated impassively. I have never heard of this. And he has certainly done an extensive amount of research into mental health in the last 2 years. It is only now beginning to be used as an official diagnosis, and rarely on someone so young, but Harry fits the criteria, the Muggle said. It is just as the name suggests, unpredictable episodes of alternating mania and depression. Would you like to talk about why you appear so surprised by this? No, Severus said shortly. He had not made the appointment to discuss himself. I would like you to explain more about this illness and why you believe Harry has it. Of course, the Muggle agreed quickly. Severus was thankful once again for being a wizard. He could not imagine how Muggles sat through these appointments, never getting their questions answered and incessantly pressured to talk about themselves. Manic depressive illness is not a new illness, but rather only now has an official diagnosis. Because the manic episodes often look like intense euphoria and happiness, it was difficult to identify those episodes as a symptom. I'm baking. You allowed Potter to behave erratically for days because you missed this. Severus castigated himself silently as he listened to the Muggle's explanation. You said Harry was barely sleeping and was behaving oddly, an inflated feeling of invincibility. I don't think they could even catch me to arrest me. An increase in risky behavior. Attempting human transfiguration alone is dangerous enough. Doing it in the air, on a broomstick, borders suicidal. And increased hyperactivity are all very common red flags of a manic episode. Frankly, I'm surprised Harry hasn't exhibited manic behavior like this before. I'm going to fix Hermione, and I'm going to talk to Theo, and I'm going to kill the basilisk, and everything's going to be okay, right? You missed this. Because of Harry's history, I believe it is likely he has an undersized prefrontal cortex, which, yes, controls and regulates emotions. I am aware, Severus said shortly, having been through this before with the unknowing Muggle, and this causes the illness. Not necessarily, the Muggle said. All those with the illness that have undergone research testing before now have similarly undersized prefrontal cortex, but not every person with an undersized prefrontal cortex will develop the illness. There is also a genetic factor. James' mother was a Black, I forget sometimes. The Black madness, it is rather hereditary. With Harry's orphan state, it is unlikely if we will ever know the genetic connection in his life, the Muggle continued, oblivious to Severus' own failings. The youngest patients we have are all older than Harry by a good 2 or 3 years. Considering Harry's extensive trauma, it is not surprising that he developed the illness early. It is often the case in severely abused and victimized children. You missed this. How do we fix him? Said Severus. The Muggle gave him a sympathetic look at Severus' choked voice, a look wholly unappreciated by Severus. I do not deserve sympathy, I missed this. You do not need to fix him, he isn't broken, the Muggle said gently. He needs therapy and medication. What medication? Severus asked quickly. If there was anything that Severus understood as a potions master, it was medication. Potter would hardly agree to therapy. He was barely speaking with Severus as it is, but he could barter with the child to get him to take medicine. The diagnosis is too new to have an approved treatment course as of yet, the Muggle said with a frown. The patients who have been treated have been done during clinical trials as adults. I'm afraid that our country is simply too behind on mental illnesses to have a medication that a child Harry's age can take. So therapy is your only recommendation? Severus asked hopelessly. Therapy for an illness that you cannot even definitively diagnose him with? Perhaps in a year or so, when our information catches up to the French, we can find a medication to help correct the chemical imbalance in Harry's brain, but for now therapy and a stable routine will be your best options. Do nothing then, do nothing and hope that dragging Harry to your office is the best way to treat him, Severus scoffed. Unacceptable. Not do nothing, the Muggle disagreed. You continue just as you have, offer stability, support, and try to avoid things that could possibly trigger an episode. Once an episode begins, you'll need to keep a close eye on Harry. Manic episodes seem less dangerous because Harry appears happy, but they can be just as self-destructive as the depressive episodes. Explain, Severus said. How is Harry baking and playing sports just as dangerous as him refusing to leave his bed? The Muggle leaned forward slightly, warmed up to the subject if his eager tone was anything to go by. Harry is a teenage boy, they aren't known for their self-control, but from what we've seen in our own research and in the more extensive French trials, patients in manic episodes don't just have diminished impulse control, Mr. Snape, they have none. If Harry believes himself to be invincible and thinks, I should jump off the roof because I think I can fly, then he will. Severus closed his eyes as he could imagine the scenario all too well. Potter attempting to transfigure his own eyes 50 feet in the air, Potter tracking down the man who caused his parents' death. Potter jumping off a roof would be a best-case scenario. If you'd like, we can schedule a session for Harry later this week, perhaps even a family therapy session. Mental illness can be taxing on the entire household, the Muggle offered as their session timer rang. That will not be necessary, Severus said, rising to his feet. Harry will never agree to it, and I do not require it. Severus faltered as he went to obliviate the Muggle before leaving the office. It had taken up quite some time explaining Potter's past, and it would be simpler if he did not need to go through this again. Particularly if he could convince Harry to consult a professional. I will schedule an appointment if Harry agrees, he conceded, closing the door firmly behind him. La folie circulaire. Potter could never catch a break. Chapter 4, A Not So Peaceful Summer. Harry, time to wake up. Go away, Harry muttered into his pillow. Come now, darling, surely you must be sick of this room. Harry suddenly realized that it was Snape in his room bothering him. Snape would never call him darling. He picked his head up and saw that Draco's mum was standing at the foot of his bed. Oh, Mrs. Malfoy. Sissa, darling, we are family, wouldn't you say? Sure, Harry agreed dully, dropping his head back to his pillow. Where's Snape? He's out, and you need to shower, darling, you stink. Harry's face burned at the insult. Nobody making you be here, he muttered sullenly. Feel free to go. Tut tut, said Sissa. Is that any way to talk to your family? I don't have a family, Harry sighed, annoyed at everyone's insistence at pretending to be his family. What good was a pretend family that liked you when you really only had a real family who hates you? If people pretended to be your family, they could be pretending to like you as well. They probably are. It just isn't smart to trust anyone like that. Of course you do, Sissa said, sitting gently, even though Harry definitely hadn't invited her, on the side of his bed. I'm not masquerading as your family, we truly are biologically related. Harry sat up and looked at her more carefully, his interest caught by her statement. Yeah, he said cautiously, pulling his knees to his chest. Has Draco not told you? She asked with a small frown. Harry vaguely remembered an off-handed comment by Draco in their first year that they were related, but he'd been too focused on Dumbledore, deciding his whole life to have properly listened. Might have, Harry allowed. He looked at her blonde hair, grey eyes, sharp cheekbones and long slender limbs. We don't look much alike. Sissa laughed, and Harry liked her laugh. It was warm and musical, just the kind of laugh he imagined his own mother might have had. Stupid to think that, really. Stupid to waste time thinking about things you could never have or hear. Let me think. You, my darling, are my second cousin through James. His mother, your paternal grandmother, was my mother's aunt. So we're actually related? Harry asked quietly. Sissa smiled and slowly reached over to put her hand on his quilt-covered knee. We are, you are my favorite cousin. Harry laughed a little at that as he shifted away from her hand. Do you have many other cousins to choose from? Come downstairs and have tea with me and I'll go over our entire shared family history with you, she said. When Harry hesitated, she casually added on, you do have an interesting cousin who is a metamorph magus. Harry considered her offer. He really was tired, he didn't want to get out of bed, but he didn't have a family, did he? And Draco's mum was just offering to tell him about one she shared with him, and metamorph magi were really rare. What do you want from me? Harry asked. Nobody did anything for free. I'd like you to shower, she said, holding her nose dramatically. Teenage boys require daily bathes. God, get out, Harry groaned, his face aflame with shame. I'm going, fuck. Sissa laughed merrily again. 15 minutes, darling, she called, closing the door behind her. Harry wondered if Draco would be mad if he cursed his mom. He probably would. Some people were weird about stuff like that. Harry wasn't going to admit it, but he did feel a bit better after his shower. Sissa's knowing look when he came in the kitchen just made him scowl at her, though. You spend too much time around Severus, she laughed. You're beginning to pick up on each other's mannerisms. Harry scowled harder at that. Do not, he muttered, slumping down into a kitchen chair. Severus told Lucius a couple of weeks ago that his research was going brill, she said. I don't believe that is a Severusism. Harry felt himself grin just a bit at that. A Severitism, he said. Oh yes, surely you've noticed that Severus has many phrases he prefers to constantly use, Sissa said, taking Snape's usual seat across from Harry. Mostly just brat, I suppose, Harry shrugged. I believe that is meant to be a term of endearment, which is much more polite than his usual son of a bitch, she winked. Now remind me what your charming house elf's name is. Severus refers to him as that irksome elf, but I'm quite sure that isn't what you call him. Mavis, Harry yelled. Crack. Master Potter is getting out of bed. Mavis was worrying Master was never. Shut up, Harry hissed to Mavis, his face heating up again. Draco's mum did not need to know all about Harry being weak, his mind whispered helpfully. Mavis looked between Harry and Sissa, wringing his hands. Mavis is sorry. Mavis is keeping Master's business to himself. Mavis was only being worried about Master Potter. It's fine, Harry sighed, exhausted again already. Sissa wants you. Mavis, would you be a dear and fetch a tea tray for Master Potter? Sissa smiled charmingly at Mavis. Perhaps some finger sandwiches and biscuits too, if you have them. Of course Mavis is having them. Mavis perked up and jumped towards the fridge. Mavis will be having tea and snacks prepared for Master and his friend right away. Thank you, Sissa smiled again at Mavis. I'm not hungry, Harry said, rolling his eyes again. Snape had been bugging him constantly to eat too, and he didn't get it. Harry wasn't being ungrateful. He was just exhausted and miserable and worthless and didn't feel hungry. Perhaps I am, Sissa said, studying her perfect nails serenely. You will need to learn how to be a proper host as the future Lord Potter Black. Sorry, Harry mumbled, feeling chastised despite Sissa's casual tone. No worries, darling, I will teach you these things. What else is family for? She smiled. Speaking of family, Harry prodded, wanting her to tell him about the rest of their shared relatives. Where to begin? Sissa tapped one nail against her chin thoughtfully. I'll begin with our living relatives first. There's me, Draco, and Lucius, your cousins of course. And Sirius, though I fear he isn't long for this world, provoking Severus like he has. My sister Andromeda, her husband Ted Tonks, and their daughter Nymphadora, the Aura in training who is a metamorph magus. Of course someone as interesting as a metamorph magus would choose something as stupid as being a cop for a career, Harry scoffed. And of course my other sister, the ever-so-charming Bellatrix, and her husband Rodolphus Lestrange. Oh, thank you, Mavis, Sissa said as Mavis quietly placed a tea service and various plates of snacks on the table. So I have, Harry counted quickly, 9 relatives that are still alive, 7 adults. 7 choices that would have been better than Surrey. You have 8 relatives that we share, not counting myself, Sissa corrected him gently. Your father was a pureblood, and most of the old families are related one way or another. Harry snorted, grabbing a miniature treacle tart, as Mavis named his odd but tasty creation, off the plate closest to him. So if I have all these relatives, why did nobody tell me before now? Oh, being related to the Blacks is considered quite the disgrace, Sissa said airily, pouring them each a cup of tea. I suppose nobody wanted to disappoint you with the knowledge. Why's it a disgrace? Harry asked, accepting the tea and adding sugar to it. Besides Sirius, of course. Sirius, Bella and her husband are all imprisoned. Sirius was marked as a traitor to the light, as you are aware, and Bella and Rodolphus are quite a matched set in their madness. They tortured your friend Neville's parents until they became little more than empty shells surviving but never living. Harry shifted uncomfortably at that. Snape thought he was mad, didn't he? And he'd tortured people before too. Perhaps not that badly, but Bellatrix's actual nephew wore scars from Harry's own 2 hands. Andy ran off and married a muggle, which was quite the disgrace in our family, Sissa continued. And while I believe myself to be an absolute delight of a relative, many consider the House of Malfoy to be the lapdogs to the Dark Lord, she said cheerfully. Harry snorted at her tone. Not anymore though, eh? He said with a small grin. Never again, darling, cheers to that. Sissa raised her mug to him with another wink. Harry hadn't meant to, but he let out a small huff of a laugh. Sissa was ridiculous. Can I ask you a question? Harry said carefully. You just did, she said, smiling softly, though I'll allow one more if I may ask you one in return. Harry wondered if all Slytherins were big fans of trades. They probably were. All right, but I'm not going to answer if I don't want to, Harry said, thinking it wouldn't be fair not to warn her beforehand. And neither shall I, Sissa said. Go ahead, darling. Bellatrix is your sister, yeah. And everyone says she's completely mad, that she did all that horrible stuff, so was she always mad? Harry wasn't mad, he was sure of that. It was just, he felt really crummy lately, and Snape called him mad, said he was insane, and said he was depressed. And Snape didn't lie to him. Sissa sat her teacup down, and seemed to become thoughtful at his question. She was not, she finally said. She used to be a perfectly lovely bullying older sister. So what happened? Harry asked. Tut tut, Sissa said, smiling once again. I believe it is now my turn. If you'd like, I'll graciously allow you a second question if I may have the same courtesy. We'll see, Harry muttered, slumping in his seat in preparation for whatever question she was about to ask. Go ahead. Posture darling, she hummed, causing Harry to sit up straighter with another small huff. Why do you enjoy living with Severus? Harry thought through the wording of her question carefully. Why not do I, he said. Who says I enjoy living with Snape? Sissa laughed and wagged a finger at him. That's a question. Fine, Harry thought about the reasons why he liked living here. Well, it's a nice house, you know, plus it's mine. Snape says it can't ever be taken from me. It'll always be mine. I have a bedroom. Mavis has his own space he likes in the attic, and Sevi gets to fly in the yard. You misunderstand me, darling, Sissa said with a warm smile. Not why do you enjoy your charming home, but why do you enjoy living with Severus? You chose him, there must be something you like about the eccentric man. Harry scowled at that. Hermione called Luna eccentric, and he knew it really meant weird. Snape is not weird, he said hotly. He can be a bit of a git sometimes, but he's an all-right bloke, isn't he? He's not a liar, and he knows more about me than anyone, and he likes me anyway, doesn't he? So don't call him weird, he spat. Sissa wasn't cowed in the slightest by his irritation. She smiled even more after he'd quit talking, and started picking apart a sandwich. Plenty of people like you, she said, grabbing a handful of grapes. Severus was perhaps the first, though. Exactly, Harry agreed. He was the first person that liked me for no reason. And even though there's things about me Snape doesn't like anymore, it doesn't mean he's not still my friend. I can't imagine there's anything Severus doesn't like about you, Sissa said with a small chuckle. Harry, you sound mad, you sound insane. He thinks I'm crazy, Harry said flatly. Called me insane, didn't he? Thinks I'm like your sister. Did he? Sissa hummed. And you're quite sure he meant it? That he purposefully insulted the child who changed his long-established patroness? He said it, didn't he? Told you, Snape's not a liar. If he said I'm insane, then he thinks it. Were you behaving madly? Sissa asked. Harry would have been annoyed at the question, but she didn't look like she was taking the mickey out of him. Dunno, he admitted cautiously. I don't think so, though. Sissa looked thoughtful as she pursed her lips and leveled her grey eyes with Harry's green. I don't think you're like Bella at all. You do remind me quite a bit of Sirius when he was young, though, she said softly, which is not meant to be an insult, despite what your reddening face tells me you consider it. Harry pushed his chair back angrily and was getting ready to go right back to his room. People thought he was mad too, she said. He'd get these grand ideas for pranks and plans for the future, and he'd be bouncing around the castle, terrorizing people with just his energy. Nobody seemed to understand that these weren't just crazy ideas. They were plans, and they were amazing, and Sirius was a genius for coming up with them. Yeah, Harry breathed, getting drawn in despite himself. He didn't want to have anything in common with a scumbag like Sirius Black, but Harry knew how that felt. Snape certainly hadn't understood his plans for catching Black, didn't even care to listen to them properly. Accused him of being on drugs, just because Harry finally felt completely alive. Oh yes, Sirius would just be so alive, sometimes, she said with a fond smile, almost as if she'd plucked the exact phrase out of Harry's head. Harry checked his barriers, and was relieved to know that it was impossible. And then he'd be exhausted, Sissa continued, positively drained of all his energy. A mutual friend of ours told me that he once was so tired and disenchanted with life that he had attempted to hang himself in his dorm room. Harry blanched and subtly tucked his hands under his knees. He'd done that before, maybe not specifically what Black did, but he cut his wrists wide open, hadn't he? Then magic healed him up, even though he didn't tell it to, and Snape found him 2 weeks later. He still had the scars, though. And he hadn't done it again, but he'd thought about it a lot lately. He laid in his bed and wondered how it would have felt if he hadn't accidentally healed himself. You'd be so free. Then of course your father saved his life, and Sirius moved in with him and your grandparents that next summer." "What?" Harry looked up at Narcissa sharply, pulled from his own swirling thoughts by that new bit of information. "My dad saved his life." "He did," she said pleasantly. "Why's he move in with him?" Sissa frowned at his question, her eyes looking sad and angry. "My Aunt Wahlberger, Sirius and his brother Regulus' mother, was an unpleasant sort of woman. I'm sure you know the type. Unfit to be a mother," she sniffed. "I believe James thought that saving Sirius from his mother would save him from himself." Harry ignored her insinuation. "Did it?" he asked. "Was Sirius fixed once he was somewhere nobody was hurting him?" "There was nothing wrong with Sirius to fix," Sissa said softly. "He was just another brilliant star that burned too brightly in our sky." Harry rolled his eyes at Sissa's sympathetic tone. If Sirius was a star that burnt brightly, then he tried his best to make sure Harry's star never got to shine at all. "So my dad did all that stuff to help him, and then Black turned around and told Voldemort where to find them, didn't he?" Harry asked, making sure he knew exactly what all he owed Black for. "After my dad let him move in and he owed him a life debt, he had him killed." "That is what they say," Sissa agreed. "Fucking bastard," Harry snarled. "I'm gonna kill him." "Will you?" Sissa hummed. "So you believe that Sirius led the Dark Lord to Godric's Hollow and stood by while he killed his best friend, the man who saved his life, took him into his family home, and named him godfather to his heir?" "Do you not?" Harry asked. "What, because he's your cousin?" Sissa smiled and slid the bowl of grapes towards Harry, who popped a few in his mouth. "Would you stand by and allow someone to kill Severus?" "Probably not," Harry said, "but Sirius was mad, wasn't he? He clearly didn't care that my dad saved his life or let him move in with him." "You know, darling, I hear a lot of people say that Sirius was mad. Yet when I think of him as he was when he was a teenager, back when we attended school together, I don't remember him being mad. I remember him being terribly haunted, a horrible bully, and one of the most tragically misunderstood people I had ever met at that point in my life." "Snape says I'm misunderstood," Harry said softly, rolling the tension out of his shoulders. "Says people are scared of what they don't understand, didn't he?" "Severus is an exceedingly bright man," Sissa said, smiling once again. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "So if he thinks Sirius is mad, and I'm mad, then he's probably right, isn't he?" "Oh, Severus isn't infallible," Sissa laughed. "He told me many times he would never have a child, yet here you sit." Harry was exhausted. Depressed, a voice that sounded like Snape whispered. "I'm tired," he hedged. "I might just go upstairs and lay down for a bit." "You would leave me to entertain myself until Severus arrives home." Sissa pouted, looking a lot like Draco. "Be a gentleman, Harry. Tell me about this party you're planning for Mr. Longbottom that has caused my son to be so terribly envious." Harry reluctantly laughed at that. Draco was such a jealous prat. "Well, it's for Neville's birthday, sort of. I wanted it to be just a party for Neville, but Susan threw a fit, didn't she? Said either it had to be for both of us or she'd plan her own party," he said fondly. "So it's a joint birthday party, just for our gang, even though Draco tried to invite the whole bloody castle." "Draco is a social butterfly," Sissa smiled. "He's been pouting quite spectacularly that you haven't been by to fly with him yet this summer." Harry fidgeted uncomfortably. "I was really busy, and then I've been sick," he offered as a weak excuse. "You're a terrible friend." "Well, a terrible cousin, apparently." "He'll be delighted to hear you feel better. I'm sure he'll have an entire day's worth of activities planned for you soon." Harry was saved trying to find an excuse to get out of what sounded like an exhausting day by Snape's arrival home. "Severus," Sissa cried happily as Snape stepped slowly into the kitchen, giving Harry an inscrutable look. "How did your appointment go?" "It went as well as expected," Snape said, opting to lean against the kitchen counter. "How has your afternoon been?" "Wonderful," Sissa said cheerfully. "Harry and I have been talking about our family." "Have you?" Snape asked evenly. "We have," she said, "and now I must get going. Who knows what mischief Draco has gotten into in my absence. He'll be pleased when I inform him of his cousin's impending visit," she said with a wink towards Harry, showing herself to the flue before Harry could tell her not to tell Draco that. Damn it. Now he either had to go see Draco or listen to him whinge the whole train ride back to Hogwarts. Snape snorted and moved to his now empty seat. "Narcissa is a force of nature," Snape muttered, snagging a biscuit off one of the trays. Harry scooted his chair back, planning on quietly heading back to his bed, now that Sissa wasn't here to trick him into staying. "How was your afternoon?" Snape asked. Fine, Harry said. "Was Narcissa a pleasant guest?" "Suppose so," Harry said. "Harry, I owe you an apology," Snape said abruptly, catching Harry's attention. "For what?" he asked. Snape looked right in Harry's eyes. He looked upset about something. Harry would swear there were new lines around Snape's eyes that hadn't been there before. "When you informed me that you were looking for Black, I was incredibly concerned. I am still worried that you will be hurt if you confront him, but it is a poor excuse for what I said to you, and for that I am sorry." "Did you mean it though?" Harry asked. "Apologies are just words. They don't mean anything, not really." "I did not mean it," Snape said. "I do not believe you are mad or insane." Harry sagged a little in his chair and gave Snape as much of a smile as he felt like he could give. God, he was exhausted. "Sissa said you aren't infallible," he said. "Narcissa was quite right," Snape agreed. "As you of all people are aware, I have made many mistakes in my life, and I will continue to make many more." Harry stood up and stretched. He hadn't realized how long he'd been sitting there with Sissa. "It's fine," he said. "Just don't do it again, yeah." He glanced towards the doorway and edged towards it. "I'm just gonna go work on homework for a bit." "I was hoping we could talk if you had time," Snape said, standing up now too. "We could move to the sitting room. You did spend quite a bit of money to make it comfortable." Harry sighed. It was beginning to seem like he was never going to get back upstairs at this rate. "Case," he agreed. Harry followed behind Snape to the sitting room, where he immediately curled up in his favorite chair. "What are we talking about?" he asked blankly. "I had an interesting appointment today," Snape said, apropos of nothing. "Brill," Harry said when Snape didn't explain further. "I went to see a muggle that I see on occasion," Snape said. "He's considered to be an expert in his field." "For cancer?" Harry asked. Snape had told him about using the basilisk venom to create a cure for the muggle disease. Harry personally thought the venom should be made into a weapon, but it was Snape's call. "Psychology, actually," Snape said. "Is that some other muggle disease?" "Of a sort," Snape said slowly. "It is an illness of the mind. The man is a mind healer." "Oh, okay." Harry glanced longingly towards the stairs. "Is that all?" "I thought you would like to meet him," Snape said. "An illness of the mind, a mind healer. You sound insane." "No," Harry said flatly, "I'm not crazy." "I know that," Snape said quietly, watching Harry closely. "Mind healers are not solely for crazy people. They can assist you in sorting your thoughts and processing events in your life. I believe the Wixen world is ignorant for not utilizing their services more." "Brill, then you go see him," Harry said. "I won't." "Would you be willing to see him at least once for a trade?" Snape said shrewdly. "What is with everyone and their trades today?" Harry shook his head. "Doubt it," he said, getting to his feet. "There's a new broom that recently was released to the market, a firebolt," Snape said. "I would purchase it for you if you would go to one appointment." For a split second Harry considered it. Draco had written him weeks ago about the new broom, and Ron described all of its features in one of the letters he sent before he had left for Egypt. Harry saw it when he went to Diagon Alley with Susan the beginning of the summer, before Sirius Black escaped, and it looked amazing. But he wasn't fucking crazy. And he wouldn't say that he was just for a new broom, he'd just buy it himself. "No, I'm not crazy, Snape." "I know that," Snape said softly. Too softly, like he's talking to a crazy person. He didn't mean that apology, it was just words. "Harry, you sound insane." "Then why are you doing this?" he asked quietly. Snape sighed and cradled his head in his hands for a moment. "Harry, you are not crazy, you are sick. It's called," Harry watched as Snape swallowed thickly before continuing, "it's called manic depressive illness and you need help." "What's that?" Harry asked, reluctantly sinking back down into his chair and scowling at Snape's comment. "He does not need help. He doesn't need anything. He's fine. He's just fucking so tired, and nobody will leave him alone. It's why you were feeling so energetic and behaving so erratically, and why you are currently so tired and despondent," Snape said. "It's a legitimate disease, Harry, and talking to the mind healer will help to treat it." "I don't need to go talk to some healer, I'm fine," Harry said. I don't have that disease, I swear. I'm just, Harry faltered, trying to find an excuse Snape would accept that wasn't some mad disease. I'm bored, and I'm tired. Depressed, Snape murmured. You are depressed, and at some point you will be manic again, then depressed again, and it will continue to cycle, Harry. This is not a weakness. I know it's not because I don't have it, Harry insisted, getting to his feet again. I'm going to my room, he said shortly. Snape sighed and rubbed his eyes. Go, he said, but please don't lay in bed the rest of the day, Harry. It isn't healthy. Harry said, heading quickly for the stairs. He threw his door open and immediately flopped down on his bed. Snape thought he had some mad illness anyway. What did it matter? Harry got up the next morning and actually felt a little calmer and more clear-headed than he had the last week. He knew he didn't have maniac depression, or whatever Snape called it. He had just been sick, probably a cold or something. He went downstairs and smirked at Snape's surprise at seeing him at breakfast. Morning, Harry said. Good morning, Snape said. Would you like a cappuccino? Sure, Harry shrugged. Any plans for the day? Snape asked, handing Harry a mug. I'm gonna go see Draco, maybe grab Luna and go shopping if that's not too crazy, he scoffed. It sounds reasonable to me, Snape said calmly, ignoring Harry's jibe. Will you be purchasing your textbooks? Clothes and a gift for Neville, Harry said. Don't know what books I'll need yet, do I? Snape gave him an odd look. Your list came last week, he said slowly. Did it? Harry was surprised. Sevi didn't bring it to me. He did, Snape disagreed. You have a stack of mail in your room. Oh, Harry figured it probably came while he was asleep or something. Well, bring me my Hogwarts letter, he commanded his magic. A Keo would have worked just as well, Snape said with a light snort. More work, Harry murmured, reading over his list. Just need a few books. And oh. Fuck. He had a permission slip to visit Hogsmeade with the other third years, and it had to be signed by a guardian. And Harry just came downstairs and started being a prat to his guardian, didn't he? Oh, Snape said, is there something else? Harry glanced at him and bit his lip nervously. No, sir, he mumbled. So there is not a permission slip in your envelope that I need to sign, Snape said dryly. Harry shrugged, feeling hot around the collar. I don't need it signed, it's fine. Do you want it signed? Harry shrugged again, unwilling to admit that he did. If he said he wanted it and Snape said no, then it'd be a lot worse than if Harry didn't say he wanted it. Give it here, brat, Snape said. Harry glanced up at him. Snape didn't look mad, he looked amused. What do you want? He asked warily. He wouldn't trade Hogsmeade for that mind healer. I would like us to put the past few weeks behind us and not fight between now and when I leave for Hogwarts. Acceptable. Harry thought it over. He really didn't want to fight with Snape the rest of the summer. Even if Snape had been a bastard and called him insane, he'd apologized, kind of, and maybe he believed Harry had some weird mind sickness. He was wrong, but he can't help it if that's what he thinks. No more talking about mind healers, Harry asked. I will refrain from attempting to convince you of the immense benefits of seeking professional mental health support this summer in exchange for you not actively looking for Sirius Black, Snape said. Deal, Harry said, sliding his permission slip across the table to him. Black would find him anyway. People who wanted to hurt him seem to have a sense for where he is. Cheers. Cheers, Snape drawled, returning the sheet with a small smirk. Mavis, you have to put the appetizer forks with the appetizers, Draco snapped at Mavis on the day of Neville's party. It doesn't make any sense for them to be by the cups. Master's blonde friend is bossy, Mavis muttered, drawing a laugh out from Harry. Draco, leave Mavis alone, he said with a grin. You already know it looks great. During their shopping trip, a couple of weeks ago, Draco had insisted on coming over early to help Harry set up for the party. I'm a Malfoy, I've been watching my mother plan parties since I could walk, he'd insisted. Harry had never thrown a party before, so he figured Draco would know more than he would. And he had to admit, even if Draco was bossy, the yard looked brilliant. They decorated everything gold and silver, red and green will clash, and Draco had different tables set up with all sorts of food and drinks and the cakes. Harry personally thought that Neville would have liked a cake made by him, but he'd never figured the recipe out right. Mavis was a much better baker. There was a big red cake with a silver lion on it for Neville, and a green one with a golden snitch on it for Harry. "Harry, can I put these flowers here?" Luna asked, having also came early to help decorate. "You can put flowers wherever you want, Lou," he assured her. "Neville loves flowers, doesn't he?" "He does," she hummed happily. Harry was going to go help her find more flowers when Blaise and his mother apparated directly into the yard. Snape had temporarily keyed the invited guests into their wards. Black could take Polyjuice and imitate any one of the guests to flew in, he'd said. Harry privately thought that his birthday would be brilliant if Black did show up. Neville might not be happy, though. "Happy birthday, my Meraviglia." Harry smiled at the Contessa and bowed his head just the tiniest amount towards her. He respected her, and Snape said bowing your head shows respect, but Harry would never really bow to anyone. "Thank you," he told her politely. "Snape and the Malfoys are inside." "Ah, but I came to see you, dearest," she said, her golden eyes twinkling like crazy. "Walk with me, amore." The Contessa offered Harry her arm, the same way he saw Cissa do to Draco's dad sometimes, so he linked his arm with hers with only a small hesitation. He'd spent a lot of time with her last winter when he'd been expelled from Hogwarts and stayed at Snape, but it still felt weird to walk like this. Maybe not bad weird, but definitely some kind of weird. "I have missed you, dearest," the Contessa said after they'd gotten away from everyone else. "Wait," Harry leaned towards her and breathed directly in her ear, "at least one aura somewhere in the yard." The Contessa laughed loudly, as if Harry had said something funny. "Of course, dearest, allow me." She flicked her wand and Harry could feel her powerful magic surround them. "Now, why have I not seen you before now?" she asked, shaking her head slightly at him. "We are allies familiar, my dearest. Alliances mean more to those of us who truly understand them. I would have thought you would seek refuge from Sirius Black with me this summer." "I didn't want to hide," Harry admitted. "I want to find him. It's his fault my parents were killed, wasn't it? I'm going to kill him." If there was anyone Harry could admit his plans to, it was the Contessa. She didn't try and protect him like Snape did. She just listened to him and shared her advice, which was usually things like "this spell is untraceable," or "this curse will collapse a lung in less than a second." She's a genius. He figured she had plenty of practice with her last 7 husbands to get it right. "I believe you, dearest, but you must lure him to you, otherwise he has the advantage, no." "How do I lure him to me?" The Contessa patted his hand. "You stick to your routine. You go to places he will expect you, and then you watch and you wait, and then you strike." Harry nodded very seriously before he gave her a small grin. "I thought you wanted me to come to Italy. That wouldn't be my routine." "Then we should make it your routine," the Contessa laughed. "Every summer, yes." "Maybe," Harry said evasively. "It wasn't so bad here with Snape." The Contessa pulled him to a stop beside the broom shed and studied him carefully, her chin tilted thoughtfully. "Was not so bad or was good," she said. "If Severus Snape has hurt my Meraviglia, I will kill him," she said lightly. That was another thing Harry liked about her. She was always ready to go to war for him. Even if sometimes she missed the mark. "Snape didn't hurt me," Harry assured her quickly. I dunno, he just thinks I'm mad, doesn't he?" "Elocution, my dearest," the Contessa hummed. "Severus believes you are mad because the world has never had one such as you before, have they? You are my Meraviglia, you are an Ico, one of a kind, yes. It is better to be considered mad than to be one of the many, my dearest." Harry hadn't really thought of it like that. He knew when he was 6 that it was better to be special than to be a part of his family. He knew when he was 11 that it was better to be feared than to be seen as weak. It made sense that it was better to be considered mad than to be like everyone else. "Thank you," he said softly. "You're right." The Contessa laughed again and steered him back towards the party, where Harry could see that the rest of the gang had shown up. "Now, my amore, what must I do to convince you to give up on Black's death for a year and come see the world with me?" Harry laughed as the offers got more and more outrageous until they got back to the yard, and she went inside with a last soft smile towards him. The Contessa really was amazing. Harry was glad he'd put Blaise and his gang back in first year. Harry greeted all his friends who came. He laughed when him and Neville told each other happy birthday at the same time. "Gran wanted to come, but she's sick," Neville explained. "Susan's aunt offered to stay with her so she wasn't all alone." "That's okay," Harry said hastily. "Maybe we'll meet some other time." He'd heard quite a bit about Neville's stern grandmother, who never thought Neville was a good enough grandson. He didn't think he'd like her much. All of Harry's friends, including Hermione and Theo, who flew in together, holding hands, came except for Ron, who was still in Egypt. "Weasley's going to be so jealous he missed this," Draco boasted. "I doubt that. He said that Egypt is amazing and he's having the time of his life," Blaise said. "Egypt has so much magic in the tombs," Hermione said excitedly. "I bet he's learning loads." "I bet he's learning nothing at all," Susan giggled quietly to Neville. Harry agreed with Susan. Ron was probably just having fun being on what he said is his first real vacation. Harry definitely hadn't learned anything at all last summer on his first vacation. "Thank you, this is awesome, Harry," Neville said for about the 50th time that day, this time holding up the collection of antique Muggle gardening books Harry found in Diagon Alley with Luna last week. "Cheers, Nev," Harry grinned, holding up a custom Slytherin Quidditch jersey that Neville had gotten him. He looked around at everyone who came and made sure to thank each of them for their gifts. He had gotten more clothes, books, and photos than he'd ever owned before in his life. It was brilliant but mad. "You still have mine, brat," Snape said. Snape had been pretty quiet most of the party. He talked to Draco's mum a lot and kept a close eye on Harry, but Harry thought it was probably because all of the students put Snape on edge. For a teacher, he didn't really like kids much. "Oh, sorry," Harry muttered, reaching for the plainly wrapped package. "Probably not an owl then," he laughed. "I will never again give you a gift that requires a name," Snape said dryly. "I think Sevi is a great name," Susan laughed. "It's very distinguished." "Remind me to dock 10 points from Hufflepuff when we get back to Hogwarts, Draco," Snape said. "You can't dock points during summer holidays," Hermione murmured. "Rule 109 subsection C." Harry snorted as he opened Snape's present. "Whoa," Susan sighed, "it's beautiful." Harry glanced around helplessly. "What is it?" It looked like a giant stone bowl with some sort of stationary liquid in it, though it was decorated with green jewels, which did make it look pretty posh. "It's a pensive," Snape explained. "I thought perhaps you'd like one for yourself." Harry looked up at Snape and positively beamed. "Thank you," he said earnestly. "Hold on. Bring me the prophecy. Get the prophecy out of my trunk and bring it to me." Snape inhaled sharply as the orb came soaring out Harry's open window, startling Sevi, who hooted loudly at him. "Harry, wait," Snape said. Harry ignored him in his renewed excitement to hear the prophecy that sent Voldemort after him. He glanced around the yard quickly. Snape, Cissa, Malfoy, the Contessa, Susan, Nev, Luna, Hermione, Draco, Theo, and Blaise, and shrugged. He trusted everyone here. And the ones he maybe didn't fully trust, not like how he trusted Snape and Susan, he could easily beat in a fight. He winked at Susan and dropped the orb in the bowl before Snape could stop him. The yard went quiet as a ghostly figure rose from the bowl. It spoke in a dreamlike hoarse whisper. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Everyone was deathly silent as the voice faded. "He told me he had no equal," Harry snorted. "What a prat." "Merlin," he heard Mr. Malfoy breath. "Good thing you picked the winning side early, eh?" He grinned towards him. "Doesn't say the Dark Lord has the power to vanquish me, now does it?" Harry, that means you're going to have to kill VV Voldemort," Neville stammered. Harry shrugged. "I was always going to anyway, was I?" He looked around and saw that everyone looked rather pale, except for Blaise's mum, who was beaming at him, but they were all staring at him. "What?" Snape snapped out of it the quickest. He shook his head and gave Harry an irritated look. "You chaotic little demon, this cannot get out," he hissed. "People do not need to know you are some sort of prophesied vanquisher of the Dark Lord." Harry shrugged. "Unbreakable vows not to tell anyone else about it now, or I'll have Snape obliviate you," he called to everyone standing around. "Harry, I will not obliviate a group of children," Snape sighed before glancing towards the Malfoys and the Contessa, "nor will I attempt to obliviate your family." "All right, I'll do it, but fair warning, I dunno how. So fingers crossed I don't wipe your whole mind, yeah," Harry grinned at everyone. Everyone pretty quickly agreed after that. "Brill, who wants cake?" The rest of the party went brilliantly, which Harry assured Draco of multiple times. They'd had cake, talked and gossiped, and Sissa talked about some stories she knew about Neville's mum Alice. Harry thought it was a mad thing to bring up on Neville's birthday, but Neville looked happy about it, so Harry didn't protest. After cake, the kids broke off to hang out in Harry's room while the adults had tea. "They're likely gossiping about the prophecy," Blaise drawled as he laid back on Harry's bed. "Well, it is very serious," Hermione said, sitting next to Theo on the floor. Harry saw they were still holding hands and figured Susan must be right when she told him that they were together now. "But it doesn't really change anything, does it?" Draco said. "Harry's powerful and he's going to kill the Dark Lord." He yawned dramatically. "It's old news." "I suppose that's true," Hermione said slowly, glancing at Theo, who just shrugged. "We all knew Harry was mad, this just confirmed it." He smirked at Harry. "Harry's not mad, he's a genius," Luna said softly. Harry, who had been scowling fiercely at Theo, now blushed hotly at Luna's praise. "Thanks, Lou," he said, sitting cross-legged on the floor beside her. "Theo's just jealous he doesn't have a prophecy, ain't he?" "Probably," she smiled. "Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives," Susan quoted. "Makes it sound like you can only die if the Dark Lord himself does it." "Don't encourage him," Draco groaned. "Do we really need another Harry versus a basilisk situation on our hands this year?" "Instead we'll have Harry versus his godfather," Theo laughed. "Don't say that either," Neville scolded him. "Black is dangerous, I hope they catch him soon." "I hope they don't," Harry whispered to Susan, who laughed quietly. "The Nargles don't see Sirius Black imprisoned again," Luna whispered to him. "Brill," Harry winked at her. "Thanks, Lou." "So Sirius Black, then the Dark Lord?" Susan asked cheerfully. "Anyone else we should add to the list of to be vanquished?" "Dumbledore," Harry said, "but other than that let's just leave our options open, yeah." Hermione, Theo and Neville all laughed at that. Harry figured Blaise, Draco, Susan, and Luna must have realized he wasn't joking. The others would realize it, eventually. "Are we plotting murder or having a party?" Draco cried. "Scoot back, I brought cards." Harry himself laughed at that. Draco had spent quite a bit of time planning out entertainment. It would be rude to ignore it all just to plot and scheme. Even if that's an ideal type of birthday, in Harry's opinion. That night, after his friends had left and Harry laid down in bed, he thought about the day he got to have with them all. He decided he should just forgive Snape for thinking he was insane earlier in the summer. He hadn't brought it up again, but he hadn't forgiven him yet either. But Harry had been thinking that being dead would be better than his life, and compared to how brilliant today had been, it had been a rather crazy thing to think. He thought of what the Contessa had said too, and smiled to himself as he drifted off. It was worth being considered crazy if it meant that he was different, stronger than anyone else. "Harry, I need to talk to you." Harry edged backwards slightly in his chair. The last time Snape said that he wanted Harry to see a mind healer, and the time before that he tried kicking Harry out. Well, tried sending him to Italy, which was the same thing really. "Okay," Harry said, checking to see if the back door was still locked. "It is," and trying to quietly unlock it in case he needed to get out quickly. "I would appreciate it if you did not unlock the door, as there is an escaped inmate after you," Snape said dryly, without even looking behind him to the door. "Sorry," Harry said quietly, looking down at the table to hide his blush at having been caught. "You can go stand by the kitchen doorway if you'd like, though I promise you that this conversation should go mildly better than our last few ones have." Harry grit his teeth and lifted his head to meet Snape's calm gaze. "I don't need to go stand by the doorway, sir. What do you want to talk about?" He knew he sounded rude, ungrateful, but he wasn't going to look even more crazy than Snape already thought he was by standing in a doorway just for a conversation. Things had been good between them since they made their deal. Harry hadn't felt sick at all since the day Sissa came in the middle of July, and now there was only a week left until school started. Maybe since summer's almost over, Snape's going to start up again, he thought. It doesn't matter what he says. If he tries to make you leave, just say no. If he says you have to see a mind healer, just say no, Harry reminded himself. He can't make you, and if he tries, then you leave. "I need to inform you of the new professor that Dumbledore found fit to teach defense this year." Oh, Harry wasn't expecting that to be the topic. He studied Snape carefully and saw that he looked irritated, Clearly whoever Dumbledore hired was someone Snape didn't like. "Who is it?" Harry asked, curious what professor would make Snape so angry. "Remus Lupin." Harry blinked up at Snape, stunned. Dumbledore hired an actual werewolf to teach defense against the dark arts. Snape looked even more sour than he previously had. "Yes. That's brill," said Harry. "Wow, I didn't think Dumbledore would ever hire anyone interesting." Snape sighed, an all-too-common noise in Harry's opinion. "A werewolf is more interesting than the previous two professors who both made attempts on your life." As soon as he said that, Harry remembered why Snape would be looking so angry about the new professor. "Wait, Dumbledore hired the guy who treated you like dirt and tried to kill you." "Why would he do that?" Snape rolled his shoulders and grimaced. "Dumbledore believes that he is the most qualified candidate, and," Snape faltered for barely half a second before continuing, "and I believe it has something to do with Black's escape. Dumbledore thought it was a good idea to hire Black's best friend while he's on the run. Is he an idiot?" "I see that we are of the same mind," Snape said with an approving look. "Dumbledore believes Lupin will assist in stopping Black should he be so foolish to try and break into Hogwarts. But Lupin was quite enamored with Black during their later school years. I doubt that he will actively impede any plans of Black's to evade capture." "Enamored?" Harry asked. I don't know what that means," he admitted quietly. "Stupid. If I said that Theodore is enamored with Miss Granger, could you guess the definition by the context clues?" "Susan says Theo's in love with Hermione." "Oh," he sighed, getting it now. "Lupin was in love with Black." Harry shuddered. "That's disgusting." Snape gave him an inscrutable look. "Because they are both men." "What? No, why would I care about that? Wixen care about the weirdest things, don't they? Blokes sleep with blokes all the time. I meant because Black's a scumbag. Embarrassing to be in love with him now, innit?" Snape huffed out a laugh and leaned back in his chair. "It would have been embarrassing to be in love with him back then as well," he agreed. "Though I'm curious what you know of blokes sleeping with blokes all the time. Have I been inadequate in preventing my snakes from participating in sexual activities in the dorms?" Harry shrugged. "I'm no snitch." "You are likely not a quaffle either," Snape said slowly, giving Harry an incredulous look. Harry laughed as he realized that Snape had no idea what he meant. It was nice knowing something someone else didn't for once. "No," he said, grinning now as Snape still looked confused. "A snitch is like a tattletale, yeah. Someone who turns people into the cops when they've done something wrong." "Ah," Snape said, "I believe your mother once called me that actually. I had forgotten." "So you forgot," Harry drawled. "Why, she call you a snitch? What do you do?" "Tell me if my students are participating in sexual liaisons, and I will tell you." Damn. Harry really wanted to know why his mum had called Snape a snitch, but he didn't want to get anyone in trouble either. "If I tell you if there are any Slytherins sleeping together, you swear you'll tell me what happened to make my mum call you a snitch?" Harry checked. "I swear," Snape said solemnly with a small smile. "Okay, yes, there are Slytherins sleeping together. Your turn." Snape blinked slowly at Harry, who was beginning to worry that he was going to be mad once he realized he'd tricked him, but then Snape started laughing. Like really laughing. "You are a cunning brat," Snape wheezed, clutching the table. Harry smirked at him. Snape didn't have room to talk. He was just as careful with his wording sometimes too. "Your mother once stole your grandmother's car for a joyride around the neighborhood, despite only being 14 and thus having no license. When your grandmother asked me about it, I couldn't lie to her. Your mother was grounded for weeks." "You wouldn't lie to cover for your best friend?" Harry asked incredulously. Snape had lied for him loads of times. "Harry, you have to understand your grandmother was the sweetest woman I have ever met, and she was positively terrifying." Snape shuddered theatrically. "I could never have looked her in the face and lied to her." "Snitch," Harry said with a grin. "Quaffle," Snape said back solemnly. "Is that all you wanted to talk about? That there's gonna be a werewolf teaching? Oh fuck," Harry gaped at Snape. "It's brill that Lupin got a job and all, but did it have to be in a school with my friends? What's he going to do during the full moon?" Snape grimaced. "I see we are once again of a similar mind," he said with a nod. "I will be brewing the Wolfsbane potion every month for Lupin." "You do that for him?" Harry asked curiously, "even though he was such an ass to you, and he almost killed you?" "If Dumbledore insists on hiring a literal monster to teach within the castle, Then I will do what I can to prevent Lupin from infecting or killing any students, Snape said. Harry looked at Snape and felt his respect for him grow even more. Lupin was part of a gang that made Snape miserable for 7 years, embarrassed him, played pranks on him, hurt him, and even tried to kill him once. But Snape would ignore all that to make sure Lupin couldn't hurt anyone while he was at Hogwarts. You're a good person, Harry said seriously. I wouldn't do it if I were in your position. I'd just kill him. Still will if you want me to. Snape looked incredibly amused at that. Ironically, Lupin will be quite pleased to meet you. Harry scrunched his nose up with distaste. Why? Because he was mates with my dad. Lupin only had 3 friends when he was a student, your father, Black, and Pettigrew. 2 of his friends are dead now, both through the actions of the third. Lupin will undoubtedly see you as an opportunity to reconnect with some small part of James Potter. He was always a sentimental fool. Snape rolled his eyes at that. I would appreciate you being slightly more cautious than you naturally are if you find yourself alone with him. I do not trust him. Though you should, of course, build your own conclusions. Okay, Harry agreed easily. If Snape didn't trust him, then Harry wouldn't either. Snape had good instincts, and all Lupin had was stories about someone dead who Harry could never meet for himself. It wasn't a hard choice. Except I do kind of want to talk to him about werewolves, he said hesitantly. Might not get another chance to talk to an actual werewolf about their rights, will I? But I'll tell my friends to stay away from him. No, Snape said quickly. Harry, you can talk with Lupin about wolves as much as you want, but you cannot tell your friends about Lupin's disease. Swear to me you won't. Dumbledore will be furious if he discovered that half the third years know about it. He has always held a soft spot for Remus. I'm not swearing that, Harry said flatly. You just said you don't trust him. What if he forgets to take his potion and Ron knocks on his office door the wrong time of the month, huh? Or if he is mates with Black and brings him in the castle? They should know not to take any chances around him. Snape closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead for a long moment before he looked back at Harry. If your friends tell anyone else, then it could be the end of Lupin's career, and possibly mine, if Dumbledore discovers I am the source of the leak. They won't tell anyone, Harry said confidently. I'll make them swear not to, but I am telling them. Snape groaned. Lupin will be furious to discover I've told you what he considers to be a shameful secret. More reason for me to know then, yeah, Harry grinned. Snape made a show of protesting, but Harry thought he looked like he probably didn't really care all that much. Mavis, you cannot ride the train with me, Harry rolled his eyes. Mavis was standing in the kitchen doorway, blinking at Harry with his big yellow eyes, trying to pathetically convince Harry to let him ride the train with him back to Hogwarts this morning. Mavis will be bringing Master Potter treats if he is letting Mavis come, Mavis whined. Mavis will be quiet, and Master will not even know he is there. Mavis, leave him alone. Harry is not riding the train, Snape said, joining them in the kitchen. Yes, I am, Harry said shortly. Harry, I feel like I should once again remind you, there is a convicted murderer looking for you. He will kill you if he finds you. You would be safer simply flying alongside me to Hogwarts this evening. No thanks, Harry said. Told my friends I'd meet them on the train, didn't I? I doubt Sirius Black is going to be on the train, will he? Lupin will be riding the train, Snape scowled, so I would not put it past them. Harry shrugged. More reason to ride. I need to protect my friends, don't I? No, Snape said shortly. It is not your job to protect anyone aside from yourself. You're wrong, Harry snorted. They're mine, sir, and I won't just leave them alone. Not even for the opportunity to have uninhibited access to Hogwarts while the students are on the train, Snape offered hopefully. Harry shook his head and glanced at the time. Nope, and I gotta go if we want to find a compartment. He gave Snape one last cheek grin before he stepped in the flue for platform 934. See you at Hogwarts, he called. Chapter 5, Hogwarts, home of budding assassins, apparently. Remus Lupin was excited, he was worried, and he was exhausted. He had spent last night howling at the moon and clawing at his own skin. Hopefully, if Albus' words were to be believed, it would be the last month he had to do so. Albus said that he spoke with Severus, who surprisingly agreed to brew the Wolfsbane potion for him every month from now on. This was an undeniable boon of coming to teach at Hogwarts, as the newly approved Wolfsbane potion was much too expensive for him to ever afford. He boarded the Hogwarts Express, a couple of hours before even the earliest students would, and smiled sadly as his own childhood memories came rushing back at him. Since his first year he had never rode the train without James, Peter, and... Well, this ride would be markedly different anyway. He chose to ride in a compartment in the back, believing he would be able to sleep more in a student section than with the chatty conductor. He put his briefcase on the storage area above his bench and made himself as comfortable as he could. In just 5 hours he would be returning to Hogwarts. Not as a student with his friends, but as a professor, alone. He would need some rest. "Who do you suppose that is?" a voice whispered, jerking Remus from his sleep. "Professor R.J. Lupin," a female voice said. "Keep your voice down, Ronald, he's sleeping." Remus would have smiled in amusement if he were not pretending to stay asleep. The wolf inside him could hear perfectly. He was surprised it took the boy's whisper to wake him, instead of the opening of the compartment door. "How do you know everything?" the first voice asked, exasperation clear in his tone. "She read his briefcase, obviously," a posh-sounding male said. "Will you sit by me, Hermione?" "Yeah, of course," the girl who identified Remus, Hermione apparently, said softly. "You think he's the new defense professor?" another posh male voice asked quietly. "He is," yet another male voice said, this one much rougher than the others. "But wait until Luna gets here. I've got to tell you guys something." "He's got as many scars as you do, mate," the first voice said with a laugh. Remus was curious what child was covered in as many scars as an adult werewolf. Could Dumbledore have brought in a child with lycanthropy again? He inhaled carefully and was both disappointed and relieved not to smell another wolf in the compartment. He listened as it sounded like at least 7, possibly 8, students made their way in the compartment. "He's in your spot," a new female voice said. "Want me to wake him up and see if he'll move?" "Not a chance," the boy who said he was waiting for someone named Luna snorted. "I'll just sit over here." "It's going to be crowded with him in here," the voice someone had called Ronald grumbled. "Tough," a boy's voice drawled. "Budge up, Weasley, let me sit by you." The students in the compartment whispered and argued and shuffled around until Remus could sense that they had all settled. "I'm gonna go find Luna. She might not know we want her to sit with us," the boy who had mentioned Luna before said. "I'll go." The boy that Remus is now sure is Molly Weasley's youngest son, Ronald Weasley, offered immediately. "You stay here, Harry." Remus felt as if his whole body had suddenly perked up. Harry, surely not Harry Potter, James' son. He had hoped to speak with him when he arrived at Hogwarts. He didn't think he would get so lucky as to ride in the compartment with the son of his best friend. "He thinks Sirius Black is going to jump out of a compartment and kill me," Harry laughed, his words having the same effect as a bucket of ice water being dumped on Remus. "Him and Snape both, apparently. Almost didn't let me ride the train. I had to remind him that I can take care of myself, yeah." The other students chuckled lightly in agreement, and Remus was glad he had subtly turned his face against the wall to hide it. He couldn't help the grin that came through. Harry sounded so arrogant, so self-assured, and so like James. Even if James would never have lived with Severus, not even if his life had depended on it. Which, if the Daily Prophet was to be believed, Harry's possibly had. The compartment door slid open again, and Remus could smell that 2 students came in. One was the returning Ronald Weasley, and the other was someone with a light step, probably the Luna that Harry was worried about. "Hello," the new student said in a soft and dreamy tone. "Thank you for sending Ronald to find me. I was hoping we would all sit together again, but I didn't want to be rude." "Luna, you wouldn't be rude," the female who said Remus was in Harry's seat said gently, confirming the identity of the new arrival. "We want you to sit with us, you're our friend." "Missed you, Lou," Harry said. Remus could practically hear the grin that must be accompanying that statement. "Come on, you can sit by Susan, it's a bit crowded though." "That's okay," the girl who must be Luna, or Lou apparently, said softly. "I'll just spread out down here." Remus felt it as Luna came close to him, probably sitting on the floor beneath the windows between him and Harry, who he assumed took the opposite corner seat from him. "You guys want to hear something, Brill?" Harry whispered after Luna had quit shifting around. Remus wondered about Harry's accent. It was the most easily identifiable out of the mix of the students. It had a twang to it that wasn't unlike the ones he frequently heard in the rougher parts of London, but it also had a drawling tone that Remus thought must mean Harry has spent quite a bit of time around Severus. "What is it?" the female who someone had called Hermione said. "You guys have to swear not to tell anyone," Harry said, harsher than Remus imagined a boy his age could sound. "I mean it. Snape said not to tell you guys, but I didn't want anyone to take any chances, and I told him that. So swear it or get out." "Bossy thing, isn't he?" Remus thought with a fond grin as he thought of Lily herself. He listened to what he was now fairly confident were 8 students, swearing to keep whatever secret Harry had to themselves. "Okay, but if I find out you told anyone at all, I'll kill you," Harry said. "And that sounds quite a bit like." Remus cut that thought off immediately. Sirius had gone on to actually kill multiple people, while Harry was probably just a sweet kid trying to sound tough. Lupin is the new defense teacher, and he's a werewolf. But if Lupin or Dumbledore find out you know, and they ask, how just say you figured it out yourself cause he's always sick during the full moon or something. How wise who? Merlin, damn you, Severus. Remus couldn't believe that Severus would tell Harry that. Well, yes he could. Severus was a petty, grudge-holding, immature. "That's so dangerous," Hermione cried quietly. Remus could feel the person seated next to him inching away quickly. "He could kill us, or infect us, or anything." "Don't be stupid," the girl seated by Harry, probably Susan as that was the only female name left that Remus had yet to identify, said calmly. "He's not dangerous." "Well, he did nearly kill Snape when they were students," Harry said, "but Snape's making him take wolfsbane while he's here, so he'll be safe enough during the full moon. Snape says he's a git even without being a werewolf though, so I dunno." Was there anything that Severus didn't tell him? Remus fumed. He mentally scoffed at Harry, saying Severus was making him take the wolfsbane potion, as if Remus wouldn't give up any one of his limbs for the opportunity to have constant access to the potion. Snape says he's a git. Because Severus had been such a pleasant ray of sunshine as a student, he clearly hadn't changed a bit. Why would Severus tell Harry these things? No student needed to know that their teacher was a monster, and now there were at least 9 of them fully aware. "You said this news would be Brill," one of the posh-sounding boys situated near Hermione's voice said tightly. "What part of our defense professor being a werewolf is Brill?" "The part where Harry is a complete lunatic," a boy near the door mumbled. "Don't call him that," Luna said. Remus almost didn't recognize her voice. She sounded much colder than her previously soft and airy tone had been. "Sorry," the boy mumbled. "It's Brill, Theo, because it means that maybe he'll talk to me about how to get werewolves more rights," Harry said in a tone that made Remus imagine he was rolling his eyes. "And it's fine, Neville, don't let Luna scare you," he added happily. Neville Longbottom. Now that Harry had pointed it out, the boy that called him a lunatic did sound a bit like Frank had. "But Harry, werewolves are dangerous," the boy who told Ronald to budge up said, sounding panicky. "I'm sure my father has no idea that Dumbledore has hired a werewolf." "I'll tell him myself and he won't do a fucking thing about it," Harry said confidently. "Lupin'll be on the wolfsbane potion, and this is a prime chance to find out more about how to improve the lives of werewolves." Remus let himself smile at that. Harry had clearly inherited his mother's kind heart, even if he had an obvious penchant for vulgar language. Probably got it from Severus, he thought uncharitably. Thankfully Severus' views on werewolves hadn't rubbed off on Harry. Though Remus felt uncomfortable as he realized that Severus probably wouldn't be so anti-werewolf if Sirius hadn't used Remus, wolf, to nearly kill him. He was sure it must have been quite traumatic for a 16-year-old to come that close to death for the sake of a prank. "I thought you were all about dangerous creatures, Draco," Ronald Weasley said with a laugh. "Weren't you talking about sweet dragons last year?" "He's not a creature, Ronald," Susan sniffed. "For God's sake, you can see he's a human being right there." Someone giggled lightly. Remus was fairly sure it was the girl by the window, Luna. The boy who mentioned his father, Draco, probably Lucius Malfoy's son Draco, sounded incredibly nervous. Remus could imagine the looks he was currently being given. "Harry just said he tried to kill Uncle Save," Draco said. "He's not a puppy." "Wish I had a dog," Harry grumbled abruptly. "Met one this summer, didn't I? But Snape said one annoying owl, irritating elf, and moody teenager is enough for our house," he drawled, sounding remarkably similar to Severus himself. Remus felt clammy at the mention of Harry meeting a dog over the summer. Surely it was an ill-timed coincidence. If Harry had the misfortune to find a certain large black dog this summer, he wouldn't have been able to return home safely to Severus. Which was an altogether odd thought to have. "Snape wouldn't let you get a dog. I thought it was your house," Susan said. "Harry's house?" Remus was sure Albus told him that Harry lived at Spinner's End with Severus. "He said if I could find a way around the Hogwarts rulebook to adopt the dog, then I could, but I can't get a dog that I'd have to leave behind." Remus could hear the pout in Harry's voice. He thought that if he was Harry's guardian he'd probably cave, and let Harry get as many pets as he wanted. It was just as well that he was. The rulebook doesn't say Ron can have a rat, but he's got Scabbers, doesn't he? Draco said. Remus cringed at the new ache in his chest at the reminder of yet another dead friend. Perhaps coming back to Hogwarts would bring more pain than it would hope to his life. Piss off, Ronald said. Scabbers is sick and doesn't need any of your trash talk. Hermione tried to adopt a mad cat this summer, Theo said, interrupting Draco insulting Ronald's pet rat again. That cat was not mad, Hermione sniffed, and if you weren't allergic then I would have brought that poor baby home. What does Theo's allergies have to do with Hermione getting a cat? Harry whispered softly to someone. Because Theo and Hermione have been meeting up in secret all summer, haven't they? Susan whispered back. I told you Theo's in lovey. Harry's huffed, sounding much like the 13-year-old boy he is, and Susan giggled lightly. If he takes his wolfsbane on time, then I think he'll be safe enough, right? Neville said, unfortunately bringing the conversation back to Remus. Right, Hermione said, sounding much more confident now. Professor Snape wouldn't let Harry come to Hogwarts if he thought he'd be attacked by a rabid werewolf. He almost didn't anyway, Harry said irritably. Tried to send me to Italy with Blaze's mum, didn't he? Mother was over the moon hopping, you'd accept. A new voice, probably Blaze judging by the context, drawled. She was so disappointed that her Meraviglia wouldn't come stay with her that she went to stay in France instead. She says the villa is lonely without us. Harry chuckled lightly. Your mum's the best, he said fondly. She said that if I'd come hide from Sirius Black with her that she'd buy me a firebolt and take me on a tour around the world. Why didn't you? Susan asked quietly. I'm glad you're here, of course, but Harry, Auntie Amelia said that Sirius Black is after you. You would be safer in Italy or France or anywhere but Hogwarts. Ah, Susan must be Susan Bones, Amelia's orphaned niece. Remus could see how her and Harry would have become friends. Two magical children orphaned by a war they had no real role in, kindred spirits. He's at Hogwarts, Ronald said. That's what Dad said. Black kept repeating in his sleep. He's definitely coming after you, mate. Let him, Harry said coldly. Tried to find him myself, didn't I? Snape thinks I've lost the plot, but I hope Sirius Black does find me, because when he does I'm going to kill him. None of the students laughed, or made any noise at all at Harry's dark proclamation. I'll help you, Susan eventually said, sounding just as cold as Harry. If he comes within 50 feet of you, I'll kill him myself. Is Albus creating a castle of magical assassins? Remus was partially amused at the thought, but mostly terrified picturing Sirius Black coming anywhere near James' son. Harry won't kill him, Luna said, sounding as airy as she had when she first entered the compartment. Of course he won't, Hermione said, sounding rather pompous in Remus' opinion, but not because of any ridiculous nargles, but because Professor Snape wouldn't let Black anywhere near Harry. Is Severus protective of James' son? Remus could hardly imagine such a scenario, but the Daily Prophet announced Severus' guardianship of Harry, and Albus confirmed it during their meeting over the summer. Plus, this was about the third reference to Severus protecting Harry that the children had made since entering the compartment. That sounded an awful lot like you making fun of Luna, Harry said lightly. Suppose you should probably apologize. Remus would have given anything to see the expression on Harry's face that caused Hermione to swallow and quickly apologize to Luna. Thank you, Harry, Luna whispered quietly to Harry. Anytime, Lou, Harry said. Just as fiercely loyal as you were James, Remus thought fondly. Harry seemed to have inherited the best of both of his parents. Though he wished he could see Harry's reactions to Susan and Luna both, it sounded like he was rather close to both girls. James had fallen in love with Lily at 11 years old. Had Harry fallen for one of these girls? Like father, like son, he grinned. He would keep his eyes peeled for the girls once they entered the Great Hall tonight. Why did Snape tell you about Lupin anyway? Neville asked quietly. I doubt Lupin will be happy if he knew. He told me ages ago, Harry said. He didn't know that fucking Dumbledore would hire the big bad werewolf to replace Lockhart though, did he? Plus he warned me to stay away from Lupin, said he used to be best friends with my dad and Black. They were arsees in school, acted like big shot bullies, didn't they? And Snape reckons Lupin and Black were in love, so Lupin might be trying to help him stay out of prison. Remus was incredibly grateful his face was out of view, as he could feel his cheeks burning. Had he just been outed by a 13-year-old to a compartment full of students? For the love of Merlin Severus, was there nothing you didn't tell the boy? He was equally furious at Severus, implication that he would be assisting Sirius, as he was embarrassed that Severus was spreading tales about schoolyard tiffs and silly crushes. He wondered how Harry would react if he knew of Severus' obsession with his own mother. "And you won't be staying away from Lupin at all, will you?" Draco sighed. "Nope, gotta find out more about werewolves, don't I?" Harry said cheerily, drawing a new smile from Remus. "Bets on Harry killing Lupin this year then," Blaise said, causing the other students to laugh, although a few laughs sounded rather hysterical. "One galleon he goes the same way as Lockhart," Theo said. "Ever going to tell us the truth about Lockhart?" Susan asked, her voice sounding suspicious. "Gilderoy Lockhart tried to save me from the basilisk," Harry said in a dry tone. "He died from the bite, what a brave man." Basilisk? Remus had followed the news closely last year, panicked when he read about Harry being expelled and going missing. How had he not pieced together the information that it had been a basilisk, attacking the students and ultimately killing Gilderoy Lockhart? "Suyua," Theo drawled, "and we all definitely believe you." "Drop it now," Harry said, his voice sounding as cold as the train window Remus was laying against. "Anyone want to play poker?" Blaise said, easing the tension that Remus could feel filling the now silent compartment. "Yes please," Theo agreed, sounding eager. "Wanna be my partner Hermione." "Thought she already was," Susan giggled. "Shut up," Hermione and Theo said simultaneously. Remus settled in for a quiet remainder of the trip as it sounded like the kids paired off to play poker, with only Neville abstaining, saying he didn't understand it and didn't care to learn. "It's all strategy," Ronald Weasley muttered. "Strategy and cutthroat bluffing tactics," Theo said. "Suppose that's why you and Draco are partners." "Weasley wouldn't last 2 rounds without me," Draco drawled, sounding just as self-important as Lucius had when he was a 5th-year Slytherin prefect in Remus' first year. "Piss off," Ronald said. "We arguing or playing cards?" Harry laughed. "Come on Lou, come be on my team and get the Nargles to help us." "No cheating," Hermione cried. "Thought you didn't believe in Nargles," Susan asked sweetly. "If they aren't real then Harry isn't cheating. Scoot over Blaise, apparently I've been replaced as Harry's best friend." "I do love being a second choice," Blaise drawled. Remus imagined that Blaise winked at Susan if her giggle was anything to go by. "I haven't replaced you," Harry said, "but Luna won't play unless we are partners, right Lou?" "I always choose the winning side," Luna said in her easily identifiable voice, "and Harry's going to win." Remus wished he could go back to his teenage years at Hogwarts. Playing games, arguing, making plans, and flirting had all seemed so vitally important at the time. He would give anything for one more train ride with his own friends. But they were gone, too dead at the direct hands of the third. It was unbearable to consider that Sirius had deceived them, deceived Remus so thoroughly. He had fallen for it, fallen hard for the rebellious plebe who despised the dark arts act. They should have known when Sirius nearly killed Severus, using Remus' own affliction to do so, that he wasn't worth being their friend, wasn't worth ever being more than a friend. But it was too late now. Now all Remus could do was listen, as it sounded like Harry and Luna won their round of poker and plan for the future. Help make sure Sirius received the Dementor's kiss that he deserved, and make sure Harry didn't go anywhere near him. And sleep if he could. Merlin, he was tired. Remus spent an hour or so dozing, as he listened to the students in the compartment whispering, playing games, and laughing. It was an enjoyable enough way to spend the ride, particularly as he kept an ear out for Harry. "We can't possibly be there already," Hermione whispered, pulling Remus to attention of the slowing train. "Why are we stopping?" Susan asked. The train came to a stop with a jolt, and distant thuds and bangs told him that luggage had fallen out of the racks. "What's going on?" "I can't see." "Do you think we've broken down?" "Dunno. Isn't it a magic train?" Remus listened to the students whisper different theories, as he tried to remember the train ever stopping before reaching Hogwarts before. There was a squeaking sound, and Remus could sense Luna was shifting around. "There's something moving out there," she said. "I think more people are coming on." "More people?" Lupin sat up quickly and saw that the lights had been extinguished on the train. He looked around and was able to perfectly see 8 faces looking confused, nervous, and in the case of the boy who surely must be Frank's progeny, frightened. Lupin couldn't help studying James, son, who was seated directly across from him, safe in the knowledge that the students couldn't hope to see him as clearly as he could them with his clear vision. Harry was not one of the students who was worried about the stopped train. Harry was sitting calmly, twirling something that smelled like silver and copper in one of his hands, and had his lips quirked in amusement. Merlin, he looked like James. Well, no, that wasn't quite true. Remus could pick out features of James that the two shared: his lips, the cut of his jaw, and the color and texture of his hair. And he had some of Lily's features, the exact same color eyes, similar eye shapes, and Harry had inherited her delicate nose. But Harry also had a look that was uniquely him. His hair was longer than James ever wore his. His eyes were harder behind his silver, framed glasses than Remus had ever seen Lily's look. But the most distinct part about Harry was his scars. Harry had enough scars that the wolf in Remus was nearly cringing away from the sight. There was a long one down the right side of his face that looked at least 5 years old. He had 2 faint ones on his lips, one on his neck, and Remus was sure that the scars didn't just end where his clothing began. Harry had an almost animalistic aura that easily screamed, "Predator." "Who is this kid?" "Quiet please," Remus said, his voice raspy from disuse. A few of the kids jumped slightly at hearing him, probably nervous that they were unable to see in the dark when their werewolf professor suddenly started talking. "Lumos," Remus said softly, lighting his wand to put the children at ease. "Stay where you are, please." "Don't suppose we have to though, right?" Harry said, causing a few of the kids to chuckle even as they continued shooting nervous glances in Remus' direction. Remus was both amused at the disdain for authority that Harry inherited from James, and irritated that he was being challenged by a 13-year-old before he'd ever officially began teaching. "I will return momentarily," Remus said calmly, deciding to ignore Harry's cheek for now. He got to his feet and inched around the ridiculously packed compartment to get to the door. He would go and make sure the train hadn't actually broken down, and find out who authorized additional passengers when there was an escaped convict on the loose. But the door slid slowly open before Remus could reach it. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the golden light coming from Remus' wand, was a cloaked figure that towered to the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood. Dementors on a train full of students. The Dementor beneath its hood drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though it were trying to suck something more than air from its surroundings. Remus felt the cold wash over him, and had to swallow down the intensity of it he could feel in his chest. And then a scream shattered the compartment. It was a scream of pain Remus had never heard so intensely before. His eyes flew around and watched as Harry slid onto the floor, after having let out the scream, his eyes rolling back into his head, and was now rigidly halfway curled up into himself, unmoving. "Help him," the blonde boy by the door, Lucius' son, Draco, yelled accusingly towards Remus. Remus turned to the Dementor in the doorway, the one torturing James' son by feeding off his emotions. "None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks. Go." The Dementor inhaled again, driving another fresh wail of agony from Harry, and a few cries from Neville and the other brunette boy seated beside the witch with bushy brown hair. Remus briefly thought of summer skis, flying through the air on the back of a motorcycle, his arms wrapped around a leather-clad chest. "Expecto Patronum." He watched with satisfaction as his silver wolf chased the Dementor out of the train, before turning his attention back to the students. The majority of the students looked frightened, but unharmed. A couple of the boys were trembling slightly. Only Harry looked to have such a strong reaction. He was now on his side with his knees drawn up to his chest, his head bent down to them, and he wasn't moving. Harry, you're okay, you're okay." A petite blonde, Remus recognized her voice as Luna, was whispering softly, stroking Harry's hair. Wake up now." The train gave a small lurch as it began moving again, the lights flickering back to life. "Allow me," Remus said, kneeling in front of Harry's curled-up body. "Harry," he called, reaching out to lightly shake him. "Don't touch him," the red-haired witch on the other side of Harry, Susan, he reminded himself, recognizing the voice, snapped, slapping his hand away. Had he really just been smacked by a 13-year-old girl? He shouldn't have been surprised. This was the same girl he heard threatening Sirius, life easier. Despite her defense of werewolves to the others, she obviously didn't want a monster like him to touch her best friend. "I'm only trying to wake him," Remus assured her, feeling the weight of 8 sets of eyes on him. "He's just fainted from the exposure to the Dementor. My name is Professor Lupin. I'm your new defense against the dark arts professor, and I can help him," he said gently, if you could all back away. Does he look like he's fainted? A female voice, Hermione, he thought, scoffed behind Remus. He needs a healer. He needs Professor Snape, Luna said softly, still gently stroking Harry's hair. Remus looked at the rest of the students and saw that they were all staring at Harry, though none of them looked very well at all. He tapered down his fury that a Dementor was allowed on the train and was able to cause the children to all feel its effects. Here, he said, standing up to grab a couple large Honeydukes bars out of his briefcase and tossing them to the ginger freckled boy that could only be Ronald Weasley. Divide these up between you all, please. The chocolate will help with the effects. He looked back down at Harry as Ronald began distributing the chocolate and hesitated. Hermione was incredibly rude, but she was not wrong. Harry's muscles looked tense and rigid, though with a slight tremble to them, not exactly how someone who was still entirely unconscious would look. He actually didn't think he'd ever seen someone respond like this to the Dementors. What did they cause him to relive? Harry, can you hear me? He said clearly. The Dementor is gone. He sighed as Harry didn't respond. He may not still be unconscious, but he was clearly not alert or oriented to his surroundings. I'm going to go see how far from Hogwarts we are, he told the other students. I can take Harry to the hospital wing when we arrive. None of them responded, still staring at their friend with large, frightened eyes. Remus excited to the train corridor and summoned his Patronus quickly. At least one Dementor was on the train and caused a student to faint. He is now awake but is having some type of fit from the expose. I will bring him directly to you when we arrive. He hesitated, still irritated with Severus, before he sighed and added, alert Severus that it is his ward. After sending it off, he quickly made his way to the front of the train, checking on students as he went. When he returned to the compartment, he was concerned to see that James' son was still in the same position, and the other children looked just as worried as he himself was. How far are we? A dark-skinned boy, the one who said his mother would miss Harry, Blaise, demanded immediately, his golden eyes fixed on Harry in the corner. We should be arriving any minute, Remus said. He took a moment to study the odd assortment of children crowding the compartment. 5 of the boys, Harry included, had on Slytherin green robes. Frank's son, Neville, wore the Gryffindor crest on his chest. Susan, who was now rubbing gentle circles on Harry's unresponsive back, seemed to be the only student in Hufflepuff yellow. The thin blonde, Luna, who was on Harry's other side still whispering soothing sentiments in his ear and stroking his hair, was wearing the Ravenclaw uniform, as was Hermione, who was clutching the hand of the brunette Slytherin boy. They all seemed fairly close, if the way they were huddling together was any indicator, but Remus couldn't imagine what drew together such a queer assortment of children. He felt the train beginning to descend to a stop, and stepped towards Harry. Harry, he tried again, we're at Hogwarts, can you hear me? When there was still no response, Remus sighed, resigned to having to carry him up to the hospital wing. Ladies, if you would please back up. I'm going to carry Harry up to see Madame Pomfrey. She'll get him fixed up quickly, he said kindly. I don't think so, Susan said in a scathing voice. You aren't carrying him anywhere. Remus liked children. He thought they were refreshing to be around and brought hope to the world. But Harry's friends were beginning to give him a headache. I don't think he's in any condition to walk, he pointed out, as patiently as he could. Madame Pomfrey can come to Harry, Blaise said from behind him. I already informed Madame Pomfrey that I would bring Harry to her, Remus said, unintentionally clenching his jaw in annoyance. Now you'll need to tell her there's been a change in plans, Draco said. Remus imagined if he turned his head to look he would see the sneer that coated his tone. Or I'll just take Harry up to the hospital wing and you all will go to the feast, he said, perhaps a little curtly, but Merlin, these children were obstinate. No thank you, Luna murmured softly. We'll wait here for Professor Snape. I didn't call for Severus. I told Poppy that I would be bringing her a student, Remus grit out from a clenched jaw. Well, now you'll need to tell Madame Pomfrey that Harry Potter is injured on the train, and will need her to meet you here, said Theo. And if I were you, I would inform Harry's guardian and head of house as well, Hermione added in a saccharine tone. That's what must have brought them all together, poor attitudes, Remus thought. Expecto Patronum, Remus murmured under the noise of the rest of the train compartments exiting the train. Course it's a wolf, Ronald snorted quietly behind him. Remus ignored the now snickering students, aside from Susan and Luna, who were entirely focused on Harry, in favor of composing a new message to Poppy. Would you kindly meet me on the train? He said. He glanced around at the snickering students and mentally rolled his eyes as he said, There's been a complication with bringing the student, Harry Potter, to you. And bring Professor Snape, Neville said. For the love of, Remus muttered, and bring Severus if you will, he added. He flicked his wand and sent the silver wolf on its way. That wasn't so hard, was it? Blaise said brightly. Remus decided to ignore him lest he get fired before he actually started. Susan, Luna, if you would please back up now. I'd like to check Harry over before Madame Pomfrey arrives. Perhaps you all would rather wait for Harry in the Great Hall. Perhaps not, Susan said politely. Thank you, though. I'm afraid that What is going on here? Remus turned and saw that Severus was standing in the doorway, wand in hand, quickly assessing the room. Was he already waiting on the platform? Lovegood Bones, step back, he said sharply. Granger, immediately and without sparing the details, inform me of the events that happened. Remus clenched his jaw both at being so quickly dismissed by Severus as a source of information, and at the children who immediately began complying with Severus' demands. The train stopped and a Dementor opened our compartment door, Hermione quickly said as Severus crouched down beside Harry. It drew in a breath and it went freezing cold in here. Harry screamed, and it was awful, sir. He fainted and fell to the floor. Then Professor Lupin said, None of us are hiding Sirius Black. Severus scoffed, which made Lupin clench his jaw harder. Did Severus truly believe he would be aiding Sirius after how he tore the Marauders apart? But the Dementor did the breathing thing again, and Harry cried out and then curled up like he is now. Professor Lupin sent a spell at the Dementor, a Patronus I think, and it left. Then he tried to shake Harry and Susan smacked him. Severus gave Susan an approving look as he waved his wand over Harry a few times, quickly reading over what Lupin assumed was a diagnostic report. He said he was going to carry Harry up to the castle, and we told him to bring you and Madame Pomfrey to us instead, Hermione finished quickly. Excellent work, Severus murmured, 10 points to each house. Remus thought it was a bit biased of Severus to award the students for arguing against his every word. Severus might be making the wolfsbane, but he's going to do his best to make this job miserable, Remus thought. Typical. Severus flicked his wand, casting a non-verbal Patronus, and Remus was shocked to see its form. He could have sworn it was a doe when he had seen it before during order meetings. Poppy, I have Potter, your expertise is unneeded, though you may wish to inform the elves to serve hot cocoa with dinner, as there was a Dementor entering compartments. After sending off the fox, Severus turned to the huddled group of students. I would appreciate you all going to the feast. Severus held a hand up for silence as the children began to argue, which the students immediately complied with, much to Remus' annoyance. Give Potter privacy, I will ensure he is at the feast shortly. Someone will need to make his excuses to the rest of the Slytherins, Severus said with a pointed look towards Draco. What should we say happened? Draco asked. We say Harry got in a fight and Lupin is yelling at him, Susan said, getting to her feet. Nobody'll question that. Does Harry get in a lot of fights? Remus wondered, bemused when the rest of the students and Severus muttered their agreement. Go now, Severus ordered them. We shall be there shortly. Remus shook his head as the 8 students obediently left the compartment, though he was slightly mollified by the glare Susan gave Severus. Harry will be fine, she hissed, or else. She stormed from the compartment, and Remus was shocked to see that Severus snorted in amusement. Susan Bones did not inherit her mother's sweetness, Remus thought with a disappointed frown as he remembered Amelia's sister, the sweet Hufflepuff who had been a year behind him in school. You can go, Lupin, Severus sneered. I do not require assistance nor an audience. I'll stay, Remus said coolly. I'd like to make sure James' son is safe. Severus looked up at him, and his sneer quickly shifted into a smirk of amusement. So be it, Wolf, he muttered. Harry, I'm going to raise my wand to blow wind in your face, Severus said loudly and slowly, with the ease of someone who has done this before. Ventus. Harry, Severus slowly placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Come now, you're quite safe. It's time to go terrorize your classmates. Get off me. Remus felt relief flood him as Harry stammered at Severus. He had never seen such a person have what he could see now was some sort of panic attack after fainting from Dementor exposure. He had been rather worried about him. Do you know where you are? Severus asked, in what Remus was dumbstruck to hear was a gentle tone. "It's cold," Harry said. "That wasn't the question, brat." Probably the fucking train," Harry stuttered quietly, finally lifting his head from his knees. "What happened?" "Language," Severus said, though not unkindly nor as if he actually cared. "What do you recall?" "Got cold," then Harry abruptly cut himself off and stared at the floor. "A Dementor opened your compartment door," Severus said calmly. "They oftentimes pull up your worst experiences to feed off those negative emotions. I would be surprised if you did not hear or relive some type of terrible moment from your life, as all perfectly sound-minded people do." Remus thought it was awfully kind of Severus to immediately assure Harry that his reaction had been normal, even if Harry had one of the most extreme reactions Remus had personally ever seen. In what world is Severus Snape kind to James Potter's son? Remus must have looked as surprised as he felt because as Harry glanced around the compartment, his eyes red-rimmed and flickering quickly, he stopped on Remus and curled a lip in his direction. "What's he doing here?" Harry said to Snape, though glaring at Remus with his bloodshot eyes. "Being incredibly annoying," Severus muttered, giving Remus his own cool look of dislike. "Hello, Harry, my name is Lupin, I know," Harry said coolly, shakily getting to his feet. Remus pulled a chocolate bar out of his suitcase and offered it to Harry with what he hoped was a kind smile. "Here, this will make you feel better." "Not a chance," Harry said flatly, eyeing the chocolate as if Remus had put poison in his face. "It's not poisoned," Remus chuckled, "I swear." "Not poisoned or charmed to make my skin sparkle or any other daft prank?" Harry asked with another narrow-eyed look. Damn you, Severus, Remus thought for the 10th time since boarding the train. Remus and his friends had pulled that exact prank on the Slytherin table before, charmed all their food to cause their skin to sparkle brightly for 24 hours. Clearly Harry was aware of it, if the withering look he was giving Remus was any indicator. "It's not," Remus said, clinging to his last bits of patience. "It's just chocolate. Your friends all had a piece and are perfectly fine." "You let them eat something from him," Harry cried, giving Severus an accusing look. "I did not," Severus said calmly, rising to his feet and gesturing to the door. "I believe they must have decided to be idiots all on their own. Shall you go check on their welfare, or would you like to spend the night in the hospital wing, terrorizing Poppy with your insolence?" "Check on them, sir," Harry said, quickly grabbing his bag and making for the compartment door. "Severus, you know that I didn't poison any students," Remus growled, offended at the mere thought. Harry spun around quickly and took a small step closer to Remus. "Don't talk to him like that," he said. "He's not the stranger handing out candy to kids, is he?" "I do not require your defense, Potter," Snape drawled with a smug look towards Remus. "Go find your friends and reassure yourself of their continued good health." Harry glared at a completely stunned Lupin for a few tense seconds before he turned on his heel, stepped out of the compartment. "What did I do to deserve such distrust?" he wondered sadly. "Can I fix it?" "See you at the feast," Harry called back over his shoulder. Remus didn't need it spelled out for him that Harry was very much not talking to him when he said that. "Severus, what the hell?" Remus said quietly, holding the other man back before he made to follow Harry. "You told him about my problem." Severus gave Remus a bored look as he answered. "I told Potter about my own school days ages ago, Lupin. I had no idea at the time that Albus would ever consider you for a position here amongst the staff." "Harry's told half the third years," Remus said. "How are any of them going to trust me knowing that?" Severus gave Remus a terrifyingly amused smile. "You mean Potter, right? You want Potter to trust you?" Severus snorted. "Join the queue." Remus followed behind Severus up to the castle, and his joy at returning to Hogwarts was clouded by a continuous disappointing thought in his head. Harry isn't much like James after all. Though maybe Harry would give him a chance to get to know him and Remus would discover who exactly James' son is. Surely if Harry built some sort of relationship with Severus, then he could build one with Remus. Simple. Chapter 6, Duels, Dogs and Dumb Teachers. As Harry walked up to the castle, enjoying the silence and the cool night air, he made an important decision. When he was Minister of Magic, he'd get rid of Dementors. There had to be a better way to secure the prison. In fact, since Sirius Black was able to escape, clearly the Dementors weren't doing their job properly at all anyway. Harry still felt pathetic and weak and shaky from being around one for less than a minute. How did inmates like Black survive for over 10 years? If he closed his eyes, he's sure he could still hear the screams of the woman he thinks might be his mum. He can still hear his own pathetic cries from the cupboard, can still hear the taunts and insults hurled at him on the streets. Worthless. He tells Susan to make that their first priority once they're in charge of the ministry, stamp out the entire race of Dementors. He hates feeling like this. Vulnerable. Weak. He put on his "I'm so bored, and I don't care about anything" mask before opening the doors to the Great Hall. Just because he felt miserable doesn't mean anyone else would get to see it. Weakness will get you killed. He defiantly lifted his chin when everyone in the hall turned to look at him. Ignore them, ignore them, ignore them. Harry kept his eyes hooded and uncaring as he quickly made his way to his friends. Hey, he murmured, sliding into his regular spot. Susan silently raised a brow at him. I'm fine, he said quietly in response to her obvious question. I miss anything? Nope, Ron said with a wide smile. Food just popped up and Dumbledore hasn't introduced Lupin yet. He's still alive. Harry gave Ron a small grin. He was just so unflappably straightforward. When I left he was, but who knows what Snape's up to. Snape wouldn't kill Lupin just for bullying him in school, Draco said, rolling his eyes at Harry and Ron both. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, Neville, and Luna. Only someone who hadn't been a target for bullies would think something daft like that. Guess Draco's right, Susan said, subtly pointing where Snape and Lupin were now coming through the staff entrance. Shame. Are we actively rooting for Lupin's death? Harry asked curiously, loading his plate up with food. Susan's always rooting for someone's death, Neville muttered. I wasn't, said Susan. I thought it would be interesting considering who he is to talk more with him, but then he tried to shake Harry, and now I'm sort of looking forward to the defense curse killing him. He tried what? Harry demanded just as Ron asked, what curse? Lupin was trying to wake you up after you. Well, you know, Hermione grimaced. Weak. Susan smacked him, Luna said. I don't think he'll try again. You're fearless, Harry told Susan, impressed. She just stuck her tongue out at him and put another roll on his plate. And there's a curse on the defense position. Nobody lasts longer than a year. Everyone knows that, Weasley, Draco explained. I think that's just gossip, Hermione said. I think Harry's the bloody curse, Theo said. Killed Quirrell and drug Lockhart down to the chamber never to return, didn't he? Harry just shrugged and took a bite of his potatoes while everyone looked at him. Snape might be the curse this year, look at him, Ron said. They looked up at the head table and saw that Snape was alternating between glaring at Lupin and flicking his eyes towards Harry. Harry scowled at him. Weak. Here we go, Blaise whispered, pointing towards Dumbledore, who was rising to his feet, just as the last of the dessert dishes popped away. Welcome, said Dumbledore, the candlelight shimmering on his beard. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and one of them is very serious. I would appreciate your complete attention. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. As you will all be aware after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. Brill, Harry groaned. He hates Dementors, so of fucking course Dumbledore let them on the grounds. He wasn't sure which he hated more in that moment, Dumbledore or the Dementors. Faster we find Black the sooner they leave, Susan whispered reassuringly in Harry's ear. They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds, Dumbledore continued, and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. I look to the prefects and our new head boy and girl to make sure that no student runs afoul of the Dementors, he said. Dumbledore paused again. He looked very seriously around the hall, and nobody moved or made a sound. On a happier note, he continued, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of defense against the dark arts teacher. There was some scattered, rather unenthusiastic applause. Harry and his friends didn't clap at all. He looks terrible, doesn't he? Blaise said, drawing the group's attention to Lupin's shabby appearance. "Full moon was last night, you'd look rough too," Hermione said back. "As to our second new appointment," Dumbledore continued as the lukewarm applause for Professor Lupin died away. "Well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his gamekeeping duties." A few of Harry's friends clapped politely, but Harry kept his hands firmly on the table. He wasn't going to cheer for the giant man who dropped him off in Surrey last December on Dumbledore's orders with nothing more than a cheery farewell. "And now I want to wish you all a good night, good rest, and a good first day of classes tomorrow," Dumbledore called with a smile out towards the students. "You guys want to place any bets before we go to the dorms?" Draco asked Susan and Neville. "On what?" Neville asked. "Duels," Ron said, pulling a parchment out of his robe pocket. "Duels are tonight." Harry perked up almost immediately. How could he have forgotten? A duel would be an excellent time to shake off this shaky feeling of weakness, and he's dueled on the first night every year since his very first one. "What do you mean nobody wants to duel me?" Harry demanded, staring around the silent common room in shock. "Since when?" "Since they found out you're Slytherin's heir," Blaise drawled with a small wink. Harry should have known that he would eventually come to regret encouraging that rumor within Slytherin. "What am I supposed to do now?" He whined quietly to Draco a few minutes later, as they watched two fifth-year girls have what Harry considered to be the most boring duel in the world. "Be happy you aren't being attacked," Draco suggested with his blonde brows raised high. "You could have a peaceful night for once." Harry didn't want peace. He wanted the sharp rush that proper dueling gave him. He wanted to feel alive again, and he wanted to stop feeling so god-damned weak. "Or you could challenge someone," Ron suggested. "You don't have to wait around for someone to challenge you." "Oh, duh. Cheers, Ron, just for that you can be my second." Harry smiled at the suddenly pale Ron. "Let's give Ron a break. I don't think he's recovered from last year," Theo said hastily. "How about I'll be your second?" Harry shrugged, already eyeing the older students scattered around the back of the common room. "Doesn't matter to me, it's just for show anyway, yeah. Who should I pick?" he said. "Challenge a seventh year if you even want to pretend to have a challenge," Blaise said. "But none of them have done anything to me," Harry murmured. "Well, maybe Flint. He was a prat before I made the team." "Not Flint," Draco said quickly. "If you attack the Quidditch captain, do you really expect to stay on the team?" "Challenge Pusey," Ron said, pointing where one of their beaters was standing next to one of the chasers on the team, Warrington. "He's in Newt defense classes, so he shouldn't be too easily beaten, and he's a good sport." "Good thinking, Weasley," Draco said. "I'll go tell him Harry wants a challenge so he doesn't hold it against him during practice." "Draco," Harry hissed as Draco walked towards Pusey, having suddenly had an ingenious idea. "Yeah," Draco glanced at Harry just as the other duel winner was being announced. "Tell Warrington too," he grinned. "No rules against challenging two people, right?" "Oh, you want to duel two seventh years?" Theo yelped quietly as Draco laughed and moved quickly to the older student's side. "Why not?" Harry shrugged. "I dueled Fred and George last year, did I?" "They were fourth years," Ron pointed out. "And they were easy. This'll actually be fun." "Quit arguing and move, Weasley," Blaise grinned. "We have gold to make." Next challenger, Cassandra Owens, the female seventh-year prefect, called from the front of the room. Harry stepped forward quickly, excited now to prove his strength to himself. "I challenge Adrian Pusey." He paused for a dramatic moment before adding, "and Cassius Warrington." Draco was probably rubbing off on him, but the gasps of surprise made Harry preen slightly. Can he do that?" Owens whispered to Flint, the male seventh-year prefect. "You gonna tell him no?" he muttered back. "Or come on, Potter, we don't want to hurt our seeker," Pusey said with a small grin as he stepped forward. "Why does everyone always think they're going to win?" Draco snickered. "It's like they've never seen Harry duel before." "I dunno, Dre, they might. I've never dueled two seventh years at once before." Harry blinked up innocently at the older boys. "But I mean if you guys are scared." "We accept," Warrington grunted, stepping up beside Pusey. "Okay," Owens said, frowning at the deviation from the norm. "Volunteer for seconds." "I'll be Harry's second," Theo offered immediately. Pusey and Warrington looked hopefully at Flint, who scowled and shook his head. "He's playing you," he said flatly, "and Slytherin can't afford to be down 3 players." "I'll do it," Blaise offered. "It's just for show, right?" He winked at Harry. Harry shrugged, enjoying the way Blaise seemed slightly panicked at his non-response. "Everyone back up," Owens called to the room. "Potter, Pusey, Warrington positions." Harry stepped to the opposite side of the 2 boys, who were strategizing quietly. "Ready." Pusey and Warrington stepped apart and took up the standard dueling position. Harry just flexed his hands and grinned. The dome was already up, so they couldn't back down now. "Go." Harry laughed as he had to immediately duck from a silently shot spell. "Thought you didn't want to hurt me." He grinned at Pusey as he began lobbying his own spells towards the quickly moving pair. "Just don't want you to mess up my pretty face," he said, sending something red towards Harry's knees. Harry smiled as he had to duck, dodge, and return spells quickly to the competent pair. He decided he'd only challenge 7th years from now on. It was much more exciting to see spells flying towards him and having no idea what they would do. This is the rush he hasn't been able to find lately. He quickly figured out what the duo's strategy was. Pusey was sending out the offensive spells with Warrington, was maintaining shields, and dispelling Harry's curses when he could. Which meant Warrington needed to be taken out first. Attack Pusey quickly so that Warrington drops his own shield to protect him, then take out Warrington, he mentally planned. Harry danced slightly closer to Pusey, offering himself as an easier target. Pain, cuts, bruises, Harry ordered his magic. He wasn't expecting Warrington's defense. His vision was suddenly clouded by smoke, and he felt himself stumble as the stone floor seemed to shake. Pusey took his opportunity to send something at Harry that caused him to yelp in surprise as he felt his forehead slice open. "Heal quick, fucking heal." Harry had to step back quick in order to dodge more effectively, while his magic healed his forehead. He snarled towards the pair, still unable to see them. "Hide and go seek is for 1st years," he said. "Clear the smoke, quickly, wind, lots of wind." The other boys were suddenly visible, as Harry's frantically instructed magic went slightly haywire and caused a windstorm in the dome strong enough that Warrington fell backwards. His wand now levitated him in place. He caught Warrington's wand and tossed it behind him to focus on Pusey, who was now moving twice as fast as he had before. "You're pretty clever," Pusey said, sending multiple spells at once. "Don't suppose you want to give up and be allies, do you?" "You made me blade," Harry said deadpan, dispelling the incoming curses quickly. "No chance." He thought Warrington's trick of shaking the ground was an excellent one, and decided to try something like it himself. "Blow up the ground behind him." Pusey glanced behind him as the mild explosion caused stone debris to hit his legs. Harry quickly considered how pissed Flint would be if he took the fingers off their beater and frowned when he realized the answer would probably be very. He didn't really care to piss off Flint, but he liked flying and wanted to stay on the team with Draco. "Cut his leg, I guess, deep though." Harry grinned with satisfaction as Pusey howled, and dropped his wand as his left leg began bleeding freely. "Win a Potter," Flint said quickly, popping the dome. Stop, you win Potter," he said as Harry made to move closer to Pusey. "I'm not replacing my team so you can prove you're the toughest guy in the room." "Fair enough," Harry shrugged, "if Pusey and Warrington admit it." He smiled innocently at the 2 boys as they both quickly agreed. "Do you want to challenge their second?" Owens offered. Harry looked curiously at Blaise for a moment. "Don't you dare, Potter, we are allies," Blaise hissed, sounding appropriately nervous in Harry's opinion. "Now maybe next time," Harry laughed. Dementors be damned, if Harry can feel this strong after a duel, he'd find a way to take care of them as well. Harry was still feeling pleased with himself when he sat down next to Susan at breakfast the next morning. "You look happy," she said. "You sound suspicious," Harry responded with a roll of his eyes. "Guess he won his duel then," Hermione asked Theo. "The day Harry loses a duel, I'll eat one of Goyle's socks," Theo said, rolling his eyes at Hermione. Harry hummed as he poured himself a cup of coffee. He had no intention of telling Theo, or anyone, that for a few panicky seconds last night he was afraid he was going to lose. New schedules, Luna said brightly, handing the parchments down the table. Why do you have our schedules? Draco asked. You're not a Slytherin, you're not even a third year. Professor Snape just handed them to me, Luna shrugged easily. I think he likes me the best. Harry nearly choked on his toast at the look on Draco's face. Don't be ridiculous, Ron said with a smirk. We all know Harry's his favorite. I'm his godson, Draco pouted. Maybe I'll ask to be his goddaughter, Luna said innocently as she scooped up a bite of eggs. I'm sure he'll say yes. There were a lot of things to like about Luna Lovegood, and her wicked ability to take the mickey out of someone, without seeming to do more than make innocent remarks, was probably one of Harry's favorite things about her. You're the best, Lou, he said as everyone laughed at Draco's gobsmacked expression. I know, she grinned. Ooh, Theo, we have more classes in common now, Hermione squealed excitedly, comparing her and Theo's schedules. Look, now we have charms, arithmancy, runes, and care of magical creatures together. I thought you were going to take Muggle studies with me, Neville asked Theo. No point, Theo shrugged. Hermione can tutor me for the newt. Harry glanced at Susan's schedule, more to distract himself from the gross soppy eyes Hermione and Theo were making at each other than anything else, but frowned at what he saw. You picked arithmancy and runes. Sure did, Susan said brightly, clearly not seeing the flaw in that plan. But I took divination and creatures, Harry told her. We were sitting side by side when we picked them. I know, Susan said. That's why I picked runes and arithmancy. What the fuck? Harry hissed at her in Parseltongue so she wasn't too mad, even if her eye roll meant she had guessed accurately at his meaning. He didn't actually want to fight with Susan, but he couldn't help the twinge of betrayal he felt at her words either. Why would she purposefully pick classes just because Harry wouldn't be in them? Quit hissing at me, you idiot, she said. It'll suck not having our extra classes together, but I was thinking we need to make sure we know as much as possible for when you're minister, right? And how can we do that if we took all the same classes? So you learn about creatures and prophecies, I'll learn about arithmancy and runes, you can teach me Muggle stuff, and together we'll have the combined knowledge of all 5 electives. That's genius, Hermione breathed. That's terrifying, Draco corrected her. It's brill, Harry said, giving Susan an apologetic half-smile. Susan stuck her nose in the air pompously. I know, she said. We've got the same classes, mate, Ron said with an easy smile. Look, identical schedules. The rest of the group, except Luna, who was a year behind the rest of them, compared their schedules. Almost all of them had chosen care of magical creatures, with the exception of Neville, Blaise, and Susan. And only Harry, Ron, Neville, and Blaise had chosen divination. It's a crock subject, everyone in Ravenclaw says so, Hermione said. Tell that to the prophecy in my trunk, Harry said. Hermione still looked skeptical, but Theo assured her they could self-study for that course as well. The hall was starting to empty as people headed off toward their first lesson. Ron checked his course schedule. We'd better go look divination at the top of North Tower. It'll take us 10 minutes to get there. They finished their breakfasts hastily, said goodbye to the rest of their friends, and walked back through the hall. The journey through the castle to North Tower was a long one. Luckily, Harry knew a shortcut that he'd learned from following Snape around for private chats last year, and was able to lead them to the spiral staircase where Snape had mentioned Trelawney's class was once before. They climbed the last few steps and emerged onto a tiny landing, where most of the class was already assembled. There were no doors off this landing, but Ron nudged Harry and pointed at the ceiling, where there was a circular trapdoor with a brass plaque on it. Sybil Trelawney, divination teacher, Neville read. How are we supposed to get up there? As though in answer to his question, the trapdoor suddenly opened, and a silvery ladder descended right at Harry's feet. Everyone got quiet. After you, said Blaise, smirking, so Harry climbed the ladder first. He emerged into the strangest-looking classroom he had ever seen. In fact, it didn't look like a classroom at all, more like a cross between someone's attic and an old-fashioned tea shop. At least 20 small, circular tables were crammed inside it, all surrounded by chintz armchairs and fat little poofs. Everything was covered in gauzy scarves, and there were about 1 million candles lit up across the room. It felt hotter than any other part of the castle did, and the smell from the candles was overwhelming. Harry thought it was the most ridiculous and uncomfortable classroom he'd ever been in. Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder as the class assembled around them, all talking in whispers. Where is she? Ron said. A voice came suddenly out of the shadows, a soft, misty sort of voice. "Welcome," it said. "How nice to see you in the physical world at last." Professor Trelawney moved into the firelight, and they saw that she was very thin. Her large glasses magnified her eyes to several times their natural size, and she was draped in a gauzy spangled shawl. Innumerable chains and beads hung around her spindly neck, and her arms and hands were encrusted with bangles and rings. "Sit, my children, sit," she said, and they all climbed awkwardly into armchairs or sank onto poufs. Harry, Blaise, Neville, and Ron squeezed themselves around the same round table. "Welcome to divination," said Professor Trelawney, who had seated herself in a winged armchair in front of the fire. "My name is Professor Trelawney. You may not have seen me before. I find that descending too often into the hustle and bustle of the main school clouds my inner eye." "Snape says it's because she's a drunk," Harry muttered to his friends, who chuckled quietly. Professor Trelawney rearranged her shawl and continued, "So you have chosen to study divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn you at the outset that if you do not have the sight, there is very little I will be able to teach you. Books can take you only so far in this field. Many witches and wizards, talented though they are in the area of loud bangs and smells and sudden disappearings, are yet unable to penetrate the veiled mysteries of the future," Trelawney went on, her enormous, gleaming eyes moving from face to face. "It is a gift granted to few. You, boy," she said suddenly to Neville, who almost toppled off his pouf, "is your grandmother well?" "His name is Neville, not Boy," Harry scowled at the professor, interrupting Neville's stammered reply. Trelawney moved her gaze from Neville to Harry, and gave what he considered to be a rather dramatic gasp. "You child, you have darkness in you," she said in a hoarse whisper that was loud enough to silence the rest of the room. "Yes, I sense many difficult times for you." "That'll sure be a change," Harry said in a bored voice. Ron and Blaise were both laughing loudly now, but Neville looked at Harry with wide eyes. Trelawney gave Harry a sharp look before she continued. "We will be covering the basic methods of divination this year. The first term will be devoted to reading the tea leaves. Next term we shall progress to palmistry. By the way, my dear," she shot suddenly at Parvati Patil, beware a red-haired man. Parvati gave a startled look at Ron, who was right behind her, and edged her chair away from him. Harry hissed at her and smirked when Ron grinned over at him for it. "In the second term," the professor went on, "we shall progress to the crystal ball. Unfortunately, classes will be disrupted in February by a nasty bout of flu. I myself will lose my voice, and before Easter one of our number will leave us." A very tense silence followed this pronouncement, but Professor Trelawney seemed unaware of it. Harry thought she was doing a decent job at convincing the other students that she could see the future. Snape said she was a fraud and a drunk, but Harry figured Snape of all people would have a little bit more belief in the subject. "Now I want you all to divide into pairs. Collect a teacup from the shelf, come to me and I will fill it," Trelawney said, raising a silver teapot. "Then sit down and drink until only the dregs remain. Swill these around the cup 3 times with the left hand, then turn the cup upside down on its saucer, wait for the last of the tea to drain away, then give your cup to your partner to read. You will interpret the patterns using pages 5 and 6 of Unfogging the Future. I shall move among you, helping and instructing. Oh, and dear," she caught Neville by the arm as he made to stand up, "after you've broken your first cup, would you be so kind as to select one of the blue-patterned ones? I'm rather attached to the pink." Sure enough, Neville had no sooner reached the shelf of teacups when there was a tinkle of breaking china. Professor Trelawney swept over to him holding a dustpan and brush, and Harry rolled his eyes and fixed the teacup from where he was sitting. "Oh," Trelawney looked surprised at the teacup that was now back in one piece. "Yes, that sometimes can happen with magic teacups. Here you go." She gave Neville back the pink cup, and he made his way to their table with a bemused smile. Harry partnered with Ron, while Blaise and Neville partnered up. He drank the overly spiced tea quickly and swapped cups with Ron. "Right," said Ron as they both opened their books at pages 5 and 6. "What can you see in mine?" "A load of soggy tea dregs," Harry snorted. "Broaden your minds, my dears, and allow your eyes to see past the mundane," Professor Trelawney cried through the gloom. "Right, you've got a crooked sort of cross," Harry consulted Unfogging the Future. "That means you're going to have trials and suffering, or it's a sun which means great happiness. So you're either going to suffer or you're going to be happy." "Well, no pressure on which one it is," said Ron, and the 4 of them had to stifle their laughs as Trelawney gazed in their direction. "My turn." Ron peered into Harry's teacup, his forehead wrinkled with effort. "There's a blob a bit like a bowler hat," he said. "Guess you will work for the Ministry of Magic." He turned the teacup the other way up. There's a thing here, he said, that looks like an animal. Yeah, if that was its head. It looks like a hippo. No, a sheep. Professor Trelawney whirled around as Harry and Blaise let out snorts of laughter. Let me see that, my dear, she said reprovingly to Ron, sweeping over and snatching Harry's cup from him. Everyone went quiet to watch. Professor Trelawney was staring into the teacup, rotating it counterclockwise. The falcon, my dear, you have a deadly enemy. Ooh, really? Harry said, faking as much enthusiasm as he could. Do you think it's someone who tried to kill me before? It could be, Trelawney said seriously, Harry's sarcasm going right over her head. She lowered her huge eyes to Harry's cup again and continued to turn it. The club, an attack. Dear, dear, this is not a happy cup. Wow, that is surprising, said Blaise with a wink towards Harry. Everyone was staring, transfixed at Trelawney, who gave the cup a final turn, gasped, and then screamed. There was another tinkle of breaking china. Neville had smashed his second cup. Harry figured he wouldn't fix this one since it was Trelawney's fault this time. Trelawney sank into a vacant armchair, her glittering hand at her heart and her eyes closed. My dear boy, my poor dear boy, no, it is kinder not to say, no, don't ask me. What is it, Professor? Said Neville at once. Everyone had got to their feet, and slowly they crowded around Harry's table, pressing close to Trelawney's chair to get a good look at Harry's cup. Back up, Harry hissed, effectively causing everyone aside from his friends to take 2 steps backwards. My dear, Trelawney's huge eyes opened dramatically, you have the grim. The what? Said Harry. He felt his face heat up in embarrassment, as he seemed to be one of the only people who didn't understand. The rest of the class, aside from Dean Thomas, a Gryffindor, all had their mouths open in shock. The grim, my dear, the grim, cried the professor, who looked insulted that Harry hadn't understood. The giant, spectral dog that haunts churchyards. My dear boy, it is an omen, the worst omen of death. Harry blinked slowly at her, while his classmates started whispering amongst themselves. Me dying or me causing someone else to die? He asked. Trelawney looked startled at his question, and the whispering students went silent. You, my dear. Do you know when? The professor glanced at the other students, who now looked as confused as she did. Soon, the Grimm's presence means you will die soon, she said. Like before Christmas or after? Harry asked, because I've got a lot to do in that case, so it'd be brill if you had a timeline. Ron started laughing, which set off Blaise and Neville. I think we'll finish up here for today, Trelawney said, giving Harry a look of dislike. Yes, pack away your things. Mate, you're mad, Ron chuckled as they left the classroom. I've got a lot to do. I need a timeline, Blaise incorrectly quoted him. She was not happy. Aren't you worried at all? Neville asked. Nope, Harry shrugged. I'll ask Luna during lunch what the Nargles say about it. They haven't been wrong yet, and Luna would have warned me if I was getting ready to die. When the rest of their morning classes ended, Harry stopped Susan from sitting in her regular spot beside him at lunch. I need Luna, he explained with an apologetic grimace. It's important. Fine, Susan said easily, taking Luna's spot instead. Luna glided up to their table and sat down beside Harry, as if she already knew that she was supposed to. Hello, she said. Lou, can you ask the Nargles if I'm going to die soon? Harry said immediately, causing the rest of the group, aside from Blaise, Neville and Ron, to look up quickly. Trelawney says I am, but she wouldn't tell me when. Luna scrunched up her nose and turned her head slightly, probably to better hear the Nargles. Not today, Luna said seriously. Harry grinned at that. What about tomorrow? He asked. I'll let you know tomorrow night, she said. Which Harry figured was a Lunaism, as Cissa would call it, for I don't know. Why did Professor Trelawney say you're going to die? Theo asked. He had a dog in his tea dregs, said Blaise. It was not a dog, it was a Grim, Ron said hotly. Harry, you said you found a dog this summer, right? It wasn't a great black dog, was it? Harry looked across Luna to Susan, who grimaced at him. Yeah, it was, he said, starving too. My Uncle Bilious saw one and he died 24 hours later, Ron said, paling rapidly beneath his freckles. It's a sign, Harry. It's nonsense, Hermione said. Divination is a load of guesswork, and even then you don't always find the actual answers. You don't know what you're talking about, said Ron, starting to get angry. Grim scare the living daylights out of most wizards. Don't yell at her, Theo said, his normally soft eyes getting hard. She's allowed her opinion just as you are yours. But Harry could die, Ron cried. I'm not going to die, Harry said. Trelawney just wanted to be dramatic for the first class. The looks that Neville, Ron, and surprisingly enough Draco, were giving him told him they thought Trelawney was being more than just overtly dramatic. Harry was pleased to get out of the castle after lunch. Yesterday's rain had cleared, the sky was a clear, pale grey, and the grass was springy and damp underfoot as they set off for their first ever Care of Magical Creatures class. Harry, Draco, and Ron were discussing the upcoming Quidditch training, while Hermione and Theo were walking hand in hand and talking rapidly about arithmancy. The Professor Hagrid was waiting in front of his hut on the edge of the grounds, with a large brown dog situated at his feet. As Harry and his friends gathered around with the rest of the class, the dog picked its head up and growled lightly at him. Quit it, Fang, Hagrid frowned. Sorry about that, Harry. Fang here's usually a good judge, character. Fang still looked suspiciously at Harry, who hissed quietly at him. He took creatures for a chance to be outside and away from writing constant essays. He didn't really like animals much altogether. They never seemed to like him, and the feeling was mostly mutual. He made an exception for Sevi, who was perfect and useful, and had a bit of a soft spot for anything that looked like it was suffering, animal or not. Got a real treat for ye today. Great lesson common up, Hagrid yelled. Everyone here, right, follow me. For one moment, Harry thought that Hagrid was going to lead them into the forest. Harry hadn't been in there before, but he thought it might be fun to discover why it's forbidden. However, Hagrid strolled off around the edge of the trees, and 5 minutes later, they found themselves outside a kind of paddock. There was nothing in there. Everyone gather round the fence here, he called. That's it, make sure ye can see. Hagrid beamed at them all. Now ye need creatures, be just a mo. He's an idiot, Draco groaned beside him. I bet he doesn't assign much homework though, Harry grinned. Trotting toward them were a dozen of the most bizarre creatures Harry had ever seen. They had the bodies, hind legs, and tails of horses, but the front legs, wings, and heads of what seemed to be giant eagles, with cruel, steel-colored beaks and large, brilliantly orange eyes. The talons on their front legs were 1/2 foot long and deadly-looking. Each of the beasts had a thick leather collar around its neck, which was attached to a long chain, and the ends of all of these were held in the vast hands of Hagrid, who came jogging into the paddock behind the creatures. "Gee up there," he roared, shaking the chains and urging the creatures toward the fence where the class stood. Everyone drew back slightly as Hagrid reached them and tethered the creatures to the fence. "Hippogriffs," Hagrid roared happily, waving a hand at them. "Boeyful aren't they?" Harry glanced at Draco, who was gazing at the hippogriffs in a similar way to how Theo looked at Hermione, and snorted. If Harry had taken the class solely just to avoid writing out lengthy homework, Draco would have taken it even if it required daily essays. "So," said Hagrid, rubbing his hands together and beaming around, "if ye want to come a bit nearer." No one except Draco seemed to want to. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Theo reluctantly stepped forward after Draco quickly had. "Now first thing ye gotta know about hippogriffs is they're proud," said Hagrid. "Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing ye do." "Sounds like Harry," Ron muttered to Draco. "What?" Draco shook his head and looked at Ron. "He said don't ever insult them or they might kill you. I said it sounds like Harry," Ron repeated. "You're such a swot for animals, mate." Draco punched Ron on the arm before quickly turning his attention back to the hippogriffs. "Ye always wait for the hippogriff to make the furs move," Hagrid continued. "It's polite, see. Ye walk toward him and ye bow and ye wait. If he bows back, ye're allowed to touch him. If he doesn't bow, then get away from him sharpish, 'cause those talons hurt." "Right, who wants to go first?" Most of the class backed farther away in answer. Even Draco looked like he suddenly had misgivings about the animals. The hippogriffs were tossing their fierce heads and flexing their powerful wings. They didn't seem to like being tethered like this. "No one," said Hagrid with a pleading look. When nobody answered, the large man looked around the students before a fucking course, landing on Harry. "We'll just let Harry show us," he boomed with a broad smile. Harry honestly had no idea what he's ever done to make Hagrid think they're friends. Maybe Hagrid thought Harry unwittingly clearing his name as the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets meant they were friends or something. As if Harry would be friends with someone who kisses Dumbledore's ass as much as he clearly does. At any rate, as much as he didn't want to, Harry couldn't step back now. He'd rather be mauled by a hippogriff than look weak in front of all these students. "All right then," he said simply, clenching his fists to hide his discomfort. There was an intake of breath from behind him, and both Lavender and Parvati whispered, "Ooh, oh no, Harry, remember your tea leaves." Harry hissed at them, irritated by their reminder. He climbed over the paddock fence and stepped closer to Hagrid, though far enough away in case he needed to get out quick. "Good man, Harry," roared Hagrid. "Right then, let's see how ye get on with Buckbeak." He untied one of the chains, pulled the grey hippogriff away from its fellows, and slipped off its leather collar. The class on the other side of the paddock seemed to be holding its breath. Draco's eyes were narrowed with what Harry assumed was jealousy. "Should have volunteered then." "Easy now, Harry," said Hagrid quietly. "Ye have got eye contact, now try not to blink. Hippogriffs don, trust ye if ye blink too much." Harry's eyes immediately began to water, but he didn't shut them. Buckbeak had turned his great, sharp head and was staring at Harry with one fierce orange eye. "Thaw it," said Hagrid. "Thaw it, Harry, now bow." Harry wasn't going to bow. He didn't do it to other Wixen, he wouldn't do it to a damn bird. He jerked his chin downwards quickly, the most of a bow that the hippogriff would get from him. The hippogriff reared up on its back legs and let out a screech. "Ah," said Hagrid, sounding worried. "Right, back away now, Harry, easy does it." Harry scrambled backwards as quickly as his pride would let him. "Okay, who else wants a go?" Hagrid nervously asked the wide-eyed class. The rest of the class, led by Hermione and Theo, slowly started climbing cautiously into the paddock. Hagrid untied the hippogriffs one by one, and soon people were bowing nervously, all over the paddock. Hermione and Ron were practicing on a chestnut one while Harry stood back and watched Draco and Theo work with Buckbeak. "You're not so scary, are you?" Draco was crooning, patting the large beak fondly. "You just don't like Harry because he's scary, isn't that right?" "Piss off," Harry called across the paddock, where he was remaining as far from the creatures as he could while technically still being in class. "It's okay, Buckbeak, Harry scares us too," Draco laughed. It happened in a flash of steely talons. Draco let out a high-pitched scream, and next moment, Hagrid was wrestling Buckbeak back into his collar as he strained to get at Draco, who lay curled in the grass, blood blossoming over his robes. Harry ran quickly to his side, elbowing people out of his way. "I'm dying," Draco yelled as the class panicked. "I'm dying, look at me, it's killed me." "You're not dying," said Hagrid, who had gone very white. "Someone help me, gotta get him out of here." Hagrid bent down as if to lift Draco up, and Harry scowled at him. "Are you a wizard or not?" He bent down beside Draco and carefully rolled his sleeve back. "You're not dying, quit whining, you're embarrassing yourself. You sound weak," he hissed quietly to Draco so no one else could hear him. Harry saw that there was a long, deep gash on Draco's arm. Blood splattered the grass around where he was laying. "Want me to fix it?" Harry asked, hesitating with his hand over Draco's arm. Draco just nodded silently at him. He was biting his lip in what Harry assumed was an effort to not cry. "Heal his arm, fix the cut, heal him." Harry concentrated as hard as he could on an image of Draco's arm, once again being healed and unblemished. Draco let out a shaky breath as Harry's magic sealed the cut up, only leaving behind a very faint white scar to show it had ever been there. "Good job, Harry," Hagrid suddenly roared amidst the scattered applause of their classmates. 10 points to Slytherin. Harry helped Draco to his feet and glared hatefully after Hagrid. "Why'd he attack Draco, huh? Can't you control him?" "It was Malfoy's fault," Dean Thomas defended Hagrid. "He insulted Buckbeak." "How that?" Ron demanded, coming to stand on the other side of Draco. "He implied Buckbeak was scared of Potter. Buckbeak was probably insulted that anyone thought Potter could be scary," Finnegan sneered. "Are you implying I'm not scary?" Harry said, taking a step closer to Finnegan and reaching for his knife slowly, "because I can fix that." Finnegan scrambled backwards and fell on the ground, causing Harry's friends to roar with laughter at his red face. "That's enough," Hagrid said gruffly. "Malfoy shouldn't have said it, and no fighting in me class." Harry looked incredulously at the giant man. "You're blaming Draco because you couldn't control your pet." "Class is over," Hagrid said loudly, blatantly ignoring Harry. "Dismissed, go on now." Harry turned on his heel and stormed off towards the castle, fuming over the professor's incompetency. Draco is his and Hagrid let him get hurt because he's an idiot. And Dumbledore hired him. Draco didn't even really insult the stupid bird. He ranted to his friends. Hagrid's an idiot. I thought the hippogriffs were really interesting, Hermione said hesitantly. And Draco's okay, right, so it's not a big deal, is it? Of course it's a big deal, Harry spat. Dumbledore shouldn't just hire people he likes if they aren't qualified for the position. Charlie, my brother, says he's a dab at creatures, Ron said. Suppose that's why Dumbledore hired him. A dab at creatures. He was going to let Draco bleed right there on the damn ground because he can't control a hippogriff. But Draco's fine, Ron said, ignoring Harry's heated tone. So all's well that ends well, right? Harry was about to tell Ron that no, not all's well that ends well, when Draco jabbed him with his elbow. Now who's being embarrassing? He whispered, his cheeks pink. I don't need you to defend me. Then heal your fucking self next time, Harry said. I will. Harry and Draco stopped in front of the entrance to Hogwarts and were glaring angrily at each other. Let me get this right, Theo said. Harry's mad at Draco because Draco got hurt and Draco is now mad that Harry healed him. Yes, Draco yelled just as Harry said no. Shut up, they both said to Theo, unintentionally and simultaneously. Harry blinked at Draco a few times before Draco let out a small chuckle. Okay, I probably won't heal myself next time. I was dying, you know. Thank you. You weren't dying, Harry rolled his eyes. I've bled harder than that when I was 7, he bragged, and I'm still alive. That's not good, Harry, Hermione said. Harry flushed when he saw his friends were all staring at him now. I was fine, he said. Healed it up, did I? Nobody looked very convinced by that argument, so Harry decided that he'd just keep his accomplishments to himself from now on. Whatever, he scowled. Hagrid's still incompetent, Dumbledore's an idiot, and I'm telling Draco's dad he got attacked by a fucking giant horsebird during class. Draco spent the rest of the day trying to convince Harry not to tell his father about it. He'll just freak out, Draco said for about the 50th time during dinner that night. You can't use logic on Harry, Susan said with a mischievous grin. You have to barter with him. Harry perked up at that, now interested in what Draco would have to trade. I'll give you 10 galleons, Draco said. Nope. I'll buy you all the chocolate you can eat when we go to Hogsmeade. No thanks, I've got money, don't I? Draco hesitated before finally offering, I'll owe you a favor. Deal, Harry said quickly. No murder, nothing that'll get you expelled, but other than that it's no questions asked. And I'm still telling Snape, Hagrid can't bring dangerous animals to class if he can't control them. Draco didn't look very happy, but Harry happily added his cousin to the ever-growing list of people who owed him a favor. Chapter 7, Boggarts and Bemusement. Please put your textbooks away, grab your wands and follow me. Remus smiled at the excited whispers from his first Ravenclaw Gryffindor class as they followed him to the staff room. Ridiculous was a perfect first lesson for the third years to learn. He would have saved it for their final class before Christmas break, as a treat, but when Albus told him that Argus found a boggart in the wardrobe, it seemed to work out much better this way. When they entered the staff room, only Severus was inside, poring over a Muggle book with an irritable scowl on his face. As Remus made to close the door behind the class, Severus said, "Leave it open, Lupin. I'd rather not witness this." He got to his feet and strode past the class, his black robes billowing behind him. At the doorway he turned on his heel and said, "Possibly no one's warned you, Lupin, but this class contains Seamus Finnegan. I would advise you not to entrust him with anything difficult, not unless you wish for an explosion." Seamus Finnegan went scarlet, and Remus raised his brows. Apparently Seamus would be his first student of the day. "I was hoping that Seamus would assist me with the first stage of the operation," he said, "and I am sure he will perform it admirably." Seamus' face went, if possible, even redder. Severus curled his lip, but he left, shutting the door with a snap. "Now then," Remus said, beckoning the class toward the end of the room, where he stood beside the wardrobe that gave a sudden wobble, banging off the wall. "Nothing to worry about," said Remus calmly, after noticing the agitated jumps from the class. "There's only a boggart in there." Most of the students seemed to feel that this was something to worry about. Neville Longbottom looked terrified, and Seamus eyed the now rattling doorknob apprehensively. "Boggarts like dark enclosed spaces," Remus said, hoping to implant the creature theory into the students' heads. Wardrobes, the gap beneath beds, the cupboards under sinks. I once met one that had lodged itself in a grandfather clock. This one moved in yesterday afternoon, and I asked the headmaster if the staff would leave it to give my third years some practice. So the first question we must ask ourselves is, what is a boggart? Hermione Granger, Harry's Ravenclaw friend from the train, who Remus saw sitting with his odd group every meal, raised her hand immediately. It's a shape-shifter, she said. It can take the shape of whatever it thinks will frighten us most. Couldn't have put it better myself, said Remus. So the boggart sitting in the darkness within has not yet assumed a form. He does not yet know what will frighten the person on the other side of the door. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like when he is alone, but when I let him out, he will immediately become whatever each of us most fears. This means, said Professor Lupin, choosing to ignore Neville's small sputter of terror, that we have a huge advantage over the boggart before we begin. Have you spotted it, Lavender? Lavender Brown, a Gryffindor girl, looked hesitantly at Hermione before answering. Maybe because there are so many of us, it won't know what shape it should be. Precisely, Remus praised her. It's always best to have company when you're dealing with a boggart. He becomes confused. Which should he become, a headless corpse or a flesh-eating slug? I once saw a boggart make that very mistake, tried to frighten 2 people at once and turned himself into half a slug, not remotely frightening. The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires force of mind. You see, the thing that really finishes a boggart is laughter. What you need to do is force it to assume a shape that you find amusing. We will practice the charm without wands first. After me, please. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, said the class together. Good, said Professor Lupin. Very good, but that was the easy part, I'm afraid. You see, the word alone is not enough, and this is where you come in, Seamus. The wardrobe shook again, though not as much as Seamus, who walked swallowed hard before walking up beside Remus. Right, Seamus, said Remus. First things first, what would you say is the thing that frightens you most in the world? Seamus turned bright red once again, and closed his eyes briefly before whispering something inaudible. Sorry, Seamus, I didn't catch that, Remus said cheerfully. Don't be embarrassed, everyone's fears will be shown today. Seamus took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling as he muttered, Potter. Harry. Your classmate Harry Potter, Remus asked, wondering if perhaps there were another Potter in the student's life that terrified him. Seamus nodded. Remus blinked heavily at Seamus for a moment. He glanced at the class and saw that nobody had laughed, save for a giggling Hermione Granger, which must mean it wasn't a joke. All right then, he said, deeply hoping that the boggart that emerged did not take the shape of his best friend's son. Can you think of a way to make Mr. Potter less scary and more amusing? Seamus stood and thought for a moment before shaking his head. What on earth? I'll help you, Remus said bemused. He looked around the room for inspiration. What if Mr. Potter was wearing Miss Parvati Patil's dress and hair ornament? A few students chuckled at that, and Seamus nodded slowly. Yeah, that would be funny, I suppose, he said. Right then, said Remus. Can you picture those clothes very clearly, Seamus? Can you see them in your mind's eye? Yes, said Seamus uncertainly, plainly wondering what was coming next. When the boggart bursts out of this wardrobe, Seamus, and sees you, it will assume the form of Mr. Potter, said Remus, and you will raise your wand thus and cry ridiculous, and concentrate hard on Miss Patil's clothes. If all goes well, Mr. Boggart Potter will be forced into that red dress and golden hair ornament. There was a great shout of laughter, though Remus saw that neither Hermione nor Neville appeared even remotely amused. In fact, Hermione was glaring rather darkly at Seamus and Remus both. The wardrobe wobbled more violently. If Seamus is successful, the boggart is likely to shift his attention to each of us in turn, Remus told the class. I would like all of you to take a moment now to think of the thing that scares you most, and imagine how you might force it to look comical. The room went quiet as Remus hoped the students were imagining their fears. He gave them a couple of minutes until most of the students were nodding and looking eager. Everyone ready, Remus called. Seamus, we're going to back away, Remus said as the students began rolling their sleeves up in preparation. Let you have a clear field, all right. I'll call the next person forward. Everyone back now, so Seamus can get a clear shot. They all retreated, backed against the walls, leaving Seamus alone in front of the wardrobe. He looked pale, but he had pushed up the sleeves of his robes and was holding his wand steady. On the count of 3 then, Seamus, said Remus, pointing his own wand at the handle of the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3 now. Remus shot an unlocking spell at the wardrobe door handle with a jet of sparks. the wardrobe burst open. Despite Remus' hopes, a small, skinny and scarred Harry Potter stepped out. He had a cruel smirk on his face as he stepped towards Seamus. Remus thought this might be the oddest boggart he'd ever witnessed, and that included Peter's fear of being eaten alive by a chimera. Seamus backed away, reaching his empty hand up to rub at his shoulder. Harry reached into his trouser pocket, still smirking cruelly at Seamus. "Ridiculous!" Seamus roared, his eyes hard. There was a noise like a whip crack. Harry stumbled. He was wearing a red dress, the same gold hair ornament as Miss Patil, and even had on what appeared to be lipstick. There was a roar of laughter, from everyone aside from Hermione or Neville. The boggart paused, confused, and Remus shouted, "Lavender, forward!" Lavender stepped forward, biting her lower lip. Boggart Harry turned to her, and with a crack, there was a giant Nundu, breathing its toxic breath in Lavender's direction. Thank Merlin it was Harry again, Remus thought with relief. Harry had seemed much colder and more cynical than James had been at his age, but if the Daily Prophet was to be believed, then Harry had earned that right. Remus just wasn't sure how he'd earned the pleasure of being Seamus Finnegan's worst fear. "Ridiculous," Lavender said, flicking her wand just the way Remus himself had. The Nundu squeaked and sat down on its hind legs, panting like a dog. "Very good," Remus praised her. "Parvati now." Parvati walked up, her face set. The now docile Nundu rounded on her. There was another crack, and where the Nundu had stood was now a blood-stained, bandaged mummy. The mummy's sightless face was turned to Parvati, and it began to walk toward her very slowly, dragging its feet, its stiff arms rising. "Ridiculous!" cried Parvati. A bandage unraveled at the mummy's feet. It became entangled, fell face forward, and its head rolled off. "Excellent, Hermione!" Hermione stepped forward, and the mummy turned to her before turning into Albus Dumbledore. "There's been a mistake, Miss Granger," Boggart Albus said harshly. "You aren't a witch after all, you're expelled." "Ridiculous!" Hermione yelled, looking disproportionately angry. Albus' beard abruptly burnt up, and he stood there looking rather ridiculous with his chin, now bald and shining. Remus chuckled just a little at the sight. "Wonderful, Padma now." Remus was interested to see that, although it took her slightly longer to dispel it. Padma shared the same fear as Parvati. He wondered if it was a twin thing, or if they had a shared childhood trauma involving a mummy. Crack, the banshee turned into a rat, which chased its tail in a circle, then, crack, became a rattlesnake which slithered and writhed before crack, becoming a single bloody eyeball. "It's confused," shouted Lupin. "We're getting there, only a few more, Dean now." Dean hurried forward. Crack, the eyeball became a severed hand, which flipped over and began to creep along the floor like a crab. "Ridiculous," yelled Dean. There was a snap, and the hand was trapped in a mousetrap. "Excellent, Neville, you next." Neville leapt forward. Crack. Severus Snape. One 13-year-old student, one headmaster, and one potions professor. What has been going on in this castle? "Get out," Boggart Snape hissed. "Do you really think I care about finding?" "RRR ridiculous," Neville stammered, interrupting whatever his Boggart had been about to taunt him with. Boggart Snape was now strutting around in a vulture-stuffed hat, green frock, and carrying a large red purse. Remus' lips twitched at the sight, despite his best efforts to remain neutral. "You're a dunderhead," Boggart Snape now drawled. "You're all dunderheads." Remus had no idea why Neville found this phrase amusing, but the boy gave a weak laugh and retreated back to Hermione Granger's side. "Everyone's safe now," she whispered to Neville, too quietly for the students to hear but seemingly loud to Remus' sensitive hearing. "You know he's here." "What if he hadn't found him, though?" Neville whispered back. "I'd just be a loser all by myself." "He did, though," Hermione squeezed Neville's hand. "You're not a loser, and you wouldn't have lost the rest of us. We're all your friends, not just Harry." "Thanks, Myone," Neville whispered with a smile. Remus couldn't even begin to interpret that conversation. "Anthony, come finish it off," Remus said to the quiet Ravenclaw boy standing as far away from the boggart as he could. He thought that his head might actually split open from a headache when the posturing Severus instantly transformed into a Harry who was hissing like a snake. 2 for Harry, 1 for Albus, and 1 for Severus. "Ridiculous," Anthony said softly, though strongly enough to put Harry back in Parvati Patil's dress for a split second before crack. The boggart stumbled down and curled in a ball. Remus easily picked it up and shoved it back in the wardrobe to use again for his other defense class. Excellent, Remus praised the class, despite his own confusion. Well done, everyone. Let me see. 5 points to every person who was able to tackle the boggart today, 10 for Seamus because he went first, and 5 extra to Hermione and Lavender for answering my questions correctly. Very well, everyone, an excellent lesson. Homework, kindly read the chapter on boggarts and summarize it for me, to be handed in on Monday. That will be all. As the students left the staff room, whispering excitedly, Remus heard Neville whisper harshly to Anthony, "Serves you right for calling him evil." Remus desperately hoped that his Slytherin Hufflepuff class would go over much better than this one had. He was also undeniably curious what the boggart of the source of 2 of his classmates' fears would be. Remus smiled at the new set of students scattered among the staff room that afternoon. He tried not to watch Harry, but his eyes kept drifting to him in the back where he was whispering with Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, and Susan Bones. Theodore Nott and Ronald Weasley were standing close by, interjecting the discussion occasionally with their own input. Remus went through the introduction of the boggart again, allowed the students to practice the incantation, and asked for a volunteer to go first. Harry snorted lightly and backed up until his back was completely flat against the wall. "What was that, Harry? You volunteer," Remus said, knowing full well that it was more of a snort of disdain than an eager offer to go first. "Not a chance," Harry said flatly. "I'm not doing this." Susan glanced up at Remus before quickly leaning over to whisper in Harry's ear. "What's going on?" she breathed. "Show everyone my worst fear." "No, you know they'd just use it against me," Harry whispered back. Remus cleared his throat and smiled gently at Harry. "Everyone will go today. You cannot learn the spell without testing it." "One galleon Harry can do it in his sleep," Blaise whispered to Ronald, who rolled his eyes and declined the bet. "I'm not doing it," Harry said, his jaw set stubbornly, much like Lily's always had. "Harry, I don't want to punish you, but if you refuse to participate in class, then you leave me no choice," Remus warned him. Surely this defiant boy wasn't the sweet, brilliant, polite pupil that his co-workers raved over to him. Remus had chalked up Harry's previous attitude with him to unneeded embarrassment at Remus witnessing him in a vulnerable moment. Harry didn't seem like the type of kid who wanted pity or to be coddled. Now he wondered if he alone had somehow earned Harry's disdain before they had even officially met. Clearly changing his nappies as an infant didn't endear Remus to Harry. "Punish me then," Harry sneered at him, abruptly going from looking like a determined Lily to resembling a derisive Severus. "Okay," Remus said lightly, "detention tonight." Harry scoffed and leaned against the wall, reminding Remus painfully of the arrogant way James often stood. "All right, who volunteers to go first then?" Remus clapped his hands and looked around at the wary students. "I'll go," Hannah Abbott, a soft-spoken Hufflepuff girl, offered. "Excellent, thank you, Hannah," Remus praised her. "Now what would you say is your worst fear?" "The bloody Baron," Hannah said with a little shudder. Some of the students, mostly the Slytherin, chuckled at that. Remus saw Harry and Susan roll their eyes almost simultaneously. "The Baron freaks me out too," Remus told Hannah with a reassuring smile. "Can you close your eyes now and think of a way that the Baron wouldn't be so frightening, a way that he would be funny instead?" Hannah closed her eyes for a few moments before opening them with a giggle. "Got it," she said, now grinning. "Okay, keep that picture clear in your mind when the wardrobe opens. The Baron will come out, and you'll need to clearly imagine that comical sight as you say the spell, all right?" Hannah nodded eagerly and stepped up in front of the wardrobe. 3, 2, 1. Remus unlocked the wardrobe and watched as the Boggart Blood Baron floated out silently towards Hannah. "Ridiculous," Hannah yelled, laughing when the chains fell off the Baron to reveal polka-dotted pajamas and fuzzy bunny slippers. "Wonderful, Draco now." Draco stepped forward, and the pajama-clad Baron turned into a swirling tornado of what Remus was fairly sure was dozens of inferi. "Ridiculous," Draco cried, retreating quickly once the tornado stopped and became filled with adorable meowing kittens now instead. "A tornado of kittens would not be as useful as inferi," Harry whispered to Draco as Remus called up Gregory Goyle. "Your mad ideas are terrifying," Draco whispered back. With another sharp crack, the meowing tornado of kittens turned into a cackling goblin holding an axe. PFT, what a tosser, Harry whispered. Remus thought it was rather rich of Harry to critique his classmates' fears when he was unwilling to face his own. After Gregory turned the cackling goblin into a winged cupid, Remus called up Ernie Macmillan. Sweet Merlin, not another one. The cupid turned to Ernie and immediately changed into an angry Harry, his green eyes flashing darkly as he pointed his wand at Ernie. Remus glanced back at Harry to gauge his reaction and saw that Harry and his friends were all looking smugly at Ernie's boggart. Ah, ridiculous. Harry's black hair became hot pink and ridiculously curly. Not a soul laughed, as the earlier class had at the image of Harry in a dress. Remus thought it had something to do with the way Harry was staring calmly at Ernie, with his wand now out and twirling in his hand. Tracy Davis stepped forward slowly and watched as the boggart Harry turned into a fanged vampire. Ridiculous. The vampire took his fangs out with a smile, revealing them to be a common plastic muggle toy. Wonderful job, Millicent. Crack. The vampire was briefly an impossibly tall mountain, before Millicent shouted out the incantation and shrunk the mountain to a pocket-sized miniature. Very good, next Blaze. Crack. The boggart cracked into an image of a beautiful woman laying peacefully in a coffin that Blaze Zabini stared at silently for a moment before crack. The woman stood up and began dancing. Remus felt a pang of sympathy for Blaze Zabini. Even though his boggart took on the shape of the full moon, he too had worried about life without his mother. Excellent Blaze, Justin now. Justin Finchfletchy stepped forward and crack. A giant black-scaled snake reared its head, fangs aimed right at Justin. Ridiculous. The fangs fell off and the snake let out a soft squeak. Why didn't you try that? Ronald whispered to Harry in the back of the room. Took one fang off, did I? Harry whispered back with a cocky grin. Good work, Justin. Theodore now. The Slytherin boy that was a part of Harry's group of friends stepped forward, his face pale and his hands slightly shaking. The snake quivered for a moment and then crack. Man roughly Remus' size, though much older, with brown hair and eyes that matched Theodore, held his wand high. What have I told you? The man that Remus would wager is Theodore's father thundered. You were raised better than that. Theodore held his own wand up slowly, his wide eyes trained on the boggart's raised wand. Ridiculous, he whispered. The boggart just laughed and Remus stepped forward lightly, allowing the man to change into his full moon before deflating it. When Remus had learned this lesson, in his own third year, the Gryffindors had shared it with the Ravenclaws, a schedule that remained the same today. He had never stopped to wonder what the Slytherin students feared, never considered that the legacy Slytherins who were raised in traditional pure-blooded families may have much more realistic and immediate fears than goblins and severed hands. It's okay, Theodore, good job, he said quietly to the shaken boy. Ronald now, he said louder. It's weakened, we're almost there. Remus watched sadly as Theodore quickly returned to his friends, and Susan Bones quickly grabbed his hand. You're okay, she murmured softly. Remus nearly missed seeing the boggart take on Harry's form, once again, while he watched Theodore out of the corner of his eye. For the love of Merlin, what is that? 4 Harry Boggarts now. You're out of the gang, Boggart Harry sneered, pointing a large blood-covered sword at Ronald. Remus was incredibly confused, as it had seemed to him that Harry and Ronald were close friends. They sat together on the train, and had played cards together and laughed together. Why would someone's deepest fear be one of their closest friends? Remus recognized the irony of that thought almost immediately, but Sirius would hardly have been one of his fears when they were classmates and friends. He truly needed to discuss these boggarts with Harry's guardian tonight. He watched as Ronald shot a panicked look over his shoulder at Harry, who shook his head slightly at him, a calm expression on his face. Susan Bones was giggling quietly at his side, though Draco Malfoy appeared to be as pale at Ronald's boggart as he had his own. Ridiculous, Ronald yelled. The sword in Boggart Harry's hands sagged limply, causing the Boggart Harry to look comically surprised. Good pansy now. 2 galleons, it's Harry, Ronald whispered to Theo as he returned to his friends. Theo let out a small chuckle and shook his hand. And sure enough, the boggart barely had to change shapes, merely losing the limp sword for a red pocket knife. Who's not special now? Boggart Harry hissed with a mean smile. Ridiculous. Remus shook his head, as he heard the clink of coins that indicated Ronald had just pocketed his winnings from Theo. "Vincent," he called, feeling exhaustion beginning to creep into his bones. He hoped that Severus would give him a pain-relieving potion with minimal resistance when he went to speak with him after Harry's detention tonight. He mentally crossed his fingers that this would not be a sixth Harry Potter when crack. Wonderful! A much-exaggerated mythical version of a werewolf appeared. Remus held himself still, trying to not react since he knew that at least a quarter of the class was aware of his affliction. "Ooh," Harry howled suddenly from the back of the room. Remus looked sharply at him, planning on scolding him for, once again, mocking his classmates' fear. Instead he found himself chuckling lightly as Harry winked cheekily at him, the first friendly gesture he's gotten from James' son. Defender of werewolf rights and feared by his classmates, who is this kid? After Vincent turned the werewolf into an adorable puppy, Remus eyed the room for anyone who had yet to face the boggart. "Daphne, then we'll have Susan finish it off," he called. Daphne Greengrass stepped forward and gaped, horrified, when the puppy turned into a young blonde-haired girl, lying on a bed, pale-faced and silent. Remus recognized the girl as Astoria Greengrass, one of his quiet Slytherin first-year students. Everyone watched silently as Daphne just stared at the boggart. Her eyes filled with tears and her chin quivered slightly. "Astoria," Daphne breathed before abruptly turning and retreating to the very back of the classroom. "That's all right," Remus said gently. "Last one now, Susan." Susan squeezed Theodore's hand before stepping up confidently. The corpse of the young girl turned into the corpse of Harry. At least this is Harry with a sword, or a pocket knife, or his wand, or hissing, Remus thought. Though this boggart was nearly as disturbing, apparently Harry being bloodily slashed to death was Susan's deepest fear. Remus would wager, based on the look of surprise, fear and agony on Susan's face, that this wasn't what she expected. Susan stared at the corpse, and just as Remus was about to step up and put an end to the whole lesson crack, Corpse Harry was now the corpse of Amelia Bones. Remus gently moved Susan to the side as he stepped in front of the body. After once again deflating his moon, he shoved the boggart back into the wardrobe and took in the sight of his class. Many of the students were teary-eyed. Tracy was consoling a full-on crying Daphne as Harry was squeezing Susan's hand and glaring at Remus accusingly. As if Harry himself isn't the most commonly feared thing in this room. "Good work, everyone," Remus said weakly. 10 points to everyone who faced their fear. For Monday, he faltered as he saw the defeated looks on the majority of the students' faces. "Never mind," he sighed, "just have a good weekend." He called out a reminder of the night's detention to Harry, who stormed out of the classroom with his arm now wrapped consolingly around Susan's shoulders. "Brill," Harry growled back at him. Apparently Susan's boggart had taken away any goodwill Harry had previously felt towards him. Remus put his head in his hands as he considered the disaster this lesson had caused. He swore that he would never teach boggarts again, certainly not to the Slytherin. At any rate, Severus could do it next year. At 6 that evening, Harry knocked on Remus' office door. Remus was disheartened to see that Harry looked tense. All of his muscles were coiled tightly, and Lily's green eyes flickered around the room warily before he stepped inside. He was clearly terrified of being alone with Remus. Despite Harry's own defense of werewolves on the train, it must bother him more to actually be alone with Remus. "We won't be having detention here," Remus said lightly, getting to his feet and grabbing his wand. Remus went to walk past Harry to leave the office, and Harry flinched away from him. "Follow me," Remus said, maintaining his polite tone despite his own disappointment. "Of course he's terrified of you, you're a monster." Harry followed behind Remus, albeit several feet away, as he led him to the staff room. "What are we doing?" Harry asked once he recognized the doorway. "You face your boggart, your detention is over," Remus said, holding the door open for him. "Between you and I, this spell will be on your final exam, and it's important that you learn it now." "No," Harry said, stepping away from the office door. "I'm not doing it." "Then we'll be here all night tonight, and every other night until you do," Remus said with a pleasant smile. Harry glared at him defiantly, no doubt mentally rearranging his schedule to fit this in. "Harry, I will not tell anyone what your boggart is," Remus said softly. "I understand if you want to keep it private." Harry continued to stare silently at Remus. He could practically see Harry's thoughts whirling behind his eyes when Harry blinked and seemed to adopt an uninterested mask. Severus is clearly teaching him occlumency, Remus thought as he witnessed the masterful shutdown of visible emotions. Fine. Remus gave him what he hoped was a reassuring smile as he gestured towards the opened door. After you, then. Harry slowly inched around him, keeping his eyes trained on Remus' hands as if worried he would suddenly claw him. Damn you, Severus. Remus would never be able to build any semblance of a relationship with James' son if being alone with the big bad werewolf had Harry this much on edge. Do you know what your fear is? Remus asked him. Harry shrugged, quirking his lips up slightly in a look that was entirely his own. Probably seeing my boggart in front of you, he drawled. Remus sighed and fought down the headache that had been building ever since he saw Seamus Finnegan's boggart. You know, you featured in quite a few fears today, he said conversationally, watching Harry closely. Any idea why that might be? Suppose it means I'm scary, sir, Harry said in the same drawling tone he used before. Can we do this so I can go, please? All right then, wand ready. Harry shook his head and flicked his right hand, releasing a burst of purple lights into the air beside him. No thanks, he smirked. I don't really use one, do I? Remus resisted the urge to laugh. More arrogant than you ever were, buddy, he thought, picturing James' smug look if he could see his son now. As you please, Remus said. 3, 2, 1, go. Remus unlocked the wardrobe and stepped back as Harry stepped forward. Remus felt his hackles rise as Severus Snape stepped out of the wardrobe and sneered at Harry. If he's been hurting Harry, I swear to Merlin. You're not special, Boggart Snape sneered at Harry. You're disgusting, a monster, a nobody. You're worth less than the trash you slept on. Remus watched as Harry lost his previous smirk and turned a horrible shade of white with his mouth open in a perfect O of surprise. Focus, Harry, Remus encouraged him quietly. Come on now, ridiculous. Harry didn't even tear his eyes off of the boggart, who was now right in his face. Nobody cares about you, you're worthless, you don't matter, you're a monster, a freak. Harry stumbled backwards from the boggart and Remus felt guilt washing over him as Harry fell to the floor. Harry had his eyes clenched tightly shut, clearly trying to avoid looking at the boggart Snape, who was now calling him a variety of vulgar names. Remus darted forward just as boggart Snape was calling Harry a whore, of all the random insults to use. He finished off his own boggart, shoving it back into the wardrobe, and frowned sadly down at the frozen Harry. Harry, he called gently, are you all right? Harry continued to sit silently, his eyes closed, and Remus was startled to see his lower lip began trembling slightly. Hey, it's okay, Remus knelt down and placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. It's just... Don't fucking touch me, Harry yelped, cringing quickly away from Remus. I don't know what your game is, getting me alone and peopling that he pointed at the wardrobe, but I'm not fucking falling for it. Don't touch me ever again, he hissed before scrambling quickly to his feet and frantically running out of the room. Remus sat on the floor and stared sadly in his own lap for a few minutes. He made his way to his own feet as he felt anger replacing his guilt and remorse. Severus was now the boggart of 2 students, and he was going to answer some damn questions. Chapter 8, Depressed Wards and Dead Wolves. Severus, you have some explaining to do. Severus looked up as Remus Lupin stormed into his office, his amber eyes glowing angrily. Severus flicked his wand into his hand beneath his desk. Lupin may masquerade as a gentle-hearted school teacher with his cardigans and kind smiles, but Severus wasn't fooled. Lupin's disease gave him more than just enhanced senses. The man could throw Severus through the wall if the thought occurred to him. And if Severus would let him get that far to begin with. Do I, he said silkily, and pray tell what exactly you believe I must explain to you. I taught the 3rd years about boggarts today, Lupin said, arrogantly sitting in the seat across Severus' desk, quite uninvited. I am aware, Severus said. I was present when you brought your class to the staff room. What you missed was your appearance as one of the students' boggarts, Lupin said harshly, clearly intending to hurt Severus with the news. Just one, Severus asked, raising an interested brow. Last year I managed to be 3 boggarts. Damn, Potter was making him soft. 2 actually, Lupin huffed, irritated by Severus' unaffected tone. But Harry has you beat. He was 6 of his year mates' worst fear. That was much less amusing. Fuck, Severus breathed, shock clouding his judgment in speaking more freely around Lupin. Was he really? One boggart Harry smirking at Seamus, one of Harry hissing at Anthony, one of Harry threatening Ron with a bloody sword, Harry with a pocket knife in Pansy's face, Harry pointing his wand at Ernie, and my personal favourite Harry's blood-covered corpse that Susan created. Severus listened to Lupin list off the various classmates that Potter had viciously, and justifiably, fought with the past 2 years. Finnegan had been a part of a group of boys who had attacked Potter, 4-1, and Severus sent him to the hospital wing after Potter cut his shoulder open with his pocket knife. Macmillan had been one of the more outspoken students last year, convinced that Potter was petrifying Muggle-borns. Potter had probably attacked him for it at some point, and just escaped punishment in the shock of the basilisk attacks. Parkinson had tormented Potter quite frequently their first couple of years. Severus himself had broken up a rather magnificent fight between the two of them in their first year, when Potter snapped her wand in half. Severus couldn't recall a specific incident involving Goldstein, but Harry had taken up cursing in Parseltongue quite fluently after returning to Hogwarts last year. Even if Severus privately found it incredibly amusing, he supposed the cold hissing coming from Potter in moments of anger could be unsettling to the students with no deeper fears in their lives. Weasley had been a witness to Potter ending Gilderoy's life with his sword at the end of the last school year. Severus was only mildly surprised that Draco hadn't had the same boggart. Weasley must have more frightened by the event than Draco had been. Draco was the one who Gilderoy was planning to kill though, so Draco apparently, and rightfully, hadn't lost a lot of sleep over it. As unsurprising as these fears were, given what Severus knew about their likely origins, Bones' fear cut very close to home for Severus. Potter's bloody corpse would feature in many of Severus' worst imaginings until Sirius Black was captured. It was not a shock to Severus that the fiercely loyal and incredibly attached Miss Bones was thinking along the same lines. Potter is uniquely misunderstood by many of his classmates, Severus said, weighing his words very carefully. While rational adults may find Potter's behavior to be understandable, it is reasonable that young children may occasionally fear it. What I don't find understandable, Lupin said slowly, baring his teeth in an impressively effective show of aggression, is why Harry's boggart was you. Me? I trust you. Potter trusted him, why would he fear him? Explain, Severus said tersely. Harry refused to do the lesson today, Lupin said, tilting forward to lean on Severus' desk, his voice heated. He told Susan that he thought his classmates would use his worst fear against him, so I gave him detention for refusing to participate in class. Severus nearly smiled as he realized that Lupin was doing himself no favors in cozying up to Potter. When he came for detention, terrified thanks to you, Lupin said with a growl, I told him he had to face the boggart or he'd have detention every night until he did. At that, Severus did smile outright. He would wager that Lupin's threat rolled right off Potter's back, and sure enough. Harry didn't seem to care at all, so I told him that I wouldn't tell anyone what his boggart was, and he finally agreed to face it. Severus unconsciously leaned forward, morbidly curious to discover how he became Potter's worst fear. And, he said when Lupin hesitated. And you stepped out of the wardrobe making fun of him, Lupin said, abruptly looking furious again. Severus was now quite perplexed. Making fun of him, Potter is afraid of me taunting him. How queer, Severus was sure that he had at least a close enough relationship with Potter that he wouldn't fear something as juvenile as being bullied by him. Potter was a survivor of much worse traumas. What had Severus done to trigger this fear? Is this a result of calling the brat insane over the summer? Perhaps his heat-of-the-moment remark had cut close to Potter. Severus was fairly confident he'd already apologized for that. They were odd taunts, Lupin allowed hesitantly, but what I'd like to know is why Harry's worst fear is you calling him a freak and a monster. Oh. Severus leaned back in his chair, confident he had solved the mystery of Potter's boggart. Specifically, if your addled brain can recall, what did the boggart say to Potter? Lupin glared at Severus for a moment before obliging. You're not special, you're disgusting, a monster, a nobody, you're worth less than the trash you slept on. Nobody cares about you, you're worthless, you don't matter, you're a monster, a freak, Lupin recited dully. I believe at one point you also referred to him as a worthless whoring orphan, or perhaps a worthless whore of an orphan. It was difficult to distinguish given the number of vulgarities you were saying. For fuck's sake, Harry, Couldn't you be scared of the dark or something equally ridiculous? His boggart was quite specifically revealing. Interesting was all Severus replied. Lupin slammed his hand down on Severus' desk, overturning his inkwell. It is not interesting. Why is James' son terrified of you calling him a freak, Severus? He growled, showing his wolf side as obviously as if he were fully transformed. Calm yourself, Severus said, holding his wand steady and aimed at Lupin beneath the desk. He was not a child anymore, and Lupin was no longer the most terrifying beast he'd encountered. If the man made one wrong step, Severus would have no difficulties in putting him down for good. Lupin took a shuddering breath before leaning back and looking evenly at Severus, his eyes cooling to a more relaxed shade of amber. Well, he said, after they had stared each other down for many tense moments. Severus cleared his throat lightly. Firstly, I believe his name is Harry, not James' son, he sneered. Surely with your enhanced eyesight you can see that Potter is his own person. Lupin scoffed. You call him Potter, he muttered, but Severus could see his face darkening into an ashamed blush. The point had been made. Secondly, he continued, I believe what you are actually asking me, Lupin, is do I make a habit of tormenting my ward with verbal abuse? And though it is absolutely none of your business, I will answer anyway to put the matter at rest. I do not. I have never once said those words to Harry, and I never will. Satisfied? No, Lupin cried. Why would Harry even be thinking those things in the first place? If you didn't say it, and the look he gave Severus heavily relayed his belief in that theory, then who did? Perhaps you should ask Potter, Severus suggested calmly, as this is his incredibly personal and private experience you are sharing with me, despite your assurances to keep it private. Lupin's scarred face turned a satisfying shade of red before scowling. I tried talking to him, but he's terrified of me. Is he? Severus asked, his interest piqued. Potter had seemed to vehemently support werewolves and other creatures' rights. He'd been snarling and rude on the train, much to Severus' never-ending amusement, but Severus had chalked it up to Potter resenting someone he did not trust viewing him in a moment of what he would consider to be weakness. Perhaps he wasn't as comfortable alone with the wolf as Severus assumed he would be. I tried to talk to him after I had to finish the boggart. He was scared out of his mind and on the verge of another nervous breakdown, I thought, but then he started yelling at me not to touch him. Don't touch me. I don't know what your game is, getting me alone and pulling that, but I'm not falling for it. Don't touch me ever again, Lupin recited, glaring at Severus as if this were his fault. He also made liberal use of a few curse words, while he desperately tried to get as far away from me as he could. Potter once again showcasing his trust in adult males alone with him. Severus hadn't meant to sigh out loud, but how often could one be reminded of their ward's traumatic experiences, without feeling themselves beginning to break each time? Potter, you menace, he said softly, rubbing his eyes. He looked at Lupin and saw that the man's glare had receded slightly, though he still appeared to be furious with the wrong target. Severus weighed the pros and cons of releasing a very minimal amount of Potter's past to Lupin. On the one hand, Potter would likely burn Severus' office to the ground if he discovered what he would consider to be a horrible betrayal. On the other hand, despite Severus' own deep dislike and distrust of Lupin, he doubted whether the man would intentionally trigger Potter in the future if he was aware of some of his fears. Lupin was desperate to bond with James' son, and he couldn't do that if he cornered Potter and set him off during every interaction. Severus personally could not care less about Lupin's desperation to get to know Potter. In the deepest and most insecure part of his heart, the part that thought about history repeating itself, he worried that Potter would be won over by Lupin's friendly and easygoing nature and find him preferable to Severus. Ultimately, though, Severus had to think of what was best for his ward, and he believed that it would be better for Potter's mental health in the long run if he was not continuously terrified by one of his professors. It would also lessen the odds of Lupin triggering a possible manic-depressive episode, which truly decided it in the end for Severus. He was still hoping that the mind healer had been wrong, but on the chance that he was not wrong, Severus had no wish for Potter to begin cycling during the school year. Severus considered Lupin very carefully. If you repeat this to another soul, you may find that my hand has slipped and overdosed your monthly potion with wolfsbane, he said coolly. Will it be next month's dose? Perhaps. It could be the one after that or the next one. You will have no idea until you take your potion one evening and find yourself struggling to breath. You will eventually suffocate from the lack of activity in your lungs and die, pathetically alone in your office. Is that clear? Lupin looked rather startled by Severus' threat promise. Good. Is this how you speak to Harry as well? Lupin muttered. And Amelia thought you'd be a good guardian. No wonder he goes around terrifying his classmates. Your word, Lupin, Severus said, smirking at the thought of Lupin raising a complaint about him to Amelia. She'd just as likely purchase the wolfsbane herself if she believed Lupin was a threat to Potter's mental health. Clearly the friends of Lily Evans were more dedicated than those of James Potter. Fine, yes, not a word, Lupin huffed, crossing his arms, looking much like the juvenile he acts like. Potter thinks of you as a predator, Severus said bluntly. And whose fault is that? Lupin immediately demanded. You told him what I am. Severus was momentarily confused and incredibly disgusted until he realized the idiot's confusion. Not that kind of predator, you unforgivable imbecile, he rolled his eyes. You being a werewolf is probably the only thing about you that Potter finds interesting and non-threatening. What kind of predator then? Lupin asked, scrunching his brows down in confusion, if you really think he doesn't care about my problem. Severus nearly snorted at Lupin's polite way of describing his disease. He sighed again and pinched the bridge of his nose, as he unfortunately had to spell it out. You read the Daily Prophet last year, he said. Yes, Lupin responded slowly. So you read about Potter being evicted by his relatives, and how he was effectively homeless for quite some time. I didn't know if it was true or not, Rita, you know, Lupin trailed off hesitantly. It was unfortunately true, Severus said, sitting up and giving Lupin as blank of a face as he was able to given the current topic of conversation. I now invite you to use your damned imagination as to the kind of disgusting vermin that a small, vulnerable, and desperate child sleeping in alleyways would have been exposed to. Severus took no pleasure out of the blood draining from Lupin's face as he pieced together his meaning. Merlin, Lupin sighed, his eyes appearing to become misty. I would never. Getting Potter alone and then putting your hands on him is certainly no way to reconnect with your dead best friend's son, Severus said harshly. He didn't care if it hurt Lupin. How dare the man appear so emotional over Potter's past when he was one of the many who could have stepped forward and fought for Potter after Lily's death, and if not fought for placement of him, at least visited the child and checked on his welfare, mailed him a birthday card even. What good are his tears of regret now? The damage has been done. La Folie Circulaire. According to the massive amount of research Severus had done the last 2 months, Potter could have had years more before he developed the illness, if it developed at all, had his childhood not been so traumatic. And Remus Lupin, great friend of James Potter, could have done more towards that goal. Done anything at all. Get out, Severus said, cutting off whatever emotional drivel Lupin was protesting with. You came here to attack me over the boggart of my ward, when what you know about Potter couldn't fill a fourth of a sheet of parchment. Get out. Severus, Out, Severus snapped. Get out of my sight now, Lupin. Lupin gave him a sorrowful look as he left Severus' office, his not-so-hypothetical tail tucked between his legs. Severus slumped in his chair, abruptly exhausted. While he tried to not imagine Potter on the verge of a nervous breakdown, he also could not help but feel moderately vindicated by Potter's boggart. Potter, the seemingly fearless and scrappy survivor of a child, feared Severus spewing Potter's own worst thoughts back at him. It meant that Potter did trust Severus, that Severus must mean something to him if he fears being rejected and invalidated by him. It was heartening to know, though he would never admit it to anyone, he worried at times that Potter was incapable of true emotional connection. Yet he feared Severus rejecting him. He must feel emotionally connected to Severus to have such a specific fear. So tomorrow he would see Potter, and he would continue to reassure him that the real Severus would never think, let alone even say, those things about him. Potter fears that nobody cares about him, believes himself to be a worthless nobody. Severus will just show him otherwise, and perhaps one day the ridiculous child will believe it. Lupin, Severus murmured softly to the wolf seated on his right-hand side, as he carefully scanned the great hall the next morning. What happened after Potter's detention last night? I came straight to your office, Lupin said back, thankfully just as quietly as Severus had spoken. Before that, but after Potter yelled at you. You said he appeared on the verge of a breakdown. Surely you didn't allow him to run off alone if he was truly that visibly upset. Well, it wasn't like he wanted me following him, Lupin muttered sulkily. I thought it would be better if I just let him be and went to talk with you. Severus gave Lupin a sharp look. Surely Severus was not the only professor in this entire godforsaken castle with the slightest knowledge of trauma, mental illness, or psychology at all. Granted, Severus was now making what seemed to be nearly biannual visits with a muggle mind healer seeking advice for handling Potter, but Lupin transformed into a disgusting beast once a month. Who would know more about emotional and mental triggers than the man who literally loses his rational mind every full moon? You checked first that Potter returned to his common room safely, Severus hissed. No, Lupin mumbled shamefacedly. Did you call for one of his friends to go check on him? Severus demanded. I didn't think of it, Lupin said. Why does it matter now? Severus gazed around the room quickly again, before carefully counting the grouping at the end of the Slytherin table. Lovegood, Draco, Granger, Theodore, Blaise, Ronald, Longbottom, Bones. And right beside Bones, Potter's customary corner seat against the wall, empty. Because he didn't show up for breakfast, despite his entire gang of miscreants attending. So he overslept, Lupin whispered, now looking around the hall to check himself. Is that the end of the world? Try to avoid things that could possibly trigger an episode. Once an episode begins, you'll need to keep a close eye on Harry. Potter had been in what the research termed a stable mind place since mid-July. Severus had sincerely hoped they would have longer than 2 months before something set the child off. He truly had no idea why he thought anything regarding Potter would follow some sort of optimistic path. Severus thought of Potter's destabilizing depressive episode over the summer. He thought of Potter's depression last school year. He recalled Potter's whispered confession, I just don't see a point to it all sometimes. He thought of Potter once rambling how his barriers had fallen when he'd been expelled and the pain had been too much. I couldn't take it and then I did something stupid, and Severus felt an unfortunately all too familiar panic creep in. Is it the end of the world? Perhaps not Lupin's, but Severus, certainly if he did not find Potter. If I do not find Potter in one piece, and of sound mind, I will rip you from limb to limb, wolf, Severus spat before sweeping away from the table. Once again he had to go find his ward, and hope that Lupin and the boggart had not triggered Potter's most self-destructive tendencies. Where is Potter? Severus asked the students at the end of the Slytherin table. He's sick, sir, Ronald said quickly. Sick, Severus repeated. Was he vomiting? Did he have a fever? Sweats? I don't know. Ronald glanced at Theodore, who shrugged. He just said he's sick and to leave him alone. I'm sick. I don't feel good. Severus was going to kill Remus Lupin. Delightful, Severus said. Perhaps next time your roommate is ill, you will immediately inform your head of house, who also has a stock of medicinal potions at his disposal. Yes, sir, the 4 Slytherin boys mumbled, looking appropriately abashed. Severus made to exit the hall, and was only mildly surprised to see Susan Bones trailing behind him. I believe you have class starting soon, Miss Bones, he said as he swiftly made his way to the dungeons. You believe wrong, it's Saturday. Severus gave her an unappreciative look. Even if the girl was correct, he was still her professor. Potter will likely be contagious, he told her. He hadn't truly thought such a weak warning would deter her, and it hadn't. Bones just hummed, easily keeping up with his quick stride. He will not appreciate seeing you if he is unwell, he said honestly. Do you believe Potter will be pleased for you to see him right now? Bones cursed lightly under her breath. Severus considerately pretended to not have heard it. He found the foul-mouthed Hufflepuff girl to be rather amusing when the vitriol was not directly aimed at him. I'll just walk you then, okay, she said with a grimace of irritation. Severus nodded, and the duo continued toward the Slytherin common room in silence. As Severus approached the Slytherin entrance to give the password, Bones stopped and frowned at Severus. Are we pretending you do not know the password and haven't spent the majority of your free periods in my students' house, Miss Bones? He asked sardonically. I was just going to tell you that if you can't get Harry out of bed that you should get Luna, she said after a moment of hesitation. Severus turned and looked at her more carefully. Bones had a solemn look on her face that made Severus believe she also instinctively knew Potter was not sick. Not in the classic sense, anyway. He glanced down the empty corridor before casting a non-verbal muffliato. And what will Miss Lovegood do for Potter that you believe I cannot? He asked. This stays between us, she asked with a shrewd look. I will not lie to Potter, Severus said slowly. If he is being delayed to Potter by some juvenile attempt at testing his trustworthiness, Miss Bones would sincerely regret it. Neither would I, she scoffed. I meant anyone except for Harry, of course. Then what you say will remain between us as long as we understand each other. Bones eyed him speculatively, likely looking for any hidden implications in his words or expression. After finding none, she released a huff of air. Luna and Harry, they're like, they understand each other, Bones said. Harry loves her, I just know she'll get him up if you can't. Severus was startled by the flippancy in Bones' voice, and by her confident remark that Potter loved Miss Lovegood. She's 12, Severus said flatly. Miss Bones laughed and smiled up at Severus. Not like that kind of love, she giggled. Not yet anyway, maybe one day, who knows, but Harry loves her, can't you tell? Severus couldn't tell. He knew Potter was fond of Miss Lovegood, worried about her on occasion, and allowed her the same liberties with physical contact as he did Bones, but he could not tell that Potter was capable of a deeply complex and unselfish emotion such as love. He hoped he was, but he hadn't seen it for himself yet. I thought you were Potter's closest friend, Severus said evasively, now too intrigued about Potter's gang's dynamics to pass up a freely given opportunity to learn more. Oh, I am, Bones said confidently. I'm his best friend. Harry trusts me the most, but he loves Luna the most. I think she reminds him of himself. Oh, Severus tried to taper back the burning curiosity lacing his tone. How does the airy, charming, and dreamy Miss Lovegood remind Potter of himself? Bones gave Severus what he considered to be an incredibly patronizing look. Because they're both acting all the time, she said. Luna dances through life not making attachments so nobody can hurt her. Luna avoids attachment with her own thoughts and dreams. Harry does the same thing, except he just hits first before anyone has the chance to hit him. He thinks it hurts less that way, but he found Luna and he saved her, and now he loves her. And what is Potter saving her from? He asked. Despite himself, he was curious to hear more of Bones' insights into Potter's mind. Though he'd never tell the fierce little Hufflepuff, it was rather impressive the way she recognized things that most adults wouldn't. Certainly most adults within this castle anyway. Being alone, Bones said simply. Harry saw that she was alone, like he used to be, and he's going to make sure she never is again. Severus thought it said a lot about Bones' unshakable belief in Potter that she said, he going to make sure, as opposed to he's going to try. You would make an excellent mind healer after Hogwarts if it interested you. It would be difficult, convincing Wixon that it is more than a muggle occupation, but I believe if anyone could do it, it would be you, Severus admitted to her with an approving look. It was as much of a compliment as he would give to the girl, who called him a wide variety of foul names during Potter's expulsion last year. Bones giggled again, regressing back to her more youthful tone of voice. Can't, I'm going to be Vice Minister of Magic. She looked up at him with a slightly gap-toothed grin. I was not aware there was a position titled that in our ranks, said Severus. There isn't, not yet anyway. Harry'll make it for me when he's the minister, though. Severus nearly snorted at her confidence in Potter's apparently lofty future ambitions. He glanced at the Slytherin door behind him and mentally sighed. As interesting as this all has been, I do have an ill student I must see to. Can you advise your merry band of misfits to find another place to congregate today? Bones looked thoughtful. Do you think him being in bed has anything to do with his detention last night? Severus felt his lip curl in irritation at the reminder of Lupin's outrageous incompetence and his thick-skulled determination to force Potter to face his boggart. That's what I thought, Bones said with a polite smile. I think we'll go hang out in the defense corridor today. Let me know if you need Luna. Bones had excellent intuition. Severus smirked as Bones skipped down the corridor, and he entered the Slytherin common room and made for the stairs. He hopes Lupin is adequately terrorized by Potter's friends. It would be terribly karmic if Potter and his gang made Lupin's time in the castle as miserable as James, Potter and his friends made Severus. Severus took a deep breath and counted to 10 twice before entering the dorm. Harry's, he called, wake up. Sam awake. Severus walked up to Potter's bed and frowned at the pathetic sight before him. Potter was curled up on his side, his knees defensively drawn to his chest. He had his glasses on and was staring out the window into the depths of the lake. His expression was blank, but Severus saw the red rims of his eyes and the dark shadows beneath them. Mr. Weasley informed me you are ill, he said. Yep, Potter said dully. Severus conjured a chair and sat beside Potter's head. Shall I summon the uninspired drivel that my students call homework and grade them here today, or would you prefer we go poison Lupin together? Potter turned his head slightly and blinked at him, as if just now noticing his presence. What? I asked if you would like for me to grade your classmates' essays and make scathing remarks aloud for your amusement, or if brewing a poison for Lupin would be preferable, Severus repeated evenly. Potter would probably choose poison if he were in a mental place to choose a fun activity. It was one of the endless things about the child that amused and exasperated Severus in equal measures. Why are you here? Potter asked quietly, ignoring Severus' poor attempt at humor. I would be remiss in my duties in leaving you alone while you are ill, unless you would prefer the company of Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, he asked, raising his brow in inquiry. Potter shook his head shortly and went back to silently staring at the window. Severus calmly summoned his fourth students' most recent essays and began critiquing them aloud as he graded. Mr. Yarito believes that diced bat spleen can prevent an antioxidant solution from reaching a freezing temperate, Severus said. This, Harry, is why I only accept O students past 5th year. Dunderheads like Yarito would kill the entire castle if he made such a foolish mistake with the potions we brew. Severus was halfway through his stack of essays, and was on quite a tirade about the ineptitude of the majority of the Gryffindor students when Potter finally spoke. Do you have a boggart? Potter said softly, his eyes never wavering from their fixed spot on the window. I do, Severus said evenly, showing none of the surprise he felt at Potter bringing the topic up himself, and it was horribly traumatic to witness as a 13-year-old. I have begged Albus to remove boggarts from the curriculum every year that I have been employed here. I didn't think I'd have one, Potter said hesitantly. Severus would have laughed at the child's own confidence in his fearlessness had Potter not seemed so terribly devastated by the revelation. I have never heard of a person who did not have one, Severus said. I am unsure if such a phenomena is even a possibility, though I heavily doubt it. Lupin told you mine, Potter said, not asked said. The child's intuition was razor-sharp, even in such a lethargic state. He did, Severus confirmed. Potter flinched slightly beneath the quilt he was buried beneath. Severus hopes when Potter is back on his feet that Lupin will suffer for breaking the child's confidence. Severus may have felt even a sliver of guilt at the thought, but as he himself has had to lie about many worse things, to many more powerful people, on Potter's behalf he believes Lupin should have held his tongue. Severus would have ripped it from Lupin's mind regardless, but the coward could have put up a token protest at betraying Potter's fear. Would you like to discuss it? Severus offered. I could inform you in as many as 7 different languages how I would never, and have never, said or thought any of those things about you. Potter flicked his eyes towards Severus, just once, before frowning slightly. What's yours? He asked instead. When I was a 3rd year it was my father, which was both traumatic and humiliating to experience in front of my classmates, Severus said without hesitation. Potter was already aware of his childhood, he carried no secrets from the boy. When I was 22 in my 1st year of teaching, it was the Dark Lord. I believe now that my boggart would be the same as Miss Bones. Potter shifted his head slightly in the mimic of a nod. I'm sorry, he whispered. What needless apology are you offering me? Severus asked curiously. Potter closed his eyes tightly as he responded, I'm gonna die soon. What? Severus felt as if his chest had suddenly become encased in ice. He could feel the goosebumps erupt down his arms at Potter's lifeless, dull tone. Yep. Explain your meaning immediately, said Severus, since yep was seemingly as much as Potter would voluntarily elucidate on his previous horrifying statement. It's what Trelawney said, Potter said. Oh, thank God. Trelawney is as woefully inept as you informed me that Hagrid is. The mere fact she said you will die soon fills me with the belief that you will live an impossibly long life. Severus tried to smile gently at Potter, but the child was still staring out the window listlessly. Potter laid in silence, seemingly talked out before he tonelessly said, So the prophecy is fake. Son of a bitch. Or perhaps even the most fraudulent of seers can occasionally make an authentic prediction, if only by accident, Severus said cautiously. Though I would place more confidence in Mr. Finnegan's abilities to graduate without ruining another cauldron in my classroom than I would Trelawney's prediction for the length of your life. Potter seemed to not have even heard Severus. He continued staring out the window, his green eyes as dull as Severus had ever seen them. I just didn't think I'd have a boggart, 'cause I'm not scared to die, you know, so I didn't expect it," he said softly. Severus had once caught Potter in a similar mood to what he seemed to be in now. After Potter discovered Severus was the spy who shared the prophecy with the Dark Lord last year, Potter had been upset, despondent, but willing to speak. The child's mood now seemed to mimic that event more closely than it did the horrifyingly extended period of depression he had fallen in over the summer. He was sure there was a correlation somewhere in there. It merited consideration at a later time. A time where Potter had not just confessed his willingness to die. "Lily, give me the right words to convince him to live," Severus briefly prayed. "People think death is easy," he said as calmly as he was able. "And perhaps it is, but it is also the end, Harry. The end of laughing with your friends, the end of flying through the skis, the end of miniature treacle tarts, and the end of a possibility of a future so bright you cannot even imagine." Severus swallowed hard before gently continuing. "Death may not be frightening enough to be your boggart, but it is final. There is no second chance." "You were my boggart," Potter said softly. "I dunno why, but I hated it. I hate the Dementors that make the castle feel so cold. I hate the boggart." Potter's voice dropped to a whisper as he admitted, "I hate feeling like this, pathetic and worthless and weak." Severus uncrossed his legs as he bent down in an attempt to catch Potter's eye. "I believe I was likely your boggart because you trust me," Severus said, choosing his words with care. "Boggarts and Dementors both have a gift in making people believe they are weak when it is not true," he said emphatically. "I happen to be incredibly impressed by your strength. I am." Severus only hesitated for a moment before recalling his little fox Patronus and barreling through his own discomfort. "Incredibly proud of you. I am proud of you, Harry." Potter frowned and pulled one hand beneath the blanket. Because of this, he flicked his wrist and released a spell strong enough that it burnt a decent-sized crater into the stone dormitory wall. Which actually was rather impressive. "No," said Severus. "While I believe your status as a magical prodigy is as admirable as it is fearsome, I meant for this." Severus tapped the side of his own head lightly with one finger. "It takes an incredible amount of mental strength to continue on when your body tries to convince you otherwise." "I don't want my body to convince me otherwise, but sometimes I do," Potter said. "But mostly I don't want to be weak, and I don't care what it takes to stop feeling that way." "That's an opening if I ever saw one." "I can help you, Harry," Severus said gently. "We can find a way to keep you from, for the love of God do not say feeling, reacting this way the next time you are faced with something upsetting." Potter blinked at him slowly for a long moment, and Severus held his breath. "Like learning to cast a Patronus?" Potter asked hesitantly. Severus frowned. He had not considered how heavily the aura of the Dementors would be affecting his ward from even inside the castle. But if Potter was requesting help to learn a spell to repel them, they must have a stronger pull on Potter than he had anticipated. "I was thinking perhaps we could rehash our deal you dennied over the summer and go see my muggle friend," he said, "though I am not unwilling to teach you how to cast a Patronus as well if you wish." "I'm not seeing the mind healer," Potter said shortly. "The first bit of true emotion Severus has seen so far, but I do want to learn the Patronus if you teach me." "You will not change his mind in a day. It will take time." "Of course," Severus said easily. "It is considered to be a 6th-year level spell, but I am confident you will be able to learn it quickly." "Really?" Potter finally sat up. "I tried to tell my magic to make a Patronus, but it didn't work, and Susan said the spell meant I await a guardian, so I tried that too, but it still didn't do anything." "There is a bit of emotional work that goes along with the Patronus," Severus said, thankful for any topic that brought Potter minimally back to life. "If you would like, we could start this evening, though it also rarely works on an empty stomach, so perhaps after dinner." Severus mentally crossed his fingers that Potter would not see through his blatant lie. "Brill, sir, thank you." Potter started to smile slightly before hesitating. Actually, I can't today. I think I need to take care of something important." "Oh," said Severus, "have I been left out of the loop on any brash, Gryffindor-like schemes and plots?" Potter hadn't mentioned Sirius Black in months, but Severus knows that doesn't mean he is not still thinking about him. "Neville's a Gryffindor and he's the most careful person I know," Potter huffed, pushing the blankets off his legs. But I do need your advice. Maybe." Potter looked up at Severus through his messy fringe and looked suddenly nervous. "You told me once that friends care about each other's feelings." Potter grimaced in a way that was terribly amusing and age-appropriate. "How do you ask them about it, if you don't want them to be upset?" Potter cares about the feelings of his friends." Severus could have wept with relief. He truly had no idea before now if Potter was even capable of empathy. Harry loves her. Is this about Miss Lovegood? Potter actually looked startled at that. No, why? Potter narrowed his eyes at him. What happened to Luna? As far as I am aware, Miss Lovegood is with your other friends, likely tormenting Lupin in one way or another, Severus assured him quickly. I apologize for causing you undue concern. I incorrectly assumed your question was about Miss Lovegood. Oh, Potter released his breath, clearly relieved that Lovegood was unharmed. No, it's not her. Will you tell me how to talk to them? Severus considered Potter's question carefully, even as he wondered which of his friends had earned the honor of being the first person Potter willingly discussed feelings with. Make them comfortable and then, depending on which friend it is, try and discuss it in a way they do not even notice it being discussed, Severus instructed him. Though I believe if it is Miss Bones, she would appreciate a blunt approach. Potter stood up and stretched while he chuckled slightly. It's not I gotta talk to Theo, but she's great, isn't she? He said fondly. You said they're tormenting Lupin. Do you know if they were all together? I am unsure, Severus said honestly. Miss Bones informed me this morning that she would be in the defense corridor, and I believe she was going to take your other friends along. Severus hesitated. Is Theodore all right? I was under the impression he has been disgustingly happy with Miss Granger and his newly increased workload. I'm no snitch, Potter murmured as he began digging through his trunk, presumably for a clean outfit as he was still in his pajamas. You do understand the difference between snitching and informing a trusted adult if you are justifiably concerned for another child, yes. The startled look Potter gave him was a very obvious no. Should I be concerned for Theodore? Severus tried to consider any recent changes that would trigger this unprecedented show of empathy in Potter. Do you believe he is depressed, or perhaps overworked? I think Lupin's an arse and I need Theo to help me kill him, Potter quipped, and that's all I can tell you, sir. Do not get caught, and you will find me in my office if you need assistance, Severus told him, only partially sure that Potter was attempting to make a joke in an attempt to sway Severus from prying further in to Theodore's current problem. The brat had killed both prior defense professors, though. Severus would not be too comfortable if he were Remus Lupin. Kay, Potter said, edging towards the washroom door. I'm just gonna shower then, I really gotta find Theo. So it was nice of you to come up here, and maybe next weekend we can work on the Patronus, if you're not too busy. Certainly, Severus assured him. I believe I am free from any prior obligations on Saturday mornings, if that is acceptable to you. Yep, Potter said, brill sir, thank you. Severus left the Slytherin dorm feeling inordinately pleased with himself. Potter had not been triggered into a manic-depressive cycle by Lupin's unthinking actions. Potter was displaying empathy, and Severus had not needed the assistance of Miss Lovegood to get Potter out of bed. Perhaps all Potter had needed was patience and a listening ear. Manic-depressive illness was a newly discovered diagnosis. Even the mind healer had said Potter was at least 2 years younger than the youngest diagnosed patient. Severus nearly smiled to himself at the thought. Perhaps just this once, Potter would catch a break and Severus' worry over cycles and mania were all for naught. He would just watch and wait. Watch, wait, and attempt to single-handedly change Potter's boggart by convincing the child that even in his worst imaginings, Severus would never say those things. Yes, that sounded like just the plan. And of course fit in his own torment of Remus Lupin, once he found adequate time. Chapter 9. Harry is having a lot of FELINGS, and it's mostly hate. As soon as Harry finished showering, he set off in search of his friends. He needed to find Theo. He'd been so distracted by his own exhausting and swirling thoughts that he hadn't realized what was right in front of him. And that wasn't okay. It was pathetic. Weak. Worthless. Theo was his, and Harry was stupid to not have noticed before. Like recognizes like. Harry took his invisibility cloak along with him in order to find his friends without risking running into Lupin. He wasn't scared of Lupin, and he wasn't hiding necessarily, he just didn't want the man to see him. It would be quicker to find his friends, grab Theo, and get out of there from underneath his cloak. He crept down the defense corridor, and was shocked by the pure amount of chaos that his friends must have caused. There was magical paint on the walls that spelled out an impressive amount of curse words. A few of them Harry didn't even know before now. There were about half a dozen stink bombs that were starting to make Harry feel nauseous sitting in the corridor, and a quick peek inside Lupin's classroom showed toilet paper all across the desks and bookcases. That must have been Hermione, he decided. Harry'd seen other Muggle kids do something similar on houses and parks before. He wondered where Lupin was and why his friends had decided to make such a mess. Maybe they had all been as unhappy about facing their boggarts as Harry had been. He had no idea. He had been so selfish. He probably needed to talk to them all. Theo first, though. He decided that if his friends weren't in the defense corridor, and they weren't in the Slytherin common room, and it was too early for dinner, they must be in the library. Sure enough, when Harry entered the library, he found his gang clustered around a table in the back of the library, talking quietly. "Peeves is on it," Susan was saying just as Harry took his cloak off and walked up to their table. "Harry, you're feeling better?" Neville asked with a smile. "Yeah," he said with as much of a smile as he could muster at the moment. Theo, can I talk to you?" He looked around at their friends, in private. Susan gave him an approving sort of look, which made Harry think she knew what he wanted Theo for. Everyone else just looked confused. "Sure," Theo said, getting to his feet, "but I should warn you it'll take more than wandless magic to convince me to leave Hermione for you." Their friends all snickered as Harry felt his face heat up. "You wish," he said with a Draco-level superior sneer. He looked around at his other friends before making a quick decision. "Let's have dinner in the Slytherin dorm tonight, yeah. Mavis'll bring us food. We can kick Vince and Greg out and make it just for us." Everyone agreed quickly, their faces going from confused to excited. Harry wasn't going to let his friends feel as miserable as he did. What kind of leader of the gang would he be if he didn't try and fix what fucking Lupin messed up? These were his people, his friends. Lupin and his stupid boggart didn't get to hurt them. "Come on, Theo, I've got something cool to show you," Harry gestured towards the library door. Theo kissed Hermione's cheek, grabbed his bag, and dutifully followed alongside Harry out to the corridors. "Where are we going?" he asked when Harry led him towards the first floor. "It's a surprise," Harry grinned. Snape had said to make Theo comfortable, and Harry had the perfect idea. "What are we doing here?" Theo grimaced at the doorway of the girls' bathroom. "Do you want to see the chamber or not?" Harry asked, holding Myrtle's bathroom door open for Theo. "Yes," Theo breathed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "We can really go down there." "Yep." Harry was happy Myrtle didn't seem to be present as he opened the chamber's entrance. He knows Luna likes Myrtle, but the ghost creeped him out a little. "Come on, I'll go first," Harry offered. Harry slid down the dark passage and yelled up, "It's safe." He waited as he heard the bumps and thuds that meant Theo was on his way down. "Oof," Theo said, landing on his bottom. "I can't picture Salazar Slytherin sliding down a giant slide very often." "Probably didn't come down here much, on account of the basilisk and all," Harry snorted. Theo quickly looked around the passageway they landed in. And it's for sure dead, right?" he asked nervously. "Yep," Harry said as he conjured a floating ball of light. "Killed it myself, then Snape took it apart for potion ingredients, didn't he?" "Okay," Theo said, inching slightly closer to Harry. "Lead the way then." Harry led him down the passageway, pointing out where it had caved in. "Looks better now," Theo said. Harry glanced at a pile of boulders that he knew covered Gilderoy Lockhart's body and shrugged. "Snape cleared the rocks so we could get to the basilisk last summer," he said. They approached the giant entrance doors to the chamber, and Harry smirked at Theo before hissing, "Open." "Whoa!" The doors opened and the two boys stepped into the giant chamber. "Merlin, that's a lot of blood," Theo said, spotting the large dark puddle to the side of the chamber. "Was that all from where you stabbed the basilisk?" "Some of it was from my arm," Harry scowled. Snape looked all over the chamber for any secret diaries or books or anything from Slytherin, but he couldn't find anything. Theo moaned, walking closer to the statue the basilisk had lived in and looking up reverently at it. "This is still amazing, though. I wonder if the other founders had any secret places in the castle." "Maybe," Harry allowed, "but I wanted to talk to you about something." "What's up?" Theo murmured, still looking up at the stone face of the statue. "Try and discuss it in a way they do not even notice it being discussed." "Do you think your parents miss you?" "What?" Theo turned around quickly and gave Harry a wide-eyed look of confusion. "Why would you ask me that?" "I dunno," Harry grimaced. I just wanted to know if there's anyone outside of Hogwarts that misses you when you're at school." Theo took a couple shuffling steps away from Harry. He looked uncomfortable and nervous all of a sudden. This wasn't going the way Harry had hoped. Harry rolled his wrist while thinking hard. "Give me 2 comfortable chairs like the ones in the library." He focused hard on what Theo's favorite library chairs looked like, and was pleased when identical ones popped into existence facing each other. "Do you want to sit down?" Harry said with what he hoped was a nice smile. Theo glanced at the chairs, then at Harry. "Why? I just wanted to talk to you," Harry said, sitting down in the chair closest to him. Theo slowly sat down and looked at Harry curiously. "What's up with the chairs?" he asked. "I thought we were exploring the chamber." "I'm trying to make you comfortable," Harry said. "If you don't like these chairs, I can make different ones." "Did you bring me down here to kill me?" Theo suddenly yelped, jumping up and backing away quickly from Harry. "What? No, of course not. Why would you think that?" Harry asked, genuinely surprised by Theo's question. "You're acting weird," Theo accused. "And you brought me to a bloody chamber, and now you're asking me weird questions and trying to make me comfortable. And that makes you think I want to kill you." Harry honestly wasn't sure how the two things were related. "I just wanted to talk to you." "About what?" Theo asked, still not sitting and sounding really panicked. How's your day?" For some reason that seemed to make Theo flinch, and he took another couple of steps further from the chair Harry made him. Harry huffed. Snape's advice was all wrong. He didn't know how to be subtle and trick someone into talking to him about their feelings, but he was good at making deals. He needed to just talk to Theo the same way he liked to be talked to. "Wanna play a game?" he offered Theo. Theo still looked pale and nervous, but now he looked skeptical as well. "What kind of game?" "Question for a question," Harry said. "Me and Snape play it sometimes. You can ask me anything you want, then I can do the same." He thought of his own usual addendum to the game and hesitated. It wouldn't do him any good to find out about Theo's dad if Theo was allowed to skip questions. "We can vow to never tell anyone what we say down here," Harry said, thinking quickly, "and then we both agree to answer each other's questions. Deal?" Theo still looked skeptical, but he nodded slowly. "I can ask you anything I want?" he asked. "After we take the vow," Harry said. But you have to answer my questions too. That's how the game works." "All right." The two boys each swore on their magic to not tell anyone what they talked about in the chamber, unless the other person gave them direct permission. "Who goes first?" Theo asked afterwards, sitting hesitantly across from Harry. "Me," Harry said quickly. "Why's your boggart your dad?" Theo immediately paled at the question. Harry watched as he started tapping his finger on his leg. "Tap, tap, tap." "I don't want to talk about that," Theo said, his voice quieter than usual. "I don't think it's your business." Harry grimaced. He couldn't protect Theo if Theo wouldn't tell him what was going on. How did Snape do this? He tried to think of when he started trusting Snape with his secrets. "What if you go first then?" Harry said. "You can ask me anything." Theo looked at him curiously before leaning forward. "Did you kill Lockhart?" he whispered. "Yep," Harry grinned. "He was going to kill me and Draco, wasn't he? Kill or be killed," he quipped. Theo didn't look surprised at all by Harry's secret. He had a smug look in his eyes, as if he had known all along. "How'd you do it?" he asked, glancing around the chamber quickly. "And where's his body?" "Nope, it's my turn," Harry said. He tried to find a more subtle way of bringing up Theo's life. "Who do you live with?" Theo tapped his finger on his leg twice before answering quickly. "My father." "Where's your mum?" "Tap, tap." "My turn, isn't it?" Theo said. "How'd you kill Lockhart?" "Put my sword right through his fucking neck, didn't I? Where's your mum?" "Dead," Theo said shortly. "Where?" "Lockhart's body." "Under the boulders up by the entrance," Harry said. "How'd she die?" "Tap, tap, tap." "I don't know for sure," Theo said. "The official cause of death is organ failure." "Why don't you think it's organ failure?" Harry asked. He wasn't sure what exactly that was, but he's heard Snape talk about it before and knew it could kill someone. Theo shook his head. "You already asked yours. My turn again." He glanced around the room, his eyebrows drawn down in thought. "Where were you when you got expelled before you went to Snape's? You told Hermione here and there, but that's not a real answer." Harry grit his teeth and reminded himself that he couldn't save Theo if he didn't answer the questions Theo asked, even if he really hated it. London, he said curtly, looking at the wall behind Theo's head. Sleepin' in alleys was I. You're worth less than the trash you slept on. Theo nodded as if he wasn't surprised by that answer either. How exactly do you think that your mum died? Harry asked, carefully wording his question. Tap. I think my father killed her, Theo said quietly. I think he poisoned her. Harry watched as Theo's soft brown eyes flicked around the chamber quickly, the same way Harry's did when he was feeling trapped. Like recognizes like. It's your turn, Harry said calmly. He couldn't make himself sound all soft and gentle like Snape did sometimes. He couldn't offer a shoulder to cry on like Hermione probably could, but he could clear his mind of his anger and stay calm. Theo wouldn't like it if Harry got furious just yet. He could be furious later. And he would be. What was the worst day of your life? Theo asked. Harry wondered if Theo was intentionally asking questions that would make Harry quit the game, so he didn't have to answer Harry's questions anymore. If so, he was going to be disappointed. Harry would expose just a small part of his weakness to someone who was sworn to never reveal it if it meant finding out Theo's secret. Harry grit his teeth and tried to will his heart rate to calm down as he ran his thumbs across the armrests. Day I was expelled, Harry spat. Don't think about it. Why? Theo asked. Harry cocked his head to the side, shook his head at Theo. My turn, he said. Why's your dad your boggart? Tap. I assume it's because the boggart thinks that's what would scare me the most, Theo said. He tried to say it the same way he'd answer a question in class, but Harry heard the quiver in his voice. The quiver that told him he wasn't wrong. Why was the day you were expelled the worst day of your life? Theo asked. Harry focused on the grounding feel of the wooden armrest beneath his thumbs. He could do this. He just had to get through this, and then he'd get Theo away from his dad. All he had to do was talk, and then he'd be able to stop him. Who cares if Theo knew about this secret, when Harry planned on hearing Theo's secret? Theo couldn't tell anyone anyway. My occlumency shields fell, Harry said quietly. I couldn't handle it. I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't want to be back on the streets alone. So Harry slowly rolled his sleeves up to show Theo the thick white scars on his wrists. I wanted to be F-free. And then I woke up healed and was still in the fucking alley, so I put up new shields. But then my magic quit listening to me. I couldn't do magic at all, and then I wasn't special anymore. You're not special, you're disgusting. Theo tried to catch Harry's eye, but Harry quickly looked back to the wall behind Theo's head as he rolled his sleeves down and put his palms flat on the armrest again. Why is your dad the thing that scares you the most? Harry asked quickly. Harry watched Theo out of the corner of his eye as he tapped on his leg. He just had to be patient. Patient and calm. Like Snape. Tap. He's mean, Theo admitted quietly. How's he mean? Harry asked just as quietly. It's my turn, Theo said quickly. He cleared his throat and seemed to think for a moment. You said when you got expelled, you didn't want to go back to the streets. How old were you when your relatives actually kicked you out? Worthless whore, freak. Week after I turned 8, Harry said. Does your dad hurt you? Tap. I'm. Theo swallowed heavily, and Harry looked down at his own hands, so Theo didn't have to look at him while he talked. He knew it made it harder. I'm not a good son, Theo said quietly. Harry thought he sounded sad. He wants someone more like you, someone tough and powerful and brilliant, and I'm not good enough, so he gets mad. And then why yeah, yes. Harry glanced up after Theo had been quiet for a long moment. One more question each, Harry offered. Theo nodded and looked up at the ceiling. The muggles Dumbledore put you with, did they? I mean, you too, right? Harry focused on the feeling of the smooth wood grain beneath the pads of his thumbs as he answered. Me too, he confirmed before asking his last question. Do you want me to kill your dad? Theo's eyes quickly flew from the ceiling to meet Harry's. What? He asked. Harry wasn't sure if he really didn't hear him or if he didn't understand him, so he said it again. It's my last question. Do you want me to kill him? Because I will. Harry steadily kept his eyes on Theo's, so Theo knew it wasn't a joke. Harry was going to kill him anyway. But it would probably be better to do it with Theo's permission. "Why would you do that?" Theo said quietly. I'm not in your G-gang like Ron or Blaise are. Why would you?" Harry gripped the armrests tightly as he leaned towards Theo. "Because you're mine, you're my friend, and you don't have to live like that," he said intensely. "I can fix it, Theo, I swear. I can make it where he never hurts you again, never puts his hands on you again." Tap, 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 tap. "Never again." "Never," Harry swore. Theo and Harry stared at each other for what felt like at least 3 minutes. The only sound in the chamber was the quiet dripping of the pipes onto the stone floor. Theo swallowed hard. "Yes." "Okay," Harry agreed calmly. "You'll stay here for Christmas and then move in my house this summer, yeah?" "I can stay with you," Theo asked, looking surprised. "Snape won't mind." "Course not," Harry said easily, checking the time. "It's my house, isn't it? If he gets pissed, we'll just kick him out. We gotta go, we have to meet everyone for dinner soon." Theo looked a little shaky as he stood, but Harry wasn't going to offer him a hand. Theo wouldn't like it. Harry definitely wouldn't if it were him. "What are you going to do?" Theo asked quietly as Harry banished their chairs. "Better if you don't know, innit?" Theo looked uncertain, but he shrugged. "How do we get back up that slide?" he asked instead. "I didn't see any stairs." Harry grinned. "Mavis." "Poppy." "Why is Master in the nasty snake chamber again?" Mavis wailed immediately. "Master is almost dying last time he was in the snake chamber." "Wanted to show it to Theo," Harry said. "Can you take us up to our dorm?" "Mavis will be happily taking Master and Master's friend to their room where they is belonging." Mavis held a hand out to both of them. Harry grabbed it and smirked at Theo. "By the way, you owe me 10 sickles. Had to pay Ron your bet from last year, did I?" Harry gave Mavis specific instructions for dinner before the two boys began rearranging the beds around the edges of the room. Well, mostly Harry levitated the beds to the very edges of the room, while Theo stole everyone's pillows and blankets and made a pallet in the middle of the floor. Theo didn't seem much like talking, which was just fine with Harry, so they rearranged everything quietly while they waited for the rest of their group to arrive. A few times Theo would look at Harry, stare at him for a moment, open his mouth as if to say something, then shake his head and go back to what he was doing. Harry just ignored it. If Theo had something to say, he'd say it eventually. He already knew Harry vowed to not repeat anything he told him, so he wasn't sure what else there was to say. Theo finally got around to what it was he wanted to say. "Did you mean it?" Harry didn't need him to explain what he meant. "Yep," Harry said as he rearranged the dishes Mavis dropped off for them. "I'm not a liar." "You're disgusting. You'd really risk everything, for me." Harry hummed. He wasn't really risking anything because he wouldn't get caught. "You're my friend," he said instead. Harry turned around once he was satisfied. Everything was arranged right and ready for the get-together. Theo was sitting on the edge of someone's trunk and giving Harry an awed look. "Once he's gone, can I be in the actual gang, like allies?" Harry beamed at him. "Course you can, same rules as everyone else, yeah." Theo eagerly agreed. When everyone else showed up, Theo gave Hermione a very dramatic kiss that made her turn bright red, and everyone else laugh. Theo seemed happier than Harry had ever seen him before. Free. Harry thought he seemed a bit like he did when he first left Surrey, which probably meant Theo's dad was just as bad as the Dursleys. Something to keep in mind when Harry went to meet him this summer. But for now, Theo was safe. Nobody was going to put their hands on his friend like that ever again, and Harry had to figure out how to fix everyone else. "I saw Lupin's classroom earlier," he said while they were all sitting in a circle on the floor eating biscuits and tarts that Mavis left for dessert, who wrote "inconsiderate asshole" on his door. Everyone snickered and sent a pointed look at Susan. "I have no idea what you mean," she said haughtily. "I am a young woman, I would never write such a thing." Harry snorted. Susan said much worse things daily. "Hermione had the idea with the toilet paper," Ron said with a grin. "Disgusting innit, muggles are crazy." Hermione sputtered, seemingly embarrassed for such a brilliant idea. "Luna and Draco got the stink bombs," she said. Luna and Draco both gave identical shrugs of indifference. "What you do then?" Harry asked Blaise. "Kept a lookout," he said. "Someone had to make sure our professor didn't actually catch us all in the act." "Worth it," Susan muttered darkly. Harry tried to think of a way to bring up what he wanted to talk about, subtly. "I suppose your class did boggarts yesterday too then?" Harry asked Hermione and Neville. Which, admittedly, wasn't really all that subtle, but it was effective as everyone got quiet. "We did, and it was horrible," Hermione sniffed. "I don't think they should be allowed to make us show our boggart in front of everyone." "Yeah," Neville agreed. "A lot of people were making fun of Seamus in the tower last night because of his." "What's his then?" Ron grinned. "It was Harry," Neville said with an uncharacteristic smirk. Fred and George about peed themselves laughing. Harry smiled at that. Seamus had said Harry wasn't scary. Clearly he was wrong. "He put you in a dress." "He did what?" Harry looked sharply at Neville. "He put me in a fucking dress." Neville nodded, no longer smirking. "Lupin gave him the idea," Hermione said. "I'm going to kill them both," Harry muttered. Luna grinned over at him. "Or you just get revenge." "Isn't that what I said?" Harry blinked at her. Harry refused to do his, Draco interrupted them. Told Lupin not a chance. Harry shifted as everyone looked towards him. "He made me do it last night," he admitted. "Said he wouldn't tell anyone what it was, but then he ran and told Snape, didn't he?" Harry was still trying to find a way to get back at him for that. "That's awful," Hermione said. "That had to be like an abuse of power or something." Everyone was looking either outraged or sympathetic, so Harry tried to shift the topic back. "Was yours terrible?" he asked Hermione. She shrugged, but her eyes looked a little sad. "It was Dumbledore. He said I wasn't a witch and I was expelled," she admitted. Harry grimaced in understanding. Finding out you were special was the best feeling in the world. He wouldn't want to be told he wasn't either. "You're not special." "So I burnt his beard off." Everyone howled their heads off in laughter at that. Luna laughed so hard she had tears coming out of her eyes. "My only Merlin, you're mad," Theo said fondly. "I would have paid anything to see it." "Don't give Susan any ideas," Blaise warned him. "She keeps threatening to catch the real Dumbledore on fire anyway." Susan gave them all her best innocent look, even though not a soul believed her. "What was yours?" Harry asked Neville. Neville sighed and his cheeks turned pink at the question. "It was Snape." "Snape?" Harry was surprised. Yes, Snape had never been very friendly with the Gryffindors, but Neville once blew up a cauldron on purpose in his classroom. How could Snape be his worst fear? "You don't have to explain if you don't want to," Susan said quickly. She gestured to herself and the Slytherin boys, were all in the same class so we saw each other's. I was afraid when Harry was gone that Snape wouldn't find him, and then none of you would want to be friends anymore," Neville said in a rush. "It's stupid," he mumbled. "It's not stupid," Luna said. "If Harry wasn't here I wouldn't have met you guys. I think it's a very understandable fear." Neville looked over at her and gave her a small smile. Yes, she said. "Everything is better with friends." Harry had no idea how Luna was able to just say everything she was thinking and feeling so confidently. "We'd still be your friend even if Harry wasn't here, mate," Ron said with an easy smile. "For a lion, you're really not so bad." "Thanks," Neville rolled his eyes, but Harry thought he looked pleased all the same. "Mine was a tornado of inferi," Draco said, causing everyone to chuckle again. "I forgot to ask, why is that your fear?" Blaise asked. Draco sent a pointed glare at Harry, who smirked back. "And now that I've seen one, I really want one." Harry smiled broadly in a way that made Draco look immediately nervous. "He's terrifying," Draco wailed. "He's going to take over the world one day." Harry was flattered when nobody contradicted Draco's statement. He honestly didn't know they all believed in him so much. "Your turn," Hermione said to Blaise. "What was your boggart?" "My mother dying," he said after only a split-second pause. Blaise's tone was his usual casual tone of disinterest, but Harry didn't miss the flash of pain in his eyes. Truth be told, he'd felt his own stomach clench when he saw the Contessa's body laying in a coffin in the front of the staff room. He thought about how the 7-time widow might one day have someone looking for revenge. I'm sorry, Hermione said softly. That's awful. Blaise raised one shoulder in an elegant shrug, before glancing at Ron. Not as bad as having Harry point a bloody sword in my face, right, Weasley? What on earth could have made you develop such a fear? Harry rolled his eyes at Blaise's drawling sarcastic tone, but Ron was surprisingly unflappable. You saw him with that sword, he's terrifying, he shuddered dramatically. I'd like to keep my face scar-free, thanks. You think I'd kill you? Harry asked him, relieved that it finally came up on its own. He'd been embarrassed, angry, betrayed, when he saw Ron's boggart. Ron was a part of his gang, he was one of his, and the thing he feared most was Harry. It made him feel like a monster right in front of all of his classmates. You're a monster. A monster, a nobody. Ron looked startled at Harry's question and glanced around the rest of the room. I dunno, probably not, Ron scratched his nose, but you're always saying you're gonna kill people and, I mean, if I make you mad or something, do you think you'd kill me? Harry tried to consider it rationally, but this was the Ginny situation all over again. You don't trust me, he said. You didn't trust me to save Ginny, and you don't trust me to not kill you. Harry, that's not what he's. Harry ignored Draco as he stared at Ron. Do you think I'm a monster? What? No, Ron denied it quickly. You're not a monster, mate, you're just intense, Blaise supplied helpfully. You can be intense. Your worst fear was me killing you with my sword, Harry said to Ron flatly. I just don't get it. I'm a bad friend, okay, Ron said, his ears glowing red. I'm a crap friend. I'm not interesting or rich or powerful or any good at school. I can't talk to Nargles, and you don't like any of us as much as you do Susan, so I'm just here. I don't even know why you let me in the gang, and eventually you'll realize I'm worthless and kick me out. Or you said that if I mess up you're done with me, so I figure I'll mess up and you'll kick me out. You're the worst leader in the world. You're not worthless, Harry said. You were the first person on the train to talk to me, weren't you? Didn't even know I was famous or nothing. You're not worthless. You're worthless. Cheers then, mate, Ron said with a tentative smile, his ears still glowing red. You're not worthless either, Harry, Luna whispered beside him, somehow guessing at his thoughts once again. Harry gave her an appreciative look. It was a nice sentiment, even if she was wrong. Nobody talked for a moment, and the air seemed awkward. Anyone want to bet on Harry's boggart? Blaise said, effectively breaking the uncomfortable silence. Harry's the scariest thing in any room, Theo said, so it's probably something ridiculous like baby measles. Cupcakes, Blaise said with a grin. Probably scabbers, Ron laughed. Long essays, Hermione said. I think it's a proper haircut, Draco said with an exasperated look at Harry's hair. Oi, leave my hair out of this, Harry said in faux outrage. What did it ever do to you? Everyone looked expectantly at Harry. It was a grim, he lied baldly. Guess I'm either scared of Trelawney or dying, I'm not sure which yet. Everyone chuckled at that except for Luna and Susan, who Harry assumed were the only ones who saw through his lie, but were too polite to point it out. Susan, was Harry right, said Neville. Susan looked over towards the Gryffindor boy, surprise clear on her face. How'd you know, she asked. If anyone's been talking about it, I swear. Nobody told me, Neville said hastily. I mean you two aren't really scared of anything properly scary, so I just assumed. Harry's my family, Susan said firmly, and he's always running off in dangerous adventures without me, she hissed glaring at Harry. Of course I'd be scared he'll die. Harry held Susan's hand tightly. He had been embarrassed by Ron's boggart, amused by Parkinson's, pleased with Macmillan's boggart, but Susan's was different. It had been a shock to look at himself lying on the ground, dead. And now he couldn't get it out of his head. It was taking up almost as much space as the Snape boggart. Thankfully it was much quieter, but it had a different kind of draw to it. Everyone started to break off from the group. Ron and Blaise were playing cards, while Theo and Hermione were talking quietly by his bed. Luna and Neville were talking with Draco, and stacking plates up on the trunks they used as an impromptu table. It's getting late, Hermione eventually said, checking the time with a little frown. We should get going so we don't get caught past curfew. Or you guys could stay here, Draco suggested with a grin. We could have a huge slumber party. Is that allowed? Neville asked, looking towards Hermione and Theo. No, Theo said. The rulebook says every student must sleep in their own assigned bed every night at Hogwarts. Fuck it, Harry said. Why not? I can put a ward up, we'll toss Vince and Greg's stuff out to the sofas, and you guys can sleep here tonight. There aren't enough beds, Hermione said. There's 9 of us and only 7 beds. Guess you'll have to share with Theo, Blaise winked. Harry hastily jumped in as both Hermione and Theo blushed furiously. Oh, we can all sleep on the floor. Yay, Susan squealed excitedly. Let's do it. Draco and Harry started tossing sleeping garments out of their trunks to the girls. Luna decided she'd wear Harry's since he was the closest to her size. Theo firmly gave Susan Draco's when he offered them to Hermione and gave her a pair of his own pajamas. Harry can shrink them so they fit, he said. Neville rolled his eyes at the girls and stole a pair out of Ron's trunk. While the girls went to change, Ron and Blaise dragged Vince and Greg's blankets down to the sofa and came back up snorting with laughter. Greg started to complain and Blaise said. Ron broke off, his laughter overcoming him apparently. Told him the heir of Slytherin requires absolute privacy for the night, Blaise said in a pompous tone, only belied by his eyes sparkling with mirth. They're too dumb to even question why we were still up here then. The boys all laughed about that, and then laughed even harder when the girls got back and looked like they were drowning in their borrowed clothes before Harry shrunk them to their size. Except for Luna, Harry frowned to see his clothes were only slightly too big on her. We didn't think this through, Ron muttered as they tried to find a way to arrange the blankets on the floor so everyone had space to sleep. What if we give the girls the beds and the rest of us kip on the floor? Neville suggested. Chivalrous Gryffindor, Blaise said. Fine, the girls get the beds and the rest of us will sleep down here. On the floor, he grimaced. I'll stay on the floor, Susan said, sliding a pillow over beside Harry's. Blaise, you can have your own bed. Everyone bade each other a good night as they all shifted around in their makeshift beds getting comfortable. As everyone started dropping off into sleep, snoring or mumbling as they slept, Harry laid on his back and tried not to get caught up in his own thoughts. He'd fixed Theo's fear, or he will. He didn't know if Ron trusted him or not, but he didn't think Ron was worthless. Not like me. All that was left was Susan. Harry turned his head slightly and saw Susan was still awake beside him. I'm sorry I'm your boggart, Harry said quietly, so as to not wake their other friends. Susan propped herself up on her elbow and scrunched her nose up as she looked at him. Why are you sorry? It's not your fault, she said. Harry stared up at the ceiling. I dunno, I can't live forever. Then you'll be sad, right? So I'm sorry. Susan scooted closer to him, laid flat on her back, and grabbed his hand in hers. Nobody lives forever, she said softly. You and Auntie Amelia were my boggart because you guys are the most important people in the world to me. Just live as long as you can, okay? I love you, Harry. Harry felt his throat swell up and had to swallow a few times to get it to work right. Nobody cares about you. You do, he whispered. Susan squeezed his hand in hers. Of course I do, stupid. They laid together in a comfortable silence for a long while. Harry kept replaying her words back in his head. I love you, Harry. I love you, Harry. I love you. No one's ever said that to me before, he admitted quietly. I don't know what to say. Susan gave his hand another reassuring squeeze. You don't have to say anything. Monday rolled around and Harry still felt tired and cold, but he told himself he had to stick it out. So he did. He unenthusiastically drug himself to classes, caught the snitch during the newly restarted Quidditch practices, forced himself to talk with his friends during meals, worked on his homework. But at night, he laid in his bed and stared up at the canopy just thinking. People think death is easy. You're worthless. He had to stick it out until summer. Who would keep Theo's dad from putting his hands on him if Harry did? He promised he'd take care of it, and he would. So he just laid in his bed, staring up at the canopy, thinking, I love you, Harry. You're not worthless either, Harry. By Wednesday, Harry felt like miserable. He was so tired, and he had both care of magical creatures and defense, so it was probably going to be a terrible day. Snape had apparently talked to Hagrid. Harry hopes he did a lot of yelling and wished he could have seen it, because their class today was a rather tame lesson on feeding flobberworms. You just had to complain, didn't you? Draco grumbled as he forced lettuce down the flobberworm's mouth. After lunch, Harry drug himself behind his friends to the defense classroom. He had successfully dodged Lupin ever since Friday's detention. Luckily, his tactics from Lockhart last year gave him quite a bit of practice. He wondered if they'd ever have a defense teacher that wasn't terrible. He actually missed Quirrell. At least he had been good for a fast-paced duel. His outlook on the day brightened considerably when Lupin's door still had "inconsiderate asshole" sprawled across it in glowing red paint. "Sorry about that," Lupin said cheerfully as the students arrived. "It should be gone in another day or so." "It won't, it lasts a whole week," Susan whispered in Harry's ear. "Who did that?" Justin Finch-Fletchy said, sounding scandalized. "Probably just an older student hazing the new professor," Lupin said, seemingly unbothered by it. "I seem to be being pranked." "Good thing you like pranks then, right, sir?" Harry smiled sharply at Lupin. "Everyone likes pranks when they're young," Lupin said, giving Harry an odd look, "but people do eventually grow up." Harry thought of Snape. Snape, who spent 7 years being tormented by a group of blokes who thought he wasn't worth being their friend. They never even gave him a chance to see what a decent person he was. They tried to kill him, in fact. And where would Harry be if they had? "Do you think they ever feel bad, though?" he asked sharply, his exhaustion receding in favor of anger. "Do you think they feel bad, or do you think they just sit around thinking they're a good person, because at least they grew up? Because I think if they didn't try and make up for it, then they didn't really change, did they, sir?" The whole class watched with bated breath as Lupin stared at Harry's furious face. "That's probably a discussion for another day," Lupin eventually said, blinking and looking around at the rest of the class. "For now, everyone take your seats, please." Harry threw himself in a chair in the back corner of the room, now doubly furious. "Just ignore him," Draco murmured from his seat in front of Harry. "He'll wish Harry ignored him," Ron snorted. Harry decided to ignore both of them, and slammed his defense text on his desk, and toned out Lupin's voice droning on about red caps in favor of breathing deeply and clearing his mind. Susan gave him a sympathetic look and grabbed his notebook while Lupin talked. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Harry grimaced and picked up his own quill. "Who says I'm not?" Susan rolled her eyes. "The bag's under your eyes, stupid." "I don't feel good, think I'm sick." "You're a bad liar." "Hope that's not true, might be hard to explain a few things." Susan snorted out loud, drawing a look from Lupin. They both glared at him until he went back to his lesson, occasionally shooting thoughtful looks at their table. "Get a potion from Snape." "I don't want to." "Why?" "Because then he'll know I'm not sleeping." "Are you sick?" Harry thought about it before he answered. He didn't feel sick. He felt cold, like he had on the train. "Think it's the Dementors." Susan made a face. "We need to find Black, then Dumbledore has to get rid of the Dementors, right?" "Who knows, hopefully though." "How do we find him?" Harry shrugged. "I'm sure he'll find me, crazy people usually do." Susan laughed out loud at that. She was terrible at keeping a blank face. "Something funny, Susan?" Lupin asked cheerfully from the front of the class. "No, sir," Susan said, folding her hands on the table primly. "Would you mind telling me how you would stop a red cap from attacking you then?" Lupin asked. Susan glanced over at Harry and back at Lupin again. "I'm not sure, sir," she said. Lupin looked at Harry, who glared back at him. "Harry, any ideas?" Harry looked at the red cap in a cage on Lupin's desk and shrugged. "Easy," Harry pulled on his magic and pointed his finger at the cage. "Burn it." The classroom yelped and Lupin jumped away from his desk as the little red-eyed creature in the cage suddenly burst into flames and began shrieking. "Agumenti," Lupin said, putting the fire out with a flick of his wand. Lupin looked up at Harry and looked like he'd never seen him properly before. "Why did you do that?" he asked across the silent classroom. "You said how would I stop it from attacking me, and that's what I'd do," Harry said. Lupin kept staring as the bell rang. "I'd like everyone to summarize the section on red caps and read ahead about Kappas. We'll start them on Friday. Harry, stay behind please." "Want me to stay?" Susan murmured. "Nah, go to the library, I'll see you in a bit," Harry muttered back. He hated Lupin. Hated that he said he wouldn't tell anyone his boggart, and did it anyway. Hated that he made him see it to start with. Hated him for what he did to Snape when they were students. Harry hated him. He wasn't scared of him. After the students filtered out, Harry's friends either grimacing in sympathy at him or scowling at Lupin as they went, Lupin came to the back of the classroom. He stopped and hesitated when he reached Harry's table, and instead sat in Draco's abandoned seat, leaving the table between them. "I think we got off on the wrong foot," he said. "I definitely didn't help matters on Friday, did I?" Lupin chuckled in a self-conscious sounding way. "I'm sorry about that, by the way." "About what?" Harry asked, specifically. Lupin looked surprised at Harry's continued cold tone. "I'm sorry for pushing you into seeing your boggart. I thought it would be good for you to face it. And you do need to learn to the spell, but I didn't need to push you into it." "So you're not sorry for telling Snape after you promised to keep it to yourself?" Harry sneered. "Brill, just checking." Lupin looked uncomfortable. "Severus told you about that." "We don't have secrets from each other," Harry said. "I was worried," Lupin said softly. "I was just worried that Severus was treating you unkindly at home." "So you thought going to him and telling him what my boggart was would somehow help if he was?" Harry snorted derisively. "Guess you were a Gryffindor, huh?" Lupin recoiled back in his chair at the venom in Harry's voice. "You're right, I didn't think that through, did I?" Lupin frowned and rubbed the back of his neck. "I suppose that's another apology I owe you then." "Did you apologize to Snape?" Lupin gave Harry another odd look. He looked like Harry was a complex creature he couldn't figure out. "Good. What do you believe I owe Severus an apology for?" he asked slowly. The genuine curiosity in Lupin's voice surprised Harry. "What do you owe Snape an apology for?" he said incredulously. "Should I make a list?" Lupin just blinked at him, and Harry felt his anger starting to spiral. "Did you ever apologize for bullying him and treating him like dirt in school?" he spat. "How about when your buddy Black tried to kill him?" "No, then you went and accused him of treating me unkindly, didn't you? Did you apologize when he told you were wrong? Snape's the only bloody adult that's ever treated me kindly." Harry got to his feet and slung his bag over his shoulder, glaring darkly at the shock on Lupin's scarred face. "If there's nothing else, Professor." "Harry, I'm sorry," Lupin said weakly. "I had no idea Severus meant so much to you." "Words don't mean anything," Harry quipped. "And it's real chivalrous of you to apologize to me but not Snape. All daring nerve when you're accusing people of things but a coward when it comes to making up for what you did, huh?" Harry gave him one last look of disdain before storming out to the now empty corridor. "Well, no. Not empty." "What are you doing?" Harry asked Blaise, who was leaning against the corridor wall. "Listening to you tear Lupin to shreds. I was hoping there would be blood involved," he said easily as he straightened himself up. "Shall we make our way to the library?" "Go ahead," Harry waved him off, still furious with Lupin and his damn worthless apologies. "Tell everyone I'm going for a walk." "Want me to go with?" Blaise offered. Harry pulled his cloak out of his bag and threw it over himself. "No," he said shortly, "I'll see you later." Harry quietly slipped through the corridors, avoiding the groups of students who were unaware of his presence until he reached the entrance. He felt like he could clear his mind better when he was outside. Probably a side effect of spending so much of his life outdoors. He felt the Dementors chill more out here on the grounds, but it was worth it. He could storm over to the edge of the forest and destroy a tree or something. He'd picture Lupin's face as he did it. He approached the edge of the forest and stopped when he saw the large, dark dog. Just a dog. Not a Grim. "Hey boy," Harry called, taking his cloak off. "Are you following me?" The dog was hiding around the edge of the forest and sniffled around as Harry approached. Harry thought it looked just like the one he'd seen with Susan in Knockturn Alley over the summer. It was the biggest dog Harry had ever seen in his life. "What are you doing?" Harry murmured. Boys, you look hungry." The dog whined and pushed Harry's leg with his nose. Harry called for Mavis and asked him to bring the dog a steak. Harry smiled when the dog did a little ridiculous happy dance before it ate it. Harry sat and leaned against the tree trunk and watched the dog tear apart its meal. Poor thing was probably starving. After it was done, it slowly came over to Harry and gently laid its heavy head on his legs. "Most dogs don't like me," Harry said quietly. "Hagrid said his dumb dog is a good judge o' character, and that dog growls at me every time it sees me." This dog just whined and nudged at Harry's hand. "You're nighty." He laughed, scratching behind the dog's ears. "I was gonna tear up a tree, make myself less mad, you know." He scratched the dog's ears and looked into the forest. "I hate Lupin. I hate these Dementors. I hate Sirius Black." The dog picked its head up and looked up at Harry. "I'm going to kill him," he swore, "as soon as I find him. I could have had a totally different life if it weren't for him, you know. He ruined it." The dog slowly sat its head back in Harry's lap and licked his hand. "Gross," Harry laughed. "Don't lick me." Harry and the dog sat there in silence for a while, watching the sun get lower. "Potter!" Harry jumped up, startling the dog off his lap, and turned to see Snape walking quickly towards him. "Oh, Snape," he slumped down into a more relaxed position. "What are you doing?" "What are you doing, you foolish brat?" Snape said. "It's almost dark out and you're on the edge of the lawn. Are you looking to lose a fight with a Dementor?" Harry grimaced at the reminder. "Sorry, sir," Harry muttered. "I lost track of time." Snape looked closely at him, doing that weird X-ray look he did sometimes. "When did you last sleep through the night?" Harry shrugged. "Through the night, I dunno." Snape sighed. "Here." He pulled a potion vial out of his cloak pocket and offered it to Harry. "You need to sleep, and before you ask, the only thing I ask in return is you avoid getting so close to the edges of the grounds in the future. It would be a shame for a Dementor to suck out your soul before you've finished your reign of terror," he said dryly. Harry grinned and put the potion in his own pocket. If Luna always knew the right thing to say, Snape always knew the right thing to do. "Cheers, sir." Snape gave him an exasperated look, even though his eyes were soft and warm. "Come along, I doubt your clique will even know how to eat without your majesty in attendance." Harry snorted and started to follow him before he remembered the dog. "Oh, Snape, that dog, here." Harry turned to call for the dog, and frowned to see it was gone. "What dog?" Snape asked slowly, giving Harry a look. "Don't look at me like that," Harry scowled. "That black dog from Nocturne Alley was here. You can ask Mavis, he brought him a steak. I'm gonna see if it wants to go home with us this summer." "Delightful," Snape drawled, gesturing for Harry to follow him towards the castle. "What I have always wanted was a moody teenaged ward, an elf that utilizes a barter system, a neurotic bird, and a flea-bitten dog in our home." Harry smirked as he considered Snape's expression when Theo shows up this summer. He'd need to have his camera ready. As the two wizards trekked back to the castle, a large black dog hunched behind a tree on the edge of the lawn, snarling under its breath. Chapter 10, Halloween. "I'm here." Potter walked into Severus' classroom bright and early Saturday morning. "Can I come in?" Severus chuckled at his ward. "I am aware that you are here, as I do have two working eyes, and yes, please do come in." Potter had the presence of mind to blush at Severus. "Guess I'm already inside, huh?" He grinned sheepishly. "Sorry, sir." "It is no bother." Severus stood up and cleared the desks that were in the front of the room, and gestured for Potter to stand in the center of the clearing. "Now, did you eat breakfast?" "Yes, sir." Potter bobbed his head. Severus looked him over carefully, and was relieved to see the shadows beneath his eyes had lessened since Wednesday. Hardly surprising considering he'd sent Mavis with a dreamless sleep every night since then, though he wouldn't put it past Potter to still have fitful sleep, even with the specifically tweaked potion Severus designed for him. "Good," said Severus. "Now, do you recall our conversation once before regarding how grey magic is entirely intent-based?" Potter bit his lower lip as he tried to remember. "Oh, when you traded 3 spells for me to put my knife up. Yes, sir." Severus should have known Potter would remember conversations in relevance to deals he enacted. The Patronus Charm is considered to be a light-oriented spell because it requires a vast amount of positive energy to be channeled through a happy memory. Are you following? Potter nodded again, so Severus continued. "You will clear your mind and then focus on a single powerful happy memory. Once you have that memory pulled up, you will flick your wand." Potter smirked up at him and Severus rolled his eyes. "Flick your impertinent wrist then, brat, and you will say the charm, expecto patronum. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, but are we doing it in here?" Potter asked. "I thought we'd do it outside or something." "Why would we go outside?" Severus asked, bemused. Potter shrugged. "Don't we need a Dementor or something to practice on?" Severus raised his brows incredulously. The child truly had no sense of self-preservation. "Perhaps you have missed the many times I have conjured my Patronus in front of you, but contrary to your belief, we do not require the presence of a Dementor to complete the charm. Oh, yeah. Potter blushed again and ducked his head. Severus chuckled lightly, so the child knew that he was not unhappy. Are you prepared to clear your mind? Potter nodded and Severus watched as he breathed deeply. Very good, he said in a calming tone. Now pull up a happy memory, a powerful one that brings you joy just by recalling it. Potter twisted his lips to the side and thought for a moment before nodding. Okay, he said. Now, while I am pleased with your penchants for non-verbal magic, today I would prefer you speak the incantation aloud. This way I can ensure you are using the correct pronunciation. Focus on your memory and pull the magic through your body to your hand. Expecto Patronum. Potter took a deep breath and held his right hand in front of his body. Expecto Patronum. A sudden whoosh of silver gas erupted seemingly from Potter's fingertips. Excellent, Severus said, genuinely impressed. Harry, that was excellent. Potter looked up at him with his mouth agape. But I didn't do anything. You did, Severus assured him. That is much more than any other 13-year-old would be able to conjure. But it was weak, Potter said. You make an entire animal and I just made some smoke. Did you truly expect to achieve a fully corporeal Patronus on your first attempt? The expression of indignation on Potter's face was answer enough. Arrogant, Severus scoffed. The power is obviously there, Harry. You need a stronger memory. Which one were you using just now? When I cut Lestrange open after he dueled Ron, Potter grinned. Of course that would be a memory Potter has classified as happy. Perhaps you should try again with a less bloody memory, Severus suggested. If you are able to recall, I did say this was an incredibly light-oriented spell. Oh yeah. Let's try again with a happy and blood-free memory, said Severus, whenever you are ready. Severus watched as Potter took another deep breath, his face becoming blank and impassive. Expecto Patronum. Nothing happened. What the fuck, Potter snarled. Language, Severus warned him. What memory was that? Potter glanced around quickly before he smirked. When I stole that red rock, he whispered. For fuck's sake, Harry, Severus groaned. Severus hated hearing Potter refer to the priceless, unique, and powerful stone as that red rock. You're a terrible influence, Potter laughed. Come on, that was a great memory, and nobody was bleeding. Well, Potter grimaced. I mean the glass from the mirror left some cuts, but that wasn't my fault, was it? It was actually, if Severus remembered correctly, which he absolutely did, Potter was the one who shattered the mirror, but that was hardly the point. Clearly vindictive pleasure does not count as true joy, he said dryly. Why not a memory of flying, or spending time with your friends? Good idea, sir. I'll think about flying. Potter grinned before clearing his mind and his face again. Expecto Patronum, Potter cried. A silver cloud materialized from Potter's mere fingertips and hovered between the two of them. Potter hissed loudly. Severus was sure it was a swear. That is already an improvement, Harry, said Severus as the cloud disappeared. Much better than your first attempt. It's not enough, Potter said through a clenched jaw. I don't want to improve, I want to do the spell. I don't understand why it's so hard. Severus had multiple theories on why the charm would be difficult for the mentally ill, grey-oriented, chaotic demons standing in front of him, most of which Potter would not enjoy hearing. This charm can oftentimes be more difficult for cluemen such as ourselves, due to the emotions required for the Patronus, Severus assured him with the nicest of the possible explanations. It took me nearly a full year of continuous practice before I achieved it. What memory do you use, sir? Severus felt remarkably wrong-footed by Potter's seemingly innocent question. I used to use memories of your mother and I at a concert, he said evasively. Used to, Potter said. What ones do you use now? Typically you brat, he grumbled. One last try now, okay? This charm can be exhausting both magically and mentally. Potter grinned at him a bit shyly. Okay, let me think of a real good memory, he said, furrowing his brows down in thought. No blood, nothing vindictive. Severus watched in both amusement and exasperation as Potter mumbled to himself and struggled to find an appropriate memory. Potter's misunderstanding of a happy memory would be much more entertaining if it didn't break Severus' heart the slightest bit. Maybe I have one, Potter eventually said. Very well, whenever you're ready. Potter raised his hand to chest height, scrunched his eyes closed and cried, EXPCTOPATRNUM. The largest silver cloud yet materialized between the two of them. It was indistinguishable, yet Severus felt sure that when Potter did master the spell, he would find himself with a four-legged Patronus. Very good, he said as Potter panted and stared wide-eyed at the cloud. Come, sit now, that is enough for one morning. Potter slumped down in his accustomed seat in front of Severus' desk. Severus summoned a coffee tray and poured them each a mug. Thanks, Potter mumbled, drinking deeply. You understand the theory and the incantation. You are doing everything correct, Severus said. I believe you will just need to work on identifying the proper memory. Incidentally, what memory did you use that last time? It was your strongest attempt yet. Did he need to know? No. Was he incredibly curious? Yes. Potter blushed and stared at a spot behind Severus' head as he answered. Susan said she loves me, he mumbled. I was thinking of that, was I? Severus was surprised that Potter was able to identify a memory that made him happy, that did not involve any of his usual unethical antics. It must have made you happy when she said that for your charm to be so strong, he said. He actually had no idea why it hadn't been strong enough to work. Suppose so, Potter said, shifting slightly in his seat. Never heard that before, have I, so I didn't know what to say. Severus could have cursed himself. Of course Potter had never heard it before. Who would have told him? Petunia. I regret that you have never heard it in a memory you can recall before now, he said slowly, though I am confident your parents would have undoubtedly said it multiple times a day to you before they passed. Doesn't really matter, does it? Potter shrugged. Even if they loved me, they're dead now, but Susan says she loves me and she hasn't ever lied to me before. So I suppose she's not lying now, right? It is unlikely that Miss Bones would lie about her adoration of you, no, Severus agreed. I'm sure the vicious badger that tormented Albus cursed me out verbally on multiple occasions, and redecorated the defense corridor likely holds you in high regards. Potter suddenly grinned, his green eyes sparkled with mischief. You heard about the defense corridor, Potter said. Severus snorted, as if any of the professors missed it. Pomona herself had came to ask Severus what Lupin had done to Potter for Bones to attack him. Apparently Severus was not the only one who immediately identified the girl's handwriting along with her unique style for leaving profanities on professors' doors. I did, he said. Lupin told our class he was being pranked. I said it's a good thing he likes pranks then, right? Severus laughed sharply at that. Lupin was a big fan of pranks when he was in school, he agreed, his dark eyes now sparkling with amusement. Oh, don't worry, sir, he said. People do grow up, Potter scoffed. Told him if people didn't try and make up for what they did, then they didn't really change, did they? Severus looked at Potter with a sense of fond approval. What did he say? Kept me after class after I caught his pet on fire and... Stop, Severus sighed and summoned a pain reliever to head off the headache he knew he would have any moment. Potter watched curiously as Severus downed it. You may continue, though I would like to hear more about you catching Lupin's pet on fire. Not my fault, Potter defended himself. He asked how I'd stop a red cap from attacking me, so I caught it on fire. Severus stared at Potter for a moment. You burnt the red cap alive, because Lupin asked you how you would stop it from attacking you. Yeah, Potter said slowly, his brows furrowed once again. And it would have worked, right? I mean, if it was attacking me then it would be trying to kill me, so catching it on fire would save my life. Severus had been extremely wrong in his earlier observation of Potter's sense of self-preservation. The child had morphed that sense into something feral, vicious, and unrelenting. If his life was in danger, then he would end the threat. Quirinus was attempting to kill him, so Potter fought to kill him first. Gilderoy threatened his and Draco's lives, so Potter killed him. Lupin asked how he would stop an attack from a deadly creature, so Potter caught it on fire. In Potter's mind, it was simple. He truly had no idea how his instincts were warped into something terrifying. Were you assigned detention? Severus likely wouldn't have given Potter detention for it, but he also would have known better than to ask Potter such an open-ended question. Nope, Potter rolled his eyes. He apologized to me. Did he? Severus asked curiously. For what? For last Friday night. He apologized for telling me about your boggart. Severus was begrudgingly impressed with Lupin. He didn't think the man had even comprehended how angry Potter would be at his actions. "See, I knew I wasn't the only one thinking that," Potter cried. "He didn't even properly apologize for that, really. He just said he was sorry for pushing me, see my boggart. Then I asked if he apologized to you." "To me? Why would Lupin apologize to me?" Potter gave him a look of disbelief, so strong it was nearly comical. "Seriously, didn't he try and kill you, drive you crazy when you were students, accuse you of being mean to me after he saw my boggart? Should I go on?" As warped as Potter's sense of morality and ethics may be, his fierce loyalty to Severus never failed to make him smile. "I do not require an apology, nor would I accept one from him." Severus sighed as he eyed Potter. As much as he wished ill on the wolf, it would be childish to not make sure Potter was aware of the view Severus had of the situation. "Lupin was likely unaware that Black had sent me to his hideout that night," he explained. "While it was incredibly irresponsible of Lupin to allow his friends to know of where he transformed at, I do not believe he alone would have orchestrated an attempt on my life." He sighed before resentfully adding, "I do not believe that Lupin would have done it at all, considering the penalty for a werewolf who commits murder during a full moon is death." "Then he should have kept better control of his friends," Potter said coldly. "Made them take a vow not to tell anyone, right?" Severus felt uneasy at Potter's casual way of believing that Lupin should have enacted unbreakable vows with his school-aged friends. "Harry, how many unbreakable vows have you enacted?" Potter looked incredibly guilty as he glanced around the room quickly. "I dunno," he said, "maybe 7. 7? Severus nearly choked. "Fuck, Harry, what on earth were you thinking? Do you know how dangerous it is to bind people to a secret that will kill them if they reveal it, let alone that many secrets?" "Oh, I don't bind them to their lives," Potter said airily, "unless it's something important like the prophecy or Lockhart. Usually I make them swear on their magic like you did when we met." When Severus first regret making that vow, it was because he was afraid he may one day snap and accidentally attempt to shake some sense into Potter. Now he can see what a terrible influence he was on Potter for more than just his language. "That was an extreme and rare thing of me to do," Severus stressed. "You should not enact unbreakable vows for anything less than life or death situations. I apologize for leading you to believe otherwise." But how else are you supposed to tell someone a secret?" Severus shook his head at Potter's deep distrust of people. "You have told me a great many number of secrets without requiring me to take a vow," he said. "Yeah, because I trust you," Potter shrugged. "Exactly," said Severus. "You have to trust people. Not everyone, mind you, but you have to decide which people you can trust and decide if your secrets are worth sharing with them." Potter gave him a disbelieving look. "But people lie," he said, "and words don't mean anything, right? So when someone says, 'I promise,' if there aren't any consequences, then they'll just break that promise, yeah. Or they may keep their word and be even more trustworthy, because they protected your secret even without consequences," Severus pointed out. "PFT," Potter scoffed again. "Do you trust anyone to keep your secrets?" "I trust you," Severus said simply, which, as wild as it was not untrue. He had no secrets from this scrappy little harbinger of chaos. Potter knew his past, his regrets, his accomplishments, and his many mistakes. Severus could scarcely imagine a scenario where the incredibly loyal child would cause him to regret the trust he placed in him. "Anyone else?" Potter asked. Severus hesitated, thinking quickly. He had used to trust Albus nearly as much as he did Potter, before he realized Albus was willfully blind to a great many things. "Lucius for some things, Narcissa for most things," he said instead. "But you only trust me with everything," Potter accurately guessed. "Harry, I have trusted many people in my life. Most of them happen to be dead now," Severus said, exasperated. "I had complete trust in Evan, Regulus, and Barty. Your friends are still alive and have thus far proven themselves trustworthy." "Your friends were all Death Eaters," Potter smirked. "I dunno if you're a good judge of who I should trust." "Your friends are in a gang," he said sardonically. "I am unsure how you determined that to be better." And truly it was. Potter and his gang had already wreaked more havoc in 2 years than Riddle had his entire school career. Severus could only hope that Potter was capable of change, with the guidance Riddle never had. "Oi," Potter cried, "my gang is nothing like yours was." "I believe if you added a tattoo to their forearms, the differences would shrink quite a bit," Severus smirked. Potter visibly perked up at that. "What is the point of the tattoo?" he said, glancing at Severus' covered arm with interest. "Because—" "No," Severus stopped him immediately. If I see even a drip of ink on any of your friends' arms, I will have you in detention well into your 30s. Potter huffed and crossed his arms sullenly. I almost got a tattoo once, he said petulantly. A kid at one of the shelters had a kit and offered me one. I was gonna do it, but he wouldn't tell me what he wanted for it first. Severus silently thanked Merlin for once that Potter's barter system has apparently been a long-established habit. I cannot imagine the level of unsanitary that a tattoo given in a youth shelter would have been, but I find myself incredibly grateful you declined his offer, Severus said. Potter shrugged before glancing at the clock. I should go. Luna wants to find that dog today. Told her it was starving and she said we should bring it snacks. Potter grinned. Luna and Draco are both mad about animals. He hesitated before asking, I have practice next weekend. Flint's crazy about winning the cup again for his last year. I dunno when I'll be able to come try that charm again. Severus waved off his worries as Potter got to his feet. All you need to do now is find the proper memory, so I will give you homework that I would like you to achieve. Firstly, attempt to find a memory that brings you true happiness. Secondly, he gave Potter a serious look. Make an honest effort towards trusting at least one of your friends with a secret. Nothing illegal, he said hastily. Merlin forbid Potter confess to murder to one of his less loyal friends, but something you wouldn't normally tell them. Potter gave him a wary look. What if I don't do that second one? Nothing, Severus said simply, but I believe you would be pleased to learn you can trust your friends without enacting an unnecessary vow. Potter rolled his eyes as he edged towards the doorway, in the vigilant way Severus has grown used to. We'll see, he said evasively. I'll let you know, yeah. Severus shook his head, as was his own routine, after having lengthy conversations with his ward. Was it any surprise Potter had difficulties trusting others? The first time someone told him they loved him, in his memory, was last week. His lips twitched as he created lesson plans later that evening. Potter demanding an apology on Severus' behalf was very like his mother. If Potter hadn't confessed to setting a caged creature on fire immediately after that, Severus could almost trick himself into believing the child ever stood a chance at resembling Lily Evans for more than her eyes. Lily was a rare soul, kind to a fault, loyal to those she considered her friends, and more joy in her heart than anyone Severus had ever met. She had her morals and values and held others to her exacting standards. Severus knew when he insulted her that it could never be forgiven, regardless of the circumstances. Potter also held others to his standards, but as the child had such a relaxed idea of right and wrong, it was a much lower bar. Keep his secrets, don't touch him, fight on his side when fights arose, and Potter was as loyal as they came. In the deepest part of his heart, Severus preferred the company to Potter than that of Lily. Before he fell asleep that evening, he suddenly remembered what Potter admitted to him. Susan said she loves me. Never heard that before, have I? 20 points to Hufflepuff, he murmured as he extinguished his lights. Over the next few weeks, Severus had yet to decide which was more annoying during this time, Remus Lupin or Harry Potter. Potter had developed a new habit of popping up at the least likely times, with the most horrifying ideas for a Patronus memory. Immediately after dinner. What about when I started my gang? No, whispered as he turned in his potions during class. When I broke Parkinson's wand. No, Potter even had the audacity to send him a note during breakfast one morning. When I sued Dumbledore. Severus sought his eyes out at the Slytherin table and shook his head slightly. He was incredibly fond of the child, but damn if he wasn't exhausting. Remus Lupin began his own annoying approach towards making Severus wish for an early retirement. Thank you so much, Severus, he said when he brought him the Wolfsbane potion one evening. I really can't explain to you how much this means to me. Severus curled his lip up and made to leave the office quickly when Lupin called him back. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you, he said. God damn you, Potter. Severus had no interest in hearing a meaningless apology from Lupin for actions he took 15 years ago. What? He asked sharply, turning back around. Lupin pulled himself up straight and looked Severus square in the eyes. I wanted to apologize, he said. I know that my friends and I were gits to you in school, and I want to believe that if James and Peter were here they would apologize as well. Severus rolled his eyes as Lupin swallowed sentimental fool before continuing. But they aren't, so I'll say it on behalf of all three of us. We were immature, unreasonable, and hurtful, and I am sorry for that. Severus would one day find a way to make Potter as terribly uncomfortable as he now was. Contrary to what Potter may have insinuated, I do not require an apology, Lupin. We can continue on as we have until now by pretending the other does not exist. He turned on his heel and strode quickly out of the office before Lupin said something else insufferable. Unfortunately, it seemed as if Lupin took Potter's chastisement to heart. Severus found himself being chatted up by the wolf multiple times a week. Finally, one evening during dinner, when Lupin was blathering on about a potion he read about that he thought Severus might find interesting, he snapped. "We are not friends," he interrupted Lupin with a hiss. "I have no idea what is going through your mind, but you and I are not friends." Lupin looked surprised for a second, before giving Severus his typical cheerful smile. "We could be," he offered. "Maybe we should have been friends this whole time." Severus had a fleeting reminder of his burning envy at the close-knit group of self-proclaimed marauders in his school days. 12-year-old Severus would have done anything to be friends with Remus Lupin. 33-year-old Severus was not quite so desperate. "I have no interest in friendship, Lupin," he sneered, "especially not yours." "Why?" Severus slammed his fork down and gave Lupin a look of incredulity. "Were you not just weeks ago in my office accusing me of behaving abusively towards my ward?" he hissed quietly. "You broke Potter's trust. You disregarded his mental health in allowing him to vanish after a traumatic event. I do not like you, and I have no want to be your friend." Lupin blinked at him in surprise. "You and Harry are a package deal, aren't you?" he mused. "Harry doesn't like me because I was cruel to you in school. Now you say you don't like me because I handled the Boggart situation with Harry very poorly." "Potter is my student and my ward," Severus said stiffly. "I do not make his decision for him, and I dislike you for a great number of reasons, few of which have anything to do with Potter." Lupin gave him a crooked smile. "I doubt anyone makes decisions for that kid," he chuckled, "but you influence him quite a bit, don't you? Harry would never befriend someone who he thought you didn't like." Severus was sure he was right, but decided he'd said quite enough for the evening. "If you'll excuse me, I have better places to be." "I'll see you at the feast tomorrow," Lupin asked as Severus quickly made for the exit. Severus ignored him. Perhaps if the man spent more than half a minute near Hermione Granger, he would know that feast days have mandatory attendance, thus making Severus' appearance a foregone conclusion. The next evening, as Severus made his way to the Great Hall, he was once again waylaid by Potter. "Sir, I thought of one." Severus sighed at the sight of Potter's bright eyes. That likely meant another terrifying memory that child has classified as happy. "Let's hear it," he said. Potter was practically beaming now. "Remember the day you gave me my letter, that one, what d'you think?" That actually may work." "That is an excellent idea," he said. He saw the corridors were mostly empty as most students were already at the feast. "Would you like to try now?" Potter nodded eagerly before inhaling deeply and clearing his mind. "Expectopatrum," he shouted. Potter opened his eyes eagerly, and his face filled with disappointment at the sight of the rather large and unformed Patronus cloud. "Son of a bitch," he swore, "why won't this damn spell work?" Severus' lips twitched the very slightest amount at Potter, adopting his own swears. "Language," he murmured. "I suppose it wasn't a happy enough memory." He tried to consider the encounter through Potter's point of view. "Were you not initially under the mistaken belief that I was attempting to kidnap you for some nefarious purpose?" "Yep," Potter admitted shamelessly. "Thought you were a creep, did I? Shouldn't have wore your robes. But I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking about being special and going somewhere with beds for 10 months a year." "Well, that explained it. Your memories all seem to have multiple layers of emotion attached to them," Severus explained delicately. "I believe even the happy ones you are choosing must have a layer of anxiety or other negative emotion that is impacting the charm's ability to work." Potter hissed loudly and rolled his eyes. "Whatever," he muttered, "I'll get it eventually." "You will," Severus assured him as he guided the child towards the Great Hall. "Have you made any progress on the second assignment I gave you?" Potter hummed evasively. "Haven't made up my mind, have I?" he eventually said. "I'll let you know, though." Severus held the door open for Potter as he sighed again. One secret. He is asking Potter to tell one friend one secret without the use of an unbreakable vow. Very well, Severus said. Enjoy your evening, and you will find me in the astronomy tower tonight if you require anything. Potter gave him a curt nod as he made his way to the Slytherin table. Severus suffered through the Halloween feast with its usual fanfare, made worse only by the mopping presence of Lupin beside him. Apparently on the anniversary of the Potters, Death Lupin wasn't up for chatting, thank Merlin. He watched curiously as his snake stopped by Potter's seat and offered handshakes, which Potter rejected, and condolences, which Potter scoffed at. According to his current 7th-year prefect, the rumor that Potter was the heir of Slytherin was still rampant in his house. Clearly the accolades that came along with it earned Potter some form of respect to be shown on this night. Before the entertainment began, Severus slipped from the room. His presence was mandatory for the feast. He wouldn't linger longer than he had to. He made his way to the astronomy tower and leaned against the railing as he thought of the many changes that had occurred since last Halloween. Potter was expelled and scrounged around the underbelly of London for 2 weeks. Potter nearly died from a basilisk wound. Potter killed a man. Potter forced Lucius into the role of a follower. Potter had openly named Albus Dumbledore as an enemy to himself. Potter may or may not have a severe mental illness that he refuses to acknowledge or treat. It had been an eventful year, and Severus was struggling to find positives. "I'm a terrible guardian," he groaned as he rubbed his eyes wearily. He looked up at the stars and hoped that somewhere Lily was reassuring him that he was trying his best. Because he was. But damn if it was good enough or not. Severus summoned Mavis and asked him to bring him his scotch and a tumbler from his private quarters. It would be recklessly irresponsible to summon them and allow any wandering student to pluck the bottle from the air. Severus was working on his second glass as Minerva's silver cat appeared beside him. "Hogwarts is on lockdown. Meet me in the hospital wing immediately. Send any students you encounter to the Great Hall. I have your ward." "Son of a bitch," Severus swore as he ran quickly down the stairs. He very nearly stumbled in his haste and cursed himself for drinking. He knew better. Potter seemed to be cursed to have something outrageous happen every damned Halloween. Though Severus couldn't imagine what his ward could have done to cause the entire castle to go on lockdown. He burst into the hospital wing and searched frantically until his eyes landed on Minerva. She was standing beside Poppy and Potter, who was seated on the bed. "Snape," Potter said, relief filling his face. "Tell them I'm fine." "What happened?" Severus demanded from Minerva immediately. "Sirius Black happened," Minerva said, her lips thin and her nostrils flaring, "and your foolish child attempted to duel the maniac." Sirius Black. Potter's curse on Halloween truly had no bounds. Severus looked Potter over from top to bottom and felt his chest loosen as the child appeared to be unharmed. "Someone quickly explain what happened." Minerva gave Potter a look of irritated exasperation. Potter sighed. "So we got back to the common room, yeah, and Ron was upset because Scabbers was clawing him and freaking out and jumped." "I don't care about a rat," Severus hissed. "Inform me of what happened with Black." "That's what I'm trying to do," Potter hissed back. Severus saw Minerva smile and gave her a cold look. Potter was not amusement in the slightest at the moment. "Anyway, so Scabbers runs off, and Ron goes up to our room to see if he went there, and he screams bloody murder, so I go running after him." "Of course you did," Severus groaned. "Continue." "Guess who was in our room? Black, so I start trying to cure. Potter caught his eye and Severus shook his head slightly. Potter did not need to admit to curses in front of present company. "I tried to stop him," he said instead, "but he shoved me and just ran. I couldn't get a clear shot in the common room, but Potter pulled a large knife from his robe pocket. I summoned this at the last second." Severus would be a naive fool to not believe Potter would not take to carrying the damn weapon around with him. "And then," he asked with a pointed look at Minerva. "I was alerted by Miss Owens that Sirius Black was inside the castle," she said. "By the time I arrived, your child," she gave Potter a disbelieving look, "was attempting to sneak out to search for the man single-handedly." Potter shrugged. "I alerted Albus immediately, who is now organizing a search of the castle. The students have all been corralled into the Great Hall for the night, and I brought Potter here to ensure he was not injured." Severus gave her an appreciative nod, before glancing towards Poppy, who shook her head. "Besides a bad case of idiocy, I believe Mr. Potter is fine," she sniffed. "I'm not an idiot," Potter muttered. You said that the students are all congregated in the Great Hall, Severus asked Minerva. Yes, I believe Albus should be there shortly as well to check in with the prefects and head boy and girl, Minerva said. I will speak with him regarding the search then. Come along, Potter, I will return you to the Great Hall. Potter jumped to his feet with a smug look towards Poppy. They were talking about keeping me all night, Potter said the second the doors closed behind them. Knew you'd come get me. Severus rounded on Potter at the flippancy in his tone. Have you lost your goddamned mind? He snarled. You confronted Black on your own. Don't say that, Potter said coldly. I didn't lose my mind. I told you I was going to kill him, and I will. He was in my room with a giant fucking knife, wasn't he? You are a brain-dead moron, Potter, Severus sneered. He knew his worry and fear were coming out as condemnation and fury, but Potter made the wrong choices every single damn time. Am I? Potter hummed, inching away from Severus slightly. So I suppose if you're so smart then you know how Black got in the castle and in our room. You've given the password to half the damned castle, Severus said harshly. Who knows which idiot child left the password lying around? Don't call them idiots, Potter said, taking half a step further from Severus. They're not idiots and neither am I, sir. Severus glared at Potter even, as he recognized the own unfairness of his words. Potter was no idiot. But Merlin if he wasn't the most arrogant and reckless child Severus had ever met. You will stay in the hall with your friends, he said. You will not even attempt to leave the hall, is that clear? Crystal, Potter spat. Severus strode towards the hall, beckoning Potter to follow alongside him. He kept a watchful eye out as they went for any sign of someone who did not belong in the corridors. Once they reached the hall entrance, Severus stopped before opening the doors. Stay away from Lupin, he said. It is unlikely that Black entered the castle unaided, and he is still the most likely perpetrator. Brill, Potter said, clenching his jaw and rolling his shoulders. Seen I go now. Severus hesitated at the visible signs of stress Potter was exuding. I apologize, he said with a sigh. I was worried for your safety and shouted unfairly at you. It will likely happen many more times as you insist upon putting yourself in danger. Potter looked up warily at him. It's not a real apology if you aren't going to change, he said with his green eyes narrowed. Perhaps not, Severus allowed, though it is an honest apology. Potter chewed his lower lip for a moment before nodding curtly. I didn't lose my mind and my friends are not idiots. I am aware, Severus said, counting his breaths to keep his voice level. I believe I already said that I apologize. Kay, Potter said, but you're being a bastard. You attempted to kill a man in a crowded common room, Severus pointed out. You have practically defined the phrase, delinquent brat. The edges of Potter's lip curled slightly up, apparently pleased with Severus' sardonic retort. Severus opened the hall doors and was immediately surrounded by Potter's entourage. You stupid idiot, Miss Bones yelled. What were you thinking? Potter rolled his eyes and ushered his friends to an empty corner. He caught Severus' eyes once more and nodded slightly. Severus watched for a moment as Potter spoke in a hushed tone to his friends before he left the hall in search of Albus. As he told Potter, there was no way Black entered Hogwarts without assistance, and the most likely culprit was the damned wolf. He swore that if he discovered proof that Lupin was assisting Black in any way, he would borrow Potter's sword himself. Chapter 11, Hogsmeade. The school talked of nothing but Sirius Black for the next few days. The theories about how he had entered the castle became wilder and wilder. Hannah Abbott, from Hufflepuff, spent much of their next herbology class telling anyone who'd listen that Black could turn into a flowering shrub. Susan spent just as much time trying to make a list of possible nearby places Black would be hiding. The main one they agreed on was Hogsmeade. It's nearby, it's unwarded, it's the perfect hiding spot, she said during lunch one afternoon. We are not spending our first Hogsmeade trip searching for Sirius Black, Draco said. We are going to go to Honeydukes, visit Zonko, and get butterbeers in the Three Broomsticks, got it? Are we? Harry gave him a pointed look, and Draco pouted. I don't want to hunt for my crazy cousin, he said in a voice just a couple shades away from being a whine. Harry isn't going to go looking for Sirius Black, he's going to let the professors handle it, right? Hermione said, setting everyone else off into a fit of laughter. Yeah, that sounds like Harry, Ron snorted. Can we save it for our second Hogsmeade visit? Draco asked hopefully. Not a chance, Harry said. We're going to look tomorrow. Ultimately, the decision was taken right out of his hands. After telling Luna goodbye and promising to bring her back a surprise, do you want a chocolate frog or Black's finger? The 8 third years headed towards Hogsmeade. Harry was getting the uncomfortable feeling of being watched all the way past the gates, and while they were on the path, they were about to enter the village when he realized what the problem was. Son of a bitch, he swore loudly in Parseltongue. What's wrong? Neville asked. Harry glared around him. If Snape set you up to this, I'll kill you both, he called loudly. His friends were all looking nervously at him, but Harry was focused on the tree line, where he could feel someone's eyes on him. End their spell, he thought with a sharp tug on his magic. He watched with satisfaction as a tall, lanky, pink-haired witch appeared from seemingly nowhere. Watch her, Harry, she grinned a lopsided smile, seemingly unembarrassed at being caught. Kingsley wasn't exaggerating, was he? Harry already had his newly obtained knife out, and had taken a few steps in front of his friends. Who are you? Harry asked harshly. Who are you? The witch mimicked him as she shifted her appearance. Harry blinked and was suddenly staring at a carbon copy of himself. Brill, he breathed. He looked into his own green eyes and grinned sharply. You're Nymphadora. Tonks, if you don't mind, she said. Oh, we're cousins, Draco said from behind Harry. He made to step up to the witch and Harry shifted slightly, keeping him behind him. You didn't explain why you're here, Harry said to her. In the back of his mind, he wished he had grabbed his pocket knife instead of this dagger. It was too long to twirl between his fingers. Minister's orders, she grinned, Harry's face taking on an entirely odd look. Change back, he said, and explain. The witch shifted back to her tall, thin, and pink-haired previous appearance. She blinked, and her eyes went from Harry's green to a light grey. You do live with Snape, don't you? She laughed. I'm your official tail, she winked, and suddenly she had a ridiculous horse tail swishing behind her for a moment. Harry had to literally bite his lip to keep from laughing. She's a cop and she's following you, he reminded himself. No thanks, Harry said coolly. I don't need some cop following me around. Tonks glanced at Harry's friends behind him, before she shrunk herself down to their height, and lengthened her hair to a long golden blonde color. How about another student then? You wouldn't want me to get in trouble at work, would you? She looked at Harry with what Susan called puppy dog eyes. I don't particularly care about your job, Harry said with a sneer. Go away. Harry backed away a couple steps closer to his friends, while keeping a careful eye on Tonks' currently empty hands. Sorry, Harry, she smiled, but you'll have to take it up with the minister. She clapped her hands together and bounced on the balls of her feet. Where are we going first? Honeydukes, Ron said from behind Harry, then Zonko's. Theo and I were going to go check out the Owl Post service, Hermione said hesitantly. We thought maybe you guys would want to meet up in a couple of hours at the Three Broomsticks. Harry turned just enough that he could see Hermione and Tonks both. I thought we were all hanging out together, he said. Hermione blushed as Theo took her hand. We just wanted a couple hours alone, Theo said with a pointed look at their joined hands. You know, in private. Oh, okay, but it's rather cold out for sex, isn't it? Harry had seen a lot of street kids and prostitutes shagging in alleys before, but he didn't think Hermione would like that much. We know Merlin, Theo sputtered. Added the rest of their friends laughed, and Hermione's face lit up bright red. Tonks nearly fell on the ground, she was laughing so hard. We are not doing that, Hermione hissed. Jesus, Harry, we just wanted to spend time together as a couple, like a date. Oh, Harry blushed a bit himself now. Well, I guess we'll see you in a couple hours, be careful, yeah. You be careful, Theo said before hustling Hermione down the pathway. Great, where to? Tonks said brightly, shifting her appearance to mimic Hermione. We are wasting time, Susan whispered, stepping up to take Harry's hand. She can come without knowing what we're doing. Harry tilted his head slightly in concession to Susan's point. New plan, he said, watching Tonks out the corner of his eye. You guys, he pointed at the other boys standing around them, go do whatever. Susan, Tonks, and I are going to explore. Meet up in 2 hours at the Three Broomsticks, yeah. Sounds good, Blaze said easily. Come on, Longbottom, let's go introduce Weasley to real joke products. Draco stood with an uncertain look as the other 3 boys took off towards the town. He squared his shoulders and turned back to Harry, a determined glint in his eyes. "I'll go with you guys," he said. "Good man, Draco," Susan said. She shifted so she could link her arms with Harry and Draco both. "Where to?" Tonks asked again, rudely linking her arm with Draco and changing back to her blonde-haired previous appearance. "Shrieking Shack," Harry said immediately. "Ooh, so you are searching for Black," Tonks said brightly, stumbling slightly at the quick pace Harry and his friends were setting. "Kingsley said he thought you were, but I thought, no way a little kid would go looking for a man who wants to kill him." "Harry is not a little kid, Nymphadora," Susan said, glaring at the other witch. "And I believe he said we're going to look at a historical landmark, not that we're going to look for an escaped prisoner." "That's your job anyway, ain't it?" Harry added. "Testy," Tonks said with a wink at Draco. Draco loyally huffed and turned his head away from her. Tonks was unflappable during the walk to the shack. She kept up a steady stream of chatter about her own school days and aura training, which she just finished. "You'd be a great aura, observation skills like yours," she said to Harry. "How'd you even know where I was?" "Magic," Harry said dryly. Tonks just laughed again. Harry eyed the shrieking shack carefully as they approached the fencing around it. If Tonks hadn't been with them, his plan was to get his cloak and sneak in. "Think we can get in?" Susan murmured quietly. Apparently not quietly enough. "Oh, I wouldn't," Tonks said with a big smile. "I'd have to stop you if you broke into a forbidden area. Plus, it's haunted anyway." "You could try and stop us," Susan said with her own polite smile. "And it's not fucking haunted," Harry snorted. "A giant wolf used to transform there every month, didn't they?" "A wolf," Tonks said, her eyes getting round with excitement. "Really?" "Merlin Tonks, aren't you a witch?" Draco muttered. "Careful, little cousin, I'd hate to have to prove that I'm a witch to you," she winked. "Let's just look around, yeah," Harry suggested. They were halfway around the side of the shack, when the large black dog Harry had taken to leaving stakes out, came slinking slowly out from underneath the house. "Hey, there's your dog," Draco said, his eyes lighting up at the sight. "Come here, boy." "His name is Grim," Harry said, "not boy." "You named a huge black dog Grim?" Tonks asked as the dog came running up to Harry. "You're a bit mad, aren't you, Harry?" "He is not," Susan said harshly. "Shut your mouth." Harry grinned at Susan before turning to Tonks. "My dog, my name," he said as he scratched the dog's ears. "Feel free to fight me over it." Tonks laughed again as she reached towards the dog, who very loyally growled at her. "Good boy," he murmured. "You can bite her if you want." The dog yipped and wagged its tail in a decidedly excited way that made Harry laugh. "Come on then, let's keep looking," he muttered to Susan. The four of them, plus the dog, walked around the edge of the shack twice before Harry had to admit defeat. Without getting a look inside, he had no real idea if Black was in there. "Where are we not looking for Sirius Black at next?" Tonks asked. Harry rolled his eyes at her as Grim edged closer to Harry. "Ignore her, boy, she's an imbecile," Harry said loud enough for Tonks to hear. "Are you sure you're Harry Potter?" Tonks asked, "because you sound an awful lot like Severus Snape." Grim growled at Tonks as she changed her hair and nose to mimic Snape. "One more word and we'll see how good of a witch you are," Susan said darkly. Tonks laughed as she shifted back to her student-like appearance. She held her hands up in a "I mean no harm" kind of manner. "If you guys want to go to the village, I'd be thrilled to give you a tour." Draco turned to Harry with a remarkably pleading look in his grey eyes. "Fine," Harry huffed, "let's go." Draco lit up and practically pulled Susan along with him as he all but ran towards the village. "Slow down," Tonks cried, "I'm clumsy." Harry laughed unkindly when she tripped over a stone not 30 seconds later. "Feel free to go away," Susan said with a sweet smile. "You guys aren't very nice," Tonks said with what Harry was sure was a fake pout. "I thought a fellow badger would be more welcoming." "You thought wrong, didn't you?" Susan hummed. "Are we fighting or are we going to Honeydukes before we have to meet up with everyone?" Draco said. Harry would have preferred to fight, but Draco pouted in the most ridiculous way. Tonks chatted about the different shops they passed alongside the sidewalk. Despite Harry's best efforts, he found himself listening along to her chatter. She was ridiculously cheerful, very clumsy for a cop, but she had a lot of interesting stories. When they got to Honeyduke's, Harry made Grim wait outside with a firm command. "Do not run off or I won't buy you anything to eat," he said. "I'm not chasing you around town all day." Grim wagged his tail and obediently slunk off to the alleyway entrance, beside the shop as Harry and the others went inside. Harry felt his jaw drop before he caught himself once he stepped inside. "Brill," he breathed, taking in the sight. Everywhere he looked there were shelves and shelves of brightly coloured sweets. "Simon," Susan grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the shelves. "Let's find something wild for Lou." Harry ignored Tonks as he spent a very fun hour picking out a huge variety of treats with his friends. They filled a huge bag with all sorts of different stuff for Luna, including some sort of gummies that were shaped like different creatures. Harry grabbed a handful of pup treats for Grim, and even found some owl biscuits that he snagged for Sevy. He watched carefully as he saw Fred and George Weasley disappear into a trapdoor behind the counter when they thought nobody noticed. He wondered if they were robbing the place and made a mental note to ask them about it next time he saw them. He couldn't do it now with the blonde cop he had stuck to him. They eventually left the shop with arms full of candies and all thoughts of finding Black temporarily forgotten. "I can shrink those so you can carry them easier," Tonks offered. Susan, who Harry was beginning to suspect did not like Tonks at all, snorted before holding her packages out to Harry. He smirked at Tonks before pointing his pinky at Susan's bag. "Shrink," he drawled. He was showing off a bit, as Susan's bag immediately shrunk down, but the look of surprise on Tonks' face was worth it. "How'd you do that?" she asked with a big smile as he repeated the process on Draco's bag. "Magic." He pulled out the pup treats for Grim before he shrunk, and pocketed his and Luna's bags. "Grim, come on buddy, want a treat?" Grim ran up to him and jumped up, putting his giant paws on Harry's chest. "Get down, stupid," Harry laughed as he nearly fell at the huge weight. "If you knock me down in front of all these people, I'm not giving you a treat." Grim jumped down immediately and looked up at Harry with his tongue wagging out of his mouth. "You're ridiculous," Harry laughed as he tossed a few treats to him. "You can have more if you come back to Hogwarts tomorrow, yeah? Come on, let's go get you food." Grim followed behind the four of them, occasionally dodging between their legs. After he knocked Tonks down and Harry laughed, it seemed like he purposefully kept trying to trip her. Which was fine by Harry. They got to the three broomsticks and Grim whined at the door. "You can't come in, Grim," Susan said with a fond pat to the dog's back. "We'll get you some food though, okay?" Grim wagged his tail again before trotting off to the side alley. They stepped inside, and Harry felt the warmth of the building chase away any lingering chill from the Dementor's presence in the village. Over here, Harry saw Blaze waving them down to a booth in the corner where the rest of their friends were already seated. "You can go be a tail over there," Harry said, gesturing Tonks towards the bar top. "Fine," Tonks sighed dramatically. "I guess I'll just be an adult in a pub then." She winked one last time before shifting back to her normal appearance and sitting down at the bar across from them. "Find anything?" Neville asked softly. "Not a thing," Harry said rather crossly. "If Black's at the shack, then he's inside, and I couldn't shake Tonks to get in, could I?" Neville gave him a sympathetic grimace before Ron jumped in with an offer to go get everyone a drink. "He just wants to flirt with Rosmita," Theo laughed. Harry watched as Ron walked up to the bar, and his ears turned red almost immediately as the bartender, a curvy woman with a low-cut top, approached him. "Boys are ridiculous," Susan said to Hermione, who nodded sagely. Harry didn't bother protesting, since Ron did look rather silly as he gawked and blushed at Rosmita, while she grabbed 8 butterbeers. "Rosmita said Tonks bought 'em for us," Ron said with a soppy grin on his face as he handed out the drinks. Harry glared at the grinning aura and levitated a couple sickles to her. There was no chance he'd be indebted to a cop. "What did you guys get up to?" Draco asked the other kids. Immediately Ron and Blaze launched into a story about the joke shop they went to. Neville occasionally threw in a comment here or there. Harry glanced at the quiet couple across from him and saw that they were holding hands and whispering and giggling together. "What you guys get up to then?" Harry asked them. "Ooh," Hermione sat up and smiled happily at his question. "We went to the post office. They have about 200 owls, all sitting on shelves, all color-coded depending on how fast you want your letter to get there." "The post office is not a romantic date," Draco snorted, giving Theo a disbelieving look. Why didn't you guys go to Madame Pudderfoot's? Theo looked suddenly uncertain, but Hermione scowled at Draco. We had a wonderful time, she said haughtily. Much more fun than sitting in a stuffy tea shop. The rest of them started arguing over the best place to visit Hogsmeade for a date, while Harry looked around the pub instead. He was watching two goblins speaking rapid-fire gobbledygook when the chiming of the door opening drew his eyes to the new arrival. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had just entered the pub with a flurry of snowflakes, shortly followed by Hagrid, who was deep in conversation with a portly man in a lime-green bowler hat and a pinstriped cloak, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. "Be right back," Harry said to his friends as he jumped to his feet. He'd seen the signs all over the village announcing the presence of Dementors, by order of the Ministry of Magic, and wanted to find out why. "Harry, how are you, lad?" Harry stretched the fingers in his left hand, as his right was enthusiastically shook by the minister. "Hello, Minister Fudge, how are you?" he said politely. "Oh, none of that now," Fudge winked at him. "I told you, call me Cornelius." Professor McGonagall gave Harry an exasperated sort of look when Fudge said that. "Here, Harry, join us for a drink, won't you?" Harry glanced back at his table of friends and shrugged. "Sure, thank you, Cornelius." Harry sat on the corner chair at the table and ordered a water when everyone else ordered their drinks. "What brings you to town, Minister?" Rosmerta asked when she brought them all drinks. "Sirius Black, of course," the minister sighed before taking a deep drink. "I heard all about your actions on Halloween, lad," he said with a wink towards Harry. "Very brave of you, but you have to be careful." He wagged a finger in Harry's direction. "Black is mad. Who knows what kind of dark magic he could have used on you." Harry very carefully did not make a face at Black's supposed madness, nor how apparently, since he's a bad person, he must be using dark magic. Harry was very interested to see McGonagall scowl minutely before taking a sip of her drink, though. "It was confusing how Black even got in the castle," Harry said. "I thought the Dementors would have been able to catch him. Isn't that what they're there for?" He blinked innocently at Fudge. Flitwick winked at him from behind the minister's back. I know, Fudge sighed. "The Dementors were not happy he was able to slip past them. I've just met some of them. They're in a fury against Dumbledore. He won't let them inside the castle grounds." "I should think not," said Professor McGonagall sharply. "How are we supposed to teach with those horrors floating around?" "Hear, hear," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "All the same," demurred Fudge, "they are here to protect you all from something much worse. We all know what Black's capable of." "Do you know, I still have trouble believing it," said Rosmerta thoughtfully. "Of all the people to go over to the dark side, Sirius Black was the last I'd have thought. I mean, I remember him when he was a boy at Hogwarts. If you told me then what he was going to become, I'd have said you'd had too much mead." "Suppose that's because he didn't get your parents killed," Harry said curtly, effectively shutting Rosmerta up. "I'm sorry, dear," she said after an awkwardly silent moment. "You know your father used to come in here all the time. Oh, he used to make me laugh. Him and Black both, they were ringleaders of their little gang, you know." She gave Harry a cheerful little smile. Harry would desperately have liked to have ignored her, but figured he needed to adopt the poor orphan Harry routine in front of McGonagall and Fudge. "Really?" he said, making his eyes wide. "He named Black my godfather, you know. I figured they were probably best friends in school." "You'd have thought Black and Potter were brothers," chimed in Professor Flitwick. "Inseparable." "I met him," growled Hagrid suddenly. "I must have been the last to see him before he killed all them people. It was me what rescued little Harry here from Lily and James's house after they was killed." Harry gave him a sharp look, ignoring the looks of pity the other four adults were giving him. Why the hell was Hagrid the one to come get him from his parents' house? "It's Dumbledore. You got him out the ruins, poor little thing," Hagrid continued with a sad look towards Harry. "And Sirius Black turns up on that flying motorbike he used to ride. Never occurred to me what he was doing there. I didn't know he'd been Lily and James's secret keeper. Thought he'd heard the news you know who's attack and come to see what he could do. White and shackin' he was, and ye know what I did. I comforted the MURDI and traitor," Hagrid roared. "Hagrid, please," said Professor McGonagall, "keep your voice down. How was I to know he wasn't upset aboo Lily and James? It was you know who he cared aboo. And then he says, 'Give Harry to me, Hagrid, I'm his godfather, I'll look after him.' Ha, but I'd had me orders from Dumbledore." Harry wondered which would have been worse, living with the Dursleys or Black. "Dursleys," he decided quickly. He added, "kept me from my godfather, as another reason for why he'd one day kill Dumbledore. I told Black no, Dumbledore said Harry was to go to his aunt and uncle. Black argued, but in the end he gave in. Told me to take his motorbike to get Harry there. I won't need it anymore, he says. I should have known there was something fishy going on then. He loved that motorbike, what was he giving it to me for? Why wouldn't he need it anymore? Fact was, it was too easy to trace. Dumbledore knew he'd been the Potter's secret keeper. Black knew he was going to have to run for it that night, knew it was a matter of hours before the Ministry was after him. But what if I'd given Harry to him, eh? Hagrid said with a wave towards Harry. I bet he'd have pitched him off the bike halfway out to sea, his best friend's son, but when a wizard goes over to the dark there's nothing and no one that matters to him anymore. A long silence followed Hagrid's story, as the adults all either glared at Hagrid, McGonagall, or gave Harry the most pitying looks, Rosmeter. I'm gonna go, Harry said, pushing his glass back and getting to his feet. It was nice to see you, Minister, he said with a nod to Fudge. He quickly left the pub before any of his friends, or Tonks, could catch up to him. He didn't know why Hagrid's story bothered him so much. He knew it already. Mr. Malfoy had told him about the Fidelius charm, about Black being the secret keeper, and how Black was so covertly on the Dark Lord's side that none of the other Death Eaters even knew he'd been one of them until the end. It just strung still. Everything could have been different. If Black hadn't betrayed his parents to Voldemort, if Black hadn't let Hagrid take him, if his parents had picked a different godfather. Everything could have been different for him. And Hagrid sat there and carried on about it in front of the whole pub like Harry's life was one big public story. Which maybe people thought it was, but that didn't mean Harry had to like it. Harry walked briskly back towards the castle, too unfamiliar with the village to stray too far off the path. He passed through the gates and caught his breath once he could see the castle again. Off. He looked behind him and saw that Grim had followed him. Damn it, I'm sorry buddy, I forgot to get you food. Grim wagged his tail slowly and padded up to Harry and licked his hand while he looked up at him with his big grey eyes. I'm fine, Harry said as Grim whined at him. Harry struggled to find the right word. Mad, I guess I'm just mad. Grim whined again and pulled on Harry's sleeve. Where we going, buddy? Harry grinned as Grim tried to yank him towards the tree line. You lazy thing, you just want to use me as a pillow again, don't you? Grim wagged his tail eagerly. Harry sat and leaned against the tree, and Grim immediately put his heavy head on Harry's lap. Hagrid's an idiot, Harry murmured, telling the whole pub about Black betraying my parents like that. How would he like it if I told stories about him to everyone, huh? Grim whined some more so Harry scratched his ears as he talked. You know Black was my godfather, yeah, and he just let Hagrid take off with me, which is only a little better than killing me there, I guess. Grim growled a little at that. Which do you think is worse, Grim dying, or living with people who hated you for 7 years? Grim picked his head up and looked at Harry, before growling more viciously. Did your owners kick you out too? Is that why you're my dog now? Grim laid his head back down gingerly on Harry's lap and Harry resumed scratching his ears. Do you want to help me find Black? I figure if I wait long enough he'll find me and try to kill me. Grim let out a distressed-sounding yip that made Harry smile. Black couldn't actually kill me, could he, buddy? Doesn't even have his fucking knife. Harry laughed and Grim panted in a way that Harry thought sounded like he was laughing too. Everyone says he's mad, he's a dark wizard, he's evil. But Sissa says he was tragically misunderstood. Harry sighed. Snape says I'm misunderstood too. Do you suppose that's just a nice way of saying crazy? Have you lost your god-damned mind? Snape doesn't get it, Harry murmured. He thinks everything's so easy, doesn't he, buddy? He says I should tell someone a secret, see if I can trust them. I think he's the mad one, Harry said softly. People trick you and betray you and don't give a damn about your secrets. I can tell you a secret though, can't I, buddy? Grim whined and thumped his tail on the ground a couple of times. Susan told me she loves me, she's my best friend, but I don't even know what that means, he confessed quietly, knowing Grim could never repeat his words. Hermione and Theo are in love, I guess, and I don't get it either. Do you think I'm broken or something? How do you know if you love someone? Harry looked up at the sky as he sorted through his own thoughts. I'd kill someone who tried to hurt my friends, but if they tried to hurt me I'd probably kill them too. So do I love them? That doesn't sound like love, does it? Grim licked one of Harry's hands, and Harry smiled softly down at him. Think I can tell Snape I told you a secret and he'd let it count? Grim panted with his tongue lolling out, making Harry laugh. Probably not, huh? Harry sighed again and sat quietly with Grim for a while, scratching his ears and watching as students started to return to the castle. "I better go, buddy," Harry said as he stood up. "Don't want Snape to come yelling again, do we?" Grim bared his teeth in a growl at that, and Harry gave him a last pat to his head. "Good talk, buddy. I'll bring you out some food after dinner, all right?" Grim barked happily as Harry made his way back to the castle. He felt quite a bit calmer now that he told Grim some of his problems. Snape was the mad one thinking he'd ever go talk to some mind healer. Why would he? They'd probably just shout out all his problems in public just like Hagrid did. At least Grim couldn't talk. The next week passed by quickly, as everyone began to get excited for the upcoming Quidditch match. "If we beat Hufflepuff, then we're in the finals against Gryffindor," Draco explained for the 100th time over dinner the night before the game. "If we lose, then we have to beat Ravenclaw, and then we're in the finals against Gryffindor." Everyone mostly tuned him out as they chatted about other things. "Did you guys get your essay done for Sprout?" Ron asked with a guilty look on his face. "I'm stuck on mine." "It's due Monday," Hermione cried. "Mine's done, you can look it over if you want," Neville offered. Can I look it over too?" Harry asked. "You can copy mine for McGonagall if so." "Deal," Neville said quickly. "You guys want to go to the library before it closes? I can give you the book I used in case you want to use your own references." "Good thinking," Harry said, getting to his feet. "See you guys later," he called to their other friends. Ron, Neville, and himself were halfway to the library when Harry spotted Ron's twin brothers whispering in an alcove together. "Hey, I'll catch up in a minute," he told them as he made his way over to Fred and George quickly. "It's little Master Snake," one of the twins said. "Oh, your dark snake lordiness, what can we do for you?" the other said with a big smile. "Were you guys robbing honeydukes?" he asked bluntly. "What?" The twins both looked at him, and were either incredibly good liars, or they truly had no idea what he was talking about. "I saw you go in a trap door," he said. "Oh," the twins laughed before glancing at each other, and doing their silent communication thing they do sometimes. "No," one of them said, "don't tell anyone, okay?" Harry hummed non-committally. If they were going to trust him with a secret, without asking for a vow, that was their problem. "It's a secret passageway," the other said quietly. "We weren't strictly supposed to be there. On account of being banned for the weekend." They both laughed, and Harry perked up at that. If there were secret passageways into Hogsmeade, then he could go back and look for Sirius Black at some point. "How'd you find it?" he asked as casually as he could. One of them pulled out a blank piece of parchment and winked at him. "We have a map." Harry eyed the parchment and weighed his options. On the one hand, the twins could be pranking him. On the other hand, if they really had a map of Hogwarts with secret passageways, then Harry wanted it. "I'll buy it off you," he offered. "Name your price." "No can do. Not even for your snakiness." Harry shrugged. He tried to be nice. "Okay then, I'm cashing in my favor you owe me," he said to the one holding the map. "No questions asked, I want that map." He held his hand out and tugged on his magic. The map flew right to his hands, and Harry smiled at the twins. "Don't suppose you want to let me know how to work it, do you?" The twins gaped at him before quickly whispering back and forth with each other. "How much will you pay us if we tell you?" one of them asked shrewdly. Harry shrugged and looked down at the parchment. He put his hand flat on it and thought he could feel a warm hum from it. Fairly confident now that this wasn't just a blank piece of parchment, he considered his choices. "Nothing if I can figure it out myself," he eventually said. "Show me the map," he thought as he tried to push his magic into the parchment through his hand. As though an invisible hand were writing upon it, words appeared on the smooth surface of the map. "Mr. Mooney bids Potter Jr. a good evening, and mourns the fact he clearly did not inherit his mother's brains." "What the fuck?" Harry murmured, watching as the map continued to insult him in the oddest ways. "Mr. Prongs agrees with Mr. Mooney, and would like to add it is not too late for Potter Jr. to request a resort." "Who the fuck are Mooney and Prongs?" Harry demanded of the twins before even more writing appeared. "Mr. Wormtail wishes Potter Jr. a good day, and advises him to eat more vegetables if he ever wishes to be taller than a midget. Mr. Padfoot would like to add that it is a shame Potter Jr. is just as nearsighted as Potter Sr., without half the charm or looks. Mr. Prongs would like to remind Mr. Padfoot to watch himself." "Is this a joke?" Harry said, glaring at the twins once the map wiped itself clean. "I swear to." No, no, Harry, no. I swear to you that wasn't us, one of the twins said with wide blue eyes while the other shook his head quickly. It's a real map, mate, we swear, the one further from Harry added. 10 galleons and show me how it works, Harry said, unwilling to give up the other favour the twins owe him for the map. 20, the one further from Harry countered with. 8 and I don't curse you. 10, you don't curse us, and you go to Hogsmeade with me next month, the one by Harry grinned. Harry looked at him curiously. Why would I go to Hogsmeade with you? We aren't even friends. The one further back started laughing hysterically until Harry glared darkly at him, then he just bit his lip to try and stifle his laughs. We could be, the one by Harry winked. I'm a terrific friend to have. 12 galleons, I don't curse you, and I don't go to Hogsmeade with you, Harry said instead. Deal, the one further from Harry grinned. Put your wand, or hand I guess, on the parchment and say, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. If you're winding me up I'm not paying you, Harry warned him before doing what he said. And at once, just like before, thin ink lines began to spread like a spider's web from the point that Harry's hand had touched. They joined each other, they crisscrossed, they fanned into every corner of the parchment, then words began to blossom across the top, great, curly red words that proclaimed. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief-makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. It really was a map showing every detail of the Hogwarts castle and grounds, but the truly remarkable thing were the tiny ink dots moving around it, each labelled with a name in minuscule writing. Astounded, Harry bent over it. A labelled dot in the top left corner showed that Professor Dumbledore was packing his study, the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, was prowling the second floor, and Peeves the poltergeist was currently bouncing around the trophy room. And as Harry's eyes travelled up and down the familiar corridors, he noticed something else. There were at least half a dozen passages that led right off the map and off Hogwarts grounds. Brill, Harry breathed. Where'd you get it? Nicked it from Filch our first year, the twin by Harry grinned. We use it for all our pranks. If you don't clear it when you're done then anyone can read it, the other twins said warningly. Just put your wand, or hand, on the map and say, mischief managed. Harry tried it out to make sure it worked before reactivating the map and watching as the tiny dots moved across it. Harry pulled out his coin purse that was linked to his account and counted out 12 gold coins before turning his attention back to the map. Here, he murmured distractedly, mesmerized by the amount of information the map showed. Cheers, mate, the twin further from him said. Let me know if you change your mind about next month, the other said with another cheerful wink. Harry grimaced at the annoying way the twins talked as they wandered down the hall. He wasn't even sure now which one owed him a favor still. First time anyone's paid me to not go on a date with me, one of the twins grumbled as they walked away. Harry heard the other one laugh as he clapped his brother on the shoulder. Won't be the last time, Freddie. Harry shook his head in bemusement at their antics. When did he pay Fred to not go on a date? He looked down at the map and grinned when he saw that Ron and Neville were still in the library. Snape said he should trust his friends with a secret, and the map was officially a secret. Chapter 12, Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff. On the second Saturday of November, Severus watched his snakes chatter excitedly during breakfast. Their first game, Slytherin vs. Hufflepuff, was today, and there wasn't a student at his table that wasn't sporting green scarves and excited eyes. As civilized and restrained as the Slytherin students usually were, they always upped their energy levels on game days. When Potter and Draco entered the hall together, the Slytherin table stood and gave them a round of applause. Severus scoffed at the puffed chests and pleased smirks both boys displayed. As if sensing his thoughts, Potter looked up and winked in his direction. Severus reluctantly felt the edges of his lips curl up into a small smile. The brat was an arrogant show-off. Severus watched as Potter and Draco sat, and both began picking at their meals. Despite their arrogant entrance, he could tell they were needlessly worried. Before he made his way to the teacher's box in the stands, he stopped by the table and wished each of his players luck. Flint eagerly assured him they would be winning the Quidditch Cup again. The rest of the players didn't seem to be as confident as Flint, though they all had a stubborn look in their eyes and a determined set to their postures. Harry, Draco, good luck this morning, Severus said once he reached their end of the table. Thanks, Potter grinned up at him. Nice weather for it, huh? Severus chuckled at Potter's sarcasm. It was a terrible day for a Quidditch match. It was windy, raining, and had a high likelihood for lightning. If he were not the head of Slytherin House, there would be nothing that could convince him to go sit outside and watch a match for however long it takes. Try and catch the snitch quickly before we all freeze, will you? Potter shrugged. I'll do my best. Suppose I can do it faster that Diggory anyway. Potter and Draco both sent disdainful looks towards the Hufflepuff table, where the students in yellow were crowding around Cedric Diggory, the captain and seeker for their team and fifth-year Hufflepuff prefect. Of course you can, Bones assured Harry as she slipped a slice of ham on his plate. Severus was amused, yet unsurprised, to see that Bones, Lovegood, Granger and Longbottom were all sporting green scarves and hats. It was rare for Slytherin to have so many supporters from other houses during their games. Do try and stay on your broom this time, Severus told Potter, who grimaced at the reminder. If I break any bones, just make sure nobody but Snape heals them, Potter told his friends severely. Severus walked out to the stands with his own chest slightly puffed out. Potter trusted him, and him alone, to heal any injuries. While Severus hoped there were no injuries that would require healing today, he couldn't help but be flattered by the child's continued trust in him. As predicted, the weather was terrible for a Quidditch match. Such was the popularity of Quidditch that the whole school turned out to watch the match as usual. Severus watched as the students ran down the lawns toward the Quidditch field, heads bowed against the ferocious wind, umbrellas being whipped out of their hands as they went. Severus cast a few charms on himself to stay as warm and dry as was possible on a day such as this, and silently prayed that Potter would end the match quickly. The sooner he caught the snitch, the less pep-up potions Severus would have to restock this evening. Severus clapped alongside Pomona as their opposing teams entered the field. The wind was so strong that they staggered sideways as they walked out onto the field. Wager on the game, Pomona asked as Flint and Diggory shook hands. Severus thought back to Potter's manic energetic practice over the summer, for he was not entirely convinced the Muggle healer had been correct in his diagnosis. 10 galleons that Potter catches the snitch, he said. Pomona laughed, not that Slytherin wins, just that Potter catches the snitch. Severus hummed. He watched the foolish child break his arm 3 times in a row, while practicing Potter would catch the snitch. That's fine, I have complete confidence in Mr. Diggory, Pomona said with a proud smile. Deal, Severus murmured, his eyes sharp on his rising players. Potter immediately shot up high in the sky, his broom shaking slightly from the rough winds. Severus grit his teeth to see all 14 students soaked to the bone by the time 5 uneventful minutes had passed. He could tell that Potter and one of the chasers for Hufflepuff were both having additional difficulties due to their glasses. Make them impenetrable, you ridiculous boy, Severus muttered under his breath as Potter swerved to avoid Pusey. Thankfully, once again as if Potter were reading his mind, Severus watched as Potter plucked his glasses off his face before replacing them and flying much steadier. Harry's got quite the hang of magic, doesn't he? Minerva chuckled beside him. Since Minerva once took points from the child for not using a wand in her class, Severus did not dignify her statement with a verbal response. He clapped as Draco scored the 5th goal of the game, putting Slytherin up by 50 points, when the first strike of lightning hit and Flint called for a timeout. Full of fresh determination after the timeout, Severus watched as his students urged their brooms through the turbulent air. Potter was staring in every direction for the snitch, avoiding a bludger ducking beneath Diggory, who was streaking in the opposite direction. There was another clap of thunder, followed immediately by forked lightning. This was getting more and more dangerous. Severus had his hands clenched tightly around his wand as he watched his ward and his godson both carefully. Potter may be a magical prodigy, but neither boy would survive being struck by literal lightning. Severus saw Potter freeze as another flash of lightning illuminated the stands opposite Severus. He squinted to make out Potter's facial expression, and saw that the child looked amused by whatever he saw on the stands across from him. Turn, you fool, turn, Severus hissed, seeing Diggory suddenly zero in on a location between the 2 boys. Come on, Potter, he murmured, his eyes straining as he kept them glued to his ward, who had finally turned, and was now flying fiercely towards where Severus assumed the snitch was located. Come on, come on. Severus, Pomona gasped suddenly, clutching Severus' arm tightly. Wah, son of a bitch, ALBUS, stop them. Severus had looked down at Pomona's grasp and saw that the field had filled with Dementors and Potter was falling. Impedimenta, he flicked his wand in Potter's direction, and his chest tightened once he realized the child was too far away for the spell to reach. Expecto Patronum, Severus yelled with no effect, his eyes on his rapidly falling ward. Expecto Patronum. Nothing. Severus fled down the stairs, desperately trying to reach the field before Potter crashed into the crowd of at least 100 Dementors who were already rising towards him. Severus could hear the shouts of the other professors calling upon their patronesses, could feel Albus' fury behind him, and heard the terrified shrieks of the students as he ran. "You'll never make it. He'll die." A great silver phoenix flew past Severus and scattered the Dementors on the field. It was closely followed by Minerva's cat and Pomona's chipmunk. "Impedimenta," Severus cried, his wand pointed at Harry's falling body. He was close enough that the spell connected, but Harry was too close to the ground. Crash! Severus skidded to a halt where Potter landed not 20 feet away from him. "Potter, Potter, Harry, wake up, he muttered frantically as he flipped him onto his back. He listened and heard raspy breaths coming from Potter's mouth, and felt the tightness in his chest loosen an infinitesimal amount. "Alive!" "Hospital wing," Albus said from behind him, conjuring a stretcher for Potter. "Go, Severus." Severus gave him an absently thankful nod as he levitated the stretcher towards the castle as quickly as he could. He only idly recognized that it was Miss Bones, pale-faced and tear-streaked, that threw the entrance door open for him before she sprinted up the stairs to open the hospital wing doors as well. "Poppy," Severus yelled, all sense of decorum gone as the harsh lights of the wing highlighted how pale Potter was. "Severus, what bed one now?" Severus levitated Potter to the first bed and stepped back to allow Poppy to do her job. He kept his eyes on Potter and tightened his fists until he could feel his nails cutting into his palms. "What happened?" Poppy demanded as she began murmuring diagnostic spells. "Dementors," Severus said immediately, "at least 100 of them. They came on the field and Potter fainted. I was too far to slow him down in time. I wasn't able to slow his descent until he was a mere 20 feet from the ground. And Severus swallowed harshly. "He hit the ground, Poppy," he whispered in a choked voice that he couldn't bother to mask. "Tell me what to do." Poppy spared him half a glance before returning her attention to Potter. "Stay back," she said, harshly but not unkindly. "You're no help to me right now. If I break any bones, just make sure nobody but Snape heals them. If there are any breaks, I will fix them," he said hoarsely as he took half a step back. "It's important." Poppy nodded as she continued to work. Severus stood stock still as he watched until he felt a small and warm hand slip into his right hand. He glanced down and saw that Miss Bones was now clutching his hand as if a lifeline in a storm. Her eyes overflowed with tears silently as she kept them firmly fixed on Potter. "He'll be okay," Severus said softly. "He'll be fine." Bones ignored his empty platitudes as easily as he himself would have. Poppy glanced behind her and shook her head as she returned her focus to Potter. "Miss Bones, you'll need to wait in the—" "She stays," Severus said shortly. The two stood there in silence after that. Severus kept his eye on every spell Poppy used, acknowledging the injury needed for the spell to be used. Traumatic brain injury. Spinal cord repair. Abdominal repair. Concussion. Severus flicked his wand in his left hand and offered Poppy the blood replenisher he summoned from her store as soon as he recognized the spell for internal bleeding. "I think that's that aside from the breaks," she said as she spelled the thick red liquid directly into Potter's stomach. "Snape does the breaks," Bones whispered. "He said only Snape." "I know, I told her," Severus assured her. He flicked his wand again and summoned a calming draught. Bones sounded calm, but she was beginning to tremble, and Severus worried that between the weather, the presence of the Dementors, the emotional upheaval she went through, and the physical exertion of crying, that Bones would be in shock herself if he didn't nip it in the bud. It was a mark of how much trust Severus must have earned from the little badger that she accepted the lavender vial and drank it without a single pause. "Severus, whenever you're ready," Poppy said. Severus inhaled and exhaled slowly as he counted to 10 multiple times and cleared his mind. "What all is broken?" he asked with a final reassuring squeeze to Bones' hand before stepping forward. "Left femur, left wrist, bilateral collarbones and a skull fracture," Poppy said. 1, 2, 3. Severus counted to 10 slowly once more before he began healing the breaks. "Brachia memendo," he said with a gentle tap on Potter's leg. He continued the process before he took a deep breath and finished with the skull fracture. I'm going to revive him now, Poppy said. He might not immediately wake up though, that concussion was nasty. Severus nodded and conjured 2 chairs. Sit, Bones, he said with a guiding hand on the young witch's shoulder. They sat on either side of Potter's bed as Poppy tapped his chest. Renovate. Call for me when he wakes, Poppy said with a final kind smile towards the 2 of them. Bones immediately grasped Potter's hand beside her and began whispering to him. Wake up, Harry, you're at Hogwarts, you're okay now. Snape fixed it, wake up please. Severus did not grasp Potter's hand, sure the child would not appreciate it once he woke, and instead studied his ward as Miss Bones whispered to him. He watched as Potter's chest rose and fell in deep even counts. He watched as Potter's face began regaining colour, and he watched as his lips started moving. Stop, he murmured so softly it was almost indiscernible. Please, stop. Harry, it's okay, wake up, Bones whispered directly in Potter's ear. You're not there, you're here, at Hogwarts, with me, Susan and Snape. Potter's lashes fluttered, as Bones continued to reassure him in soft whispers. Susan, he croaked, where am I? Severus snagged his glasses off the nightstand and slid them on his face, careful not to make contact with his skin. You're in the hospital, Severus said gently. You fell during your Quidditch match. Snape, Potter tried to sit up as his eyes frantically flicked around the room. You're quite safe, Severus said as he flicked his wand beneath the bed to summon another calming draught. Here, he placed the vial in Potter's open hand. Sit back and drink. Potter's hand shook terribly as he held the vial up before abruptly putting it on the nightstand. I don't know how I got here, he said as his respiratory rate increased, and he frantically looked around the room. Harry, Bones climbed on the edge of the bed and put a hand on either side of Potter's face. Hey, it's me. Potter was taking shallow and shaking breaths as he focused his eyes on Bones. You fell off your broom, the Dementors were on the field and made you fall. Snape tried to slow you down but you still hit the ground. He levitated you to the hospital wing. I've been here the whole time. Snape fixed the brakes and you're okay now. Match Susan's breathing, Harry, Severus said calmly. Inhale as she does. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it now just as she does. 2, 3. Excellent. Exhale for 2, 3. Very good. Again now. Severus talked Bones through the breathing, and Potter kept his eyes latched on hers as he copied it for 3 cycles. Harry, where are you? Severus asked softly. Potter attempted to flick his eyes around again, but Bones kept her hands firmly on his face. Where are you? She whispered. Hogwarts, Potter said in a hoarse voice. At Hogwarts. Very good, Severus said. Will you drink this calming draught? Bones grabbed the vial from Severus' hand and held it up to Potter's mouth. Drink, she said. To Severus' never-ending shock, he did. I'm his best friend, Harry trusts me the most. Miss Bones' confidence in Potter's trust in her was clearly not undeserved. Potter immediately slumped back in his pillows as the draught worked its way through his system. Draco okay? He asked Bones. He's fine, she reassured him, sliding off the bed and back into her chair. You were the only one hurt. Brill, Potter sighed, we lose. You lived, Severus said. I have no idea the results of the game. Be right back, Bones said before running to the hospital door. Severus craned his neck and saw that it looked as if there were nearly 20 students standing outside the doors, mostly Slytherins from what he could see, though Miss Lovegood's platinum hair was distinguishable as well. Severus could not hear what Bones asked, though he could make out half a dozen voices answering her as they overlapped one another. No visitors, Bones said loudly, before closing the door in the anxious students' faces. She came back with a tightening around her eyes and something held behind her back. Feeling okay? She asked. We lost, didn't we? Potter asked with a dejected slump to his shoulders. Diggory caught the snitch right as you fell, Bones said softly. They said he called for a rematch, but Hooch said it was a fair grab. Potter scoffed weakly but didn't dispute it. The bad news all at once or save it for later, Bones said hesitantly. Severus turned his head to see what she had behind her back. It looked like a bag with something brown inside of it. He was puzzling it out as Potter said he wanted to know the rest of the news. Bones said it just as the mysterious contents of the bag clicked in Severus' mind. I'm sorry, your broom flew into the Whomping Willow, Bones said quietly, offering Potter the bag. It destroyed it, Harry. Potter gaped at the twigs that scattered across his bed as he upended the bag. But it was mine, he said softly. Draco gave it to me. We can buy a new one, Harry, Severus said quickly. We can order it over break, okay? Potter nodded, but Severus got the distinct impression he didn't hear what Severus said. He continued staring down at the broomstick as his eyes became misty. Susan, will you? Potter struggled to finish his thought. Thankfully, Miss Bones apparently was able to interpret what she believed he wanted. I'll just go check on everyone, okay? We'll come see you later tonight. I'll get Mavis to bake some tarts. Potter nodded, and Bones gave Severus a solemn look as she quickly left them alone in the wing. It was mine, Potter said softly before he buried his face in his knees, and his shoulders began heaving with the force of the sobs he was attempting to withhold. It's all right, Severus murmured as he gently laid his hand on Potter's back. It's all right, Harry, we'll replace it. See, can't you get rid of them? Potter wailed as he turned his body towards Severus and put his face in the crook of Severus' shoulder. Severus didn't need a further explanation. He should have immediately known that the broom, while a devastating blow to the child who once owned nothing, was just the trigger to the delayed effects of over 100 Dementors tearing at Potter's emotions and memories. I don't know, Severus said helplessly as Potter cried in his shoulder. I'm sorry. Potter asked for nothing. Ever. And now he asks for the one thing that Severus has no control over. God damn you, Sirius Black, he cursed in his mind. If it were not for Black, then the Dementors would not be here tearing Potter to pieces. I hate them, Potter wailed pitifully. Every tea time I was so damn weak they bring up. I know, Severus said as softly as he could. He placed his hand on Potter's back and attempted to rub it in the soothing way that his own mother used to do for him as a child. They won't be here forever. You're doing so well, Harry. Potter clutched him tightly and fisted his hands in Severus' robes as he cried. Severus rubbed his back and stroked his hair and whispered comforting sentiments to him. Due to the storm-darkened sky, he truly had no idea how much time had passed as he sat there holding the weeping teen. At one point Poppy appeared, then quickly ducked back in her office once the scene in front of her registered. Miss Bones eventually opened the door slowly when Potter's cries were tapering down. She met Severus' eyes and gave him a sad smile before pulling the door closed as she left. If Severus strained his ears, he could just make out her telling the other children that Potter was asleep and they would return the next morning. Potter's cries finally turned into ineligible whimpers as his fists unclenched, and he sagged against Severus' chest. Severus gently laid him on the bed and smoothed his tear and sweat-soaked hair away from his forehead. Sleep, child, he murmured as he rearranged his chair closer to Potter's bed. We will figure this out tomorrow. Once Potter was released from the hospital wing the next afternoon, Severus kept a careful eye on him. He picked at his dinner and kept his chin propped up on one hand. Severus could see the other children chattering to him, and they all continuously flicked their eyes Severus' direction with worried looks as Potter refused to respond. Is Harry all right? Lupin asked quietly. I heard he had a nasty fall during the match yesterday. He is unwell, Severus said curtly, his eyes on Potter. I am handling it. If you need help, you. I don't. Severus caught Miss Lovegood's eyes and jerked his chin minutely towards the hall doors. He exited towards the teacher's entrance and met Lovegood by the main entrance. Miss Lovegood, I need to meet with the headmaster. I will personally ensure that none of you are given detention if you could take your group to the Slytherin common room tonight and stay with Potter. Of course, Professor, Lovegood said softly. Harry's not well, he needs people who care about him with him. She suddenly lifted her eyes and met Severus square on. Her glazed silver eyes were sharp and focused as she stared into his. You see the problem, but you can't find the answer, she said in a rougher tone than Severus was used to hearing from her. You won't find the answer. Not alone. All three of you need help. One of you can't get results without the others. You see it, don't you? Before Severus could respond, Lovegood blinked and offered him a soft smile as her eyes resumed their previously dreamy appearance. I'll just let everyone know we're having a sleepover again, she hummed. Good luck, Professor Snape. Severus blinked at the spot Lovegood had been before mentally shaking himself and heading towards Albus' office. As fond of Lovegood as he was, Severus could only handle one problem at a time, and protesting the presence of the Dementors took priority over her convoluted riddle. Motherfucking goddamned son of a bitch, Severus snarled as he cleared the belongings on his desk off with one vicious swipe. He had appealed to Albus, who agreed immediately with Severus' position. The Dementors are drawing the joy out of all our students, he'd said wearily, but with Black on the loose and already making an appearance here, parents believe their children are safer with their presence. This was set up by the ministry, my boy. I'm afraid that Cornelius is the only one with the power to reverse the decision. Severus thanked Potter and Lucius for their never-ending political ambitions, as he remembered that he was on a first-name basis with the minister. They nearly killed Harry, he told Fudge and his flu. There has to be a better way to protect the students. The minister had never looked so weak and pathetic as he did, as he fidgeted with his bowler hat and hemmed and hawed. Parents will pull their students from Hogwarts if we yank the Dementors. I can't tell you how sorry I am about Harry getting hurt. Tell the lad that I said that, but it's better than Black getting his hands on him, isn't it? At this rate, Severus didn't know which was a worse scenario. He was beginning to lean towards Black as the lesser of the two evils. Potter couldn't fight the draining effects of the Dementors, and Severus has complete faith that the child could kill Black with nothing more than his hands. Severus watched for weeks as Potter drug himself to classes. He watched as Potter sat listlessly and silent at the Slytherin table during meals. He saw Draco taking over potions during class as Potter's hands trembled so hard Severus was worried he was going to cut himself chopping ingredients. Severus sent Mavis with dreamless sleep and snacks to the Slytherin dorms in the evenings. Master Potter is sleeping, Mavis cried shrilly, but Master says he is still tired. Severus fielded hesitant complaints about impropriety by Miss Owens. Sir, I don't want to speak badly of Potter, but I think he's got female students from other houses sleeping in his dorm. Severus informed Miss Bones and Lovegood to either be more diligent or utilize Potter's invisibility cloak. He listened to concerned remarks from his colleagues. Is Harry sleeping? Minerva asked during lunch one afternoon. He looks terrible, she said bluntly. He is ill, Severus said, and the damned Dementors are making it worse. Which was quite true. Severus set Lucius on digging up any and all research regarding the short and long-term effects of Dementors on a person's mind, and compared it to the Muggle research on psychology he had. Dementors fed off of human happiness like emotional leeches. They left only feelings of depression and despair in their hosts. Hosts with minimal trauma were largely unaffected by the aura the Dementors exuded that drove these feelings of depression. People such as Potter, though, who had pre-existing trauma and depression, were affected much harder as those chronic feelings were brought to the forefront and exacerbated. Severus considered pulling Potter from Hogwarts altogether. The Contessa, who wrote weekly inquiring on Blaise and Potter's well-being, would be more than happy to take Potter to France with her. But Severus worried as Potter continued his listless behavior that sending him away from his friends, his support, and out of Severus' watchful eye would push the child into something drastic. He tried multiple times to sit Potter down to speak with him, but each time he was fed a new excuse. I don't feel good. Classes are tiring me out. The castle is cold. I'm just tired. All Severus could do for weeks was helplessly watch as Potter fought through the haze that seemed to follow him like a dark cloud. Through it all, Severus had a terrible and consistent thought niggling in the back of his mind. He was the single most incompetent guardian in the world. The mind healer did not misdiagnose Potter. Severus just naively wrote it off during Potter's period of stability. And now it was back and creating turmoil in his ward in a way that Severus truly could not have foreseen. If there was a worse guardian alive, Severus had never known them. Chapter 13, Christmas Break. Mate, you look terrible. Harry shrugged one shoulder. Feel terrible, he admitted. Sick. Harry was staring into the fire in the Slytherin common room and missed the glances that Ron, Theo, Hermione and Luna exchanged. The rest of their friends had returned home for the holiday break. Susan refused to leave. She skipped the train ride altogether. Her aunt flew to Hogwarts and made her go home only after promising that she could return early on Boxing Day, instead of the end of the first week of January, with the rest of the students. Maybe we should do something today, Hermione suggested. Harry ignored her. He didn't want to do anything. Harry was tired. Tired of everything. He was cold. Tired. Worthless. Pathetic. Weak. He just wanted to stay by the fire and let his thoughts tear him apart. He deserved it. "Wanna play chess?" Theo offered. No, Harry pulled the blanket around himself tighter and felt Luna as she readjusted her head on his shoulder. "Draco left his broom here so we could go flying," Ron said. "I bet Snape could do that thing he did at your place where it would be warm on the field. Wanna go?" Harry thought about falling from his broom, the voices screaming and crying in his head, the icy plunge towards the Dementors as everything went blissfully black. The horrible feeling when he had to wake back up. "No." "Well, what do you want to do today, Harry?" Hermione asked softly. Harry looked up at her tone and saw that Ron, Theo, and Hermione were all staring at him with these horrible, pitiful looks. They know you're pathetic, they know you're weak." "I'm going for a walk," Harry said abruptly. He got to his feet and summoned his cloak. "Leave me alone." "You don't want us to come with you?" Hermione called as Harry forced himself to walk quickly towards the portrait hole. "No," he said shortly, slamming the door behind him. He threw his cloak over his head and walked down towards the grounds. He knew his friends were worried about him. But that was the problem. He didn't want them to worry about him. If they were worried, it meant they thought there was a problem, which meant they knew exactly what kind of person he was, and they wouldn't want to be around him then. People only liked him when he was strong, powerful, confident. Nobody liked a pathetic, sniveling disappointment. Except for Grim. Harry sped up the closer he got to the edge of the forest. Grim didn't care if Harry came out and screamed or cried or just sat and zoned out, separating himself from any emotion at all. Grim just put his big head on Harry's lap and barked, sniffed and panted as Harry let everything out. And when Harry was lost in his own thoughts, Grim poked at him with his nose when it was nearly dark. "Grim, see me a buddy," Harry called softly as he took his cloak off. "I got you some food." Grim poked his nose out from behind a tree before happily running up to Harry. "Here you go." Harry pulled the meats and treats out of his bag that Mavis had charmed to keep food fresh, so he didn't have to go to the kitchen every day to get food for Grim. Grim let out a happy woof and dug into the food. "Wish I could eat like that," Harry said as he watched Grim dance around happily while he ate. "Everything just tastes the same lately, don't it, buddy?" Grim whined and pushed a chicken leg towards Harry. He gave him as much of a grin as he could muster up at the attempt. "No thanks, Grim. I gotta eat at least a couple bites at dinner or Snape'll be shoving bloody nutrition potions down my throat." Grim yipped and lolled his tongue out in the way he does when he wants Harry to laugh. Harry tried to give him a consolation smile, but judging from Grim's whine, it wasn't a very good one. "I'm sorry, buddy, I'm tired," he said softly as he sank down to sit cross-legged on the frozen ground. Grim whined again and cocked his head at Harry. It was times like this that Harry almost felt like he was having a real conversation with him. It was actually the perfect kind of conversation. Harry could say anything, and Grim would never be able to repeat it. "I haven't been sleeping good," he admitted in a hushed voice. "I can't stop all these thoughts, you know." Grim bobbed his head in a way that resembled a nod. "And they wake me up at night. My shields don't work. And I'm worried if I push too hard on the shields I'll lose my magic again. Then I'll just be worthless, yeah." Grim let out a low whine and shook his head. "You don't get it, buddy, my magic. It's all I have," Harry said quietly. "When my aunt and uncle shoved me in that cupboard and I was sore and scared and weak, I still had my magic. I was special. I was strong. It didn't matter that they called me a freak. I knew being a freak was better than not being special." Grim howled in the way he did sometimes, when Harry said something he imagined the dog didn't like. Sometimes talking to Grim was so much like talking to an actual person that Harry could focus on his grey eyes and pretend he wasn't pathetically spilling his life story to a dog. Grim didn't care though. Grim just let him talk until he didn't feel everything bubbling up anymore. Then Harry scratched his ears, Grim tried to lick his face, and Harry came back the next afternoon ready to share more with the reliable dog. Harry also took to wandering around Hogwarts beneath his cloak at night, feeling like the ghost he often wished he was. He was so damned tired. But he couldn't sleep. So he slipped out of his bed, carefully making sure he didn't wake Luna, who had been sleeping in his bed, usually curled up like a cat, ever since the Quidditch match. Luna was a good person. Harry's woken up more than once in the last few weeks, screaming, soaked in sweat, panting, and on a few horrible occasions, covered in tears. Luna never said anything. She held Harry's hand and dried his face, then stroked his hair until he calmed down. She didn't bring it up the next morning, or treat Harry like the worthless dirt he was. She just stroked his hair and let him calm down as he matched her breath sounds. Harry tried clearing his mind before he went to sleep. He took the dreamless sleep potions Mavis brought him. He timed his breathing. But the intrusive thoughts plagued him night after night. As much as Harry didn't understand why Luna insisted on sleeping in his bed, he hoped she didn't leave. It was easy to trick himself into thinking he wasn't alone when Luna was beside him. She deserves better, they all do. He knew that, but they were his, and he wanted to keep them all to himself. You got attached, you knew better. Never get attached. What happened to you? He didn't know how he became this person he didn't recognize when he looked in the mirror. He stopped focusing on just surviving, and had tricked himself into thinking he could plan for a future. He let himself get weak. And worthless. Pathetic. Stupid, he muttered as he felt anger rising up in him at himself. You're so fucking stupid. He emphasized each word with a slam of his fist to the stone wall. He pulled his arm back underneath his cloak, and realized with a detached type of understanding that his knuckles were swollen and bleeding. It made him feel a little more like a real person. More like who he really was anyway. Broken and bleeding. Worthless, pathetic, disgusting monster. Harry slammed his fist into the wall until he felt a sharp flood of relief as at least one of his fingers broke. He looked at his hand and smiled for the first time in weeks. Now his hand matched his mind. Harry. Fuck. Harry spun around and put his back to the wall and reached for his knife. He hissed through his teeth as his broke fingers screamed at the strain he put on them as he closed them around the knife. The pain made his mind feel more sharp, so he squeezed the knife harder. Harry, I know it's you. It was Lupin. He had his wand lit and held high as he looked around the area where Harry was invisibly hidden. Come on now, you aren't safe out here in the middle of the night like this, Harry. He really hadn't meant to. He'd meant to slip away silently to a different corridor, but he scoffed and Lupin's wand was suddenly aimed right in his face. It isn't safe wandering the halls at night, Lupin said. It's going to be less safe if you don't get your wand out of my face, Harry spat, feeling energized by the screams coming from his hand. I apologize, Harry, though I can't really tell it's in your face if you're invisible, Lupin said lightly as he lowered his wand. Time to come out now, please. Harry briefly considered saying no, thought about picking a fist fight with the werewolf. Without magic, Harry would be an easy target. He'd have his wand, but Lupin would have brute strength. Lupin could crush Harry's skull with only his fists. He wondered if Snape would kill Lupin if he did it, even if Harry provoked him. He thought he might. Harry would have done it, it would have been easy. Just throw one punch and hope it triggers Lupin's animal instincts. But if Lupin controlled himself, then he didn't really want to make getting expelled an annual tradition. Didn't want to make losing his friends an annual tradition. Didn't want his decision to be gone to be Dumbledore instead of his own. Fine, he huffed, pulling his head out from under the cloak. Happy. Not in the slightest, Lupin said with a smile that clashed against his words. But I am pleased to see your face. The portraits were worried there was a new foul-mouthed ghoul haunting the corridors at night. And you thought you'd go roaming around to find it, Harry said with a "you call this an essay," Snape's sneer. I don't sleep much anyway, Lupin admitted easily. Come along, let's go discuss your punishment in a more private setting. Harry squeezed the knife in his pocket hard enough that he imagined he could feel the broken bones separating further. No, he would be happy with a fight. If Lupin threw a punch right now, Harry would never tell a soul. Lupin could beat him unconscious and Harry might send him a thank you card for it, but if Lupin got him alone, there were a lot worse things he could do, and Harry couldn't always count on his magic to protect himself when he felt this way. On edge, on a sharp edge that cut him every time he breathed too deeply. Lupin glanced down at Harry curiously before his face inexplicably turned bright red. Merlin, he muttered. Lupin cleared his throat and looked up at the ceiling. I would like to speak with you, away from nosy portraits. He raised his brows pointedly at a nearby portrait. How can I do that without making you worry about being alone with me? Vow it, Harry said immediately. Snape wouldn't care if Harry bound Lupin. Snape didn't trust him either. Vow on your life that you aren't going to. Harry struggled to find the right word. He wanted Lupin to hit him. wanted a fight so bad he could feel it simmering under his skin, desperately trying to escape, but he didn't want to leave Lupin any loopholes. Lupin took the option right out of Harry's hands. "I, Remus John Lupin, swear on my life that I only wish to speak with you, Harry James Potter, and will not touch you in any way without your permission." Harry nodded curtly as he saw the golden strands sinking into Lupin's wrist. There goes his opportunity for a fight. He felt himself sinking back in to his detached feeling of exhaustion. "Let's go," he mumbled, following alongside Lupin as he made towards his office. Lupin let them walk in silence until he reached his office door. He stepped inside first, and then held the door open for Harry, which made it much easier for Harry to edge through the doorway out of his reach. Harry hovered near the chair in front of Lupin's desk, unsure what he was supposed to do. "Have a seat," Lupin offered as he took his own seat. "Sorry my desk is such a mess." Harry glanced around the desk and saw that it was rather messy. There was a steaming pot of something on one side, along with mugs, parchments, quills, ink pots, books, and wrappers all over the place. Snape's desk never looked like this. "'Kay," Harry said hesitantly as he sat on the edge of his seat. "Before we talk about why it's dangerous to roam the castle in the middle of the night," Lupin gave him a crooked grin. "Are you hurt?" What? Harry was caught by surprise. "No, why would I be?" Lupin gave him a disbelieving look. "I'm pretty sure that was your fist hitting the castle walls, wasn't it? Werewolf ears are good for some things, you know." He said that last part in a conspiratorial sort of tone that Harry scowled at. He held his hand up and flexed it, hissing with satisfaction at the clarity that the pain gave him. "It's fine," he said, tucking his hand into his robe pocket. "It's not fine," Lupin disagreed with a small frown. "It's bleeding, Harry." "Can you smell that with your wolf senses?" Harry said rudely. "Drop it, please, drop it." "I can," Lupin said, unflappable. "I can heal it if you don't want to go to Madame Pomfrey, or we could go ask Severus. I'm sure he wouldn't mind waking up to do it real quick." "No," Harry said quickly. He pulled his hand out and focused as intently as he could on healing it, and blinked as the bones shifted back together and the split skin disappeared. "It's fine." "You're incredibly advanced with your magic," Lupin said in awe. "Did you use a spell to heal that just now?" "Nope, just thought about it," Harry said. "Amazing," Lupin said. "I know." Lupin chuckled and poured 2 mugs of whatever it was that was in the steaming pot on his desk. "Here, have a drink." Lupin slid a mug across the desk to Harry. Lupin wasn't his friend. He was someone Harry could trust. He didn't even like Lupin. But at this rate, Harry hoped the mug was poison. "Cheers," Harry mumbled as he took a deep drink. It didn't taste like poison. It tasted like hot chocolate. Harry could feel it coursing through his body and warming his fingertips as he sipped it. He was still cold as he finished the cup off, but it was a more tolerable coldness. "Maury," Lupin offered with a smile. Harry just shrugged. He did want more, but he wasn't going to ask Lupin for a single thing. Lupin grabbed a steaming pot off the side of his desk and refilled Harry's mug anyway. "You've been sick," Lupin said as he leaned back in his seat and watched Harry. "Yep," Harry replied, even though Lupin hadn't said it like a question. Lupin cleared his throat lightly. "You know I get sick quite a bit like you are as well." Harry gave him an incredulous look as he took another drink. "You're a werewolf," he said flatly. "I think that's different." Lupin chuckled. "No, I mean yes, I'm a werewolf, but I get sick other times as well." "Congrats," Harry mumbled. He didn't really care about Lupin's immune system. "The Dementors make it worse, don't they?" Harry glanced up at that and tilted his head as he considered Lupin. "How do you know that?" he asked. Lupin gave him another soft little smile. "I told you I get sick quite a bit like how you are now." "Yeah," Harry said. "Yes," Lupin confirmed. "I get cold and tired and I stop caring about anything going on. My body aches and I feel miserable." "Exactly," Harry said, shifting forward. "How do you heal it?" "You don't," Lupin said sadly. "It helps to talk, but it isn't a physical illness and can't be healed like other ones can." Harry slumped back down in his seat and did his best to scowl at Lupin. "Just because you're crazy doesn't mean I am," he said. "Crazy?" Lupin gave him a surprised look. "It isn't a madness, Harry, it's depression." Which is a mind sickness, right? Harry said, thinking back on Snape's many speeches about it. You sound mad. Have you lost your goddamned mind? Harry, you're sick. It's called manic depressive illness, and you need help. It is, but that doesn't make a person crazy, Lupin said slowly. It's a sickness just like a cold or the flu. Except it can't be fixed, yeah. It can be minimized, Lupin said. It doesn't have to always be so crushing. It was crushing. Harry couldn't have put it in words before now, but he was being crushed. Crushed by the cold. Crushed by the uncaring. Crushed by his thoughts. By talking, Harry scoffed. No offense, Professor, but I don't think I'd talk to you, would I? Of course you wouldn't, Lupin chuckled, apparently unoffended, but perhaps your friends, or Professor Snape, someone you trust. Harry considered it for the briefest of moments. He could go to Snape right now and tell him about all the thoughts he's having. Snape wouldn't laugh at him, he never did. He'd probably even help Harry feel better. But then he'd know. He'd know how pathetic Harry is, how weak, how worthless. He wouldn't want Harry around anymore. He'd find a way to get rid of him. Everyone does. No, Harry said quietly, I can't. I thought you and Severus had no secrets, Lupin said gently. I doubt there's anything you can say to him that he wouldn't want to hear. Harry shrugged and slumped down in his seat. You know, if you ever wanted to talk with me, I would keep what you said in confidence, Lupin said slowly. Harry gave him an incredulous look. Lupin literally told Snape about his boggart just moments after seeing it. I know I let you down before, Lupin said with a sad sort of frown, but I think you and I have quite a lot in common. Am I being punished, sir, or can I go to bed? Harry said. You're not being punished, Lupin said. Brill. Harry made his way to his feet. Lupin wasn't someone who he could talk to about anything. He didn't have anything in common with Lupin. Harry was reaching for the doorknob when Lupin caught his attention. I'm a monster, Lupin blurted out. Harry turned around and raised his brows at him. Once a month, every month for the rest of my life, I turn into an actual horrifying, terrible monster, Lupin said. I don't get close to people anymore because what's the point? They'll find out what I am and they'll be disgusted and they'll regret ever meeting me. You're worried Severus would be disgusted at your thoughts, that he'd think you're a monster. I don't think he would, Harry. Harry wasn't sure how Lupin had guessed so accurately at a hidden part of his thoughts, but he didn't like it. Lupin didn't get to know anything private about him. Never again. You think being a werewolf makes you a monster? Harry asked. Wouldn't you? Lupin said. His eyes had a desperate sort of sadness in them that Harry thought was pathetic. You're the pathetic one, his mind reminded him. Pathetic and weak. Harry desperately tried to ignore the memories his mind was pulling up. The ones he heard when the Dementors got too close. He wished he had just put a glamour on his hand instead of healing it. The pain would be an excellent distraction. You didn't choose to be a werewolf, did you? Harry said after refocusing back on the conversation. Get away from Lupin. Then you can drown in the thoughts. The wolf doesn't make you a monster. All the other stuff you did or didn't do that makes you a monster, Harry said, his voice flat and dull and matter-of-fact. Just like the things I did make me one. You aren't a monster, Harry, Lupin said softly, his eyes looking even sadder now. Sentimental fool, a little voice that sounded like Snape sneered in his head. Harry shook his head at Lupin's open vulnerability. Vulnerability was a weakness. You can't show it to other people. Kay, he said, opening the door to leave. Harry stepped quickly out of Lupin's office before the man could try some sort of weird bonding type thing again. He pulled his cloak back on and resumed his previous wanderings. Lupin didn't know him, didn't know what it was like in Harry's mind. Even if he had guessed quite a bit dead on. I don't get close to people anymore because what's the point? They'll find out what I am and they'll be disgusted, and they'll regret ever meeting me. You're worried Severus would be disgusted at your thoughts, that he'd think you're a monster. Harry didn't let his guard down around most people. Snape, Susan and Luna were really the only exceptions. They were the only ones who proved they'd liked him for more than just his power. I am proud of you. I love you, Harry. You're not worthless either. But if they really knew him, knew what it was like inside his head, they'd be disgusted. They'd know how broken and worthless he really is, and they'd leave him. And he'd be alone again. Despite Lupin's warnings not to wander the corridors alone at night, Harry continued to wander. Sometimes he just walked, lost in his own thoughts. Sometimes he found an empty classroom and put up privacy wards before punching the wall until his knuckles split and his bones were broke. Sometimes he thought about what he would do if he saw Sirius Black at night. He considered just letting Black kill him, then the decision wouldn't be his and he could be done. But he knew, even as detached as he felt from everything right now, when he went out he'd go out on his own terms. If Black had the misfortune of finding him during his strolls in the dark castle, then Harry would kill him. And then he'd decide what to do with himself. Harry woke up early one morning to an incessant poking in his side, only hours after slipping back in his bed. "Good morning," Luna said with a bright smile, her hair mussed from where she must have just woken up. "Merry Christmas, Harry." "Merry Christmas, Lou," Harry mumbled, yanking the quilt back over his head. "I'm sleeping." "No, you're opening presents," Luna said, pulling the quilt off him. "Please, I got you something." Harry opened his eyes and saw that Luna was giving him a shy smile. "Lou, I'm tired," he said quietly, trying to not wake up Ron, Theo, or Hermione, who had been sleeping in Draco's empty bed since he left. "You're going to feel tired until you find a reason not to," Luna said, making no sense at all. "We can open gifts, then you need a shower, and then we can go get snacks and sit in the common room." Harry felt himself blush faintly at the reminder that he needed a shower. He knew he needed one, but every time he thought about the effort it would take, he changed his mind. "You can sleep in Blaze's bed, or your own," he mumbled. "You don't have to sleep in mine every night." "Of course I do," Luna said airily. "Your bed is the warmest." Harry shook his head at her odd answer. His bed was the coldest. He woke up every morning feeling as if he'd never be warm again. "Here," Luna thrust a large lumpy package wrapped in sparkling golden paper in his hands. "Open this one first." Harry sighed and summoned Luna's gift out from his trunk. The quicker he did this, the quicker she might let him lay back down. "Here," he handed her his. He carefully unwrapped the package and pulled out the softest, and most colorful, blanket he'd ever seen before in his life. "Merlin Lou," he breathed. "Did you make this?" The blanket was made up of about 50 different colors of yarn, and was big enough that he could probably cover his bed and the bed beside him with it. "I did," she grinned at him before opening hers. "Harry, it's beautiful," Luna sighed, pulling the necklace out of the box it came in. She held it up and admired the golden chain with the golden moon attached to it. "Moons are very lucky, you know." "Thank you." She smiled a huge smile at him before holding it out. "Will you help me?" Harry carefully grabbed the delicate chain and worked to clasp it behind her neck. "Done," he said once he finally got the tiny thing clasped. "Open this next," Luna said, handing him another package from a pile he hadn't noticed at the foot of his bed. "Fine." Harry pushed his glasses up and rubbed wearily at his eyes. He snagged the giant homemade blanket Luna made and wrapped it around his shoulders tightly. He thought she must have used magic to make it, because it felt warmer than other blankets usually did. He didn't deserve her to spend her time and magic on a gift for him. Harry was opening a box of silver, throwing stars from Mr. Malfoy and Sissa, when the other kids in the room started waking up. "Oi," Ron said with a big smile. "Merry Christmas." Theo, Hermione, and Luna returned his sentiment, while Harry struggled to give him a half-hearted smile in his direction. Everyone began opening their presents. Ron, Theo, and Hermione were chatting away happily, while Harry opened his wearily, as Luna handed them to him between opening her own gifts. "Ooh, Harry, this is gorgeous." Harry glanced up at the sound of his name, and saw Hermione was holding up the golden necklace with the little book charm on it that he had gotten her. "Thank you," she beamed at him, her brown eyes warm and happy. "Welcome, Myoni," he said quietly. "You bought my girlfriend a necklace?" Theo asked, his voice choked. Harry looked up again and saw that Theo was giving him an odd sort of look, and Hermione was now glaring at Theo with obvious irritation. Harry flexed his right hand and felt his shoulders release a small amount of tension as he felt the ache in his swollen and split knuckles under their glamour. "Yeah," Harry glanced at Ron, who frowned and shrugged. "I got Luna and Susan each one too." "Oh, you did?" Theo's cheeks turned pink. "Sorry," he mumbled. "Idiot," Hermione hissed at Theo. Harry had no idea why Theo cared what Harry bought Hermione, or why he was apologizing, so he just ignored it. He was too tired to try and puzzle it out. "Last one, then we can go down in the common room and eat," Luna said softly, handing him a long, thin package. What's that? Ron asked, peeking over at Harry's bed now that his was covered in gifts and discarded wrapping paper. Dunno, Harry said. Harry ripped the parcel open and gaped as a magnificent, gleaming broomstick rolled out onto his bedspread. Ron jumped off his bed for a closer look. I don't believe it, Ron said in a voice of awe. It was a firebolt, identical to the dream broom Harry had gone to see every day in Diagon Alley. Its handle glittered as he picked it up. He could feel it vibrating and let go. It hung in midair, unsupported. His eyes moved from the golden registration number at the top of the handle, right down to the perfectly smooth, streamlined birch twigs that made up the tail. Who bought you that? Ron asked, drawing the attention of Hermione and Theo. There's no card, Luna said as she dug through the paper. Harry suddenly had a memory of Snape, promising him a firebolt over the summer. There's a new broom that recently was released to the market, a firebolt. I would purchase it for you if you would go to one appointment. It was Snape, he said flatly, grabbing the broom and getting to his feet. Where you going? Theo asked at Harry's abrupt movements. I'm giving it back, he said. What? Why would you do that? Ron yelped. Doesn't matter, Harry muttered. See you guys later. Harry stormed into Snape's office without knocking and slammed the broomstick on his desk. I'm not going to a mind healer, he said flatly. Merry Christmas to you as well, Snape said. You can keep this, Harry said with one last look of longing at the broom. Snape looked down at the broomstick as well then up at Harry, with both of his dark brows raised nearly to his hairline. Is that a firebolt? He said. Harry just stared silently at him. Snape knew what it was. Harry, I did not purchase this for you. Was there no tag? Snape said, gently lifting the broom and looking it over. You didn't buy it to try and trick me? Harry asked, his anger melting away just as quickly as it had appeared. I would never try and trick you, Snape said, still looking over the broom. I would be incredibly pleased and proud if you sought out the advice of a mind healer, as many others who suffer from manic depressive illness have before you, but I cannot and will not force you to do so. Oh, Harry slumped down in the seat in front of Snape's desk. Perhaps this was an outrageously generous gift from one of the Malfoy, Snape suggested. No, Harry said, having no interest in the mystery. They sent me weapons. Of course they did, Snape muttered darkly while Harry studied his own hands. I'm gonna go back to my room then, sorry, Harry said quietly as he got to his feet and reached out for the broom. Wait, Harry, Snape put his hand on the broom to stop Harry from taking it. Stay, please, I'd like to talk to you. Harry sat back down and rubbed his right knuckles over the edge of the armrest. The hard wooden surface scraped at his knuckles and made the fog in his brain ease back a little. It was a movement that didn't go unnoticed by Snape. Do you have a glamour on more than just your earrings? He said, zeroing his dark eyes on Harry's hand. Harry tucked both hands beneath his legs on the chair, effectively hiding it from Snape's creepy X-ray gaze. No, he lied. What did you want to talk about? Snape stared at him in silence as Harry focused on the clock on the wall behind him. Firstly, I would like to express my concern that you are concealing something from me on your hand, he said slowly. Noted, Harry said, squeezing his hidden hand tightly. Snape sighed and Harry judged it safe to look at him again. I would also like to warn you against using this broom until we either find out who sent you such an overly generous gift, or I check it for any curses. Harry nodded absently. Okay. Would you like to know why? Snape asked, his face indiscernible. Not really, can I go, sir? I'm worried about you. Harry flinched at Snape's soft voice. Is that a cause for concern? Snape asked in the same tone. That I am worried about you, that I care for your health and happiness. Quit, Harry said. Snape leaned forward with a curious look on his face. I care about you, Harry. You are incredibly important to me. I care about you. Shut you p, Harry screamed as he jumped to his feet. You don't even know me, you don't care about me, so just shut, you p. Don't I? Snape said calmly, still seated at his desk. What do you believe I don't know about you, Harry? Anything, Harry yelled. He flexed his hand and let the pain feed his anger. You don't know anything about me. You think I'm some good person or someone strong who deserves you to care about them, and I'm not. I'm not, okay, so just quit. Harry's chest was heaving with his harsh breaths, and Snape sat at his desk, with his hands calmly folded on the desk in front of him. Harry, the day I met you, I was under no illusions that you were what others would deem a good person, said Snape truthfully. You are a survivor, and survivors rarely survive without having to commit acts that others would deem to be unethical. This does not make you someone who does not deserve to be cared about. You are strong, and you are who you have been made to be. You don't know that, Harry snarled. You don't know a damn thing about what I deserve. I'm pathetic, he spat, and everyone knows it. How are you pathetic? Snape asked. How am I pathetic? I'm weak, Harry laughed. Do you see anyone else falling apart because of a few Dementors? Do you call anyone else crazy and say they need help? No, it's just me. I do not believe you are crazy, Snape said. I believe you have an untreated illness that is causing you undue hardship in your life. Bull! Snape held up his hand at Harry's interruption, and Harry flinched backwards. I apologize for startling you, Snape said, lowering his hand slowly. I of course will not strike you, Harry. You could, Harry offered. You could hit me right now and I wouldn't tell anyone. Would you feel better if I did? Snape said. Do you want me to hit you? Start a physical fight with my 13-year-old ward? Yes, Harry said immediately, his skin itching with all the anger and coldness and desperation wanting to escape. I wouldn't tell anyone, sir, please. Snape sounded incredibly tired when he responded. Harry, no, I'm not going to hit you. Harry flexed his hand again. Please. He knew he sounded pathetic, but he also knew he'd feel better if he could just feel again. Punching the wall helped to clear some of the fog, but an actual fist fight, that would clear it entirely. He was sure of it. I will never strike you, Snape said. Why don't you sit down and we can talk instead? I don't want to talk, I want. Harry couldn't even put into words exactly what he wanted. To be free, you want to be free. I gotta go, he said, backing away quickly to the office door. Harry, please, I will offer you any deal you would like if you will sit and talk with me for 10 minutes, Snape said, his voice laced with something akin to desperation. Harry paused. Will you hit me? Snape gave him the most disgustingly pitying look, and Harry knew what he was going to say before he even opened his mouth. I will offer you anything that does not cause harm to you, he clarified. I don't want to talk, Harry said, pulling his cloak out of his bag. I'm going for a walk. Wait. Harry threw the cloak over his head. Make me silent, he begged his magic as he ran out to the hall, his feet leaving no sound. God damn it. Harry heard Snape swear as he pointlessly chased him into the hallway. Harry made a beeline for the main doors, desperate to get outside. Argh, Harry slammed his fist over and over into the tree by the forest. He didn't block the pain out, he invited it in. With each and every strike against the tree, he could feel his mind getting more and more clear. I care about you. Slam. You are incredibly important to me. Crunch. Grim was barking and growling and pulling on Harry's jumper, trying to pull him back. Quit it, Harry turned around and screamed as he used his good hand to push Grim's face away from him. Grim cringed backwards, tucking his tail in and letting out a low whine. His grey eyes looked wary and afraid as he backed away from Harry. Look what you've done, you're a monster. No, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Harry felt something breaking inside as he saw the way that Grim was looking at him now. Grim was a dog, an innocent dog who had done nothing but comfort Harry, and what did Harry do? Scream at him. You're a monster, you don't deserve to have a dog. Harry sunk down to the ground and opened his arms wide, now ignoring the sharp stabbing pain in his right hand. See me a buddy, I'm sorry, please. He could feel his lip trembling with his regret as Grim slowly walked towards him, his tail still tucked low. Harry was as bad as the Dursleys. Grim deserved better. Good boy, Harry said as he frantically pet Grim's soft black fur. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He buried his face in Grim's neck as he shivered from the constant chill lingering on the grounds. I didn't mean it, Harry whispered. I'm sorry, buddy, please, I'm sorry. Grim pulled his head out of Harry's grip and tentatively licked his cheek. I don't deserve you, Harry said. He buried his face back in the crook of Grim's neck and clutched him tightly as he felt the damned weak tears building up again. I don't deserve any of it. I don't deserve Snape saying he cares about me, or Susan saying she loves me, or Luna stroking my hair at night. Grim, I don't deserve it, and I don't want to do it anymore, he said. I don't want to be Emmy, I don't want to be here. Grim panted softly as Harry hid his weakness in his soft fur. I see can't tell anyone, what would they think? They'd think I'm weak, pathetic, disgusting. He sobbed on the last word, as he imagined the looks his friends would give him if they saw him right now. Harry let every negative emotion out as he sat on the ground, crying into the fur of the one soul that knew him inside and out now. Once he was done, he just sat quietly, thinking, planning. What's the point, Grim? Harry eventually said quietly, cradling his face in Grim's neck. I don't need to be here to save Theo, someone else could, yeah. Why's that gotta be my problem? Grim let out a high-pitched whine, as if he could feel Harry's sadness himself. And maybe he could. Don't be like that, Harry stroked his back as he clung to the large dog. It wouldn't really matter if I wasn't here, would it? Dumbledore'd find a new Voldemort fighter. Snape would have his house back. Draco could be Lord Black like his dad wants, and I'd be free, Grim, free. No more Dementors, no more fighting, no more memories or thoughts, no more feeling cold. Snape said dying is the end, and I'm ready. Grim howled loudly, and began frantically twisting his head to face Harry. Harry fell back at the dog's movements, and Grim started licking his face. Don't worry, Grim, Harry frowned. Do you think I'd forget about you? I won't leave you alone again, Harry whispered as he scratched Grim's ears. Nobody should be alone, yeah. I'm gonna leave a note and ask Lou if she'll take you in. You'll like her, buddy, she's the best. Harry buried his face in Grim's fur before he got to his feet and turned back towards the castle. Grim suddenly went crazy, started barking and pulling on Harry's sleeves. Quit, Harry said, yanking his arm away. You're fine, good luck, Grim. He felt his throat closing a bit as he considered the dog that let Harry pour his soul out and didn't judge him or share his secrets. I'll miss you so much. Harry bent down and wrapped his arms around Grim's neck tightly one last time. Harry slipped his cloak over his head and started walking back towards the castle, firming plans in his mind as he went. He'd leave a note for Luna, let her know to come find Grim, and maybe take in Sevy too if she would. If not, Ron probably would. He didn't have an owl of his own. He would need to find a way to tell Snape about Theo's dad first thing tomorrow morning, then there wouldn't be any reason for him to stick around. He could be free. As soon as Harry put James' old cloak on, Sirius took off towards Hogsmeade as quickly as his 4 paws would take him. Not following Harry inside the castle was the hardest thing he'd ever done, but it would do his godson no good if Sirius was kissed before he had an opportunity to find someone to help Harry. And really, as much as he might not like it, after listening to Harry over the past few months, after seeing what he saw at the Quidditch match, there was only one person Harry had in his life that he trusted completely. There was only one person Sirius could turn to for help right now. Chapter 14, Bat, Rat and Dog. During the Christmas feast, Severus watched as his ward slunk inside and sat sullenly in his corner seat of the Slytherin table. Potter picked at his meal with his left hand, his right hand having the very faintest shimmer of a glamour on it. It was an excellent glamour. Severus doubted whether any other professor could spot it. Of course, no other professor had risked their lives for over a year on their ability to identify the smallest of changes in or on a person. It didn't take a genius to piece together Potter's desperation to be struck with the way he was now eating with the incorrect hand. Potter had found a way to get the injuries he desperately wanted earlier. Severus only hoped it was a minor fleeting whim and not a sign of a chronic issue. He needed to go see the mind healer again and find out how to address these many rapid changes happening in Potter's behavior. And judging from the increased level of despondency his ward was showing, he needed to go soon. Severus awoke the next morning at 4 o'clock to a small grey owl frantically pecking directly on his office door with a single parchment attached to its leg. Who the hell would send a letter at this time of day? He plucked the parchment from the owl and watched bemused as it immediately flew away. Snape, Harry is in danger. You have to make sure he's safe from himself. Severus didn't hesitate to head towards the Slytherin dorms. He knew the greatest threat to Potter's continued life was the child himself. He wasn't blind. If someone believed Potter was in danger, then Severus would check on him. It was an easy decision. Severus continued reading as he quickly made his way to the dormitory. I was not the secret keeper. Pettigrew was. You have to get Weasley's rat. If you require proof, first ask Remus what Pettigrew's animagus was. But get the rat, don't let it escape. Ask him about what exactly happened that Halloween night. You have nothing to lose. Don't do it for me, do it for Harry. He can't handle the Dementors any longer. Help Harry find the rat. Severus stared at the parchment in momentary shock, before carefully putting it in his pocket. Potter first. He went directly to the boys' dorm, and reassured himself to see Potter was curled in a ball on his bed, sound asleep with Miss Lovegood curled beside him, safe and alive. He cast a quick charm to assess Potter's vitals, and felt his shoulders relax as the rapidly flashing numbers assured him of Potter's stable heart rate, blood pressure, and respiratory rate. Then, despite logic telling him that the letter was a prank, or a desperate attempt of a desperate man to evade the Dementor's kiss, Severus glanced around the room and saw a small grey lump curled up on Weasley's chest. "Stupefy," he murmured as he stunned the rat. He lifted it by its tail and stared into its now frantic beady black eyes. "Who are you?" he murmured softly. Severus placed a ward on Potter to alert him as soon as the child awoke, and pocketed the rat as he made his way to Lupin's office. If Severus was now awake at 4 am with a mystery on his hands, he'd be damned if he wasn't going to get some answers from Lupin. Severus pounded on Lupin's office door until the wolf answered. "Severus," he mumbled through a huge yawn, "what's going on? What time is it?" Severus pushed his way past Lupin to enter the office. He wasn't going to discuss this out in the hall. He placed multiple wards on the space, while Lupin watched curiously before turning to the wolf. Peter Pettigrew, was he an animagus? The rapid paling of Lupin's face was answer enough. How did you know? As soon as the pieces clicked in his mind, Severus got his wand out and shoved it into Lupin's neck. "You brain-dead moron," he hissed. "They all were, weren't they? What was Pettigrew's form?" "Why does it matter?" Lupin said in a choked voice as he attempted to back away from Severus' wand. "Peter is dead." "What was his form?" A rat, Peter was a rat," Lupin cried. "James was a stag." Severus would have scoffed at Potter Senior's form, the spiritual representation of maturity, grace, and kindness, if Lupin's next words did not send waves of icy water of fear through him. "And Sirius was a dog." "A dog," Severus repeated. "Describe it, now, Lupin." "I don't know, just a dog, a black dog." "Can we get a dog, please? Did you hear me say that I think the one we found was starving?" "That black dog from Nocturne Alley was here." He'd seen Potter with a dog. When he surreptitiously checked on his ward during some of his frequent trips outdoors, Severus saw as Potter curled up on the ground with a black dog and poured his feelings to the creature. Severus stared at Lupin, finally taking into account the true value of the man before him. "You said nothing. You knew Black could transform into a dog this whole time, and you said nothing." "Why does it matter?" Lupin cried. "Why does any of it matter now? Peter and James are dead. Sirius, well, I doubt he's using his form anymore." "You moron!" Severus shoved his wand a little further into Lupin's throat, fearless of the wolf as his fury overtook him. "Potter has befriended a large, black dog this summer. It followed him to Hogwarts." Lupin's already pale face went at least 2 shades whiter at that. His scars stood out starkly in contrast. I didn't know," he said. "I heard him say on the train that he found a dog, but if it was Sirius then he would have killed him by now. Unless Pettigrew was the secret keeper." "Go get Albus immediately," Severus said in his most dangerous tone. "Do not stop for any Merlin-damned reason. Bring him here immediately." Severus gives Lupin no credit for the hastened pace he took as he scrambled out the door for Albus' office. Severus would give Lupin no credit for the remainder of his pathetic life as shortened as he personally could ensure it to be. Severus stepped up to Lupin's flue and threw a pinch of powder into the flames. Amelia Bones' cottage. As he readjusted in the flue, he realized it was not yet even 5 o'clock. Amelia was likely asleep. "Everyone is waking up early today," he thought to himself. "Madame Bones, Amelia." Severus, in his fury and fear, let all sense of decorum leave him as he shouted through the cottage for Amelia to wake up. Thankfully, Amelia came rushing into her sitting room not minutes later, pulling a dark blue set of robes on over top her pajamas. "Severus, goodness, what is going on?" "I need you immediately in your official capacity as head of the DMLE, Severus said. "Can you bring a few auras and meet me in Lupin's defense classroom?" "Of course," Amelia said quickly, requiring no immediate explanation. "I'll have Kingsley and his partner apparate here and we'll step through. Keep the flue open." Severus nodded and pulled his head out. If Weasley's rat was not an animagus, He hoped they would arrest Lupin for withholding information relevant to an ongoing investigation before finding Potter's beloved, trusted and spoiled dog and taking it into custody as well. "Mavis," he called. "Puppy. Mr. Snoop is calling for Mavis, what can?" Severus cut Mavis off, as he had limited time and even less patience. Potter could scold him for being rude to his acquaintance later. "Go to my office and bring me a vial of Veritaserum," he said quickly. "Then go sit in Potter's dorm and stay with him until I release you. He does not need to know you are there. Get me immediately if there are any problems. Understand?" Mavis must have sensed his impatience, because he barely nodded before popping away. "Expecto patronum," he called up his patroness quickly. "Lucius, I understand it is early. Come through the flue to Remus Lupin's office in Hogwarts immediately. I believe I will require a witness, and you in your role as a barrister." After sending off his fox, Severus plucked the clear vial that popped up in front of him, just as Lupin returned with Albus behind him. "Severus," Albus said, his blue eyes focused and untwinkling. "Remus said there was an emergency." "Were you aware the Black, Pettigrew and Potter were animagi?" Severus demanded, watching Albus carefully for any tell. If Albus knew that his ward was in danger from a dog and neglected to tell Severus, this would be both Severus and Potter's last day in the castle. Albus turned to Lupin, who had the audacity to look ashamed, before turning back to Severus. "I was not aware," he said gravely. Severus was relieved to see that it appeared to be nothing but the truth. "Do you believe that is how Sirius has evaded capture?" "I do," Severus said. He reached into his pocket and handed Albus the letter he received from SOB, who could only be Sirius Black, but that is not the problem currently. Albus accepted the letter and read it quickly before handing it back to Severus. "Harry has been in contact with Black?" he asked. Unintentionally, Severus sneered in Lupin's direction. "Potter adopted a dog, I believe he has been confiding in it." And oh, the child was going to be furiously hurt to discover this betrayal. Albus turned to Lupin, and even from the other side of the room, Severus could feel the fury he exuded in this moment. "Good. Did you know they switched secret keepers, Remus? Did you know Sirius was on the grounds?" "No," Lupin denied quickly, cowering slightly in the face of Albus, overwhelmingly cold fury. "Switch secret keepers? They didn't tell me if they did." Lupin's pathetic speech was interrupted by Amelia, Shacklebolt, and a young witch Severus once taught, Nymphadora Tonks, stepping through the flue. "What's going on?" Amelia said immediately. Before Severus could answer, Susan Bones tripped and stumbled out of the flue. "Sorry," she glanced politely around the room despite Amelia's exasperated sigh. "Morning, Professor," Susan said to Severus with a bright smile before looking coldly at Albus and Lupin and turning her nose up at them both as she turned back to Amelia. "This looks important. I'll just go find Harry, shall I?" Shacklebolt chuckled as Susan waltzed right out of the office without a response, undoubtedly headed to the dungeons. "She's a fiery one, Amelia," he said in his deep, smooth voice. "I know," Amelia sighed, and rubbed her face in a weary way that Severus himself was becoming accustomed to as a fellow guardian of an unrepentant teenaged menace. "Now what's going on here?" Severus held the letter he received out to Amelia as the flue flared to life once more and Lucius joined them, impeccably dressed despite the early hour. "Severus," he said, inclining his head respectfully. "Lucius, thank you for coming," he replied cordially. "Is Harry all right?" Amelia asked quickly, her eyes anxious as she looked to Severus. "He is," he assured her. Amelia turned a steely gaze at Lupin. Is Sirius Black an animagus? She had clearly drawn the same connection that Severus himself had. "Black," Lucius mouthed to Severus. He shook his head at him and gestured towards the note that Shacklebolt was now holding. "I will go retrieve the rat," Shacklebolt said as he handed the note to Lucius. "No need," Severus pulled Weasley's rat out of his pocket and held it up for everyone to see. "I went to check on Potter and saw the rat. I am unsure if this is some elaborate prank or an attempt of a foolish and desperate man to evade the Dementor's kiss, but—" Severus hesitated and looked towards Albus, who nodded sagely at him. "But it is better to be sure," Albus said. "You've done excellent, Severus." At one point in his life, Albus' praise would have meant the world to him. "Or Tonks, go to the ministry immediately and pull Sirius Black's file. I want every single scrap of paper that even has his name on it." Amelia said as she took charge of the situation. Tell Melinda to alert the minister that we have an unfolding unknown situation at Hogwarts regarding Black. At a minimum, she shot a fury-filled look towards Lupin. We have new information that has came to light regarding his escape and evasive measures. Yes, ma'am, Tonks said, as she used Lupin's flew to return to the DMLE department of the ministry. Kingsley ward the office against escape or eavesdroppers, Amelia said. Yes, ma'am. Shacklebolt raised his cherry-brown wand and waved it in a complicated series of twists and turns as Severus felt the magic take place in the room. Severus the rat, if you will. Amelia held her hand out, her mouth set in a firm line. Severus handed her Weasley's rat, unsure as to what he was hopping for. Amelia placed the rat on the desk, and the 5 wizards watched silently as she murmured the animagus revealing spell and tapped the rat with her wand. It was like watching a sped-up film of a growing tree. A head was shooting upward from the ground, limbs were sprouting. A moment later, a man was standing in front of the desk where the rat had been, cringing and wringing his hands. Peter! Pettigrew, a now grubby and shrunken man, who scarcely resembled the plump blonde boy of Severus' youth, frantically looked around the room before his beady eyes landed on Lupin. Remus, Pettigrew's voice was squeaky and hoarse from disuse. My old friend. You're alive, how? Severus would not take his eyes off the man in front of him, though he would desperately like to scoff in Lupin's direction at the weepy tone the man had adopted. Pettigrew looked at Amelia, Shacklebolt, Severus, and Lucius before visibly flinching when he looked in Albus' direction. And that reaction merited a quick look. Severus glanced at Albus, and saw the man's eyes alight with an indignantly cold fury that Severus had only seen once in his life, when he begged for the protection of Lily. You are Peter Pettigrew, Amelia snapped, stepping into Pettigrew's immediate line of sight. Why yes, Pettigrew squeaked. B. Severus, do you have Veritaserum? Amelia said sharply, ignoring Pettigrew's squeaks of discomfort. I do. Severus handed her the vial and Amelia looked over at Shacklebolt and Lucius. Lucius, will you swear in as a witness to an official interrogation? I will, Lucius said, drawing himself up and looming down at Pettigrew with disgust. Albus, Amelia said without turning away from Pettigrew. Of course, Amelia, Albus said from behind Severus, his voice even and sure. Kingsley, dictate the notes. Amelia straightened her shoulders as she began speaking. Let the record show that on the 26th of December in the year of 1993, at 0513, I, Amelia Suzette Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, am standing in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry preparing to interrogate a suspect. Witness, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Also witness, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, Barrister for Britain's Wixen Public and Board Member for Hogwarts Board of Education. In attendance, Remus John Lupin, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Also in attendance, Severus Tobias Snape, Potions Master at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Notes taken by Kingsley Erickson Shacklebolt, Aura for the British Ministry of Magic. Amelia took a deep breath. Are you Peter Allen Pettigrew? Pettigrew squealed and twisted his hands, unanswering. Let the record show that at 0516, I am administering 4 drops of Veritaserum to the suspect, believed to be Peter Allen Pettigrew as pursuant to National Law 521, subsection 17, item 8. Amelia flicked her wand at Pettigrew and placed a non-verbal stunner on the man. Open, she demanded, brandishing the vial of Veritaserum. Remus, please, you know arg. As Pettigrew had opened his mouth to plead his case to Lupin, Amelia calmly dropped 4 vials of the potion on his tongue. She then conjured a chair and pushed him down into it. Severus watched as Pettigrew's eyes took on a glassy appearance, his mouth going slack, and his incessant cringing stilled. What is your name? Amelia asked. Peter Pettigrew, Pettigrew murmured, his voice appropriately dulled from the potion. What is your date of birth? The 8th of August in 1960. I am satisfied that the serum is working appropriately and will continue with the interrogation, Amelia declared. Severus glanced over at the noise of another arrival and saw Tonks stepping out of the flue, her hands carrying a single thin file. Amelia had not even glanced up at the noise, though Shacklebolt had stilled his quill for a moment to acknowledge Tonks. You are an animagus, Amelia asked. Yes, Pettigrew murmured. How long have you been an animagus? Amelia asked with a sharp glance behind her at Lupin. 18 years. They accomplished this in 5th year. If Severus were not so disgusted, he may have been begrudgingly impressed. Where have you been since the time of your presumed death, the 1st of November in the year 1981? I've been transformed, Pettigrew said in the same monotone voice. I've lived as a pet rat to magical families. I've been hiding. Hiding from whom? Amelia asked sharply. My old friends, followers of the Dark Lord, followers of the light. Everyone thought I was dead, and that's the way I wanted it to stay. Severus could detect the slightest tinge of anxiety to Pettigrew's voice. His fears must have been great if they were able to push through the serum to show themselves. What exactly happened the night of James and Lily Potter's deaths? Amelia asked. Severus inched forward slightly, unwilling to miss a single syllable of the tale. I told the Dark Lord where to find them. Lupin let out a sharp gasp that went ignored. I knew I'd have to hide until his victory was complete. I'd betrayed Dumbledore's side and his followers would kill me. Severus was terribly amused to hear Pettigrew describe the Order of the Phoenix as Albus, followers. Though the rat was not incorrect, he knew that is not how Albus views them. So I hid and waited. Then I heard that baby Harry survived and the Dark Lord had been vanquished. I knew I'd have to run for it. I tried, I got to the Muggle world, but Sirius found me. He confronted me. There were people all around listening. I tried to make it sound like Sirius had betrayed them. I only had one chance to disappear with my life and I took it. I blew apart the street and transformed. I slipped into the sewer and I waited. Nobody spoke for a moment. Nobody breathed. 13 years ago, they had all been wrong. Who killed the Muggles on the 1st of November in 1981, at approximately 0036? Amelia asked, as if she could not believe it. I did, Pettigrew said immediately. Black had been innocent. Severus caught Lucius' eye and he knew that his friend's face was surely reflecting back his own shock. Who else, aside from Sirius Black, knew of your betrayal and your scheme? Amelia demanded with a sharp look towards Lupin. Lupin stood, clutching Albus' arm, his mouth agape and his eyes misting over. Lupin was a coward, a sneak, but he had no idea that Pettigrew had done this. Perversely, Severus almost wished Lupin had known this whole time. If Black was innocent, which he seemed to be, it would be an undeniable boon for Lupin to be guilty of something more than being a coward. No one, Pettigrew said, crushing Severus' hopes. The Death Eaters didn't know I was one of them. The Order didn't know I was on the other side. Nobody knew when I disappeared. Amelia jabbed her wand in Pettigrew's direction and bound him with heavy chains to the chair, before an additional flick put him in an enchanted slumber. Tonks Black's file. Tonks hesitantly handed Amelia the file, avoiding eye contact with the witch who was clearly suppressing her fury. This is it, Amelia snapped, flicking through the 3-paged folder. A copy of his arrest, a report of his apprenticeship in the ministry, and a copy of his escape. She glared at Tonks. Where is the rest of it? Court transcripts, eyewitness accounts, any of it? That was it, ma'am, Tonks said. I checked, there was no court hearing. Crouch had him sent straight to Azkaban from the scene, and he's been there up until this past summer. Fucking incompetent idiots, Amelia muttered under her breath, showing the room where the young Miss Bones got her vocabulary. Not that Severus could judge. Potter picked up most of his phrases from Severus himself. Severus, how do I get in touch with Black? Amelia asked. I do not know, he said truthfully. Amelia stared at him for a moment, before turning to Shacklebolt. Turn the record off, she said. She turned back to Severus. Off the record now. How do I get in contact with Sirius Black? I believe he has been loitering on the grounds, posing as a stray dog. Here he shot Lupin another withering look. But aside from sending my ward out to retrieve him, which we absolutely will not be doing, I am unsure how to communicate with him. Albus, Lupin, any ideas? She said, apparently trusting Severus' word. I could send him a Patronus if he believes he will not be arrested or kissed, Albus said thoughtfully, but the presence of the Dementors may keep him away. Severus gave a subtle look of, do something you political mastermind, to Lucius. If there were ever an opportunity to rid the grounds of the Dementors, this was it. Perhaps we could have the minister remove the Dementors, as a sign of peace to Black, said Lucius. It would likely make him more amenable to speaking with you, madame. Shacklebolt and Amelia exchanged significant looks. We could try, Amelia murmured quietly, with this new evidence. The manhunt for Black should shift priorities. Shacklebolt picked up her train of thought. I believe it is time you summoned the minister. Amelia flicked her wand at once and summoned her silver lemur. Your presence is needed immediately at Hogwarts, Minister. It is an emergency regarding the Black case. She glanced around the room and grimaced before adding, a suspect has been detained. Remus Lupin's office, if you will. She sent the lemur off, and they all stood silently as they waited. Severus felt his wand vibrate in his robe pocket, and cursed Potter for waking at the worst possible time. Excuse me, he said, turning his back to the inquiring eyes. He summoned his own patroness, and ignored the looks of amusement on Lucius and Albus' faces, and the blatant curiosity on Lupin. Harry, I'm in an incredibly important meeting at the moment. If you and your friends would like to eat breakfast in your dorm, I need to speak with you once my business is concluded. He hesitated, thinking of Black's warning, yet conscious of the shameless eavesdroppers. I believe I have news you will find of interest, and would like to speak about it with you once my meeting has concluded. Call upon your acquaintance if my presence is needed for any reason. He hoped that whatever danger Potter posed to himself would be dampened by his natural curiosity at the interesting news Severus spoke of. He also hoped that Potter's friends would have the wherewithal to decipher his order to call Mavis if Potter attempted to hurt himself in any way. You've gone soft, Lucius murmured with an annoying quirk to his lips. I would gladly take the opportunity to prove the falsehood of your words, Lucius, he said sullenly. Potter had made him soft, but he could still kill Lucius with both eyes closed. Lucius just chuckled before the flue flared to life and Fudge all but lunged out of it. He had clearly came straight from his bed, as he was wearing a violet nightshirt with his pinstriped robes hastily thrown atop of it. The leader of the British Wixen World ladies and gentlemen. Severus didn't know whether to be amused or terrified at the man's obvious incompetence. Madame Bones, you said you caught Black. The minister was bouncing eagerly on the balls of his feet. His look of joy diminished quickly as he looked around the room and realized that Black was not in attendance. What's going on here? He said. I thought you caught Black. Apologies, Minister, Amelia said cordially. We have not captured Black. We have hit a snag in the case. A snag? Fudge's face of disappointment was nearly comical. Lucius certainly thought so if his smirk aimed at Severus was any indicator. What snag? Fudge demanded. Amelia stepped to the side, allowing Fudge to see Pettigrew seated behind her. This snag, she said solemnly. Aura Shacklebolt, give the minister the interview transcripts. Who is that? Fudge was squinting at Pettigrew as he accepted the parchment from Shacklebolt. When nobody responded, Fudge scowled and turned to the transcript he held. Peter Pettigrew. His eyes flew up and looked incredulously at the bound man. It appears as if tales of his death were greatly exaggerated, Albus said. The old fool sounded as if this were all terribly amusing. What? Fudge yelped, but Albus Black. Please read, sir, Shacklebolt suggested calmly. Of course, Fudge muttered as his eyes scanned the parchment in his hand. Innocent? Fudge gasped when he looked up again from the parchment. He looked around at the grim and solemn faces desperately, as if hoping someone would laugh and make this into a joke, instead of the nightmare Severus considered it to be. It appears so, Shacklebolt confirmed, his deep voice calm and soothing, though we will need to interview Black to confirm. But Black's missing, Fudge stammered. He escaped. Lucius gave Severus a subtle look. The slight raise to one of his brows was a clear question. Do you want me to step in? Severus sighed and nodded slightly. If clearing Black's name was the price of ridding Potter of the Dementors, so be it. Seeing Pettigrew kissed in his stead would be a balm to the wound caused by Black's innocence. We believe Black would respond to a summons if the Dementors were cleared from the grounds, Lucius said, placing a steady hand on Fudge's shoulder. All you have to do, Cornelius, is alert the Dementors that their presence is no longer required, and we can speak with Black and clear this whole thing up. Fudge looked up at Lucius as a child would look to their gidding mother. Clear the Dementors, but you believe this? Do you believe Pettigrew was able to outsmart the Veritaserum and admitted to the killings to somehow aid Black? Amelia asked. Well, no, Fudge blustered, but well, Well, this is going to make the ministry look terrible if it gets out, public opinion and all, you know. Severus very nearly scoffed at the man's care for public opinion. Imagine how impressed the public will be with you when you clear the name of an innocent man who was wrongfully imprisoned by your predecessor. Lucius said in his oily tone that Severus knows he saves for kissing the arses of powerful allies. Crouch through the current Lord Black in prison without so much of a trial, but you can fix it. Lucius rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I can't imagine how this will hurt Crouch's career, but it can only boost yours. Fudge nodded his head, along as Lucius painted the picture he wanted. I suppose that we do need to speak with Black, he said, eyes eager now. We can clear the Dementors and see if he presents himself for interrogation. Wonderful, Albus clasped his hands together. We can go alert the Dementors together then, shall we, Cornelius? Yes, I suppose we should, Fudge said with a slight shiver before glancing at Pettigrew's still form again. Madame Bones, Shacklebolt, you'll keep the suspect. Of course, Amelia said easily. We will be here when you return. As soon as the door closed behind the two men Tonks snorted. Suppose he doesn't trust me then, she laughed. The hair does not inspire confidence, Lucius said with a pinched look at the girl's pink spiked hair. Severus ignored them and took the opportunity to check on Potter. Mavis. Puppy. Mr. Snoop is calling for Mavis. Severus fruitlessly applied pressure to the center of his forehead to stave off his impending migraine, as more than one person snickered behind his back at the elf's title for him. What is Potter doing? He asked as quietly as possible with a bleeding werewolf in the room. Master Potter is in his bed and is writing a letter, Mavis said quickly. Master was not eating breakfast. Very well, continue to watch him out of sight. Get me immediately, no matter who is around or what I am doing. If anything happens, understand. Yes, Mr. Snoop, Mavis bobbed his head, then disappeared with another soft pop. You have a house elf babysitting Potter? Lucius asked. Severus scowled at him, as if Lucius had not left Draco under the care of house elves many times when he was younger. You think Black's warning has merit? Amelia asked gently. I think the sooner the Dementors are cleared from the grounds, the better, Severus said, unwilling to further discuss his ward's difficulties. The room lapsed into a tense atmosphere. Lupin had moved to a chair and was alternating between cradling his head in his hands and shooting death glares at Pettigrew. Tonks and Shacklebolt were quietly discussing the legalities that would need explored to clear Black's name. Amelia, Lucius and himself just stood in silence, each contemplating how these events could possibly be true, though none doubting it for a moment. Eventually, after nearly an hour of the thick and tense atmosphere threatening to suffocate them, the office door was thrown open and Albus entered, victory clear in every line on his face. The Dementors are gone, he said with a twinkling smile towards Severus as Cornelius entered the office behind him. I believe you can now call for Sirius. Me, Severus said, surprised. I believe Black is more likely to respond to a summons from you or Lupin. Ah, but he didn't reach out to me or Remus, did he? Albus said with another twinkling smile. Lupin let out a soft noise, as if wounded that Black did not contact him. Fine, Severus said shortly. Severus thought of Potter swearing in the middle of the corridor in Parseltongue, and fought down a smirk as he called up his patroness. I received your note. Your presence is required in the defense office. The Dementors have cleared the school. It was as cordial as Severus was willing to be to the man who used to make him miserable as a hobby. You could have mentioned that he isn't being arrested, Lupin snarled. I could have, Severus agreed lightly. Pity you weren't the one delivering the message. Enough, Albus said firmly as Lupin opened his mouth with a retort. Severus' message was adequate. What now? Lupin asked. Now we wait, Albus said with a happy little hum. Perhaps it would be better if we moved Pettigrew to holding before Black shows up, Tonks suggested hesitantly. I mean, didn't he already try and kill him once? Of course, Cornelius said promptly. Best not to incite trouble, eh? Why don't you and Shacklebolt take Pettigrew and we'll let Amelia interview Black if he shows up? Amelia nodded at her auras behind Cornelius' shoulder, giving approval for the plan. As you wish, Shacklebolt said with a slight bow of his head to the minister. Shacklebolt and Tonks each took an arm of the unconscious traitor and led him to the flue. Tonks went first, calling out ministry holding cells, before Shacklebolt followed with a firm grip on Pettigrew's arm. Anyone, Albus said merrily. He waved his wand and conjured chairs for everyone aside from Lupin, who slumped into his desk chair. Severus sat next to Lucius and prepared himself to wait. Albus waved his wand again and conjured a table with 7 tea sets and a gratuitous amount of pastries, fruit, and biscuits. "Eat up," Albus said, smiling brightly at them all. Severus grabbed a cup of tea, more for something to do while he waited than any real desire to eat or drink. Albus drugged Cornelius into a discussion of a new outfitting retailer in Diagon Alley, while Lucius, Amelia, and Severus exchanged impatient glances. Lupin mostly stared sorrowfully into his lap. Severus wondered if he was regretful for Pettigrew betraying their little group, or if the sorrow was for believing Black had done it all these years. Knowing Lupin's penchant for guilt and self-loathing, it was likely both. With the Dementors gone, Severus truly had no more business here. He didn't give a damn about clearing Black's name past how it neatly tied into his own personal goals. Yet he still sat, his innate need to know what happened overriding his common sense in bidding the others a good day and leaving while he could. "What happens if Sirius doesn't come?" Lupin asked in a choked whisper. "Can we clear his name without him, since Peter confessed?" "It will be much easier with his cooperation. This will be done by the book to the exact letter," Amelia said harshly. "There will be absolutely no mishaps this time." "Not with such a competent department head handling the case," Albus said with a genial smile towards Amelia. Amelia pursued her lips and said nothing as she drank her tea. Despite Albus' best efforts to make conversation, the 6 of them sat in near constant silence, each watching as the clock ticked on. 10 minutes since Severus sent the message. 30 minutes. Will Black show his face? 45. Coward. 60. At precisely 79 minutes since Severus sent his message, there was a scratching at the office door. "I believe that is our guest of honor," Albus said happily as he stood and opened the door. Severus felt an intense wave of anger and irritation as Potter's goddamned dog slowly entered the room. Potter trusted that dog, played with it, groomed it, fed it, talked to it, cherished it. And it had been Black posing the entire time. "It will be easier to clear your name if you were in your human form," Albus said softly. The dog let out a low whine as it looked up at Albus, before slowly sitting on its hind legs and shifting into the form of Sirius Black. Lupin let out a miserable sort of noise. "Pads," he croaked. Pads ignored him in favor of searching the room carefully as he backed himself to the doorway, raising an arm defensively in front of himself. Black's hair was shoulder length and glossier than an escaped convict had any reason to be, no doubt thanks to Potter's attentions. He still wore the faded and tattered grey Azkaban jumpsuit. His face had a slightly sunken appearance, though Severus was sure it would be much worse had Potter not been feeding him every day. "Did you catch the rat?" Black's voice was hoarse from disuse. He looked around the room anxiously, grey eyes appearing haunted as he looked from face to face. "We did," Albus said. "Well, Severus did." Black looked at Severus quickly. "Harry, he's okay." "Potter is fine," Severus sneered at Black. How dare he ask about Potter while he has spent months fooling the child? "Will you consent to an interview under the use of Veritaserum?" Amelia cut in briskly. "We have interviewed Pettigrew and will require your cooperation as well." I can tell you what really happened," Black said, his voice filled with hope. "No more Azkaban." "We will discuss it post-interview," Amelia said. "Do you consent or not?" Black looked towards Lupin, who was staring at him, as if seeing the stars for the first time. "Pathetic." "Yeah, I consent," Black said. "How soon can we do it?" "Immediately," Fudge said. "Why don't we pop over to the ministry and get this taken care of right now?" "Oh, wonderful plan," Albus said merrily. "Sirius, why don't I accompany you?" Severus looked towards Lucius, who was grimacing at the floor. "Apologies," Lucius mouthed to Severus before turning to Black. "I believe you will require legal representation," he said smoothly. "As the barrister on retainer for the House of Black, I will accompany you and represent your legal interests." "Who made you retainer for the House of Black?" Black asked with a disgusted sneer towards Lucius. "I think I'd rather take my chances without one than you." "Very well, I will inform Herr Potter Black that you refused my services," Lucius said easily. "Enjoy interrogation without a lawyer, Black." Black looked to Lupin again, and Severus saw as Lupin nodded his head the slightest amount. "Fine," Black huffed. "You can come with Malfoy." Don't do me any favors, Lucius purred with an impassive gaze. Let's get this over with, Fudge said. Sooner we get to the ministry, the sooner this whole mess can be solved. Severus, will you be joining us? Albus asked as he stepped up to the flue. I will not, he said. I have a million things that I would rather be doing. Which was a lie. He wanted to know how this played out, but his attention was required here, and Lucius would fill him in regardless. Very well, Albus said. We will see you when we return. Severus nodded to Albus and watched as he disappeared through the flames. Excellent work, Severus. Fudge offered him his hand before he too disappeared. Severus looked towards Amelia and Lucius, and gave them each a curt nod before turning his back to Black and Lupin and hurrying from the room. He accomplished what he hoped, for the Dementors were gone, and it was incredibly unlikely that they would return. He would have rather paid any other price aside from helping Sirius Black. But so be it. Severus went to the Slytherin dorm and knocked briskly before opening the door. Potter was laying on his bed, wrapped in an enormous blanket that was nearly colourful and bright enough to bring tears to Severus' eyes. Is he asleep? Severus asked Miss Bones, who was playing a card game on the floor with Miss Lovegood and Miss Granger. Yep, Bones said airily as she laid down 3 cards and laughed at Granger. He fell asleep about 20 minutes ago. Want me to wake him up? Severus considered it for a moment, before ultimately shaking his head. No, send him to my office when he wakes. Yes, sir, Granger murmured, as she laid a couple of cards on the floor. Would you like to play cards, Professor? Lovegood asked as she gave him a cheerful smile. Susan is going to win this round, but I think you have a good shot of winning the next one if you join. No, thank you. Severus rolled his eyes as he imagined the fallout of being caught alone in the boys' dormitory in Slytherin House with 3 teenage girls, none of whom belonged anywhere near the area. I will be in my office. Just send Potter the moment he wakes up. Okay, Lovegood shrugged and turned back to the game. Severus hurried back to his office, deciding to get ahead on his brews for Poppy while he had the time. Severus was mid-brew on a batch of pepper-ups for the hospital wing, as the colder months bring more colds than any other in the drafty castle, when his office door was flung open. He looked up, expecting to hear Potter's greeting of "I'm here," and instead was faced with Lupin. And Black. Delightful. Lupin was beaming, as if he had won the Muggle lottery. Black had a warier look on his face, but his body was relaxed in a way it had not been this morning. Cleared, Lupin said, cleared of all charges. Delightful, Severus drawled sardonically. Leave. I want to see Harry, Black said quickly. Where is he? Severus straightened himself up from his cauldron and curled his lip at Black's audacity. He is asleep, though I doubt if he were awake that he would wish to see you. Lupin's smile dimmed. Why wouldn't he want to see Sirius? He can explain to him what really happened that night. I don't even know why you're here, Severus said with a sharp look at Lupin. Potter certainly won't wish to see you. Lupin took on a hangdog expression as he glanced between Black and Severus. Yes, well. I want to talk with Harry, Black said again. I need to explain. Have you not allowed Potter to talk to you plenty? Severus snarled. Do you intend to inform him why his pet is no longer sniffing around the forest? It isn't your damn business, Snape. Black spat his name out like poison. Go get my damn godson. I need to talk to him. Severus stepped closer to Black and spoke in a softly mocking tone. Your godson, surely you mean my ward. Severus was delighted to see the fury that filled Black's eyes at the reminder. Did you forget, that while you were playing fetch as a pet, that I am actually Potter's guardian? Fuck you, Black snarled, stepping up to glare in Severus' face. Harry thinks you're a good person, loyal and honest, but we know the truth, don't we, Snivelus? You dare, when I saved your skin from the Dementors. Severus put his wand in Black's chest, and was close enough now to see the anger lighting the man's grey eyes. Why don't we calm down now? Lupin suggested softly from the side. Neither Black nor Severus stepped back, both staring hatefully at the other. I should have burnt your little note and turned you in myself, he hissed at Black. And leave the Dementors to kill Harry. You do that, Black sneered. You don't care about him at all, do you? Do not talk to me. Severus was cut off by the noise of his office door opening. Potter stood in the open doorway, his mouth hanging open as he took in the scene in front of him. Severus with another man at wand point, Lupin standing uselessly to the side. Potter looked directly to Severus and raised both of his brows incredulously. What's going on? Perfect. Chapter 15, It's a Dog's Life. He had been skulking around Knockturn Alley ever since he arrived back on the mainland, and was no closer to finding a single red-headed member of the Weasley family than he started with. He knew he'd have better luck in Diagon, but he couldn't take the risk until he knew if Moony told someone what he is. He'd been watching the news, nicking papers when he could, and knew that so far it hasn't been reported that he was an animagus. But surely Moony would tell someone soon, though, and then his cover would be blown. And he had to find the rat first. He figured that at some point he'd find or hear someone talking about the Weasleys, and he could get an idea for where they lived in the summers. Arthur had a huge family. Someone somewhere must know where they're located. Okay, except I could never date one of the Weasley boys. Imagine how badly our hair would clash. Sirius perked up at that and excitedly wagged his tail. There was a girl, walking into Knockturn with long dark red hair talking about Weasleys. Finally! Sirius went running up to the girl and her friend, a scrawny boy with dark hair, and started yipping to catch her attention. "Always hey there, good doggy, Harry, look." The scrawny dark-haired boy turned and oh, it was Harry, James and Lily's Harry, little baby Harry all grown up now, his Harry. Harry still had Lily's eye shape, but his green eyes were darker than Lily's had been. He wore his hair long, in waves that reached his neck and could be pulled back in a small bundle if he tried. The color was all James, but Sirius was proud to see it was the same style he himself wore during his school days. "Hey buddy, are you hungry?" Sirius whined and jumped away from the hand that Harry reached out to him with. There was something about Harry that put him on edge. He tried to ignore it, but it was still a feeling all the same. "Course it doesn't like me," Harry grumbled to his friend who was now scratching Sirius' back. "Dogs always hate me." Sirius suppressed the feeling of wrongness he got from Harry, and slowly approached him. He nudged Harry's hand with his nose and looked at him with his big dog eyes. "I don't hate you." "Oh, see, he likes you." Harry slowly rubbed his hands across Sirius' back, frowning at what he felt. "He's starving," Harry cried. "When's the last time you ate, buddy? You feel like you're just all bone." Sirius whined. It had been a while since he's ate anything. Even longer since he's ate anything that wasn't out of the trash bins. "Come on, we can go get you some food," Harry said softly, "and then you can go shopping with us, yeah." Sirius let out a couple soft woofs, and wagged his tail ferociously. Who would be looking for the escaped prison inmate by the side of Harry Potter? "He likes us," the red-headed girl cheered. "Let's go back to the Leaky and get him something to eat." "All right," Harry agreed. "Simon, buddy, let's go feed you." After Sirius scarfed down the food Harry bought him. "It's a steak because you need to put some meat on your bones," Harry chuckled. Sirius spent the next couple of hours running around Diagon keeping up with Harry and his friend Susan. Merlin were all teenagers this exhausting, or was Harry a special case? Harry seemed to have enough energy for 3 teens as he laughed, and jumped, and ran, and skipped between buildings pulling his friend along. Eventually, after hours pleasantly spent chasing the 2 children, and barking happily, and futilely attempting to keep them out of Knockturn Alley, Sirius only tried half-heartedly really. Exploring Knockturn was a rite of passage for all teens. Harry's friend Susan said she needed to get going. "Auntie won't be happy if I'm out after dark," she pointed out. "Yes, s'pose Snape won't be happy either," Harry said glumly before perking up. "Hey, do you think he'd be mad if I brought home a dog?" "Probably," Susan laughed, "but you should do it anyway and take a photo when he sees the dog." Harry laughed too, terribly amused at the idea apparently. Sirius took the opportunity to let out a small whimper of regret before slipping away quickly, unnoticed by either of the children. He would have given anything to stay with Harry, anything at all, but finding Wormtail was more important. He couldn't let that traitor stay inside the castle where Harry lived, so he took off, ducking down into another dark alleyway to watch, wait, and hide. He'd find the rat, eventually. Sirius dug a hole in the ground, desperately trying to bury his nose in something fresh, earthy. Something that reminded him of being 16 and free and running wild across the grounds, and not of 12 long years in Azkaban with the cold cloying scent of the Dementors. Their scent was all across the school grounds, suffocating, crushing, freezing. Sirius inhaled through his nose, letting his dog senses focus on the noises happening on the grounds and blocking out the Dementors' invasive scents. "You're at Hogwarts, you're finding the rat, you're saving Harry." Almost as if his thoughts had conjured him, Sirius could hear his godson's weird, twangy voice carrying across the grounds. Doesn't assign much homework. Sirius scooted along the tree line to the edge of the forest, seeking out his godson. There, the students must be outside for care of magical creatures class. Harry was standing next to a blonde with a pointed nose and yes, Arthur Weasley's son, the one with the rat. Sirius took a few deep sniffs as he watched the students carefully and growled lightly once he realized the rat was nowhere around. He laid on the ground and covered his nose with one paw, in a desperate attempt to block the scent that threatens his very hold on his sanity. He focused instead on Harry. The couple of times he's seen Harry now have told him one thing for sure: his godson is a weird kid. Harry seemed like a popular kid, always surrounded by friends, but he also always seems separate as well. Alone, as if he prefers it that way. Plus, he's a Slytherin. Which had been a nasty shock for Sirius to discover. James and Lily's son, his godson, a Slytherin. He had no idea how the Sorting Hat could have made such a mistake. For now though, Sirius laid and watched as Harry was volunteered to approach the hippogriff Hagrid had out for the class. He wagged his tail with laughter when Harry refused to bow, and had to back away quickly before the hippogriff attacked him. Harry might be in the wrong color robes, but he's just as cocky as James had ever been. He listened as Harry argued playfully with his blonde pointy friend. "Piss off," Harry yelled at the other boy with a short laugh. His godson had a terrible habit for foul language, and Sirius loved it. Sirius jumped to his paws when Harry's blonde friend was scratched by the hippogriff. Even from as far back as he was, Sirius could smell the blood. He whined as he watched Harry shove his way to his friend. "Quit whining, you're embarrassing yourself," Sirius barely heard Harry whisper. It drew another panted chuckle from him. Harry didn't have much of a bedside manner, did he? But holy Merlin, he watched Harry heal his friend with a lazy wave of his hand. Who needed bedside manners when you had strength and power like that? Sirius settled back down as Harry took his frustrations out on Hagrid. It had been a little irresponsible of Hagrid to leave the students on their own with the hippogriffs, but Harry didn't seem to mind a bit of danger, so what was the problem? His friend had been hurt. That was clearly the problem. Harry must be as loyal to his friends as James had always been. He hoped Harry's friends never repaid him as horribly for his loyalty as Wormtail had prongs. Sirius scooted forward and listened as Harry started a fight with some Gryffindor prat who said Harry wasn't scary. Sirius let out a loud bark of laughter when the Gryffindor quickly backed away from Harry. If Harry wasn't scary, then why did the Gryffindor boy nearly pee his pants when he took 2 steps towards him? Even Sirius could see that there was something different about Harry. There was something cold, something that set off Sirius' instincts in his animal form. But Harry was still the same black-haired baby who had chased him down on a broomstick and pulled his hair every time he held him. Harry was still his godson. He let out a small whine of frustration when the class was dismissed, and Harry stomped back towards the castle. As different as Harry might be, Sirius still needed to find the rat, clear his name, and be the godfather he always planned on being. He knew Wormtail was inside somewhere. He finally caught scent of a semi-fresh trail this morning when the Weasley boy had went out for herbology. It was the same Weasley who was in Harry's year, sporting green robes, which must make him a Slytherin as well. Which meant that the damned rat was sleeping in Harry's dorm. Not much longer, though. Sirius reassured himself. Soon Wormtail would regret every traitorous breath he'd ever taken. Sirius was packing back and forth in the tree line of the forest, plotting, planning, scheming, when the rapid footsteps of someone approaching caught his attention. "Harry!" Sirius sniffed around cautiously as Harry came up to him. "What are you doing?" Harry said, scratching his ears. "You look hungry." Sirius let out a series of happy barks when Harry called for a cheerful little elf to bring him a steak. "You're the best," he thought happily as he wagged his tail and made short order of the steak. After he was done, he looked around for Harry and was happy to see him sitting against a tree. He plodded over to him and gently laid his head in his lap and whined just a little. "Most dogs don't like me," Harry said to him. "Hagrid says his dumb dog's a good judge of character, and it growls every time it sees me." If Harry wasn't his godson, Sirius would probably react the same way. Harry gave off a feeling of cold danger, but this was his godson, so Sirius whined and nudged his hand with his nose. "Pet me, pleasey." Sirius had went 12 years without human contact. Having someone scratch his ears or rub his back was better than Felix Felicis to him. Harry obligingly scratched his ears and laughed as Sirius thumped his tail on the ground. He was so caught up in the joy of it that he nearly missed what Harry said. "I hate Lupin, I hate these Dementors, I hate Sirius Black." Sirius looked mournfully up at Harry. Of course he hated him, it was Sirius' fault his parents died. He suggested the change in Secret Keepers, he thought it was brilliant at the time, and instead it killed his brother, Harry's dad. Though he had no idea why Harry would hate Lupin, Sirius had smelled Lupin on the grounds a few times, and pieced together that he was teaching here now. Did Harry and Lupin not get along? "I'm going to kill him," Harry said, apparently swearing vengeance on Sirius himself. "As soon as I find him. I could have had a totally different life if it weren't for him, you know. He ruined it." "I did, I ruined your life, pup, I'm sorry." Sirius licked Harry's hand, the only way he could show his remorse given his current state. Thankfully it made Harry laugh a little. "Gross," he said, a small smile aimed down at Sirius. The two of them sat there, both enjoying the peace as the sun sank down behind the Black Lake. The peace that was shattered when Harry jumped to his feet as someone yelled his name. Sirius jumped back behind the trees, unwilling to trust anyone aside from Harry with his presence on the grounds. Though he almost lost his composure when it was none other than Severus Snape, scolding his godson for being out by the tree line. Harry was nearly to the edge where the Dementors wouldn't bother to distinguish him from a criminal, but it was Snape's damn business. "When's the last time you slept through the night?" Snape asked him. Sirius didn't understand when Harry said he wasn't sure. Did he not sleep well? He said he hates the Dementors. Were they causing him to sleep badly? Sirius watched carefully as Snape gave him a potion, probably dreamless sleep from the sounds of it, and bared his teeth in absolutely confusion as Snape's tone. Was he teasing Harry? Harry certainly didn't look scared of Snape, not that he should, because Snape is a greasy git, and if he put one hand on Harry then Sirius would chew his arm off. But Snape looked almost like he didn't hate Harry. Which is not a look Sirius has ever seen on Snivellus' face, aside from back when he was around Lily. Which was disturbing to even think about. "SHHH pup, don't tell him about me," Sirius thought as Harry told Snape about a dog he found. "I'm gonna see if it wants to go home with us this summer." "Us?" "Delightful," Snape said in the same drawling tone. He's always used to sound so superior to everyone else. "What I have always wanted was a moody teenaged ward, an elf that utilizes a barter system, a neurotic bird, and a flea-bitten dog in our home." "Go home with US. A teenaged ward. In our home." Sirius couldn't hold back a growl as everything started clicking in place. Why the hell was his godson living with fucking Snivellus? Sirius had it planned out. He'd watched, waited, plotted, planned. Tonight was the night. He ignored the dread in his stomach that reminded him how 13 years ago today he'd lost the best friend and best brother he could have ever wished for. He had to focus on Wormtail. If he could get the rat, then he'd save his godson and maybe have a shot at being a part of the little family he has left. Harry. Moni. Well, that was it really, but it would be 2 more people than he's had for the last 12 years. He came out from beneath the Whomping Willow and slunk through the rarely used side entrance of the castle. He crawled down the stairs, headed for the dungeons. What he hadn't counted on was not having a real clear memory of where the Slytherin dorms were located in the dungeons. He focused on scents eventually, and tried to let the scent of where the students went to most frequently guide him. He eventually found a portrait, a snake of course, and changed back to his human form for the first time in over 4 months. "Aconite," he rasped out. He'd heard one of the Slytherin boys tell it to his girlfriend as they walked back from classes one evening. Luckily the password hadn't changed recently, and the portrait opened up for him. He needed to hurry. He lost time while searching for the entrance, and the students could come back from the feast any time now. He tore up the stairs and grimaced to see he'd went up the female side apparently. Back down he went, then up the stairs for the boys' side. He checked each door carefully until he found the one labeled 3rd years. He opened the door slowly and gazed around the room. There wasn't any obvious sign of the rat, but surely he was here somewhere. He started digging around in trunks, wardrobes, ripping bedding off the beds in his frustration. "Where is the damn rat?" "Oh, fuck." Sirius looked up from the trunk he had been trying to pry open with his knife, straight into the panicked eyes of the Weasley boy himself. "It's no rat, though." Sirius was about to try and make a break for it when... "You!" Harry came running in and immediately started throwing curses at him. Jesus Christ, what was this kid learning in school? Sirius had to duck, dodge, and spin faster than he ever had in his training to become a hit wizard. Was he out of shape, or was Harry like freakishly fast? Sirius had no wand, no intentions on harming his godson, but no intentions on getting captured tonight either, so he took the only route he could, push past Harry and run like hell. He shoved Harry out of his way, apologizing in his own head as he did so, then made for the portrait. "Stop!" Harry yelled, chasing after him. Sirius was just about to step out of the entrance when he felt his knife being summoned right out of his hand. As Sirius scampered back into the forest, a dog once again, he tried to find a silver lining in the evening. He didn't find Wormtail. He scared the hell out of a bunch of kids. Harry stole his damn knife. And he looked like a real coward, running away from a 13-year-old. He howled miserably as he tallied it all up and realized there was no silver lining. He had just fucked it all up once again. Sirius spent the next couple weeks trying to spend as much time as he could with Harry and figure out the Slytherin boys' schedule. He figured it was 2 owls, 1 stone. He can find the best time to ambush Wormtail while also getting to know his godson. He discovered that Harry had a rather large group of friends, but he spent the most time with the red-headed girl Susan, and a blonde girl that gave Sirius chills when she looked at him. He had a nasty feeling that she saw more than most people, but she never indicated that she thought he was anything more than a lovable stray, so he relaxed. Well, he used to be a lovable stray. Apparently he'd been adopted by Harry. Grim, he called him. His godson had his sense of humor, that's for sure. Sirius listened carefully for the first Hogsmeade weekend, thinking he could try his luck then in searching the boys' dorms. He was close, so damn close, when he was spotted. By Snape, of all people. "Shumut, Harry isn't here," he scowled. "He better not be sneaking you in the castle, or we will be having words." Sirius growled at him. He was not going to have words with Harry about a damn thing. He still didn't know how, or why Harry moved in with Snape, but the second he caught the rat, he'd be fixing that. Of course the brat would become attached to a dog as obstinate as he is. Snape muttered as he strode up the castle walkway, as Sirius retreated quickly back to the Whomping Willow. If he couldn't get in the castle, then he'd just go find Harry in Hogsmeade. He hoped he was up to something fun to brighten Sirius' day. He wagged his tail and jumped happily when he left the shack to go find Harry, and there he was. "Woof, woof." Sirius went running up to Harry while a blonde witch, a different one than the one Harry usually hangs around with, starting laughing at the name Harry gave him. "You named a huge black dog Grim. You're a bit mad, aren't you, Harry?" Sirius growled just a bit as Harry scratched his ears. Harry was weird, no denying that, but he wasn't mad. "Shut your mouth," Harry's friend Susan snapped at the other witch. Sirius grinned and wagged his tail in agreement. That other witch should shut up. "My dog, my name," Harry said in a mocking voice that Sirius had only heard a few times from him. "Feel free to fight me over it." Despite the scars that seemed to crisscross all over Harry's visible skin, Sirius got the impression Halloween night that Harry doesn't lose a lot of fights. The blonde witch reached towards Sirius and he snapped at her. Harry didn't seem to like her, so he figured he wouldn't mind, and he didn't. "You can bite her if you want," Harry told him. Sirius barked and jumped until Harry laughed. "Simon, let's keep looking," Harry said to his friend Susan. "What are they looking for?" Sirius trotted alongside Harry as he circled the shack a couple of times. "Where are we not looking for Sirius Black at next?" the blonde witch asked cheerfully. Sirius whined and scooted closer to Harry. Why was his godson searching for him? Why couldn't Harry just drop it? "Ignore her, boy, she's an imbecile," Harry said in a mocking tone. "Are you sure you're Harry Potter? Because you sound a lot like Severus Snape," the witch laughed before. "Oh shit. That wasn't one of Harry's friends. It's Sirius, cousin, Andromeda's daughter, the metamorph magus Aura that did a few patrols in Azkaban during her training." Sirius couldn't help but growl and snap at her. He did not need an Aura trailing Harry. If they found out he was an animagus, and why hasn't Moony told anyone yet? Then she'd surely remember the black dog hanging around Harry. Sirius had gotten so caught up in his own doomed plans that he hadn't noticed Harry and the others wandering off towards the village, bickering as they went. He hesitated. It wouldn't be a good idea to go to the village. But it wasn't supposed to be a good idea to escape from prison, and he'd pulled that off just fine. Sirius ran to catch up to the kids. and let out a bark of laughter as he heard Nymphadora tell the students that they aren't very nice. They really were. And Sirius liked that about them. Harry gave him explicit instructions to wait outside for him if he wanted a treat once they arrived at the first shop, so Sirius found a place to sit and wait. But just as Harry stepped in, Sirius jumped up to see inside the window. He wanted to see Harry's face on his first Honeyduke's visit, and he hadn't been disappointed. Harry's face lit up, and Sirius had never seen him look so young and happy before now. He wagged his tail eagerly as Harry was pulled in different directions by Susan and the blonde boy he hung out with, Narcissa's son, maybe. He returned to his spot by the door and laid his head down on his paws as he watched for Harry to come back out. Eventually he did, his arms filled with bags and his shoulders more relaxed with a brighter smile than he'd had before he went in. And Merlin, James, arrogance lived on in his son, didn't it? Sirius smiled to himself as Harry shrunk his friend's packages with just a bored command. Grim, come on buddy, want a treat? Sirius went running up to him and jumped on him, eagerly trying to knock him down. If you knock me down in front of all these people, I'm not giving you a treat, Harry said warningly, his eyes still crinkled with laughter. Sirius immediately jumped down and wagged his tail. This is how he wants Harry to always look, young and happy and carefree. He hasn't seen this nearly enough so far. Harry gave him some treats, and they all went across the road to the Three Broomsticks, where Harry ordered him to once again wait outside. I'm sorry buddy, I can't bring you in, Harry said with a frown. Sirius licked his hand so he knew he didn't hold it against him. One day he'd have his name cleared, and him and Harry could come get butterbeers together and actually get to know each other. If he ever found the damn rat. Sirius planned on sitting outside the pub, enjoying the occasional wafts of hot air accompanied by pleasant smells every time the door opened, up until the minister showed up. Sorry Harry, he thought regretfully as he quickly slunk out through the alley and raced back towards Hogwarts. Where the minister was, the Dementors were, and Sirius couldn't take any risks. He decided to wait beneath a little clump of bushes, off the main path maybe. He'd either find the Weasley boy with the rat or Harry on their way back to the castle. He had started to doze lightly when he heard someone stomping angrily through the pathway. He peeked out and saw it was Harry. Why's he so mad? He'd been so relaxed and happy before he went in the pub. Maybe him and his friends had a spat. Sirius followed Harry in past the gates and had to bark to catch his attention. Damn it, I'm sorry buddy, I forgot to get you food. Sirius wagged his tail at Harry and tried to lick his hand to tell him he didn't mind. Harry had been feeding him so much Sirius probably already gained back half a stone. Why are you upset? What's wrong? He wondered as he gazed up at Harry. I'm just mad, I guess, I'm just mad, Harry finally admitted. Talk to me, Sirius whined, and tried to pull Harry over to a tree where he could sit and talk like he did before. He wanted to know why Harry was mad. He wanted to know everything about him. Harry laughed and teased him for using him as a pillow, but he seemed to understand what he wanted as he sat down and allowed Sirius to lay his head in his lap. Come on, tell me what's wrong. Harry scratched his ears and complied with the request Sirius couldn't voice. Hagrid's an idiot, Harry murmured. Telling the whole pub about Black betraying my parents like that. How would he like it if I told stories about him to everyone, huh? Merlin, I'm sorry pup, I didn't do it, Sirius whined. You know Black was my godfather, yeah, and he just let Hagrid take off with me, which is only a little better than killing me there, I guess. I would have never killed you, he growled. I should have taken you. I should have told Dumbledore to go fuck himself and you and I could have just turned Wormtail in. Merlin, it would have been so different. Which do you think is worse, Grim dying, or living with people who hated you for 7 years? What? Sirius growled at the very thought. Hagrid told him that night that Harry was going to his aunt and uncle, Lily's kin. Did they hate Harry? Why was he only there 7 years? What all did Sirius miss locked up in that hellhole? Did your owners kick you out too? Is that why you're my dog now? I'll always be here for you, pup. I'm sorry, Sirius thought as he laid his head back in Harry's lap. Do you want to help me find Black? I figure if I wait long enough he'll find me and try to kill me. I'm not going to kill you, Merlin. Black couldn't actually kill me, could he, buddy? Doesn't even have his fucking knife. Sirius let out a few barking laughs at that. He wasn't happy about losing the only weapon he had since he had no wand, but Harry bragging about taking his knife off him to him was just too funny to ignore. He wondered if he could tell Harry about this one day, and they could laugh together. Everyone says he's mad, he's a dark wizard, he's evil, but Sissa says he was tragically misunderstood. Snape says I'm misunderstood too. Do you suppose that's just a nice way of saying crazy? Sissa defended me. He had no idea what to make of the Snape comment, but he was pleased to hear Sissa describe him to his godson as anything other than a raving lunatic. Sirius focused back on the one-sided conversation just as Harry whispered, "I can tell you a secret though, can't I, buddy?" Sirius thumped his tail on the ground. "Of course you can, pup, you can tell me anything. I'd die before I betrayed you, I swear." "Susan told me she loves me, she's my best friend, but I don't even know what that means," Harry said in a hushed whisper. "Hermione and Theo are in love, I guess, and I don't get it either. Do you think I'm broken or something? How do you know if you love someone? I'd kill someone who tried to hurt my friends, but if they tried to hurt me I'd probably kill them too. So do I love them? That doesn't sound like love, does it?" Well, it didn't really. Sirius was sure Harry wasn't broken, but he was a really odd kid. He whined as he had no idea what to make of Harry's confession. "Think I can tell Snape I told you a secret, and he'd let it count?" Sirius stuck his tongue out in an effort to show how little he cared about the opinion of Severus Snape, who Harry actually talked about quite a bit. "I better go, buddy," Harry said as he stood up. "Don't want Snape to come yelling again, do we?" Sirius bared his teeth in a light growl. If Snape came yelling at his godson in front of him, then he'd be biting a hole in the man's leg. Harry laughed as he walked up to the castle. At least he seemed more relaxed now. Sirius might be only a dog godfather right now, but he'd helped a little bit, which is more than he's been able to do in the last 12 years. Sirius tried twice during the next week to sneak into the castle again, and was foiled each time. He decided to put a pause on his plans of getting inside the castle, and try instead to catch Wormtail if he was with Weasley outside the castle instead. Harry came to see him multiple times during the week, sometimes bringing a friend or two, and always bringing food each time. "I won't let you be hungry, buddy," he promised each time. Sirius wagged his tail and happily ate while he listened to Harry talk with his friends. One afternoon Harry was talking with Sissa's son, for the blonde was Sissa's son Draco, about their upcoming Quidditch match the next day. Sirius perked up at that. He knew Harry played Seeker for Slytherin and he was so torn. On the one hand, poor, this was his chance to search the dorm again knowing everyone will be out on the field, but on the other, poor, he really wants to see Harry fly. He might have convinced himself to use the chance to search for the rat uninterrupted, if it weren't for Harry scratching his ears before he left and murmuring, "You'll be there, right, buddy?" He couldn't let him down. If Harry wanted his dog, then Sirius would be there, tail wagging, even if it strung quite a bit to be rooting for Slytherin. Kid couldn't have been a Hufflepuff if not Gryffindor. Well, probably not. Even Sirius had to admit that Harry didn't seem to have a gentle bone in his body. Slytherin was probably better than Hufflepuff, though. Sirius and James had been rather sneaky when they were students, pulling loads of pranks. Maybe Harry just inherited the same sneakiness, and it landed him smack dab in the snake pit. Harry was the only family Sirius had left. If he was happy in green robes, then he'd do his best to get over it. Starting with cheering, barking, along for Slytherin tomorrow. Dogs couldn't actually cry, but if they could, Sirius suspects his fur would be soaked by more than just the rain. Harry was a brilliant flyer. He was already better in a thunderstorm in his 3rd year than Sirius or James had been in perfect weather as 7th years. Harry was quick and cunning and light, and made moves on the broomstick that looked like they should be impossible. "Can you see him, James? Can you? He's amazing." Sirius thought his heart might break as he imagined the life Harry should have had. Him and James would have came to all his games, even if they did have to wear green robes. And they'd sit by Minerva and tease her how she lost out on the greatest Seeker in a century, and they'd embarrass the hell out of Harry in front of his friends, and it would have been brilliant. But James was dead, and Harry was an orphan, and Sirius was just a dog on a mission to find a rat. Nothing was the way it should be. Sirius, thoughts swirling rapidly into a morbid place, was the only warning he had before he felt the icy despair clinging over his fur. Dementors. He looked across the field and shit, there were at least 100. Someone get the Dementors off the pitch, they're going to kill some. Sirius started howling as he saw his godson faint and begin plunging towards the ground, his thin frame spiraling towards a sure death, either by the Dementors or the impact itself. Help HIM, he howled. He focused on Harry and tried to shut the Dementor's aura out of his mind. You're at Hogwarts, you're fine, it's Harry that needs help. Finally Sirius could see someone sprinting on the pitch, their wand drawn, and panicking nearly as much as Sirius himself was. Someone with black hair and... Snape! Snape shot a spell at Harry's body and slowed his descent. Harry still crashed on the ground and Sirius watched, shocked, as Dumbledore conjured a stretcher, and Snape sprinted as quickly as he could with Harry on the stretcher towards the castle. Did Snape like Harry? Snape had hated James Potter, but he used to be quite close with Lily, something that never failed to rile James up with jealousy. Maybe Snape liked Harry because of Lily. Sirius leapt down from the stands and went in search of Harry's friends, hoping to overhear anything about his condition. He's going to be furious, Harry's Ravenclaw friend with the brown hair said. Better to lose a broomstick than his life, her Slytherin boyfriend responded. Sirius watched as the witch pocketed a baggie full of broken broom pieces, and Sirius felt his stomach clench as he realized what it was. Harry's broomstick, his Nimbus 2001. Harry had loved that broom. Sirius saw him polishing it outside the locker room sometimes after practice. He always took his time to do it manually and make sure it was perfect. And now it was destroyed. But well, this was finally Sirius, chance to do something nice for Harry. Even if he couldn't know it was from him. The kid was the boy who lived. He probably got anonymous gifts all the time. Surely nobody would question one generous anonymous gift to him. Sirius hurried off to Hogsmeade to sneak an owl order form before returning to the Hogwarts forest and waiting for any sign of Harry's fate from the fall. How do I fix this? How do I fix you? Sirius whined for the 50th time in the last couple of weeks. Ever since Harry's Quidditch match, Sirius had to silently watch as he got more and more withdrawn, thin, and the bags beneath his eyes grew. He looked terrible, and he sounded miserable. Harry came outside almost once an evening now, just to talk. He told Sirius all about living with the Dursleys, and they had quite a reckoning coming. If Sirius couldn't clear his name, he may as well kill some abusive muggles. He talked about living on the streets. Lily was surely crying to hear this. Her beloved son sleeping in alleys. For the first time in the last 13 years, Sirius was glad James and Lily's weren't here to hear this. He could barely stand it himself. He talked about his nightmares, and living in cupboards, and feeling like he was never going to be good enough, and how Snape was the first person who had ever been kind to him. Which was just, wow, how messed up does life have to be that Severus Snape was the first adult to be kind to this kid. He told Sirius about his boggart, and he was afraid it would all come true one day. He told him about how Moony was a stupid fucking prat, and told Snape about his boggart the moment Harry left the staff room. Sirius growled in frustration at that. Remus could be so good for Harry, but he made a poor choice there, and Harry didn't seem like the forgive and forget type. Harry talked about being worried that Snape wouldn't like him anymore one day, and he'd get rid of him. Sirius had growled at the very idea, and that his friends would all abandon him and he'd be alone. Sirius understood that being alone was a fate worse than death to Harry. He knew how that felt. Harry talked about how his magic was the only thing that made him feel special, the only thing that made matter, he thought. You would matter even if you were a squib, Sirius desperately tried to convey with as many face licks as possible. Harry told him about how he'd recently started punching the walls, how seeing his skin broken, bleeding and damaged made him feel better. Sirius knew how he felt but didn't want his godson doing the same destructive things he did on occasion. He wanted Harry to be better, do better, live better. One horrible night Harry even talked about how he'd been so miserable, so sad, so angry, last year when he was expelled, and didn't Dumbledore have some explaining to do for that one? That he had cut his wrists right open hoping to die rather than live on the streets alone. Sirius had howled as if it were his own wrists being cut open. Why was life so hard on his pup? Then Harry spoke about Snape, how Snape saved him from the streets, how he signed on as his guardian, how he lied for him, taught Harry how to survive in the castle, gave him a house so he'd never be homeless again, and how Severus Snape had somehow managed to become Harry's closest, most trusted, and most reliable person in his life. Which was absolute utter madness. But Harry was an odd kid with a crummy life and had desperately needed someone, and Snape had stepped up while there hadn't been anyone else to do so, and now Harry was attached. It was insane, but it made sense. Sirius hoped that once he cleared his name, that he could take that spot in Harry's life. Except Harry was going to lose his mind when he realizes that Sirius was grim the whole time. But what was Sirius supposed to do? Run away every time Harry tried to talk to him? It was a miserable time for them both. Harry was being affected by the Dementors worse than Sirius himself was. He could see it in his face every time he came outside. He had the same haunted look of despair that many of the long-term inmates eventually adopted. Sirius was getting desperate and starting to think about trying to reach out to Albus or Remus someone to catch the rat. He doubted he could be tracked by an owl post. It could be a safe call. But if they tipped off Wormtail without actually catching the rat, then Wormtail would escape, and who knew where Sirius would find him at again. He just needed to wait. He needed Harry to hang on just a little bit longer. He was nearly at the end of his rope on patience for Harry's sake when Harry finally tipped the scales on Christmas afternoon. Harry came flying out towards the tree line, under James' cloak but leaving footprints in the snow as he ran. He pulled it off in front of a tree and started wham, crunch, slam, crunch. Stop, Harry, stop. Sirius started barking and howling, and desperately trying to pull Harry away from the tree. Quit it, pup, you're hurting yourself. Quit it, Harry screamed. He turned around and pushed Sirius back as hard as he could with his one remaining good hand. Pup, Sirius jumped back from the fire in Harry's eyes, and the cold anger he was letting off around him. This was the Harry that made Sirius' canine instincts shy away. This hard, cold, icy side that Sirius hadn't seen before, but knew it was there. Sirius had a hard time controlling his animal instincts as Harry hit the ground on his knees, arms wide open, and begged him to forgive him. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, see me, please. Sirius crept towards Harry slowly, relieved to feel that the cold feeling he was putting off earlier was gone now. I'm so sorry, Harry cried as he stroked Sirius back. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Sirius started licking Harry's face, trying to tell him it's okay. It's fine, pup, it's okay. You didn't do anything, I'm sorry too. And then Harry just broke. He clung to Sirius' neck and sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. And Sirius felt his heart break. If he wasn't 99% sure Harry would stab him immediately, he would transform back to his human self on the spot, just to comfort his godson. I don't want to do it anymore, Grim, Harry wailed. I don't want to be here anymore. No, pup, no, come on, think of flying, think of your friends. Fuck, think of Snape if you have to, don't think that way. Harry kept talking out loud, discussing what all he would need to do before he died, as Sirius panicked. This was Harry, it was the Dementors. Harry might be sad, but they were pushing him off the deep end of madness. Sirius howled and barked and wished so badly that someone would come find his pup right now. Someone needed to protect him. I'll miss you, Grim, Harry said with a tight hug to Sirius' neck. As soon as Harry put James' old cloak on, Sirius took off towards Hogsmeade as quickly as his 4 paws would take him. Not following Harry inside the castle was the hardest thing he'd ever done, but it would do his godson no good if Sirius was kissed before he had an opportunity to find someone to help Harry. And really, as much as he might not like it, after listening to Harry over the past few months, after seeing what he saw at the Quidditch match, there was only one person Harry had in his life that he trusted completely. There was only one person Sirius could turn to for help right now. Sirius had ran as quick as he could to the Shrieking Shack, and had pulled out a scrap of parchment from the pile he'd been stockpiling just in case, before transforming back temporarily. He scrawled a quick note, being sure to get as many key points in as he could before transforming back, and sending it off with the first available owl he found. Now he had to wait, which was the hardest thing he'd ever done before in his life. Hold on, pup, just hold on, hold on. Sirius sat in the Forbidden Forest all night and all morning, just watching the castle. He didn't know what he was watching for, but at a minimum he hoped he'd see Harry today, see that he was alive and okay. The sun was nearly all the way in the sky when the first change happened. The Dementors left. They all left. They gathered by the gates, then left the grounds. Sirius felt the first bit of warmth in his fur since he'd first reached the mainland, before the Dementors had been spread everywhere he went. Snape actually did it. He got rid of the Dementors. Did he catch the rat? Sirius paced the forest floor impatiently as he waited for some sort of sign of anything happening up in the castle. He was so focused on the faraway castle that the presence of a silver fox right in front of him made him stumble backwards over his paws. I received your note. Your presence is required in the defense office. The Dementors have cleared the school. Snape's drawling voice came from the fox. That was the most unhelpful and vaguest message Sirius could imagine receiving in this moment. He assumed Snape got his message. Owls rarely, if ever, lost posts. And he saw the Dementors leave the grounds. But why was he needed in the defense office? Did Snape get the rat? Was Sirius going to be arrested? Was this a trap? He whined as he paced some more and tried to come to a decision. Snape was a greasy git. Sirius heard students complain about him and knew that he hadn't really changed much since school, even if he was fond of Lily's son. But why would the Dementors leave unless they caught the rat? Did Snape give him Veritaserum? Did Wormtail confess? The defense office would be Moony's, which made it seem like Snape did go to him for proof. Did Moony understand? Would Moony help him or hurt him if he showed up? And Snape didn't say a damn thing about Harry. It was that thought that finally made him charge inside the castle. He wouldn't find out how Harry was from the forest. He ran inside and sniffed his way to Moony's office. He took a few deep breaths before scratching on the door. Don't let Harry's trust be in the wrong person, he desperately hoped as Dumbledore himself opened the door. Sirius slunk in the room slowly, eyeing the occupants. Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, Minister Fudge, Snape, Lucius Malfoy, and Moony. Sirius let out a soft whine at Moony's face. He looked shocked, but his eyes were lit up with a desperate kind of hope. Sirius thought that was probably a good sign. It will be easier to clear your name if you were in your human form, Dumbledore told him. I don't trust you, Sirius whined, even as he transformed back to himself. He backed away from the six Wixen, all staring at him with big shocked eyes. Did you catch the rat? He asked hoarsely, cursing his voice for sounding so weak in a moment like this. We did, Dumbledore said. Well, Severus did. Sirius looked at Snape. Harry, he's okay. Potter is fine, Snape sneered. What the hell? Did Snape even care about Harry? Did he even check on him like Sirius told him to? Harry was not fine last night. He'd been planning out a suicide note with instructions for Merlin's sake. How could Snape say he was fine? Sirius was gearing up to argue with the man when Amelia cut in. Will you consent to an interview under the use of Veritaserum? We have interviewed Pettigrew and will require your cooperation as well. I can tell you what really happened, Sirius said hopefully. No more Azkaban. We will discuss it post-interview, Amelia said. Do you consent or not? Sirius looked towards Moony, his friend, his lover, the man he had trusted more than anyone. Except for the one thing that had counted. Moony was staring at him with his eyes reflecting Sirius' own hope back at him. He nodded slightly. Do it, his amber eyes said. Yeah, I consent, Sirius said. How soon can we do it? Immediately, Fudge said, his voice suspiciously upbeat for the serious tune. Why don't we pop over to the ministry and get this taken care of right now? Wonderful plan, Dumbledore said. Sirius, why don't I accompany you? Sirius was beginning to panic, thinking this might be a trap when Malfoy caught his attention. I believe you will require legal representation, he said smoothly. As the barrister on retainer for the House of Black, I will accompany you and represent your legal interests. Who made you retainer for the House of Black? Sirius said with a sneer. I think I'd rather take my chances without one than you. The Malfoys were no better of a family than the Black had been, and Lucius had been one of the first Death Eaters as far as Sirius was aware. That's what his mad cousin Bellatrix screamed about all the time anyway. Malfoy just raised his brows and smirked the slightest amount. Very well, I will inform Heir Potter Black that you refused my services. Enjoy interrogation without a lawyer, Black. Damn it, Sirius did want a lawyer, desperately badly. Someone who could make sure his words weren't twisted under Veritaserum, and he'd have no time to find one if Fudge wanted him interviewed now. He glanced at Moony again, the one who always kept a calm head on his shoulders, and saw him nod. Fine, he huffed, you can come with Malfoy. Don't do me any favors, Malfoy said. Sirius rolled his eyes. Either Harry had hired him as a barrister for the House of Black, or he hadn't. It was Sirius doing him any favors regardless. Let's get this over with, the minister said. Sooner we get to the ministry, the sooner this whole mess can be solved. Finally a chance to sort it all out. Sirius could feel tears of relief welling up as Moony stepped up behind him in line for the flu and slowly put his hand on Sirius' shoulder. I'm sorry, he murmured. I should never have doubted you. I should have trusted you more, Sirius said, his heart aching with how much could have been prevented had they just trusted each other a little more back then. Let's go get this cleared up, Moony said with a watery smile that Sirius returned right before stepping into the flue. The next 2 hours were a whirlwind for Sirius. He'd been taken to interrogation, where Moony waited outside and Malfoy followed him in. Amelia gave him 4 drops of Veritaserum, and the next hour was a haze of questions and toneless answers. When he felt himself coming to from the questioning, it was, to the beaming smile of Amelia. Sirius Black, on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I would like to be the first to apologize to you, and wish you luck on your life going forward. Sirius couldn't catch his breath. "Doodasm, that's it," he gasped, looking from Malfoy's bored expression to Amelia's happy one. "I'm free." "You're free," Amelia confirmed. "You'll need to report to records to file for an expungement and report to holding to retrieve your wand, but then you're free to go." Sirius walked out of interrogation in a complete daze. 12 years. 12 years he'd hoped for this day. He'd thought of ripping Wormtail apart himself and then living his life. He never truly thought he'd get to see it happen. Even if Wormtail was already being processed, it was still a dream come true. He'd do it right this time. Forgo vengeance in an effort to live his life the way he should have 12 years ago. He'd barely processed anything when Moony's repeated question finally clicked in. "Where do you want to go?" he asked, his face lit up with happiness. "Hogwarts," Sirius said immediately. "I want to see Harry, I have to explain." Moony nodded with understanding, and they flew together back to his office. As they made their way to the dungeons, Moony talked about the little bits of Harry he'd gotten to know. "I think the Dementors have been rough on him," he said quietly. "He's been roaming around at night, not sleeping, and one night I caught him punching the wall until he broke his knuckles." Sirius frowned as he nodded. Snape clearly wasn't doing very good in his capacity of guardian if he was just letting Harry get worse and worse. What was his plan if Sirius hadn't found a way to get rid of the Dementors? Did he even care about Harry's obvious unhappiness? Moony threw Snape's office door open, agreeing that Snape would be the easiest person to approach to find Harry, and told him that Sirius had been cleared. "Delightful," Snape said with a glare at Sirius. "Leave." "I want to see Harry," Sirius said quickly. "Where is he?" Why was Harry with Snape? Did he really leave him alone when Sirius said he was going to hurt himself? If something happened to Harry because Snape was too stupid to watch him, then Sirius would have no problem earning a place in Azkaban this time. "He's asleep," Snape spat towards Sirius, "though I doubt if he were awake that he would wish to see you." "Why wouldn't he want to see Sirius? He can explain to him what really happened that night," Moony said with a puzzled frown. "I don't even know why you're here," Snape switched his glare to Moony. "Potter certainly won't wish to see you." That was probably true enough. Harry had complained quite a bit about Moony. Sirius hoped they could work it out eventually, but it wasn't important right now. "I want to talk with Harry," he said again. "I need to explain." "Have you not allowed Potter to talk to you plenty?" Snape snarled. "Do you intend to inform him why his pet is no longer sniffing around the forest?" "It isn't your damn business, Snape." Sirius felt his patience snapping. "Go get my damn godson, I need to talk to him." "Your godson? Surely you mean my ward," Snape said softly, fury filling Sirius at the reminder that Snape was Harry's guardian instead of himself. "It should have been me." "Did you forget, that while you were playing fetch as a pet, that I am actually Potter's guardian?" "Fuck you," Sirius snarled, his patience officially gone. He needed to see that Harry was okay and Snape was playing fucking word games. "Harry thinks you're a good person, loyal and honest, but we know the truth, don't we, Snivelus?" He was happy to see Snape was now just as angry as Sirius himself was. He stepped closer and jabbed his wand in Sirius' chest. "You dare when I saved your skin from the Dementors," he hissed. "I should have burnt your little note and turned you in myself." "And leave the Dementors to kill Harry. You do that," Sirius said. "You don't care about him at all, do you?" "Do not talk to me." The office door opened and there he was, Sirius' godson, alive. Harry stood in the open doorway, his mouth hanging open as he took in the scene in front of him. Snape with Sirius at one point, while Lupin stood to the side. Harry barely looked at him before looking directly to Severus and raising both of his brows incredulously. "What's going on?"
"Shit."
Chapter 16, Grim Revelations. Harry grabbed his knife in his pocket with his good hand and held it ready as the 3 men in Snape's office turned to look at him. He ignored Lupin and the black-haired man and focused on Snape. Snape, who had the black-haired man at one point and looked ready to kill him any moment. "What's going on?" Harry asked Snape. He tried thinking as hard as he could. If you get to kill this guy, then I get to kill Lupin. He couldn't tell if Snape was picking up on his thought or not, but judging from the smirk on his face, he thought he might have. Harry, the black-haired man, turned away from Snape and smiled at Harry. It took Harry a moment to figure out why the man looked so familiar, and once he did, he felt blazing hot anger rising up through his whole body. "It's you!" Sirius Black, just standing right in front of him, like a Boxing Day nightmare for Harry. Or like a gift, practically wrapped and presented right in his face. Harry waved his hand and threw Black as hard as possible into Snape's bookshelf. "Don't let him move," he ordered his magic with a sharp tug on it. "Harry, wait, please listen. It's not what you think," Black was babbling as he pointlessly tried to move off the floor where Harry threw him. Harry ignored him and stepped closer, pulling Black's own knife out of his robe pocket. It would be more karmic, as Snape often said, if he used Black's own knife to kill him, since the man had planned on killing Harry with it after all. "Severus, are you going to stop him?" Lupin cried. Black wished to speak with Potter. This is his chance. "What?" Harry paused and looked at Black, then Snape. "Why's he in your office? Why do you want to talk to me?" Snape held his hands up and gestured towards Black. "Feel free to kill him if you'd like. I certainly won't stop you." Snape sneered, a look of pure loathing towards Black. "But you may want to hear him out first. At least you will end his life for the correct reasons." "What reasons?" Harry demanded. "What more reasons are there?" He turned back to Black. "What other reasons could you have? It's your fault my parents are dead. Your fault I lived in Surrey. All of the Dementors, your fault." "I know, God, Harry, I know," Black said, his voice hoarse but genuine. I'm so sorry, but it's not what you think." "Shut up," Harry ordered with another pull of his magic. He turned to Snape, who was leaning against the wall next to Lupin. Lupin looked like he was going to have a panic attack or something any moment. His eyes were bulging, and he was wringing his hands together. Snape looked bored. "What's he talking about?" Harry asked Snape. "What's going on?" "Maybe you should let Sirius." "I wasn't fucking talking to you," Harry snarled at Lupin. "Language," Snape murmured with a pleased smirk in the corner of his mouth. "Snape, what's going on?" Harry asked again. "Your godfather," Snape grimaced as he said that, "has been cleared of all charges this morning." "What?" Harry yelped. "But how? Why?" Harry glanced behind himself to Black, who was still frozen in place and mouthing something silently over and over. He looked back to Snape. Why would they do that? He thought the damn minister was his friend. "Harry, why don't you? Can you get rid of him?" Harry yelled to Snape, gesturing at Lupin. "Because I'm going to hurt him if not." He could feel that desperate feeling rising in him, and his magic was swirling around, ready to do what he wanted with the slightest notice. If Lupin didn't leave, as in right now, Harry was going to hurt him. He wasn't against it. He still owed Lupin for the boggart, but he did need to get some answers. It wouldn't do him any good if Lupin killed him before he killed Black. He had magic on his side, but Lupin had crazy wolf strength. Harry wasn't a fan of even odds. "Gladly," Snape said. He flicked his wand and Harry watched with satisfaction as Lupin was shoved outside the classroom, with the door slammed firmly in his face. "Why did they let Black go?" Harry immediately asked Snape. Snape wouldn't lie to him. Snape didn't even like Black, hated him as much as Harry did in fact. Surely he'd be upset about it too. "Your parents switched secret keepers," Snape said calmly, politely ignoring the crazy wind that Harry's magic was causing to fill the room. "They used Pettigrew instead of Black. Pettigrew was the one who betrayed them and turned them into the Dark Lord. Then he was the one who killed the Muggles and faked his death when Black confronted him." Harry stared at Snape as the magic around him settled at his feet. "And you believe that?" he said incredulously. It sounded less believable than the lies Harry used to tell at primary to cover his bruises. "I fell caused a black eye. They switched secret keepers, cleared Black's name." "Ridiculous. I would not, had I not heard it with my own ears, while Pettigrew was under the influence of Veritaserum." "You Pettigrew was here, where is he now?" Harry asked quickly. If it was true, then Pettigrew was the reason Harry didn't get to live with his parents, and Black was the one who left him to the Dursleys. 20 minutes ago, the only person he'd been planning on killing today was himself, but it seemed like he could turn this whole day around really. Take one name off his list, and take someone off the list he didn't know needed to even be there. A miracle, really. "I believe he is on his way to Azkaban," Snape said. Harry stared hard at him, his brows furrowed. "You let them take him, why would you do that?" Letting them arrest Pettigrew was the only way to get Black's name cleared, so I could get rid of the Dementors. Snape gave him a sympathetic sort of look. If it were not for the Dementors, I gladly would have assisted you in dispatching of the rat. The Dementors are gone, you got rid of them. Really, Harry breathed, excitement filling him for the first time in months. He hated the Dementors, hated them more than he hated Black, more than he hated Dumbledore even. Getting rid of the Dementors was worth delaying Pettigrew's death. The Dementors made him weak and worthless and pathetic. And Snape got rid of them. Snape gave him a small smile and a nod. They are gone. Harry felt relief crashing over him so hard that if it weren't for Black still being in the room he probably would have cheered. Brill, he grinned at Snape, you're a genius. I am aware, Snape said it in a bored voice, but Harry could tell he was pleased with himself. He grimaced as he looked again towards Black. I believe at some point you will have to do something with that. He does not add much to my decor. Harry glanced behind him to Black and saw that he was still in the same spot on the floor, though he clearly gave up on trying to talk and was now just glaring at Snape. Don't fucking look at him like that, Harry snapped. He turned back to Snape and saw that he was practically smirking now towards Black. How'd you find him anyway? He asked. Snape gestured towards Harry's usual chair in front of his desk. If you would like, we could have coffee while I tell you the incredibly anticlimactic story, Snape offered casually, as if there wasn't a man awaiting an execution stuck to the floorboards of his classroom. Harry hesitated as he turned and looked at Black again. Find out what happened first, then kill Black, he decided. Okay. Harry turned his chair just enough where he could see both Snape and Black. He gave a careful pull on his magic and felt like it was in place enough to hold Black for a while longer. Snape called for Mavis and ordered them both a cup of coffee with milk and sugar. Harry's right hand shook a little as he grabbed his mug, but if Snape noticed, he didn't comment. I received an annoying letter this morning, Snape said after they both drank their coffee for a moment. It said, find Weasley's rat. Harry listened carefully as Snape explained how he got a letter from Black, how he went and got Scabbers from their dorm, demanded answers from Lupin, how he called for Madame Bones and Mr. Malfoy and they talked to Pettigrew. Then Snape saw a chance to get rid of the Dementors and took it. And I believe aside from a few finer points, which I will gladly let Black explain himself on, that brings us up to when you entered and interrupted Black demanding he see you. That Harry didn't even know what to say. That sounds like bullshit. Scabbers the annoying little rat was an animagus, smart enough to fake his death and pin the Muggle murders on Black, but too stupid to use magic to change his appearance and hide out in another country. If anyone aside from Snape had told him this story, he never would have believed them. Ever. I agree, Snape said, yet it is apparently the truth. Harry glanced over to Black, who was nodding emphatically. So if he didn't betray my parents, then how come he let Hagrid take me that night? If he was innocent and my godfather, why didn't he take me with him? An excellent question, Snape said, one I suggest you ask him. Harry tried to look at Black as hatefully as Snape had. If you even twitch in my direction, I'm going to kill you, he said flatly as he pointed Black's own knife in his direction. Got it. He was going to kill him anyway, but he wanted answers first. Like Snape said, better to kill him for the right reasons. Black mouthed something indecipherable that seemed like an agreement as Harry pulled his magic back in. You're strong, Black chuckled weakly once he was freed. I know, Harry cut him off. He didn't need Black to praise his magic, he needed him to answer some questions. Why'd you let Hagrid take me? Black got to his feet slowly and kept a wary look on the knife Harry had clutched in his left hand. Apparently he wasn't as stupid as Harry thought he was. Which didn't say much, because Harry thought he was an absolute idiot. I went there that night, Black said hesitantly. I tried to get you, but Hagrid said Dumbledore wanted me to go to my aunt, Harry cut in again. Yeah, I heard the story. Why'd you let him? Black looked between Harry and Snape, frowning as if he didn't understand the simple question. 30 seconds, Harry drawled, then I'm going to kill you. Black glanced towards the door quickly, but not quick enough for Harry to not notice. Nope, he said. Look, he smiled sharply at Black, who now looked nervous. Sorry about that, but I need answers. Harry, I'm sorry, Black stammered while Snape chuckled under his breath. I should have fought for you. Why didn't you? Harry asked again. 20 seconds, Black, he added when Black just hesitated. I couldn't go against Dumbledore, Black cried, his grey eyes wide. What was I supposed to do? Hide you away from him for the rest of your life? Harry got to his feet and took a couple steps closer to Black. He was happy to see the man stepped away from him. Yes, he said sharply, you were my godfather, that's exactly what you should have done. I couldn't fight against Dumbledore's orders, Black said. Nobody would have, you don't under. Snape would have, Harry said confidently. Snape wouldn't have let Dumbledore take me to my aunt's if he'd been my godfather, would he? Snape was a fucking Death Eater, Black spat. Your parents wouldn't have made him godfather if he had been the last choice on Earth. Don't talk about him like that, Harry said lightly, as he sent a neat spell Blaze showed him towards Black's wrist. The sharp howl of pain accompanied by the audible snapping of the bone made Harry smile. He'd have to thank Blaze again for showing him that one. You might have missed it when you were destroying our stuff, but I've got a wicked sword up in my trunk. Harry smiled his most threatening smile, the one that made the older Slytherins leave him alone immediately. I can have it here faster than you can say Death Eater again. Black seemed surprised, which was rather dim of him considering Harry had told him Halloween night that he was going to kill him. Did he think that the fact he was only guilty of one deed, instead of two, meant Harry forgave him? You picked revenge over me, didn't you? He asked coolly. No, Harry, no, I swear I tried to get you first. But you didn't. Harry took another step closer. You left me alone. I was a baby. I was alone. I'm sorry, Black wailed, and he did truly look sorry. It just didn't matter. If I had known what it was going to be like for you, I never would have let Hagrid take you pup, I swear. Harry paused and sifted through that statement. The Daily Prophet or Snape? He shot a dark look behind him towards Snape, who shook his head as he got to his own feet. Not Snape. What do you know about my life? Harry asked slowly. You don't know a single thing about me. Well, Black hesitated and looked pleadingly at Snape. Your funeral, mutt, Snape sneered from behind Harry. What do you mean, if you knew what it was like? Harry repeated when Black quit talking. What the fuck does that mean? Breathe, Snape murmured as Harry's magic was starting to go haywire again. I don't want to fucking breathe, Harry muttered, even as he took a few deep breaths to calm himself. It wouldn't help any if he accidentally killed Snape, because Black was an idiot. He steadied himself and then looked evenly at Black. What do you mean? Don't freak out, okay, Black said. Harry felt Snape shift behind him and knew that whatever Black was about to say, Harry very desperately did not want to hear it. I am an animagus, Black said, and we met. Harry watched as Black suddenly shifted into Grim, who he fed. Who was his friend? Who he told almost all his secrets to. Harry froze, shocked to his core. He told him everything, every weak, pathetic thought he had, talked about the memories the Dementors brought up, and about his boggart. Talked about being broken. Talked about the Dursleys, about the youth shelters, about last winter, and about everything was planning. Harry was so shocked he could barely talk. You stupid fucking dog. Harry lunged towards Grim, who transformed back to Black, and darted quickly towards the doorway. Harry, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. I'm going to kill you, Harry screamed. He threw the knife in his hand at Black's chest and cursed when it hit his arm instead. His aim wasn't as good left-handed. Snape, Black yelled, ducking from Harry's quickly fired curse. Are you going to help? Harry couldn't hear Snape's response, as he focused on making Black hurt, but he didn't think it sounded like he was going to step in. Harry, I'm Og. Harry smiled as Black hit his knees and screamed. Must be soundproof, Harry mused out loud, his voice as cold as he felt in the moment. Thought maybe Lupin would try and come back in. I soundproofed it the moment Black transformed, Snape said just as casually as he had been so far. I would hate for your reunion with your godfather to be disrupted. Harry ended the spell on Black as he gave Snape a considering look. Did you know? Snape understood him at once, as Harry suspected only Snape could. I did not until this morning. Harry nodded as he turned back to Black. If Snape said he didn't know, then he didn't know. Black held a hand up towards Harry. His voice was raspy when he spoke. I deserved that I did. But Harry, listen, I know you didn't mean to tell me those things, but now that I know I can help you, okay? Help me? Harry looked incredulously at him. What help could I possibly need from you? He squeezed his right hand in a fist as he stared down at Black. He didn't know if it was the lack of Dementors, or the fact that he finally had someone to take all his cold anger out on, but he felt clearer than he had in weeks, months even probably. He didn't need help, certainly not from Black. What you said last night, it doesn't have to be like that, Harry, Black said as he struggled to stand back up. You're young, you've got so much to live for. Shut up, Harry warned him, his face heating as he realized Snape could hear everything Black was saying. Shut your mouth. Can we just talk, please? Black said. Harry ignored how his hopeful grey eyes looked just like Grimm's. I care so much about why. Shut up, Harry said. He backed away a few steps before Black could say anything else. Go away. Harry, Go away, Harry screamed. Shut your mouth and go away. Harry sent a quick jab of his magic towards the door to open it for Black. He needed him to leave now. Black looked over Harry's shoulder, presumably to where Snape was standing. Snape. Go, Black, Snape said coldly. He does not want to talk. I would leave while you are able. Black edged towards the door, staring mournfully at Harry as he went. I'm sorry, Harry. I'll be here when you're ready to talk, he said. I love you, pup. Harry cut his leg with a quick flick of his magic as he went out the door. See, can you lock the door? He said, panting from the anger he could feel swirling in his chest. Make it so he can't come back in. Gladly. Harry waited a moment while he watched Snape lock and ward the door before he collapsed to the floor. He didn't think he even had the energy to kill Black right now. He felt shaky and exposed in a way he wasn't used to feeling. He tricked me, he said quietly. He fucking tricked me, made me think he was just a dog. He did, Snape agreed solemnly, as he sat cross-legged across from Harry. I said a lot of things, Harry admitted. I didn't know it was him. I know, Snape said. May I see your hand? Snape's sudden change in topic threw Harry off. He scooted backwards until he felt the desk against his back. No. You are injured, Harry. Give me your hand. Harry purposefully flexed his left hand. It's fine, he said. Your right hand, if you please. Did he tell you I was hurt? Because he's a liar, Harry said. He hated that stupid dog, hated Black for knowing all these things about him, hated him for seeing him last night, seeing him weak and, oh God, he'd cried on that git. Harry cursed himself for not obliviating him when he had the chance. Stupid. I saw it was injured last night, Snape said, pulling Harry back to the conversation he'd rather not have. I would like you to remove the glamour and either heal it yourself or allow me to do so. Harry stared at Snape's calm dark eyes as he lifted his right hand. Black already knew. Why should Black know and not Snape? Snape wouldn't laugh, wouldn't mock him or call him weak. Stop hiding, he ordered his hand. The glamour disappeared easily as Harry felt the magic drawing itself back inside him. He didn't bother looking at his hand in favor of watching Snape. He knew what it looked like. His fingers were bruised and swollen, the knuckles scraped, cracked and bloody. He thought he'd probably torn up a nerve in one of his fingers. It hadn't felt right all day, but he'd thrived on that pain, savored it. It kept him feeling sharp as he planned on how to tell Snape about Theo's dad. I'm going to summon Murtlap essence unless you would rather heal it yourself, Snape said quietly. I don't think I can right now, Harry admitted. My magic is tired, or else I would have just killed him. Snape hummed as he summoned the Murtlap essence and beckoned Harry to move closer to him. It would be foolish to kill him at Hogwarts, he said as Harry slowly inched closer. It would be a shame to be rid of the Dementors only to be sent directly to Azkaban. I wouldn't go to Azkaban, Harry said as he offered Snape his hand. Oh, Snape dapped some of the essence on Harry's knuckles and Harry hissed between his teeth as they burned before the skin starting knitting itself back together. Did you have a grand escape plan? Perhaps transform into a rat and move in with Ronald? Harry snorted lightly at Snape's sarcastic tone. I'd hide at our house and make you secret keeper, he said confidently. Nobody'd find me then, would they? They would not, Snape agreed. Deep breath now as I heal the breaks. Harry watched curiously as Snape tapped his hand twice, and the bones snapped and reset themselves back in the correct position. He flexed his hand, and was both relieved and disappointed to see that it was good as new. Thanks, he said begrudgingly. You can thank me by not doing it again, Snape said as he disappeared the supplies. I am sure that there are many more deserving subjects for your anger than yourself. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. What all did Black tell you? He asked cautiously, before I got here. He told Grim a lot of things. Snape knew most of them, but there were some things he didn't. He told me you intended to end your life today, Snape said. I will kill him, Harry swore to himself. Some way, somehow, I will kill him. And you know he's lying, right? Harry asked, a desperate edge creeping in his tone. He's a liar, Snape. He can't be trusted. I am inclined to believe him in this instance, Snape said slowly. I believe the Dementors have had a terribly adverse effect on your mental health, and I believe that your self-abuse was a sign I should not have overlooked. I am not self-abusing, Harry scoffed weakly. I got mad and I hit a tree and I'm fine now. Snape made a noise of disbelief. If I searched your dorm right now, I would not find a letter addressed to be read after your death. Snape guessed with an accuracy so sharp Harry felt like he couldn't breathe for a moment. No, Harry lied. I dunno why you'd think that. I'm sorry, Snape apologized before flicking his wand again. Harry was confused for a moment, unsure what was supposed to have happened before a parchment flew beneath the door straight to Snape's hand. Dear Luna, he read aloud with a small frown aimed at the parchment, as his eyes quickly scanned it over. Give that here, Harry cried, longing for the parchment. That's Private Snape. Snape let him rip the paper from his hands and Harry quickly ran and threw it in the lit fire. His face was so red he knew Snape could see it across the room. That was private, he hissed. It's none of your fucking business. I disagree, Snape said. His voice was still steady even though his eyes looked soft now. I think that your decision to end your life is very much my business. I wasn't going to, Harry sputtered. I was just upset about the Dementors, and they're gone now, so it's fine now. Yeah. It is not fine, Snape said. I cannot ignore the fact that you felt so desperate that you believed your only option was to end your life. I'm not going to end my life, Harry scowled. I'm okay, I wasn't thinking, but I was going to talk to you. That's what you wanted, wasn't it? Me to come talk to you. You had a plan, Snape said flatly. You wrote a letter bequeathing your belongings to your friends and had a plan, Harry. Harry tried to think of a way to get them to drop the subject as Snape got to his feet and slowly walked around to his desk. Snape looked over at Harry, and he thought he saw a flash of fondness in his eyes before he summoned his Patronus. What are you doing? Harry asked nervously. Harry and I will be unavailable until at least January 5th when school resumes, he said, ignoring Harry altogether. If you would kindly watch over my students, it would be appreciated. Harry snuck over to the door while Snape was sending off his Patronus. He growled when he realized it was still locked with Snape's wards. We are returning home for the remainder of the break, Snape said as he watched Harry struggle with the door. I believe we could both use a break from the castle. Oh, Harry dropped his hand and felt stupid all of a sudden. Snape had been acting weird, so he was worried when Snape was calling up his Patronus that he had something horrible planned. But going home for a week and a half, that wasn't horrible. That would be wicked. Okay, Brill, let me go grab Sevi my trunk and tell my friends yeah. No need, Snape said as he scrawled something on a piece of parchment. We will send Mavis for your owl and trunk, and I will send Miss Bones a message letting her know of our departure. If you would step through the flue, then I will follow behind you. Okarai, Harry said slowly. Snape was acting, off, subdued maybe. I'll see you in a minute at home, he checked. You will, Snape said, his eyes calm and reassuring. Harry tried to ignore the part of his brain that was making him think he was trapped, and decided to trust Snape. Harry grabbed a pinch of the flue powder and called out their address and the password, Spinner's End, Sevi. He closed his eyes as he whirled and twirled through different fireplaces before being spat out in the sitting room. He backed away quickly from the fireplace, not wanting to be hit when Snape arrived. Snape was being weird. Harry didn't know if he just accepted his explanation for the mad letter he'd wrote for Luna this morning or if maybe he didn't care. No, not that one. Snape would care, he already said as much. Maybe he just understood about the Dementors. Harry had went to his office this morning planning on finding a way to explain about Theo's dad without breaking his vow. Instead, he was faced with Black and a mad story about dead men who weren't really dead, and secret keepers and animagi and stupid fucking dogs with grey eyes. He had sort of forgotten all about his plans until Snape brought it back up. He wasn't sure if his plans changed or if they were just delayed now. His head felt clear of almost all the fog that had been filling it for weeks. And he'd have to kill Sirius Black before he died. He knew almost all his secrets now. He could be telling Lupin right now for all Harry knew. Harry was packing in front of the bookshelves, making plans, when Snape gracefully stepped from the flue. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "No," Harry murmured, distracted. "Do you believe me when I say that nobody who wishes you harm will be able to penetrate our wards?" Harry stopped packing and looked curiously at Snape. "Suppose so," he tilted his head as he studied Snape's casual stance and his tone. "Why? Then will we fight over you relinquishing your knives to me for the remainder of the break, or will you trust in your complete protection here?" Harry scoffed and resumed his packing. "I'm not giving up my knives," he said. "You've lost the plot." "Accio Harry Potter's knives." Harry looked up, startled, as both his knives went flying from his pockets to Snape's hands. "What the hell?" he cried. "Give those back, Snape." "No," Snape said. He tapped the knives both with his wand, and Harry shouted as they disappeared. "It would be terribly irresponsible of me to allow you to carry those at present time." Harry stared open-mouthed at him. "What is this, what the hell?" "You may have those back when I no longer believe you are a threat to yourself," Snape said calmly. "I'm not a threat to myself," Harry sputtered. "What is this, some sort of lockdown?" "It is," Snape said as he sat on the recliner. "I assume you would prefer to remain here rather than stay at St. Mungo's." Harry paled at the threat. He wasn't going to the hospital. "I'm not crazy," he said as he clenched his jaw. "That stuff I said, I didn't mean it, and it's your fault anyway." "My fault?" Snape raised a surprised brow at that. "How do you determine I am at fault for Black charading as a stray dog?" "It's your fault I even said that stuff," Harry said, his voice getting heated as he pinned this on Snape. "You told me to talk to someone, and I did, and then he told you what I said." "Ah, and it is of course my fault that you told Black of your intent to kill yourself," Snape said with the faintest sneer. That's not what I said," Harry yelled. "You're making me sound crazy when I was just talking. I didn't mean it." Harry took a deep breath and looked around the room quickly. He could go out the front door, but where would he go? The flue was in here, and even though he used to apparate around London, he hadn't done it in a long time, nor for so long of a distance. "I would appreciate you not running out, as this is your home," Snape said, once again guessing with an uncanny precision Harry's exact thoughts. "I changed my mind," Harry said, thinking quickly. "Can we go back to Hogwarts?" "No." "No, what?" Harry stared at Snape, not understanding. "What's going on?" You and I, are going to go visit the Mind Healer." You and I are not," he sneered with a mocking laugh. "You can go if you want." "You can go to the Mind Healer, or you can go to St. Mungo," Snape said. Harry blinked as Snape's threat registered. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "I thought you were my friend." "I am, you arrogant brat," Snape hissed. "And as your friend I am telling you that you are going to end up in a small coffin if you do not get help." Harry blanched at Snape's acidic tone and shook his head. This was too much. This whole day was too much. Can we go tomorrow?" he said quietly as he thought through his options. "I'm tired and this day has been weird, yeah." Snape stared at him in the same way Harry usually studies people. "You will go without a fight tomorrow morning," he said, his gaze steely. Yes," Harry lied. He'd find a way to get out of it between now and then, but if he had to go then, anything was better than St. Mungo's. He knew a couple street kids who got taken to hospitals and never came back. Harry wasn't going to be forced in some crazy hospital and left there to rot. "I apologize, Harry," Snape sighed. "Would you be willing to vow it on your magic?" Harry cleared the irritation, anger, and annoyance off his face, and put on the bored mask that Snape himself taught him. "Of course, Professor," he said coolly. "I swear on my magic that I'll go to the fucking Mind Healer's office tomorrow." Harry flinched to feel the cold vow sinking into his skin. "Thank you," Snape said, offering Harry a smile. "Would you like to get lunch?" "Nope," Harry spat. "I'll be in my room." He stormed up the stairs and slammed his door as hard as he could. He vowed he'd go to the Mind Healer's office, and he would. Snape couldn't make him fucking talk, though. Chapter 17, Session 1. Family Session 1, 27th of December 1993. "Severus, come in, have a seat, and this must be Harry." Michael smiled at the brooding teenager skulking in the doorway as his guardian, Severus Snape, took a seat on the sofa in his office. He had met Severus before when the man came to him seeking answers for his ward's moods. Michael had been fairly confident in his tentative diagnosis of manic-depressive illness for the teen, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't eager to explore that more. He had never had a patient as young as Harry who, from what Severus had said, displayed such obvious signs. "Harry, come sit," Severus said. Michael could hear the irritation in the man's voice and assumed, based on Harry's narrow-eyed glare, that coming to therapy had not been Harry's idea. Harry stalked over to the couch and sat on the edge. He crossed his legs and adopted a terrific look of boredom. Harry wouldn't be his first reluctant teen patient, and he wouldn't be his last. "So," Michael clapped his hands together and smiled at the pair. "Tell me what made you guys decide to follow up in therapy?" Over the summer, Severus had made it sound like Harry would never consent to therapy. Michael had worried at the time that Severus needed to push more as the guardian as Harry went untreated for his ailments. So he was surprised, and pleased of course, when his assistant informed him that Severus had booked multiple appointments over the next week and a half for Harry. Severus looked at the tight-lipped boy next to him and sighed. "Harry's depression has gotten worse recently," he said. "I would prefer it if he told you about his difficulties himself, though I will inform you if he chooses not to." Michael ignored the threatening hiss that Severus gave to Harry and gave the young man a reassuring smile. "Alrighty then, Harry, I know therapy seems like a crock. Who wants to talk about their feelings, eh?" He chuckled lightly as his own overused joke before getting serious, but it can sometimes help to have a sounding board for your thoughts and feelings. Unlike most teenage boys, Harry did not roll his eyes and huff out an argument. He just stared at Michael as if he were a slug beneath his trainers. Michael politely watched him for a few minutes, quite used to the uncomfortable silence of reluctant clients, before turning back to Severus. "All right, well, Severus, why don't you go ahead and tell me how Harry's depression has impacted you?" "Me?" Severus looked surprised that he was being brought into the conversation. Michael found that it usually sparked conversation from most clients when their parents or guardians set a good example. "This session is for Harry," Severus said with a roll of his eyes. "It might help him if he could hear how you've been impacted," Michael pointed out logically, undeterred by the cool tone Severus used. "So what makes you believe Harry is depressed?" Severus sighed again and looked incredibly put upon by the question. "Harry has had a noticeable lack of interest in life recently. He has not been sleeping, he picks at his food, he does not do the activities he used to enjoy, and he has developed other concerning behaviors since about mid-November." Michael nodded along as Severus listed the behaviors he has seen. He agreed that it seemed like a classic description of depression. The length of time surprised him, though. His other manic-depressive patients experienced bouts of mild to severe depression that typically lasted 2 to 4 weeks. Michael wondered if there were any outside causes that would be lengthening the time Harry has spent in his stage. "Have there been any recent changes in either of your lives?" he asked. "Anything that may have been an influence in these behaviors?" Harry glared at Severus, who, interestingly, glared back at him. He made a note of a possible need for an increase in affection in the household. "Harry's godfather was recently released from prison," Severus said. "It could be a factor." "Or it could be the Dementors," Harry muttered sullenly. "Dementors?" Michael asked, interested in the term. "What is Dementors?" Severus gave Harry an even darker glare, and Michael marked out his previous note. Their household had a definite need for an increase in affection. "It is a slang term that the students use for prison guards," Severus said slowly. "We had quite a few of them at our school and they did not create a positive environment." Harry snorted derisively at this, amused by Severus' description. "Why were there prison guards at your school?" Michael asked curiously. "You both reside at a boarding school during the school term, right?" "Correct," Severus said. "Over the summer Harry's godfather had escaped from prison, and they sent the prison guards to the school to safeguard it before his name was recently cleared." Michael made a small note of Severus' slight sneer as he discussed Harry's godfather. "S appears to feel threatened by the godfather's claim to Harry." "And you believe the prison guards made you feel worse, Harry?" Michael couldn't actually imagine a peaceful environment that would be conducive to learning, with prison guards roaming around. "Yep," Harry said, blinking his face back to his previously bored mask. "It must have been stressful, the situation with your godfather. Would you like to talk about that?" Harry curled his lip at him and sat back silently. "Okay then," Michael turned back to Severus with a smile. "If Harry doesn't feel up to talking just yet, why don't you tell me about those other concerning behaviors?" Severus gave Harry an apologetic look, before turning a solemn face to Michael. Harry has been self-harming, he said bluntly, and he wrote a suicide note. Michael's eyebrows flew up to his hairline. Why would this not be the first thing Severus brought up? Despite S caring for H's mental health, he prioritizes his bond with H over his safety. Harry began hissing at the man, his cheeks were red and his gaze was furious. H feels betrayed by S bringing up self-harm and SI, he scrawled quickly on his notepad. Harry, he says gently, is this true? Harry ends his sibilant hissing and turns his angry glare on Michael. No, he spits out, he's a liar. Severus snorts, I thought my honesty was my one redeeming quality. You don't have any redeeming qualities, Harry says hatefully. Michael takes careful notes as the two begin arguing heatedly. Oh, Severus drawls, I suppose you're free to reach out to your godfather if you would care for a change of custody. S should not bring up H's guardianship status during disagreements, Michael writes quickly. Maybe you should fuck off, Harry says, you and him both. Maybe you should watch your language, Severus growls. H does not like his godfather any more than S does. Since he keeps coming up, Michael interrupts the two, keeping his composure despite the identical glares being aimed his direction. Would either of you like to discuss the obvious animosity towards Harry's godfather? No, Severus growled. Harry perked up and smiled innocently, a look Michael may have believed if his eyes weren't suddenly twinkling mischievously. Sure, he offered. Snape hates him because he made his life hell in school, they were classmates, you know, but then Snape went out of his way to clear his name, wasn't that awfully kind of him? Michael holds down his amusement at Harry's careful manipulations. He found a topic Severus was uncomfortable discussing and threw the other man under the bus in an attempt to avoid discussing the suicide note and self-harm. H displays possible signs of sociopathy to be explored in individual session. So why do you dislike him? Michael asks Harry. Harry blinked at him, momentarily disarmed by the question. Left me alone, didn't he? Went and landed himself in prison when I was a baby and didn't give a damn about me. H obvious signs of attachment abandonment issues. That must be incredibly frustrating, Michael empathized. Did you tell him how much it hurt to be abandoned by him? Told him I was going to kill him, Harry shrugged. Figured it's the same difference in it. Does H display signs of murderous thoughts or trying to get a shock reaction? Michael wrote quickly while maintaining a calm demeanor. Shut up, Severus hissed. S believes H has intent to harm others, covering for him. Thought you wanted me to talk, Harry smiled again. The boy was incredibly manipulative. Michael checked the time and felt a small amount of relief that there was only 20 minutes remaining in the session. I'm glad you're talking, Harry, Michael said honestly, but I'd like to talk more about the note you wrote. I don't see a note, Harry said flatly. Suppose it doesn't exist then, yeah. Dear Luna, I hope you aren't mad at me. I think you will be and I'm sorry. Shut up, Harry screamed at Severus, his face now a dark red color. That was private. Severus just quirked an eyebrow at him. I thought it never existed. H does not handle self-perceived betrayal well. Harry, Michael said gently, interrupting the oncoming explosion. Why are you so upset right now? Why am I upset? Harry looked at Michael incredulously. His green eyes were hazy with what Michael thought was probably anger and some other unprocessed emotion, shame maybe. Because he invaded my privacy, read a letter to my friend, and was going to quote the bloody thing to you. Michael nodded as Harry vented. Teens were incredibly private people, yet they had no understanding of why privacy must sometimes be broken. So you feel betrayed by Severus right now, he prodded gently. PFT, Harry scoffed, I don't feel anything. Michael withheld a sigh. H. Denny's any feelings aside from anger? He turned his attention to Severus. They were down to 10 minutes, and he couldn't end the session without an assurance of Harry's safety. What measures are in place to prevent any possible attempts of Harry hurting himself? We have returned home, where I am able to monitor his activities more closely. Severus said, both men ignoring the teen's scoff. I have also taken his knives from him. Knives? Michael interrupted, surprised. Does Harry routinely carry knives? Severus had said before that Harry had been homeless for quite some time. It wasn't an unusual behavior in homeless youth. Protection was needed badly in the streets. If Harry was still carrying them, it displayed a huge red flag that he was still feeling continuously threatened. Safety issues, school or home? He does, Severus said evenly. Until now I have been unwilling to fight with him over their use. Now that you're worried about his safety because you care about his health, Michael said, hopping to enlighten Harry to Severus' concerns. Go ahead, what other measures have you put in place? Severus looked carefully down at Harry, before turning a blank face back towards Michael. I believe removing his weapons, monitoring his behavior, and dragging him here is the most I can do. S likely has cameras or other monitoring equipment, unwilling to discuss in front of H. Michael gave him an understanding nod. Harry, do you see why Severus is concerned? Nope. Michael wasn't sure if Harry was being purposefully obtuse, or if he believed Severus had no reason to be concerned over a suicide note. All right, gentlemen, he said with a friendly, if a bit strained, smile. I would like to see you both back this week, perhaps for individual sessions. The look Harry gave both Severus and Michael clearly showed his intent on making another appearance. But Harry was a former street kid, and Michael knew a few ways to convince them himself. Harry, if you'd rather Severus just come to sessions and inform me of the issues himself, that's okay, he said cheerfully. You don't have to be here for us to discuss you if it makes you uncomfortable. Oh, I'll be here, Harry immediately said. He gave Severus a sharp smile. But remember, Snape, this was your idea. Severus is only concerned about you, Michael said gently, and therapy is a safe place to explore any problems you're having in your life. The timer went off and Harry and Severus both stood immediately. Michael offered them both his hand and was bemused as Harry made an odd remark on his way out the door. Suppose I can talk about the basilisk next time then, since it's so safe here. Michael didn't hear the exact words Snape responded with, but he recognized the irritated tone of exhaustion that many parents he's encountered in his work have. He suspected that Severus had quite a bit more to be exhausted by than most, though. Chapter 18, Potter H. Individual Session, 29th of December 1993. Half an hour before Harry Potter was set to arrive in Michael Morris' therapy office, Michael sat down to review his notes and research on the client. Harry James Potter, 13-year male. Current diagnosis, manic depressive illness. Treatment plan, therapy and discussion of medication. Therapist will recommend foreign resources to SS if situation warrants. Home life, HP resides with guardian, SS, during the summers. During the school term, HP is a student at an elite boarding school for gifted students. SS states that HP excels in studies with minimal effort, despite HP having no formal education from primary year 3 to his first year in boarding school. Prior to residing with SS, HP was homeless from 811-8, as HP resided with maternal relatives who mentally, emotionally, and physically abused him and ultimately kicked him out. HP parents were killed when he was 1 year, and HP retains no solid memories. HP was told by relatives his parents had been addicts and abandoned him. According to SS, HP was subjected to verbal, physical, and sexual abuse while homeless. HP has shared minimal memories of this with SS. Trust is there. SS states HP has many close friends at school. HP has a pet owl who SS states he is kind and nurturing to. Current difficulties. HP displays signs of self-harm and has shown suicidal intent plans. HP has had 2 recurring episodes of depressive episodes since June 1993. HP also displayed manic behavior in summer of 1993. HP struggles with abandonment, godfather, and betrayals. HP displays deep mistrust of others in regards to honesty and his safety. HP displays anger easily and Denny's other emotions. HP discusses murder as expected retribution to others, unsure if truth or shock value. HP is manipulative ESP, when feeling vulnerable or targeted in conversation. Current therapy plan, explore possible additional diagnoses, discuss depth of feelings towards others, identify thoughts on morality and right-wrong, discuss trusted relationships. Future therapy goals, coping mechanisms for depressive states, manic states, suicidal thoughts and thoughts of self-harm. Discuss past and how it impacts reality. Establish positive views of self and others. MISC notes, I have no hope that HP will continue therapy without sufficient pushing from SS. HP will likely attempt to manipulate situation to seem as if there is nothing wrong, or will refuse to speak altogether. Michael finished off his cup of coffee, extra strong for what he suspects will be an especially difficult hour, and went out to collect Harry. Harry, he smiled at the young man seated in the waiting room. Why don't you come in? Harry silently got up and slowly walked toward Michael. He raised a questioning brow when Michael held the door open before edging around him and quickly darting in the office. Michael closed the door and took his seat, gesturing for Harry to do the same. Harry sat on the edge of the couch, vigilantly looking around the room. He seemed much more unsettled than he had his last visit. Michael made a few quick notes of his behavior. H appears anxious and uncomfortable fear of talking or being alone. Me. How are you today? Michael asked pleasantly. Brill, Harry said tightly. Is there anything specific you like to talk about today? Michael asked. Nope, Harry said, intentionally popping the P in a likely effort to be irritating. Michael just smiled. Why don't you tell me about yourself? Sure, Harry said as he scooted back in his seat. My name's Harry Potter, and I'm incredibly famous. Ah, you? Course I am, Harry scoffed. The Dark Lord tried to kill me and failed. Everyone knows my name because I defeated him once. Well, 3 times if you count Quirrell and the Ghost, which I do. I'm going to kill him for good one day. H has dreams of grandeur. Who is the Dark Lord? Michael asked, playing along with Harry's attempt to waste his hour session with fantasy stories. Harry leaned forward. His green eyes were twinkling mischievously behind his silver-framed glasses. They call him He Who Must Not Be Named, he whispered dramatically before laughing. I call him Timmy though, he hates that. And Timmy tried to kill you when you were a baby. Yep, Harry says, couldn't do it though, could he, so I'm famous. Tell me something else about yourself, Michael suggested. There's nothing else to say, Harry said, his bored face now a stark contrast to the mischievous look before. Why don't you tell me about your friends then? Why? Severus said you have a lot of friends you met at school, said Michael. I thought perhaps if there was nothing else to say about yourself, then you might like to talk about them. What did Snape say about them? Harry asked suspiciously. H values privacy regarding his relationships. Unfortunately, just like I can't tell Severus the specifics that you share with me, I won't share the specifics of what he said either. In truth, Severus hadn't said much in their one session over the summer. He simply said that Harry had many close friends, and that he had stayed with a few of them the previous summer. Michael simply hoped that Harry would underestimate his own harmless manipulations to guide the conversation along. I dunno what to tell you, Harry eventually said. I have a whole bunch of friends, don't I? Michael maintained his polite look of interest to keep Harry at ease during their discussion. Who would you say that you're the closest to? He asked. Susan, Harry immediately said. It's not Luna. Harry scowled at the reminder of Severus, quoting the beginning of his suicide note. No, not Luna, he said tightly. I said Susan, did I? All right, Susan then, Michael said calmly. Why is she your closest friend? She was my first friend, Harry shrugged. She always takes my side, and she's always mad when I don't take her on missions with me. H values loyalty highly in his relationships. Michael ignored Harry's baiting phrase of going on missions as another attempt to derail the conversation. Would you say you love her as a friend? Harry flinched slightly before staring at the wall off to the side of Michael's head. His jaw was clenched tightly, and Michael could see that he was flexing his hands convulsively. H displays deep discomfort when discussing feelings of love. You don't have to answer any question you don't want to, Harry, he said softly. Would you say that you trust Susan? Course, Harry said, the muscles in his shoulders and torso relaxing slightly at the new question. She hasn't given me a reason not to. Do you usually trust people until they've given you a reason not to, or did Susan somehow earn it, like Severus did? Susan would never tell anyone any of my secrets, Harry said, looking properly at Michael with his face now reflecting irritation. So she bloody well earned it, didn't she? Did Severus earn it as well? Harry rolled his shoulders before answering. He did, he said curtly. And he lost it, Michael asked gently. Not your business, is it? Harry said. Trust is hard-earned and easily lost for H. Well, besides Susan and maybe still Severus, who else do you trust? Luna, Harry said, maybe Theo, sometimes Ron and Blaise, usually Draco, but he's a gossip, isn't he? Hermione and Neville a bit. Are those your other friends? Michael asked as he jotted down their names. Suppose so. Hermione and Luna aren't in the gang, but Hermione's a genius and Luna's, well, Luna, so we're friends. What about other adults? Harry blinked at him for a moment, before crossing his arms defensively across his chest. I don't spend a lot of time around other adults. Blaze's mum is a genius, and Susan's aunt is nice for a cop, but that's about it. H distrusts adults more than children. Michael made a note of it, even though it wasn't very surprising given his past history. Do you think there are adults who can gain your trust? He asked. Harry shrugged silently, his eyes narrow and suspicious. Who trusts you? Harry's suspicious look was gone in an instant, as he blinked at Michael in surprise at the question. Dunno, maybe Snape. Are you a trustworthy person? Harry shifted uncomfortably, dunno. Do people confide in you? Harry nodded his head after thinking it through for a moment. Sometimes about some stuff, he said vaguely. Okay, Michael smiled again at him, hopping to ease his way in to one of his preferred methods of establishing the client's view of their own morality. What if you told me one instance where you displayed that you are a trustworthy person, and one instance where you did? Sure, you first, Harry smirked. H uses information as a bartering system. Okay, Michael said easily, used to clients who preferred to trade instead of share. I believe I display my trustworthiness every day in my career, because I never share client information. He leaned towards Harry and spoke in a conspiratorial tone, and if you can keep a secret, then I didn't display trustworthiness when I cheated on a math exam in school. Harry rolled his eyes at Michael's admission. So I was trustworthy when I told Ron I'd save his sister last year, and I did. And I suppose I wasn't very trustworthy when I killed Lockhart. Michael didn't frown, but he struggled to maintain his patient affect. Severus had told him over the summer of Harry's self-defense against a predator during a sexual assault. Was this the Lockhart Harry referred to? Who is Lockhart? He asked. Teacher from school last year, Harry said with a sharp smile. Cut his throat open with a sword, didn't I? Then I buried him under a bunch of boulders. H shows no hesitation at admitting to violence or murder, unsure if truth or lies. And nobody at your school noticed that a teacher went missing. Course they did, they're stupid not blind, Harry scoffed. Told em the basilisk killed him, and since I'm the only one that can open the chamber they couldn't go check, could they? Death of teacher likely real H description, involving fantasy elements, separates his from the action. What's a basilisk? Michael asked, now hearing the odd term for a second time. Giant snake, Harry said easily, can kill you with a single look. I killed it with a sword. H has minimal signs of psychosis fantasy stories, more likely to be attempts to avoid discussing reality. Michael hummed non-committally at Harry's story. He wouldn't refute his claims unless pressed for a response. Let's go back to when you said you saved Ron's sister. What happened? Harry smiled again, seemingly seeing through Michael's change in topics. Ginny was in the chamber, wasn't she? She was possessed by the Dark Lord and using the basilisk to attack students. Dumbledore expelled me for it, but then Snape helped me get back in the school. The Dark Lord got sick of using Ginny and took her in the chamber to steal her soul so he could come back to life. So I went down there and Ron thought I wouldn't save her since I don't like her, but I did. Killed the basilisk, killed the ghost Dark Lord, and saved her life. Michael glanced at the clock and was subconsciously relieved to see that a little over half of Harry's allotted hour had passed. So you went to save Ron's sister, proving you are trustworthy, but along the way you killed your teacher, he asked. Yep. Truth mixed with lies, does H believe, or just creating story to waste time? That sounds like a busy day, Michael said. How did you feel when you proved to Ron that he could trust you when you said you'd save his sister? Harry shrugged. Fine. Told him he owes me another favor now. Do you enjoy having him owe you favors? Harry huffed as he crossed his arms again. Course, why wouldn't I? Got a map off Fred and George for a favor, didn't I? I was gonna use it to find Black, but now there's loads more interesting things I can use it for. H enjoys holding power over others. Why were you going to find your godfather? Cause I was gonna kill him, Harry said boldly. Because you felt as though he abandoned you as a baby. He fucking did abandon me, I didn't feel anything, Harry said hotly. Okay, Michael said soothingly. I understand why you would feel that way. Do you think it would help if you told him how you felt instead of just threatening to hurt him? Sure, Harry laughed, a joyless and cold sound. Hey Sirius, it really hurt my feelings when you left me to go on a murder spree. Harry laughed again before rolling his eyes. I don't think so. Why not? Because it's stupid, Harry said. Makes me sound weak. H hides vulnerability behind anger violence. Is it weakness to share your feelings with others? Michael asked. Having feelings is a weakness, Harry said. I think having and showing our feelings can be an incredible strength. You'd be dead in a week if you lived on the streets, Harry said flatly. Not like you though, right? Michael said casually. You lasted years because you're strong and smart, right? Exactly, Harry said, a satisfied gleam appearing in his eyes. H shows pride in strength and survival, strong sense of resilience and self-reliance. Michael checked the time and saw they had 10 minutes remaining. He decided to use this time for an activity he uses for all his patients with suicidal thoughts or tendencies. Harry, our session for today is almost over, he said. I'd like you to do something for me if you would, before our time is up. Harry quirked one eyebrow in a silent gesture to elaborate. Could you tell me 5 things in your life that make you happy? Snape says none of my memories are truly happy, Harry said with a scowl, so probably not. Michael made a quick note of the odd comment, supposedly from Harry's guardian. You misunderstand, he said kindly. Not 5 memories of times you were happy, but 5 things in your life right now that bring you happiness. Oh, Harry blinked before furrowing his brows down as he thought. Well, Sevi makes me happy. Luna and Susan do too. Do they count as 2 things? Let's count friends as 1 thing, Michael said. So your pet owl and your friends are 2 things. Can you think of 3 more? Flying magic and, I dunno, hot chocolate maybe. Michael felt a stab of disappointment at Harry's continued inclusion of fantasy elements brought back into the conversation. He didn't have high hopes that Harry would take therapy seriously. Most people who are being pushed into it rarely do after all. But it was still tiring to spend time with a client so willfully dedicated to avoiding reality. H states pet and friends bring joy. Also flying and magic, Coco added as afterthought. So what I would like you to do is between now and the next time I see you, anytime you feel sad or upset, I'd like you to reach out to your friends or play with your pet, or even get a drink of hot chocolate, okay? But don't go flying, Harry asked with a small smirk playing on his lips. Michael smiled indulgently. I think it would be better to focus on your friends, he said. Harry got to his feet as the timer went off and gave Michael a look of enormous amusement. You're not so bad, he said. I told Snape I could tell you anything I wanted. He said to watch myself before I end up in Azkaban. I'm glad you approve, Michael said in response to the nonsensical comment, and you can of course tell me anything, okay? "'Kay," Harry said, "see ya." After Harry left the office, Michael released a breath and took a few minutes to sit back and contemplate the session. He transferred his quickly jotted notes to more elaborated ones based on the conversation and observed nonverbal cues. Michael scribbled a final note on Harry's chart before deciding to call it an early day and go to the pub for a drink. Due to his indifference to violence or loss of life, H will likely be a prime candidate for a psychopathy diagnosis at 18. Chapter 19, Snape S. Individual Session, 2nd of January 1994. Severus, come on in, Michael said pleasantly. The taller and quite imposing, if he was being honest, man stood gracefully and relocated to the sofa in Michael's office. Michael had been looking forward to this session with a sense of trepidation. He had no doubts that Severus would ask about Harry's session and deny himself the opportunity to ease his own burdens through sharing his thoughts and feelings on the recent changes. It didn't seem to be a coincidence that Severus scheduled Harry's individual session before his own. Though Michael would prefer to keep confidentiality for Harry, he had no legal obligations to withhold information regarding a minor from their parent or legal guardian if directly requested. Which Severus immediately did. How did Harry's session go? I think maybe we should let Harry's session stay private and instead focus on you today, Michael said with a polite smile. And I think we should discuss Harry's session, as that is the reason I am here today, Severus said in a dry tone. Michael mentally sighed. He wondered if Harry had learned his stubbornness from Severus, or if it was a happy coincidence that they found each other. I am concerned about Harry's lax opinion on violence and death, he said carefully. I also believe he would benefit from finding additional adults that he could trust. That may be difficult due to the recent situation with his godfather, Severus grimaced. I encouraged him to begin trusting others and then it backfired, rather spectacularly. S shows good instincts in encouraging H towards healthy relationships. Oh, Michael was interested. Would you like to tell me what happened? Harry found a stray dog he began confiding in, Severus said slowly. Apparently he told the dog quite a bit with the belief that it would be unable to repeat any of his secrets. Secrets or his history and thoughts and feelings, Michael interrupted. I believe to Harry it is all one and the same, Severus said. H believes thoughts, feelings, history are all secrets to be guarded, Michael jotted down thoughtfully. Sorry for the interruption, he smiled towards the other man. Please go ahead. Harry confided quite a bit to the dog, and was unaware that he was being spied on by his godfather. He now feels quite betrayed, and I am concerned it will prevent him from confiding in others now. Harry's godfather, Sirius, was spying on him while he was talking to a dog, Michael asked. Yes. Michael stalled with his pen above his notebook. He really wasn't quite sure how to record this. H. Trust in dogs betrayed by godfather spying, he eventually wrote with a quizzical frown. And he told Harry that he spied on him. Yes. How did Harry react? Severus sighed and rubbed a weary hand across his eyes. He threw a knife at him. Michael blinked at Severus a few times, startled by the matter-of-fact tone he used. And you saw this? Yes. And what did you do to discourage that sort of behavior? Severus raised his brows, apparently surprised by the question. I thought it was best they worked it out between themselves. S indifferent to H violence. What are you writing? Severus asked, his voice sharp now. I wrote that Harry responded to what he believes is a betrayal of trust with violence, which, as I said before, is incredibly worrisome, Michael lied. Severus continued watching him suspiciously, so Michael set his notebook aside for the moment. Who is Lockhart? He asked. Who did Harry say Lockhart is? Severus asked. He said he was a teacher at your school, Michael said. He also said that he died. Did he? Severus murmured. I would like you to tell me exactly what Harry said about Lockhart. Michael shivered as a gust of cold wind seemed to invade his office. Of course, he said easily. Harry said he killed him with a sword and buried his body underneath a pile of boulders. Stupid brat, Severus grumbled under his breath. And did you believe him? I believe he killed him, Michael said, his tongue feeling much looser than usual. I don't think he used a sword, nor do I believe there was a basilisk involved. A basilisk, Severus repeated, his eyes taking on a dark look. Harry told you there was a basilisk. He did, Michael said. Lockhart was killed by the fires by the arsonist I told you about previously, Severus said. Harry had nothing to do with it. Michael considered this new information as it paired with what Severus told him over the summer. He knew that a student had been setting fires around their school, injuring students, and Harry was temporarily expelled as the main suspect. Severus had fought for his re-enrollment after another fire was set while Harry was expelled. Interesting, Michael said. I wonder why Harry would claim credit for his death if he was cleared of being the arsonist. What is your best theory? Severus asked. I believe Harry used the cover of the arsonist to kill him, Michael said. I think that Harry is incredibly dangerous and should probably be committed to a psychiatric hospital for the safety of others. Is that so? Severus hummed. So you believe a mere child is beyond hope, evil, tainted? Of course not, Michael said, shocked by Severus' insinuations. But I do think that Harry confessed to killing 2 men, not including the one you told me of. If these are true and not just the dark imaginings of a troubled teen, then Harry has actually become Britain's youngest serial killer. How dare you? Severus hissed, his face blanching. Is this what I'm paying you for, to call my ward a killer? I just told you that Harry did not kill that man. He died in an accident caused by his own folly, I might add. S denial of H possible homicides. Okay, Michael said placatingly. Why do you think he told me he killed Lockhart then, along with a man named Quirrell and a Dark Lord he calls Timmy? Jesus Christ, Severus muttered, now pinching the bridge of his nose in irritation, because the child is a moron. As frustrated by H sharing information in sessions. I know this is difficult, Severus, Michael said gently. Parents never want to see their children as anything aside from perfect, but even if Harry was just boasting to shock me, surely you can see why it's a cause for concern. Of course I'm concerned about his behavior. Would I be here if I was? Why are you so frustrated right now? Michael asked calmly. Because Harry is an imbecile with no common sense, Severus said. I hoped he would open up about his depression, and instead he bragged about murders to you. I believe I have earned this feeling of frustration. Michael very carefully wrote down a startling realization he had. Despite his defense, S does not doubt H killed teacher, plus Quirrell. After the situation you described where his godfather spied on him opening up about himself to the dog, did you really think Harry would speak with me? Michael asked curiously. Severus was an intelligent man, shrewd with calculating eyes. Surely he knew better. I sometimes find myself foolishly naive when it comes to Harry, Severus admitted bluntly. I hoped that he would, at a minimum, discuss his thoughts on death with you. You mean his suicidal thoughts? Michael clarified. Yes, Severus said, his face once again paling at the topic. Harry doesn't trust me, Michael said kindly. I think it seems like he trusts you quite a bit, but he thinks having those feelings makes him weak, and he wants you to see him as strong. So what do I do to encourage him to tell me when he feels that way? Severus asked, his voice laced with desperation. I have been in a constant state of worry that I will wake up one morning and he will have poisoned himself and be gone. S shows incredible care and concern towards H in private, or does H know? I don't think Harry will confide in you when he feels this way, Michael said as gently as he could. You are very important to him, and your opinion matters more than anyone's. I doubt he would be here if anyone else aside from you tried to push the issue. I think Harry needs someone else to trust, someone more emotionally open when he's feeling vulnerable. Severus stared at him for a long moment. Michael gave him time to process what he was saying. Your professional opinion is what? That I am not emotional enough for Harry to confide in. The fact that Severus sneered on the word emotional was really answer enough, but Michael indulged him so there were no misunderstandings. Do you praise Harry when he makes accomplishments? I am sure that I have, Severus replied stiffly. Which sounded like a no. Do you give him appropriate positive physical affection? Harry dislikes being touched by males. And he will continue to do so if he is never taught what appropriate physical affection can be, Michael said softly. What am I supposed to do then? Pet the child's head and tell him he's a good boy? Severus asked, throwing his hands up in exasperation at the very idea. S shows signs of own stunted, repressed emotions. Someone should, Michael said. Do you share your feelings with Harry so he knows it is acceptable to do so? On occasion. Which sounded like another no. Have you told Harry that you love him? I fail to see the relevance of these questions, Severus said. Michael was sure he could hear the man grinding his teeth. H emulates closed emotional behavior from S needs more open adult in life to mimic, he wrote quickly. Harry respects you, Severus, trusts you, you obviously mean quite a bit to him, Michael said, but he needs another adult who is more emotionally open that he can turn to when he needs to. He gets his strength from you, clearly. Michael smiled in an attempt to soothe Severus, who was growing more visibly frustrated at every word he spoke, but he needs someone to learn vulnerability from. Michael watched as Severus became thoughtful. The mutt and the wolf, Severus sighed. A dog, heavens no, Michael chuckled at Severus' odd reply. I meant a human adult. Apologies, I meant Harry's godfather, Black, and his partner Lupin. They're both practically huff, they both practically ooze emotions, Severus said with another grimace. S suggests godfather as resource for H despite own jealousy regarding connection. The felon that Harry threw a knife at, Michael asked, do you think he would be willing to be an emotional support to Harry, or an appropriate one? Oh, he's willing, Severus grumbled irritably. Harry threw a knife at him, told him he was going to kill him, and all Black said was, I love you, pup, I care about you, I want to be there for you. Oh, godfather displays positive emotions towards H, along with easy forgiveness. That's excellent, Michael said enthusiastically. Do you think that you can encourage Harry to reach out and build a relationship with him? Do you truly believe Harry needs it? Severus asked warily. Harry's paternal grandmother was Black's aunt. He very likely inherited his mental illness from his family. Black has always been prone to brash, idiotic, manic behavior. You think that Black also has manic depressive illness? It is a distinct possibility. His family is quite known for mental instability. And you don't think that should be even more reason for him and Harry to have a relationship, Michael suggested. For Harry to have someone who understands what he's going through, someone who has personally experienced it for themselves. Severus unexpectedly sighed and rested his head on the back of the sofa. I won't find the answer alone. One of us cannot find results without the other, he said flatly. She could have been more specific. What's that? Michael asked curiously. Someone else has already encouraged you to work together with Black. You could say that, Severus said, sitting back upright and rubbing his temples. A mad little witch who speaks in riddles. Michael hummed, uncomprehending of Severus' ramblings. Though if someone else had already encouraged him to work together with Harry's godfather, then surely he knew there were more benefits than drawbacks. Do you think that your opinion of Black will impact Harry's decision to build a relationship for someone who could potentially have a terrifically positive influence on him? Michael asked after Severus sat in silent contemplation for a long minute. Severus scowled and crossed his arms, much like Harry did when he was feeling defensive in his session. My opinion of Black is irrelevant to Harry, Severus said coolly. Okay, tell me this, do you think there are benefits to Harry and his godfather having some form of a relationship? Severus nodded his head curtly after a moment. And whose opinion do you think matters the most to Harry? I get it, Severus said with a frown. If I do not play nice with the M with Black, then Harry will not either. Delightful. I believe SC's benefit in HB relationship and will encourage it. Michael gave him a sympathetic smile before glancing at the time. We have about 15 minutes left, and I would like to ask you, of all Harry's behaviors, which would you say is the most worrisome to you? His suicidal thoughts and actions, Severus said immediately. Not his homicidal thoughts or actions. Harry is a troubled teen, Severus said curtly. I would simply like to see him live long enough to outgrow his more violent behaviors. Positive role model for H depression, not for H violence. What are you writing now? Severus asked. I just said that I want him to live long enough to get help for his other behaviors. Which is what I wrote, Michael said calmly. You believe I am an unfit guardian for Harry, Severus said with a shrewd look. Do you think you're an unfit guardian for Harry? Insecure about guardianship. I believe I have done what I thought was best in each situation the chaotic brat has put me in, Severus said tersely. I also believe that any other guardian would have either given up on him or had him hospitalized, as you so positively suggested. There you go then, Michael said, struggling to maintain his easy smile in the face of the snarky man. You have done what you thought was best every time. Who could ask for a more devoted guardian? Severus stared at him with a guarded expression, as if checking to ensure that Michael was not mocking him. Which he was. Severus clearly cared about Harry and was doing his best, but nobody can expect one man to provide for Harry in the many, many different ways he needs it. Eventually Severus must have felt satisfied with what he saw, because he nodded, and relaxed back into the sofa once more. Do you think you could encourage Harry and his godfather to attend a family session before the two of you return to school? Have you lost your mind? Severus said incredulously. I have barely managed to convince Harry to come with me, and you expect me to convince him to come along with the man he threw a knife at last week. I don't expect you to do anything, Michael said gently, but I do think that if you could convince Harry that maybe we could start to mend that bridge before he returns to school. Severus mumbled something under his breath that sounded like a string of curses. Fine, he said irritably. I will do my best to get Harry to agree to come along with the Mew along with Black. Wonderful, then I believe we can end our session here today, and I will see you all on the 4th. Wonderful indeed, Severus sneered. This is a dream come true. Michael kept a pleasant smile on his face all the up until the office door closed behind Severus, before collapsing in his chair and burying his face in his hands. He remembered his mother pushing him towards pediatric medicine when he was declaring a major in his education. Think of the sick Barbies you can help, Mike, she said. But no, he wanted to help heal people's minds. And now here he was, getting his wish. He dutifully transcribed his notes from the session, before once again closing up the office for the day. He left a note for Hannah, his secretary, to reschedule any appointments on the 4th that follow behind the Snape Potter appointment. At the rate their sessions are going, He doubted whether he would have the patience or stamina to deal with anyone after that session. He also asked her to double the time for the session. 1 hour probably wasn't going to be long enough to break the ice, let alone get any real work done. He'd probably charge Severus triple rate for the session. God knows he'll earn it. Chapter 20, Family Session II. Family Session 2, 4th of January 1994. Family Case Notes. Participants: Harry Potter 13-year male, Severus Snape legal guardian, Sirius Black godfather. Current difficulties: Harry has built a relationship of trust with Severus since July of 1991. Guardianship was finalized in February of 1993. Sirius escaped from a prison in July of 1993 and had his name cleared of previous offenses in December 1993. Harry feels betrayed by Sirius both for not taking placement of him as an infant and for spying on him, confiding thoughts, feelings, history with pet on school grounds. Severus states that Harry responded violently, threw a knife, when confronted with Sirius, betrayal. Severus believes that Sirius shares MD diagnosis with Harry. Due to Severus' closed emotional state, it is highly recommended that Harry build a relationship with Sirius, who, according to Severus, is more easily able to share emotions, and even told Harry that he loved him after alleged assault. Session goals: begin to build on relationship between Harry and Sirius. Examine past history between Severus and Sirius, and see if terms can be agreed upon for Harry's sake. Allow Harry to hear Sirius' feelings during session. Note Severus and Harry reactions. Long-term goals: establish emotional connections between Harry Sirius and Harry Severus. Establish open communication between Severus Sirius regarding Harry mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Misk notes: Severus has done a commendable job raising Harry thus far, even with the indifference to Harry's violent streak. Severus needs to find ways to help Harry make more positive choices without feeling as if he is failing as a guardian. Harry needs to see a positive moral example from Severus and a positive emotional example from Sirius. Ideally, Harry would find both qualities in both men. Realistically, one each is already a stretch of a goal. Morning Hannah, Michael Morris said to his secretary as he entered his office at 7:50 that morning. Dr. Morris, oh, I'm so glad you're here. Hannah appeared to be on edge and slightly frantic. I told them to wait out here, but they started arguing and went in your office. They closed the door, and I guess they stopped because I can't hear them at all now. Who? Michael asked, though he already suspected the answer. Your 8 o'clock, the Potter-Snape appointment, Hannah said. Michael checked the time and saw that he still had 7 minutes before he had to enter the office. I'll be right back, he said. I'm just going to go grab a pen out of my car. Hannah gave him a knowing look. Your wife won't be happy if you start back up, she warned him. Michael ignored her and went out the back door to have a quick smoke before the session started. He had already been dreading the session. The fact the clients showed up and began arguing in the lobby was a sure sign that peace wasn't going to be easily obtained today. He inhaled deeply as he considered the dynamics of the 3 men inside. Harry, the possible teenage serial killer who is well on his way to a psychopathy diagnosis. Severus, the emotionally stunted, insecure, and jealous guardian. And Sirius, the possible manic-depressed godfather who broke out of a prison, and supposedly childhood bully of Severus, if Harry was to be believed. Which he typically wasn't, because Harry is incredibly manipulative and avoids reality and responsibility through fantasy. Wonderful. Michael stubbed out the cigarette and drug himself back inside. He opened his office door at exactly 8:01 to glares from all 3 occupants. You're late, Severus said shortly from one end of the sofa. Cut him some slack, Snape, it's 1 bloody minute. A man with long, dark, curly hair snapped at Severus from the opposite end of the sofa. Michael assumed this was the godfather, Sirius Black. Don't talk to him like that, Harry said, pompously seated in Michael's chair, his feet up on his desk. Not his fault Mikey's late, is it? Apologies, gentlemen, I had a call that ran long, he lied. Hello, Michael Morris, you must be Sirius Black. Michael offered his hand to Sirius, who shook it good-naturedly. The one and only, Sirius said with a grin. Harry scoffed lightly from behind Michael. Harry, would you mind moving, please? It's easier for me to take notes if I'm beside my desk, Michael said kindly as he turned to face the teen in his chair. So where do ya think I'm going to sit? Harry asked. You can sit here, Sirius said, indicating the spot between himself and Severus. I don't bite. Harry gave him an impassive look. Have you gotten a rabies shot? Severus snorted at Harry's snide comment. Come sit, Harry, I will pull another chair from the lobby. Harry slowly got up at Severus' command and edged away from the desk, keeping over an arm's length away from both Michael and Sirius. As soon as Severus pulled a chair from the lobby inside the office, Harry snagged it and put it beside Severus' prior spot on the sofa. Thanks, he said to Severus, who sighed and resumed his seat. Well, Michael clapped his hands and surveyed the three men. I like to start bigger sessions like this off with a little icebreaker. We each go around the room and say one good thing that's happened to us this week, and one thing we're hoping to gain from our session today. Okay. The looks he received were not optimistic, but he soldiered on. So I'll start. Something good that happened to me this week was I managed to schedule a time out next month to go on a fishing trip with my mates from university, and one thing I hope we gain from this session is cordial conversation. Severus. Severus scowled but seemed to put some thought into his response. I heard back from a coworker regarding a project we are working on. We believe we may have finally made a breakthrough. I would also like to gain civilized conversation. Severus gave a pointed look at Sirius, who rolled his eyes. That's wonderful, Michael said enthusiastically. Sirius, how about you? Sirius furrowed his brows down for a few moments while he thought. I rented a place in a village near Harry's school, which was good, and I guess I'd like to be able to talk to Harry without him hatting me. Sirius grinned at Harry, who scowled in return. That is good news, Michael said before turning towards the scowling teen in the room. And you, Harry? Something good that happened was when Snape wasn't home, I found my knives and put them somewhere he couldn't get them. Harry smirked at Severus, sudden look of irritation. And all I want out of this session is the book Snape promised me for showing up and not hurting Black. Michael was indifferent to Harry revealing Severus had been bribing him to come to therapy. Severus wasn't the first parent to do so, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. And if a book kept Harry from starting a fight in his office, then perhaps he owed Severus some gratitude. What book is it? He asked Harry. A history of grey arts through the Canadian country, Harry said with a satisfied look on his face. Michael had no idea what grey arts were, but assumed it was a foreign concept given that the book title mentioned Canada. Shut up, Severus hissed at Harry. Harry shrugged and slumped down in his seat a little. Mikey doesn't care, do ya? Harry asked. Michael, he corrected him gently, wishing he had a second smoke before coming inside. And you guys can talk about anything in here, there are no limits. Harry and Sirius, oddly enough, both laughed at this, while Severus gave Harry an inscrutable look that Michael thought was a silent plea for him to watch what he says. SS worried about H oversharing. All right, well, since Severus and Sirius both would like to gain some semblance of normal conversations during the session, why don't we start there? Michael suggested. What do you think is stopping you all from having these conversations before now? Black's an idiot, Harry snarled with a heated look at Sirius. Until now, Snape hated him. I still hate him, Severus said with his own scowl. I am merely trying to allow you to find some semblance of a relationship with the man. I'm not so bad once you get to know me. Sirius grinned at Michael with a self-conscious rub of his neck. Made some mistakes, but I'm human, yeah. You're a filthy, stupid dog, Harry muttered. Not so filthy anymore, Sirius said. SB provides opposite of SS light-hearted attitude. Let's start with Severus, shall we? Michael interrupted. Severus, can you give me 3 legitimate reasons why you dislike Sirius? Only 3, Severus raised one of his brows in a look of faux surprise. And here I prepared at least 2 dozen. Top 3 then, Michael said with a forced look of patience. He had counted on Severus to provide a stable and calming role model for Harry during the session. He hadn't realized the man harbored so much ill will towards Sirius. He once tried to kill me when I was 16, Severus said in a dry tone, which I believe ranks as the top reason. Oi, that's not fair. I didn't force you in that tunnel and you were being a nosy. Watch it, Harry said coolly. I'd hate to cut a paw off. That's enough, Michael interrupted Sirius and Harry both. Let's let Severus finish, okay? At Sirius' nod and Harry's shrug, Michael turned back to Severus. Go ahead. He also spent 7 years, pranking me to the point of hospitalization multiple times, Severus said with a cold glare towards Sirius. And he wasted 5 months prancing around instead of using his remaining brain cell to clear his name, which directly caused harm to Harry. SS dislikes SB for injuries to both himself and H, Michael wrote before turning to Sirius. Okay, Sirius, what do you have to say about Severus? reasons he dislikes you. First off, if Snape hadn't been nosing around my friends, then he never would have been in the tunnel that night, Sirius said with a glare towards Severus. And Moony. Moony, Harry interrupted, his eyes narrowed. Who's Moony? Remus, Sirius said. And who is Remus? Michael asked. My friend, Sirius said with an uncomfortable glance toward Harry. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, Harry cried suddenly. Lupin called me stupid, said it's a pity I didn't inherit my mum's brains. He what? Severus asked sharply. When did he do that? Sirius asked. On the map I got, and you're Padfoot, ain't you? You said I'm only half as charming and good-looking as my dad, Harry nearly shouted with a fierce look at Sirius. Hey, let's. You have our map? Sirius asked, ignoring Michael altogether. That's brilliant, Harry. No, it's not, Harry said. You all fucking insulted me, didn't you? Language, Severus said, only to also be ignored. It wasn't personal, pup, it's just a charm we used. Insults anyone who tries to see it without knowing the phrase, Sirius said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Shut up, Severus hissed at Sirius with a small glance towards Michael. Oh, Sirius glanced towards Michael and frowned. Sorry. He doesn't care, Harry said. Mikey just thinks we're crazy. Michael would have argued the point, but they did sound rather crazy in that moment, and nobody was listening to him regardless. I think we got off track. Pettigrew is Wormtail, isn't he? Harry asked Sirius. Called me a midget. My dad told me to try for a resort. Sirius laughed, as if this odd conversation was hilarious instead of headache-inducing. At least Severus looked as if he were experiencing the same pains that Michael was. I think we've gotten off track here, gentlemen, Michael said more firmly than he had before. Sirius was explaining his side to Severus, reasons for disliking him. Oh yeah, Sirius grinned easily at Michael's reminder while Harry shrugged, unrepentant. So anyway, Snape wouldn't have almost been hurt if he hadn't been so nosy. Maybe I did prank him, but it's not like he didn't do it back just as hard, and I did reach out to Snape no less when I realized the Dementors were hurting Harry. SB shows little remorse towards injuring SS in the past. The prison guards were hurting Harry, Michael asked. Oh, Sirius glanced at Severus with an apologetic look on his face. They were creating an unsettling environment which was triggering Harry's depression, Severus said plainly. They suck your soul out, Harry said, his eyes glittering in the way Michael noticed they do when he's saying something to get a purposeful response. They eat your happy memories and then eventually suck out your soul. Harry, I swear to God, Severus muttered while Sirius chuckled. It's okay, Severus, if that's how Harry views them, then that's his opinion, Michael said calmly, but I'd like to go back to Sirius if we could. Sirius, you've gotten a chance to share your side to Severus' complaints. Can you acknowledge the validity in his reasoning? Sirius sent a sideways look towards Severus and frowned. I can, he said, albeit begrudgingly. SB acknowledged SS complaints, Michael noted with no small amount of relief. Now it's your turn, he said again to Sirius. Do you have 3 reasons to dislike Severus? Suppose him being a Death Eater doesn't mean much to you, does it? Harry hissed loudly at that, which was rather concerning as it wasn't the first time he's done so, and Severus grimaced and made an odd tick towards his left arm. I'm afraid I don't know what a Death Eater is meant to mean, Michael said slowly. Can you elaborate? It's a gang, Harry said, and Snape used to be one, but he isn't in it anymore because he's in my gang. H pursues gang affiliations. I am not in your gang, Harry, Severus said. I am in no gang. What's a gang? Sirius asked. Which was a rather curious question, considering the man spent 12 years in a prison. That's what you were in, Dumbledore's bloody order, weren't you? Harry sneered in Sirius' direction. The Order and the Death Eaters, a bloody joke. How is the Order the same as the Death Eaters? Sirius looked insulted at Harry's insinuation. And your gang of teenage misfits is the precise image of seriousness, Severus scoffed. Hang on, I'm sorry, what gangs are we discussing here? Michael interjected. Severus was in a gang called the Death Eaters, Sirius was in one led by the headmaster of your boarding school called the Order, and Harry has one. Yep, Harry said, mine's the best though, you could join if you were magic. All 3 have gang affiliations, school specific or cause of connections. There are no books in Azkaban, Severus said quietly to Harry. Shut up, I thought we weren't allowed to talk about magic here. Sirius jumped in with an accusing look towards Severus. We are. Michael definitely could hear Severus grinding his teeth, and judging by the sheepish look on Sirius' face, he wasn't the only one. Michael appreciated Severus' approach towards practicality for their session, which he was dismayed to see still had 90 minutes remaining. We've gotten off track again, Michael said. Let's back up and try to not interrupt each other, okay? Sirius, you said one of the reasons you dislike Severus is because he was in a gang that I'm assuming your gang didn't get along with. Sirius snorted and crossed his legs. You could say that. All right, and Harry, you said Severus is no longer part of this gang, right? Nope, he's on my side now, Harry said with a small grin towards Severus. Great, so what are two other, currently legitimate, reasons you dislike Severus? Michael asked Sirius. Sirius scrunched his brows down in thought for a few long moments before he shrugged lightly. Can't think of anything right now. You were being a git to him just the other week, Harry said incredulously. Well, I thought he wasn't keeping a good eye on you when I told him that you were in danger, did I? Sirius defended himself. I wanted to check on you, and he was being territorial. Harry glanced at Severus, who sighed. He means I was restricting his access to you by displaying ownership, Severus explained, which I absolutely was not doing, despite his juvenile insults. I didn't call you a juvenile insult until you rubbed it in my face that you were Harry's guardian and not me, Sirius said. Which was you being territorial? I just wanted to check on him. SB shows good protective instincts towards H despite immaturity. Snape doesn't own me, Harry said in a hard voice. What do you mean by that, Harry? Michael asked. Harry rolled his eyes and crossed his arms reflexively. Michael saw his fists clenching and unclenching. H self-soothes with hand muscle responses. Just what I said, Snape doesn't own me, nobody does. H fear of being owned. Okay, so nobody owns Harry. Severus hurt Sirius' feelings by bringing up his status as Harry's guardian, and Sirius, you can't think of any other reason to dislike Severus, Michael summarized, once again trying to bring the session back on track. He's a prat, but Harry likes him, doesn't he? So he must be human in there somewhere. Sirius shrugged with a grin towards Harry. Plus he's doing a good favor for Moony, and everyone says he's watched over Harry since he came to school. So I can't think of any currently legitimate reasons to be mad just yet. I probably will soon, though. SB willing to put aside past for H. Severus, can you recognize that Sirius is willing to put aside his past dislike in favor of moving forward peacefully? Didn't say I didn't dislike him, Sirius muttered quietly enough that Michael could ignore it. Severus looked towards Harry, who was glowering at Sirius, and rolled his eyes. I can, he said dryly, though since I never attempted to kill. Great, Michael interrupted. So it's Harry's turn now. Harry, do you have 3 current reasons to be upset with Severus? If he stays out of my stuff and vows not to tell anyone anything about me again, then no, Harry said. I suppose I should have left you to be miserable alone with no support then, Severus said. I was fine, Harry said stubbornly. I didn't need support, I needed the Dementors to be gone. So you acknowledge that you were depressed? Michael asked gently. No, Harry glowered at him. I was not depressed. The Dementors literally make you feel crazy, that's their job. H views depression as insanity. You know being depressed doesn't make you crazy, right? It's a normal response to chemical imbalances in our brains. Harry turned to Severus. Did he just say my brain is imbalanced? Sirius chuckled again, which earned him another hate-filled look from Harry. Just because I said I wouldn't kill you here doesn't mean I won't the second we leave, Harry said. We aren't killing anyone, Michael said hastily. Harry, please don't threaten Sirius. Harry rolled his eyes and slumped down in his chair. Severus, can you acknowledge the validity of Harry's complaints? Severus' brows rose in incredulity. You believe I should regret informing you of Harry's struggles, and for finding the note in his dorm? I do not, Michael said calmly. What I think you should do is acknowledge that even if you weren't wrong, that Harry was hurt by your actions, and you can acknowledge his feelings. Harry, predictably, curled his upper lip at this. Severus turned a thoughtful face towards Harry and spoke very solemnly. I apologize that my actions injured the trust you placed in me. Harry blinked, taken aback by Severus' genuine apology. Are you gonna do it again? If I believe your life is in danger, then I'm afraid I will, Severus said. Then you're not really sorry, are you? I do regret that you feel less trusting towards me, though I wish that you would acknowledge that I was concerned for your safety. H does not accept apologies without supporting actions. I can make you a deal, Severus said in a slow way that made Michael believe he was weighing his words carefully. If you will agree to inform me the next time you consider ending your life, then I will agree to not invade your privacy like I did before. Michael and Sirius both watched as Harry silently studied Severus for a few moments. Deal, Harry eventually said, with a curt nod of his head. SS very attuned to H thought processes, Michael wrote with a broad smile. Excellent, really guys, this is a great step. He ignored their matching eye rolls and refocused on Harry. Now, do you have 3 currently valid reasons you dislike Sirius? I have a dozen, Harry said with a small grin towards Severus, who Michael was surprised to see smile in return. H seeks approval from SS, which seems freely given affection. Top 3 then, Michael said lightly. 1. He let Dumbledore send me to Surrey when he shouldn't have. 2. He tricked me into thinking he was just a dog. 3. His boyfriend is a prat, Harry said, ticking his reasons off as he went. Boyfriend, Sirius yelped. Who told you that? Harry gave a pointed look at Severus, who turned a bland face to Sirius. Was your tasteless preference a secret? Not tasteless, Sirius scowled, but not your business to be spreading around, is it? Are you ashamed of your sexuality? Michael asked. Probably ashamed of his boyfriend, I would be, Harry smirked. Mooney made a couple mistakes, but he's a good person, Sirius said. He isn't like us pup, he doesn't get it, but he tries. You and I are not the same, Harry said harshly. You can be tragically misunderstood all by yourself. I'm not misunderstood, Sirius said easily. Except, maybe you don't understand me, but you would if you even bothered to try. Why would I bother to try? Harry asked, tilting his head in curiosity. You left me behind, you don't mean anything to me. Michael expected Sirius to react poorly to Harry's harsh statement, but he just grinned at him instead. You used to call me Paddy when you were a baby, Sirius said. Your dad lost the plot since your first word was Mama and your second was Paddy. He thought you said Daddy until you reached for me. SB offers connection to parents. That's a cute story, Black, Harry said, clearly unmoved by the story. Suppose that was before you let Dumbledore ruin my life, yeah. Hold on, Michael jumped in before Sirius could respond. Can you elaborate, Harry? Course I can, Harry said with a shrug. He could have taken me with him, but instead he let Dumbledore send me to Surrey because he didn't care to fight for me. And Surrey is where you lived with your mother's sister? Michael asked, checking his previous notes. Yep. Why did Dumbledore decide that? Michael asked. Did your parents not leave a will? They did, Severus cut in smoothly. It stated that Black was to be Harry's godfather in case anything happened to them. And you didn't take him? I tried, Sirius said, his voice become a little hysterical. I went there to get Harry, but Hagrid wouldn't let me. I said I was his godfather, but he said Dumbledore ordered him to take Harry to Petunia. Michael looked incredulously at the 3 men. And that was okay, that Dumbledore bypassed a legal will and decided custody for an orphaned infant. Thank you, Harry cried, that's what I've been saying. There were a lot of conflicts going on at the time, Severus said slowly. Dumbledore was considered to be a rather trusted figure, while most considered Black to have been the person responsible for Harry's parents' deaths. Sure, nobody considered you responsible, Sirius said snidely. Severus twitched very lightly and his eyes tightened. I'm confused, Michael admitted. How were either of you responsible for the death of Harry's parents? Snape heard a prophecy saying I'm going to kill old Timmy. Sirius sputtered and Severus sighed in a long-suffering type of way as Harry began explaining. So he told Timmy, didn't he, since he was the leader of his gang at the time. So my parents had to go in hiding and everyone thought Black was the secret keeper, but he was. It was Pettigrew. You know about the prophecy, Sirius gaped at Harry. You have violated at least 5 laws since we have arrived, Severus hissed at Harry. Would you mind if I explained in a way that keeps us all from being imprisoned? Go ahead, Harry smiled. Apologies, Severus said to Michael. It was a very chaotic time in our community. Michael thought Severus said they lived in a religious community in Scotland, but he had no idea what kind of religion had so much gang warfare. As Harry said, I overheard information regarding his family and passed it to my boss, Riddle, which led him to target Harry's parents. Once I realized he was targeting Harry's parents, I went to Dumbledore and asked him to protect them. They went into hiding, and people believed only Black knew of their location. So when they were murdered by Riddle, everyone believed that Black had turned them in, which was not helped by his foolish actions in attempting to kill Pettigrew, who faked his death and went to Azkaban a couple of weeks ago. Sirius finished with a smug look. Michael had a sudden realization: whatever community these people lived in, he wanted nothing to do with it. Gang warfare. Okay, so, Harry, did you forgive Severus for his part in the death of your parents? Harry shrugged. Suppose so, yeah. But you won't forgive Sirius for letting Dumbledore, someone he was also working under, take custody of you as an infant. It's not the same, is it? It's not, Michael agreed. Some would say Severus' actions were much worse. That cleared the smirk quickly off Harry's face, and he looked carefully blank as he blinked owlishly a few times. He is not incorrect, Severus said quietly to Harry. The mutt did you wrong, but I am not blameless in putting you in that situation to begin with. Sirius, who looked insulted at being called a mutt, gave Severus a newfound look of appreciation at the rest of his words. But you were following orders, Harry said. And so was I, Sirius said. Harry, I swear to Merlin that I thought Dumbledore was making the best decision for you. I figured he knew something I didn't, and then I thought if I couldn't have you, what I really wanted, that at least I'd avenge your parents' murder by killing Pettigrew. Michael was beginning to wonder if he had somehow gained clients from some odd cult that worshipped magic and Merlin. SS will need to be moral guide, for HSB not good moral role model. Amelia said you laughed when they arrested you, Harry blurted out of the blue. Why? Because Pettigrew was a moron, Sirius said. Got the worst grades, didn't he? Only got 2 newts, and he tricked me, so when they showed up I was just in shock, pup. Mikey would probably call it a nervous breakdown or something. How could Pettigrew have pulled it off? Michael assumed protesting the name Harry had christened him with would be fruitless at this point in the session. Why didn't you tell them you didn't do it? Harry asked. Weren't you and my dad training with them? They didn't let me, Sirius said, his eyes getting dark. Threw me straight in Azkaban with no trial. Azkaban is slang for prison, Michael checked. He had put it together with the context when it was mentioned before, but he had never heard of a person being imprisoned without a trial since the early 1930s in the United Kingdom. Sure, Harry said, distracted as he studied Sirius. So those cops were your friends, and they didn't even ask you if you did it? Not once. PFT, Harry scoffed. I knew magic cops were just as bad as muggle ones, didn't I? Told Snape when he had them following me around. Sirius grinned slightly at that as Michael noted down the word, muggle, and Severus groaned. You think Tonks would get fired if they knew she spent an afternoon looking for me with you while I was right beside her? Sirius asked, his eyes sparking mischievously. Fuck, Harry breathed, a small grin on his face now as well. They're just as bad and just as stupid as muggles, ain't they? Aren't they? Severus corrected him, only to be ignored as Sirius. Loud laughter filled the room. Harry grinned at Sirius, before nervously glancing towards Severus. Can I talk to you, in private? Harry gave a pointed look towards both Sirius and Michael. We can step out for a moment, Michael offered, though I would prefer it if we had conversations out in the open. I'm sure you would, Harry rolled his eyes. Not a chance. Michael glanced at the clock again, and was relieved to see that there were only 45 minutes in the session remaining. He would have been much more disgruntled at being ordered out of his office by a teenager if he didn't know that in less than an hour he could leave. Michael and Sirius stepped out in the lobby where Sirius gave him a shifty grin as he stuck his hands deep in his jacket pocket. Mind if I go smoke? Michael considered for a split second before nodding in defeat. Come on, I can show you where I go out back. Sirius followed Michael to the back lot where they both lit up. Thanks for helping me in there, Sirius said between inhales. I didn't want to be the one to point out that Snape made the worst decision out of the two of us, but I appreciate you doing it. Cheers, Michael murmured. Can I ask you a question? Sirius chuckled. Another one, you mean? Sure. Severus said Harry threw a knife at you and threatened to kill you. Do you think he would have? Absolutely, Sirius said without hesitation. The kid was furious. I was lucky he looked exhausted, I guess. And you told him you love him afterwards? Michael asked. Course. Sirius stubbed his cigarette out and gave Michael a curious look. Harry's the closest thing I'll ever have to a son. I even named him my heir the day after he was born. James was like my brother, you know. Harry's the most important person in my life. When I was in Azkaban, all I could think about was how much I regret not disobeying Dumbledore and running off with him. Harry could have killed me on the spot, and I would have loved him all the way to the afterlife. Michael thought that was an admirable view to take on the situation. Sirius showed a lot of immaturity, especially where Severus was considered, but he clearly loved Harry deeply. The two didn't say any more as they went back in the office. Michael sat and saw that Harry looked contemplative while Severus looked smug. Did you clear up your issue? Michael asked Harry. Suppose so, Harry said. Would you like to tell us what it was? Harry glanced at Severus, who smirked and nodded his head curtly. Wanted to ask Snape if he still hated Black, didn't I? Wasn't gonna sit here and play nice for another half an hour if Snape hates him. Harry shrugged. H shows deep loyalty to SS, likely caused by guardianship and rescue from homeless abusive situation. And I informed Harry that he should pursue his own relationships, regardless of my beliefs. But in this case I believe Black is making a nearly adequate attempt, Severus said smugly. SS enjoys knowing H holds him in higher regard than SB, lack of maturity. Nearly adequate, Sirius chuckled. I guess the firebolt doesn't count then. What firebolt? Harry asked, instantly appearing alert and nearly excited. Severus gave him a long look, alongside a subtle glance towards Michael. The one you received for Christmas, he said slowly. You thought that I had purchased it. H experiences memory lapses during depressive episodes, Michael wrote as he interpreted Severus' look alongside the conversation. Harry furrowed his brows before smacking himself lightly on the forehead. Oh yeah, he gave Sirius a curious look, his head tilted slightly and his eyes narrow behind his glasses. Firebolts are expensive, I can pay you back. With our money, Sirius laughed. The goblins said that you already made a few withdrawals from the Black account. Harry flushed slightly, but Michael interrupted before he could respond. Sorry, but what is a firebolt, and what goblins? Son of a bitch, Severus muttered. The minister himself won't be able to keep us out of prison. You could obliviate him, Harry offered. He'd never remember a thing. Michael was being entirely ignored as the three men began arguing over the pros and cons of obliviating him. He began to feel panicky. He had no way of knowing what they meant by the odd term, but he didn't believe any of them were opposed to killing him if they thought they had a good enough reason. Will you speak with your godfather cordially, and not harm him again if he does not newly deserve it? Snape asked Harry. Guess so, Harry shrugged. And we will create a system where you come to me if you begin to forget the many valid points in you living long enough to take over as minister. Snape asked with his dark eyes narrow and severe. Yes, Harry said defensively. Made a deal, did I? Excellent, you two may step out, Severus said. I'll finish up here and perhaps we can avoid adjoining cells in Azkaban. Sirius chuckled while Harry gave Michael a self-satisfied look. Knew it didn't matter what I said, didn't I? You won't remember it anyway, he laughed as he exited the office. Michael looked pleadingly at Severus. Listen, I don't know what's going on, but my code of ethics prevents me from sharing any pertinent information on your sessions with anyone, he said quickly. I understand, Severus said calmly. However, with Harry's fame and Black's infamy, I can't take any chances. He pulled a long dark-handled stick out of his pocket. I want you to know that I truly appreciate all that you have done to help Harry and I regret that Harry placed me in this position. I believe it was intentional on his part, though perhaps I should have seen it coming. The child is incredibly cunning if you had not noticed. Michael gave up on decorum and leapt from his chair and backed away quickly. Severus, listen. Obliviate, Severus murmured with the stick pointed at Michael's head. Honey, are you okay? You look exhausted. Michael's wife Jennifer cooed over him as he ate his dinner. Long day, he said with a yawn. Sorry, love. Oh, was it that new family you said you were seeing today? She asked. New family? You must have me mixed up with your other therapist husband, he teased her. I haven't taken on any new families in the last 6 weeks.